The toys might swing it because
And
there's
those
toys that
doors,
have wheels, but the doors don't work.
doors are like drawn on. I have tons of. I just went around my kid's room, right, and he's got airplanes and trucks and buses and cars. None of the fucking wheel, none of all the wheels work. Like no doors hardly on anything that actually like open and close.
Right,
They're
right.
all just
Yeah,
like
with the toys, I think the wheels might have it then.
they'll have bicycles. There's two wheels. There's a billion bicycles. You
Yeah,
got roller skates, roller blades, skateboards,
yeah,
hoverboards, unicycles,
yeah. The
motorcycles,
rollerblades, those got like 4 or 5 wheels each, right?
wheelchairs. Those chairs you sit on, those office chairs, they got like five, six wheels on the bottom of them.
There you go. Yep, I think the wheels have it.
That's what I'm talking about. Now listen, guy White's world with this fucking. There's a spider. Fucking got a door, trap door spider. How many of these spiders there are? If you just do like some crazy globe math, you come up with like a zillion of these trapdoor spiders. They did some crazy globe math on it though, and I don't even know if those are really considered a door or not. Like I don't know the mechanism and shit. Plus, we don't know how many of those spider doors there actually are. Considering a wheel, like anything that spins on an axle, then you got every fan. Fans are wheels. There, electric motors would be considered to have to be a wheel. And this is iffy. Wheelchairs. There's mad wheelchairs, bro. They all got four wheels. Garbage cans. I mean, yeah, some garbage cans don't have wheels, but these days almost all the garbage cans do have wheels. Think about the garbage cans that sit on that little platform that click in, and they got like four or five wheels on the bottom of it. The ones that at your house, I mean, my garbage cans only got two wheels because they're like those regular like family garbage cans or whatever. But yeah, 18 wheelers, they got fucking 18 wheels. Are we counting the steering wheel? How many wheels are inside the fucking engine making shit go? I don't know, Bob. This is a tough one. Tough one right here. Even some of the doors, like I got two closet doors with huge mirrors on them for my closets. So there's two doors on the closet, but then each one of those doors has two wheels that slides on.
Dude, doors that use wheels. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
like store doors, like that open, like they might have wheels. Do gears? Do gears count as wheels?
I think so. Watches, fans, electric motors.
Yeah, yeah.
You've
I mean,
also
like,
got you've also got snow blowers, lawn mowers, on a weed whacker. That shit spins on a wheel, right?
yeah. I'm thinking that the wheels have it if you're counting all that
Wheels.
stuff. That's
Yeah, wheels all day, bro. How many bicycles? We've been making roller skates since like the 1700s, dude. That's four. That's eight wheels for every pair. No fucking doors. That first caveman that carved a fucking wheel out of a rock. That we're counting that one. Yeah, my kid has the amount of wheels in my house, the doors is not even close, bro. It's not even close. My kid has a box full of Hot Wheel cars, and none of the fucking doors open on them. My one of my friends gave me like 50 or 100 Hot Wheels. I have like an obnoxious amount. It's taking up a ridiculous amount of space. You got those.
hmm.
You got those Heelys, those shoes, those sneakers
Yeah,
with the fucking
yeah.
wheel in it. All those all the everything in a hospital is on wheels. All the IV things, all the fucking wheelchairs, the beds are on, like everything's on wheels in a hospital. Conveyor belts is all. It's made up of almost all wheels. World record conveyor belt is. How long it is?
Jeremy, it seems like maybe you're getting way too into this.
61 miles, bro, for the longest conveyor belt. That's the world
Maybe
record.
not. Maybe not.
Oh, I'm in it, bro. I'm in it, bro. I was taking my kitchen
Maybe
apart
not.
earlier.
Maybe not. Maybe
I'm all the way in this, bro.
Maybe not.
You might be looking around your kitchen and thinking, "Oh, there's a lot of doors in here," but pop open your microwave door and there's like 3 wheels in there that you can visibly see. There's probably another one on the inside. Oh, this is big, bro. This is big. We got to know. It was fun. We talked about it for like an hour earlier. I mean, the Legos alone was 700. That's just Lego, bro. There's a million other fucking fake ass toy companies that are making wheels like that. I wish they had never told me this because I've been like obsessed with it all day. I've wasted all day on this wheels and doors thing.
I think I would have just. I mean, it seems pretty easy to me once you start including like the toys and roller skates and stuff. Like it seems like wheels have it pretty handily. So it's like, what else is there? Maybe.
People are arguing doors heavily. Like I said, they got that. They got that spider door, trap door spider. That's the only hope they have is that if that's even a door. It's like even the drawers, if you count them as doors or not, most of those drawers, like in my kitchen, they got 4 wheels on it. Like at first glance, it looks like there's more doors in the kitchen, right? If you just went to your kitchen, it was like, aha, look at all these doors. But then if you start looking inside of stuff, like wheels start popping up. like I said, inside your microwave, there's 3 visible ones that you can see that rotate that little plate around, and then there's probably a fourth one inside, turning the other thing that the thing sets into weird. You know what I'm talking about? There's got to be a wheel.
What's going on? What's a wheel?
You know the thing inside. You got that weird glass piece, but it's got those like 3 pieces on it, and it sets into the other thing that spins
On what?
inside the microwave.
Oh, inside the microwave.
Yeah, yeah. There's at least 4 wheels inside your microwave.
Oh,
If you
maybe.
have like one of those rotating plates.
Dude, it's fine. Like we can just say wheels win. Pretty sure.
All right. We'll see when watch. We'll see when somebody else comes in talking that door shit.
Do you need to go make a server like Wheel Awakenings?
Yeah, I was like dissecting my kitchen earlier. Because at first you would think doors. Like I was like you, I thought doors at first. Like, yo, there's mad doors. Crazy. I heard there's people getting jobs in the metaverse. Like somebody works at a Subway in the metaverse and they get like $2 an hour. That's crazy.
What do they do?
I I don't know. It's in a Subway. I don't know what they do. Are people eating in there? I guess. I don't know. I don't know what you would even go to get. Well, why would you even bother getting a sub? Do you have like a health group you need to keep filled? I don't know how it works. I doubt it's like real deal where like if you don't eat, your character dies. I don't know. Or like dudes taking chicks out on dates in there, and like some of them can't afford to go to a nice restaurant in it. So What's going on though? What's new? Anything new?
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's anything new. Saw this thing on Reddit. I don't know when this is from, but apparently at some point, according to this, Pepsi had sued 4 Indian farmers $150,000 each for growing the type of potato that's used in the chips of its Lay's brand. And some comments on it seem to indicate that Pepsi had like developed this kind of potato, and they end up suing these guys for growing that type of potato that they developed.
Sounds fucking shaky. Can you? I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to like patent a natural thing. You know what I'm saying?
The argument was probably that they developed that particular kind of potato, but I think they, according to the comments, it seems like they maybe eventually dropped it. Which, yeah, it just seems stupid that somebody would be like, "Hey, you can't grow this thing that comes out of the ground." Like, it's just that, what a dumb thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna patent the color blue next, or green or something, and then start suing everyone that's got using green. Like it doesn't. I don't know. It's so hard to find real simple shit. Like all I want to know is how many pairs of roller skates have ever been made. I feel like that would be like an easy Google search, right?
There are so many stupid people with so many stupid ideas, and it's really, really annoying.
Like this wheel and door thing.
No, that I don't mind. That's just like a little thing to think about or whatever. That's not a big deal. Thinking that somebody wanting to make something illegal suddenly makes the reason their problem, like the reason somebody wanted to do it is suddenly their problem. Like, if you wanted to make stealing illegal, you have to volunteer to provide to that person everything they wanted that made them think they wanted to steal. Is that a smart way to have a society? If you don't want to be stolen from, you have to provide that person everything they would have stolen.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. That's not
That's
even
just
reasonable.
retarded.
Yeah.
And it's the same argument when they say, "Oh, you don't want us to murder babies? Are you volunteering to adopt them?" No. Just because I don't want you to murder the baby doesn't mean that I'm suddenly responsible for the baby. You are the one who is pregnant. You're responsible for the baby. You just don't get the option to murder it. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not with that.
But there's people on Reddit making that stupid argument. Okay, guys, if you don't want rape to be illegal, you just got to offer yourself to the person who wants sex instead of the would-be victim. You just got to offer yourself over to him because you don't want the rape to happen. Well, no, we could just make it illegal. That's the answer. His sexual desire doesn't become my problem because I want rape to be illegal.
Yeah. Remember the big wheels with the giant big wheel on the front when you were a kid? You tried to be scared, peeling out and shit, doing burnouts. Whip that thing so much the plastic would start coming off the front wheel. Wheels would be all fucked up. That's 3 wheels though, no doors. Slightly obsessed.
Who are you even arguing against at this point?
Slightly.
No, nobody is fighting you on this. Pretty
They'll be
sure.
here. Trust me. This is how I prepare. This is like me. I'm shadow boxing.
You're shadow boxing. You're getting ready for somebody to come argue the doors argument, huh?
Oh, they'll fucking be here. You wait.
Yeah, I saw this news thing about saw this a story about this mosquitoes that are going to be released in Florida and California. Somebody needs to go like round up these people and disappear them or something.
What are they gonna do with the mosquitoes?
They've genetically altered them apparently, or are going to genetically alter them, and then release them out into the world in Florida and California.
That sounds safe.
Like, what a colossally retarded idea. And like it seemed like, did the people where you're going to release them near, did they vote on this? Did they say that that was okay? The people who have a right to live peaceably? I doubt it. That's what I'm saying. Like the people in these communities where this is going to happen, they need to go like knocking on this place's door and basically tell them to knock it off. They don't get to release their stupid mosquitoes into the public, and if they do, they're going to pay for it. And I don't mean money.
You got the wheel from the Wheel of Fortune. It's so hard to get numbers on things. Like just trying to check like how many office chairs were sold last year, how many roller skates exist. It's not easy. Not easy.
Jeremy, there's a movie that you need to watch. Okay, you don't even have to watch the whole thing. It not too far into it. It's called Frozen. Okay, and a little while into the movie, one of the main characters is going to sing a song. I think you'll know it when you get there, and you need to listen very carefully to that song. Okay.
These people on TikTok don't know what they're doing. I got to tell you. And in this wheel and door debate, I would be crushing it if I was on TikTok. These guys suck. I'm not impressed with the wheel or the door people. Our people have been doing way better in here on either side.
Well, I mean, most of the people on TikTok are probably Globers, right? So, like, did you really expect them to be good at making arguments that are good?
Yeah, and I think this is like some kind of weird millennial thing or something with kids, so they're not really. So some of the older guys did make some good points. One of them had brought out the 700 million Lego wheels, and so there are some older guys that are making some decent. A lot of the young kids though aren't really doing
The younger ones are just like, "What's a Lego?"
it.
Or better yet, they'll just be like, "Waffles don't count as wheels." No.
Yeah, the funniest one, the funniest TikTok was they gave these two teenagers a rotary phone, and they were like, try to call someone on it. It was hilarious watching them trying to use it because they were like just dialing it without even picking the receiver up, and then they would fuck up, and they're like, oh shit, how do we reset it? So they would just lift the handle up and set it back down.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess if you've never interacted or like really thought about one, then I guess it might be kind of confusing how to get that thing to do what you want. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe not. All right, I'm gonna go get a shower. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Pretty sure there's 4 wheels inside a microwave. We're crushing it with the mic. There's only one door on microwaves. 4 wheels. That's if you don't count the fan underneath it. If it's on top of a hood vent for an oven, has a wheel too. That could be another. It could be 5 wheels in some microwaves. Paid.
So
Serious question. You think there's more wheels or doors on Earth?
I don't know. What do you count as wheels? Anything? Any sort of rolling thing?
It's got to have an axle.
Have an axle. Looks like bearings and stuff would count, or
I don't know. There's a fine line. There's a fine line. Let's not get too crazy with the wheels. Just count like roller skates, roller blades. I would count like conveyor belts, like those wheels. I would count those.
There's probably more wheels than doors.
Yeah.
Just a whack.
Would you count a trap door spider? Would you count that door?
I don't know.
We gotta get on this, bro.
Uh-huh.
You gotta get on that. I've seen pictures of the spider doors. Like they look legit. Like, I think I would count that as a door, but I don't know how many of them there are. Like, you can't get a number on it.
Well, if you're gonna count those as doors, then you might, and then what? I guess maybe doors would take a lead if you could count that.
Well, how do you know? How many trapdoor spiders are there?
I have no idea. That's the thing.
Yeah. We got shit
mean-
tons of wheels, bro. There's like 1 billion bicycles.
Yeah, bicycles and you can count conveyor belt wheels.
2 billion wheels right there. So we got a conveyor belt, longest
Yeah.
conveyor belt, 61 miles long.
Yeah, I'm leaning toward.
That's only one conveyor belt. The drift off it can be seen from space. They use it to
I'm just thinking about your house. You got like what, 3 doors, 4 doors maybe, and how many wheels you got in there? Each car's got 4 of them. With bicycles and roller skates. And
you got garbage cans got 2 wheels on them these days.
Yeah.
That's not even counting the ones at work that got like 5 or 6 wheels on the bottom that connect into that little platform thing.
Then you
got
got
janitor mop buckets, suitcases. Yeah,
suitcases. Do they have
janitor
doors?
mop
Are those
buckets.
doors? Does each suitcase have a door or not?
No, I wouldn't consider that a door.
Okay. And I probably lean toward wheels again.
What about one of those things you walk through this rotating door? What are those? What are they called?
Oh, that's a wheel and a door.
You're fucked on those. I don't even know.
Yeah, I would count those as 1 and 1. So.
What are those things called again?
Rotating doors. I don't know what you want to call them.
Forgot the actual name for them. Yeah, it's got to be wheels, man. I don't know how many of those revolving door. Yeah, I don't know how many of those spider trap doors there are though. There can't be that many, man. Can't be that many.
I knew this guy. I was at this camp, and this guy started talking about black widow spiders, and he goes, "Oh yeah, they're under rocks." He goes, "Look, you picked up a rock, and there was one under that. You picked up another rock, there was one under that. You picked up a third rock, there was one under there." I said, "Stop picking up rocks. Stop.
Right? Leave them fucking rocks alone. Holy
Stop
shit,
picking up
man.
rocks. I had no idea. You picked up 3 rocks, and there was I don't know if he had already done that or not, but it's like I don't want to know there's this many damn black widow spiders all over the place.
You're fucking surrounded, yeah. I mean, roller skates alone, every pair of roller skates is 8 fucking wheels, bro. We've been making roller skates since the 1700s. You can't find out how many roller skates exist on Earth, though. That's not like a Googleable thing. I tried. Hey, you used to debate evolution before this?
I've debated evolution some. Why?
Before this, though, like, what were you doing? Debating evolutionists? Or
No, not
Bible
really.
people or something?
I sort of fell into this whole flat Earth thing. It kind of amuses me that 2022 now, and people think the Earth is flat. It still amuses me.
No, sometimes you sound like you're not really laughing.
No, it's because I've sort of lost the amusement and kind of like, oh my god, I can't believe people actually. World's oldest spider has died at the age of 43.
They could live longer in nature now. How would anyone really even know? How would you know?
Usually, exactly. But usually these animals live longer in captivity because we take away all the predators and feed them. And
We just hand them food and water. Yeah, they don't have to like struggle and strife, and they're not out.
And if they get sick, we got doctors on and that kind of stuff.
Listen, are there any wheels in your cell phone?
I don't know. I'm sure they're like, I don't know. Wheels.
Could you count a flagellum as a wheel? Like off of like
No, not really.
little no,
I don't think so. It's not really a wheel.
no
More
doubt.
like a whip.
That's a stretch, yeah, no doubt. What up, Evangelist?
Hey boys, how are we?
Good, good. How you doing?
Yeah, all right, man. I just had a haircut. 5-minute drive home. I thought I'd drop in and see if there's anyone to say hi to.
I'm smack dab in the middle of figuring out this wheels and doors thing.
Well, let me know.
What's what? So what is it? I heard a bit of this on the radio. Is it what is it? More wheels or more doors or something?
Yeah, it's just some stupid thing I've been obsessed with all day.
And what is the actual question? Is there more wheels or doors in the world? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So what do you reckon? I'd say doors.
It depends on how many of these certain spiders. There's this thing called a trapdoor spider, and depending on how
Yeah.
many of these trapdoor spiders there is, assuming they all have a door. Like I don't know, I can't get a number on how many trapdoor spiders there are though. That could be like that's like the door people's only hope. 'Cause other than
You
that,
think
there's
so?
mad wheels. There's mad wheels. If you don't have these spiders, bro, you're fucked.
I love
I mean,
this.
Well, I mean, think of your house. I mean, like you got like 3 or 4 doors in your house, and each car's got 4 wheels on it. So you got a car, you got
Hang
4
on.
wheels right there.
Yeah, but hang on. Okay, sure. Hang on. In your house, you've got cupboard doors as well.
Oh,
How many of
covered
those have you
doors.
got? How many of those have you got? Every house in the world's
Covered
got cupboard
doors,
doors.
indoor doors.
Yeah, shed doors. There's a lot of doors, Jeremy.
You don't want to use my shed door because inside that shed is more fucking wheels than you can imagine. All right, you don't want to even go to the shed, bro. Trust me.
This is way
2
better than
closet
flat
doors.
around.
I got 2 sliding glass mirror closet doors in my bedroom. 2 doors.
Yeah.
They're hanging on 4 wheels
Oh shit, they are too,
on a
aren't
track.
they? Yeah.
On a track. Sliding doors on a track. All those patio doors and shit. Those are sliding on wheels.
Oh man.
Office
I wish I had
chairs.
more than 5. I wish I had more than 5 minutes in the car. This would be good.
Yeah, I've been doing this all day. I'm obsessed with this. It's pretty cool. I can't get any clear numbers on like how many roller skates exist or how many garbage cans were made last year with the wheels on them or wheelbarrows or any kind of like solid numbers on. I got around about 1 billion bicycles. Best number I could get just for bikes. That's
all
like
the
fucking
equipment in factories that have got pulleys. Is that a wheel? Is a pulley wheel a wheel? I suppose it is.
Oh, hell yeah. All them garage doors with the pulleys. You think you're counting a door, you're counting like 3 wheels or something. 2 wheels at least.
There's a lot of trapdoor spiders though.
Oh, that's the only hope for the door people is this trapdoor spider. We got to figure out how many there is. Because there's no wheels in nature. Like, nature don't make wheels.
No.
It's the wheels hands down. Without this spider, they got nothing. Because we got unicycles, bicycles, motorcycles, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers.
Yeah.
All types of shit,
Cars,
bro.
trucks,
Wheelchairs,
planes,
wheelbarrows.
buses, trailers, caravans. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm starting to swing to the wheel side.
Yo, you better hold on because if this fucking trapdoor spider thing, they could have it. I don't know how many of them there is though.
We've got them here, but honestly, man, there's not that many of them. You got to hunt for them. They're not everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. I've personally never even seen one because I'm not in the right. I'm in upstate New York though, but that's probably something you need to go like down south for or something.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone's ever taken a census of them. I doubt you're going to get an accurate number.
Yeah, you're just guessing at that point, but
Yeah, you've convinced me. You see, you've done it in 3 minutes. You've done it. I'm a wheel man.
yeah, there you go. Just think of things that have wheels. We need more wheels, just in case this fucking spider door is a thing.
Well, what's Jill saying? Is he a wheel man or a door man?
I think it's wheels, actually. I'm just thinking
Yeah,
how
the
many
more you
wheels
move,
are. That's if you define
Yeah,
wheels
no.
as, like bearings and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Top of
Oh,
my head,
hey,
doors made sense, but
these
the
trapdoor
more you think about
spiders.
it,
These trapdoor spiders look like be an Australian species only.
Oh, they look
yeah,
creepy as fuck, dude.
we got a few of them, but yeah,
Well,
they're not
they're all-
common. You don't see.
They're all on the east coast and the south coast of Australia. It looks like. So I don't think that. I don't know. There could be a few bazillion of them now. I mean, each one has a door.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. If there's like a fucking zillion of these spiders and each one's got a door.
Man, I've been alive 55 years, and I reckon I've probably seen 6 trapdoor spiders in my life.
That's because they're so good at their doors, you can't never see them.
The doors are well hidden. Yeah.
Isn't this the one? Isn't this the one that kills people or killed people until recently?
Nah,
Sydney
it's the funnel web. Sydney funnel web.
Okay, wrong one. Sydney funnel web. Yeah.
Trapdoors, they're nasty looking, and they get up. My dad found one in the backyard once, and he was poking it with a stick. And this thing, when you see the spiders, they get up on their back legs and the fangs out. This fucker was doing that. It was nasty looking.
Yo, my refrigerator has mad wheels on it. First of all, the whole thing's on wheels, so that's 4 wheels right there. But then when you start sliding open the freezer drawer, there's mad drawers in that's on wheels. So there's 2 doors on the fridge. But I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Hold on, there's 10. Is there wheels on this?
Yeah, wheels have got it, man. I mean, you look at a car, you got 4 wheels on the car, then you got the spare wheel in the trunk, and then you've got the pulley wheels for your air conditioner, your alternator. Even in your engine, there's probably another 3 or 4 or 5 wheels, depending on what sort of car you got.
Then you got the wheels for the windows. Each one of those has got a couple wheels in it, right?
Yeah, my fridge has 16 wheels. 16 wheels on the fridge, 2 doors. Or 3 doors. 3 doors. 3 doors on my fridge.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the wheels have got to take it. Oh, and our car's got a steering wheel as well. Yeah.
Oh, there's got to be a million wheels going on inside your car. Yeah. People are always like, cars are awash. 4 wheels, 4 doors. I'm like, yo, slow down with all that noise.
Dollies. Jeremy, dollies.
I didn't even think of those. Nice. You know how many fucking dollies and carts and shit?
Yeah.
Good thinking, Bob.
Are you still counting your wheels?
Bandsaw, you don't even want to know how many fucking wheels we got right now, bro.
It's wheels, bro. It's wheels. It's got to be wheels.
Trapdoor spiders alone with 3 doors per hole, right? Have got it. We've already done the math. We already did
your
the math.
trapdoors. Oh, your trapdoors live in multi-story houses at your place, do they?
Yeah, no. Well, they're apparently they've got 3 doors per home. One on the top, one halfway down. Buddy, they're living the life. They're living the life.
It must be gold math because you're wrong.
Listen, I have a 61 mile. This is just one single conveyor belt, bandsaw. One single conveyor belt, world record. 61 miles.
Have you dead set been working on this all night, counting up all these wheels?
Oh my god, all day, bro. I've been obsessed with this. My refrigerator has 16 wheels and 3 doors. Just in the fridge.
You saw the figure. It was like 17 quadrillion, right?
You guys did some fucked up Glober math on that shit. I saw it. I saw what you guys did. You fucking took the amount of spiders there was and then divided that by the amount of species. It definitely don't work like that. No fucking way.
Funny.
Oh man, I got to bounce. I'll try and get back later. See you, boys.
All right, Johnny. Catch you later, man.
Dude, that'd be like saying, all right, there's a billion cats on Earth, so there must be, and there's 1,000 species, so there must be, 1,000,000 cheetahs or lions or something. Well, you guys did some crazy shit like that.
No, well, actually, we gave you the benefit of the doubt because out of the 17 quadrillion, yes, out of the 17 quadrillion estimated spiders, right, we divided that by the 43,000 species of spiders.
Yeah, that's where you fucked up. That's where you fucked up right there.
No. All right, which gave us that number, right? Now, with the trapdoor spider, there was 255 different species of trapdoor spider alone. So we could have multiplied that figure by 255, right? But we felt generous, right? So we didn't do it.
Maybe not.
No, Bob, Divide the amount of species. That'd be like saying there's 1,000,000 cheetahs out there or something. If you took all the cats, divided the species of cats, you'd come up with like, 1,000,000 cheetahs or 1,000,000 lions. Like there's not that many like cheetahs and lions and shit. I feel like these trapdoor spiders are like a novelty spider. Most of the spiders are going to be like these bullshit ones we see all over the place. You know what I'm saying?
This actually might go down in history as Jeremy's very first loss.
Just even cover this on CNN, Jeremy. Apparently, this is like a thing.
You need to email CNN and tell them about trapdoor spiders.
Well, so
the
far
guys on TikTok. Go ahead, Paige.
Yeah, so far it seems they think that Team Wheels is 1,000,000.
Oh hell yeah, bro! They don't know about the trapdoor spiders though. I don't think.
I don't know how many of those there are. They're Australian, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most of the spiders you see is going to be fucking, the regular ones around the house and shit. Not these fucking crazy looking things that fucking from the Lord of the Rings looking ass spiders.
Yeah, it's close. It's like 53 to 46 on doors. So, I mean, wheels. Wheels 53, doors 46.
Oh, wheels all day, bro. I don't even think those door people know about the trapdoor spider. I don't know if I don't even think they're counting that. Wait till they find out about that one. I'm just saying my refrigerator got 16 wheels in it and 3 doors. So every refrigerator.
I think it depends how you count doors and wheels. You start counting bearings and stuff. Yeah, I think. But how do you count doors? I mean, like, do cupboard doors count?
Yeah, hell yeah, we'll count cupboards. I'll give you cupboards.
What about drawers? Are they doors or are these?
We'll give you the drawers because there's like 2 wheels.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see how many wheels are on this drawer.
Exactly, but is that a door or is that not?
What about a petrol can?
It's kind of like a drawer.
I don't know. So it's.
Oh, that's definitely on wheels. The little broiler thing under your oven, there's wheels in that drawer. There's got to be 2 or 4 wheels in that at least. Dishwasher got mad wheels in it.
Of course, whenever like the third sentence in every one of these reports about doors and wheels is this has to be the stupidest debate around.
It is so dumb, but it's so like, I don't know. I see how somebody could get obsessed with thinking about this.
Oh, damn. And the trapdoor spider has up to 300 eggs at one time.
Yeah.
Damn.
I don't know how many of those live.
Doors?
Do what kind of doors?
Do zippers count as doors?
Zippers.
No, no zippers for right now. We got enough problem with this fucking spider. We're not doing zippers along with the spiders. That's a whole nother. That's going to be another day or something. Fucking white. Come on, man, with the trapdoor spider. We had it all locked up.
Uh,
Son of a bitch. This guy. Where's he even get this shit from? He's got a mind on him, that guy.
he does actually.
These door people don't even know about the trapdoor spider.
No,
I'm telling you, man. Whites has got to get out there with this.
you need to whack it on TikTok, Jeremy.
Whack it on TikTok. I don't think it might be against their rules and regulations and
No
terms and
whacking.
conditions.
No whacking. Okay. Uh, it's funny. That's crazy.
Yo, every washing machine and dryer is a giant. Oh no, actually, my washing machine's not anymore. Is it a wheel? The dryers, I would consider the dryer to be a wheel. My
Well, there's
wife got one
wheels
of these.
inside them. You got gears, you got the motor, you got the bearings. All these things are on axles. They all spin. Oh, yeah.
Clocks, electric fans, electric motors, all the globes. We got all the globes.
All the globes. Yeah.
Globes are all wheels, considered wheels. Unless it's
But
one of those magnetic levitating globes, then it doesn't have an axle.
oh, yeah.
We lose all the magnet globes. It's okay though.
All right. Look, we only have to get up to 1 quadrillion, and we've got it. Okay. We can.
Dude, no way there's that many traps. We need a fucking entomologist or some shit. Whoever these insect people are.
One word just smashes it out of the park. Trapdoor spider. And it's gone. Kaboom. End of debate. End of debate.
We don't have a solid number on the trapdoor spider yet. It's inconclusive.
Inconclusive? The number is only apparent.
Listen, babe, do you think there's more wheels or doors on Earth? Wheels or doors? Which one has more? Do we have more of on Earth?
Wheels or doors?
Yeah.
Is this a trick question?
No, it's where there's a huge debate on all over Earth going on about this wheels and doors. Oh, think about it and let me know.
you sleeping, NASA?
I'm sorry, I got my mic on. I'll turn.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I moved it.
No. You're right, man. You're right.
You, what's up? Jane.
Yeah, how you doing, Skeptical? Nice one, man.
Yeah, you're
Yes,
around.
nice pictures. Nice pictures of southern France the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice shot, man. Good weather.
Yeah. It's always great. Especially in the Spanish southeast France weather. So, yeah.
Yeah, French. Yeah, it looked really good
Mm.
for this time of the year as well. You know, I mean, we're only
Well,
just
definitely, yeah.
coming into
Yeah,
spring in Japan. That will be the same
absolutely.
for
Yeah.
England.
Mm.
So yeah,
So how are
you're
you
living in a
today?
good part of the southern France. You know,
Yeah.
not in
Yeah.
Paris, not in Paris where it
No.
stinks.
No. I don't like that. I don't like Paris. It's,
No, neither do I. I've been there a few times cycling and
no.
that, and it was it's not too bad, but it stank.
No.
Ugh, you could
It's
smell the
really
sewers.
overpopulated. No. I don't like overpopulated places.
Yeah.
I live in a town, right? I live actually in a town, so I don't live in the city. So
Yeah, you can
which is good.
relax more. You can be yourself.
Yeah.
You don't have to
More
be fighting
connected.
the hustle and bustle. Yeah.
You're gonna be more connected to nature and to yourself, and yeah, it's really good being away from big cities, right?
Yeah. And you've got the ocean and the land. You know, you can easily just go out on a boat and enjoy and come back.
Yeah.
Check out the horizon, how level it is, where there's no curvature.
Stationary, yeah.
Go out on the boat and say, I shouldn't be able to see the
Absolutely.
port now. I mean, where's the curvature? I'm still seeing the port. You know, you're at 20 miles in the boat. I can still see the port. What's going on? Yes.
Absolutely. Mm. And
Yeah, I was just
you look
looking at some of
around.
my old pictures from when I went to Hawaii back in 2010 with the kids, and I was just looking at, you know, how they've grown up and everything, and all that horizons level on the ocean. Yeah. And I didn't realize, you know, I'm looking at the pictures, taking these lovely shots, and it's of the flat Earth, and I didn't even realize, you know.
Jane, give me just a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, please.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, go on.
Anyone happen to know how many trapdoor spiders there are on Earth by any chance?
What, you don't trust my arithmetic?
Dude, you did fucking globe math. You son of a bitch. You broke me off with some crazy globe math. I told you, it's like saying there's a million cheetahs. If you chopped up all the species of cats and then how many cats there were. You're gonna end up with a crazy amount of like lions and cheetahs and like cats that are almost extinct. You're gonna have millions of them.
You're so dirty. It's not funny.
Look at the eagles. If you did eagles, right? It looked like there's a trillion fucking bald eagles or something. Fucking broke me off right with some globe. That's globe math right there.
I'm sure we'll have a Globie in soon, and they'll be able to do the spider math for us.
We got Sean G and Woodsy.
What do you think, Gio? More
globe
more
enthusiasts.
wheels?
Enthusiastic
More wheels?
about globes.
Gio, is there more wheels on Earth or more doors on Earth? Wheels or doors, bro? It's time to pick sides.
Oh my. Oh jeez. It's just overall, just every door in a house, like everywhere. All
Yes.
doors.
All doors, all wheels.
Oh wow. You know, I'm going with doors.
Oh my God!
Wait,
Don't-
Gio,
you didn't
wait,
hear this.
Gio, Gio. Hold on. Think about it. Think about all of the toys that exist that have wheels but don't have doors that work. They're just painted on or etched in on the metal. All of the Hot Wheels that don't have working doors. All of the Lego wheels. It's the wheels.
Yeah, but what
of
about all the
rollerblades
houses?
and roller skates? It's the wheels, man. It's the
No,
wheels.
but what about houses though? Houses have all kinds of doors.
But like
no
any
wheels.
house
No
that has
wheels
that
at
many
all.
doors. But think about how many toys one child has versus the house has doors.
Fuck
Think
toys.
about that.
Toys are pretty
Lego?
minimal. I mean, think about all the buildings in the world that have no wheels and all doors.
Yeah, but the toys take us up. Think of all the buildings that have even more toys inside of them. Think of that. The warehouses for Amazon filled with toys with wheels. It's the wheels, man. It's easily the wheels.
The amount of effort you guys have put into this after hearing 3 simple words: trap, door, spider. It's absolutely incredible.
inconclusive.
Like all night.
You mean
all
your
night,
pretend
all
spider that you haven't shown us, Bandsaw? Your make-believe unicorn spider? I don't want to hear it.
Listen, Lego makes 700 million wheels a year. Just Lego. Just Lego. Those don't go anywhere. They've been staying, you know, them shits are like plastic. They never biodegrade. They've been doing that for like decades and shit, bro.
All
That's
right,
just
Jeremy.
Lego.
The question is, right, how many 700 millions make up a quadrillion?
You don't have a quadrillion. That's your unicorn number.
What about all the boats too?
Yeah.
Like all boats, like boats have doors, you know, yachts and sailboats, they have little doors all over them, but no wheels.
Well, is a propeller a wheel?
No. Although they might have like a flywheel in the engine, if you want to call that.
They got like pulleys and shit. There's probably pulleys and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're calling those wheels.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah.
gears, cogs, all that sort of stuff. Yeah,
Well, then are we calling like in a boat where you've got all the little compartments, all the little doors to hold the anchor and all that? We calling those doors too?
We'll give you the cabinets in like a kitchen.
Cabinets and kitchens. That's that's a lot.
I went and counted all the wheels and all the doors in my kitchen, and there's more wheels. My refrigerator has 3 doors and 16 wheels. That's just the fridge, bro.
All day he's been pulling his house
16
apart.
wheels that I could see in the fridge. There might be more underlying wheels somewhere. Probably not. Your microwave got 3 wheels in it, at least. I'm pretty sure there's 4 in it, though.
I'm going with doors, and I will put my life on the line for this.
It is real, bro. This is serious business right here. Listen.
Your life. Oh, damn.
Serious shit right here. Listen, we got bicycles, There's at least 2 wheels. If you're not even counting the gears, there's two wheels. That's not counting bicycles with training wheels on them either. There's 4 wheels on those.
Right, but like I said too, like a huge building like a Walmart or something. You know, how many doors? Well, I guess Walmart's gonna have wheels in there because of all the toys and the bicycles and stuff too.
Walmart's got way more wheels. You just helped me out so much.
And the trolleys.
You helped me out so much with the wheels.
Yeah. But other buildings all around the world, like how about those storage places where there's just like thousands of doors? Now they might have some wheels in there because people are storing cars and toys and stuff in there. But
one of those storage units is just full of Hot Wheels cars or some shit, and it blows all the doors out. Listen, even all those office buildings, they're filled with furniture and stuff that all got all those office. I don't know. I'm looking at my chair right now for my computer. It's got 5 wheels underneath it. It's sitting on 5 wheels just on my computer chair. Don't even get me going with a hospital. Hospitals got mad wheels. All those IV things, wheelchairs, fucking the beds are on wheels. They got fucking bringing people in on beds with the wheel. What's the thing? The stretchers, they got wheels on them. All types of wheels. I'm wheels all day, bro. We love wheels.
Trap door spider.
You don't have a number. You need an entomologist or somebody that knows bugs or some shit. You got some random half-ass mathematical equation for this amount of trapdoor spiders.
Well,
I'm not buying it.
I want a roller skaterologist to confirm your roller skates.
Well, I can't get a clear number on that. I've been searching for that like all day. Skateboards, I can't find any definitive number for the amount of skateboards or roller skates or rollerblades or anything. Trash cans with wheels. Like, I've been trying to look up all kinds of numbers. You can't find anything.
I don't think this is a thing that anyone will even have the number for. I mean, it's impossible. I think unless you're just totally psychic or intuitive to get it. Otherwise, I don't think it's possible. If you're counting like kitchen cabinet doors and all this stuff, I mean, that's impossible in the whole world. No
Bro,
way.
there's more wheels in your kitchen. All those drawers have like 2 or 4 wheels in them. All the drawers in the kitchen, right? They're all rolling on wheels. I'm telling you, your microwave got 3 wheels in it. Your refrigerator got mad wheels in it. It's probably on wheels. The dishwasher got mad wheels in it. Dude, if you're counting conveyor belts as wheels, there is a 60 mile long conveyor belt.
Where the hell is that anyway?
That's just one. That's just one conveyor belt. That's not counting all the rest of all the other conveyor belts.
Where the hell is this 60-mile long conveyor belt?
Bro, you can see it from space, bro. It leaves a fucking drift. Yo, they're mining. They're using it to push this. They're using it to push this mineral or something. And sometimes the wind blows off some of the minerals, so you can see like the drift, this white drift thing from space from the minerals from this conveyor belt.
That's insane.
So we got this space drift.
All right, I'm being convinced. Can I change my position?
No, you can't. You put your life on it, Gio. Your life.
All right, well, I'm dead. Can I change it? Jeremy's convincing me. No, I'm still going with doors. I'm joking. I'm still going with doors.
You better hope this fucking spider trapdoor spider thing pans out. That's our only chance with the doors. That's it. No way, you guys. We got you blown out of water without this fucking spider bullshit.
Well, that's all we need. That's all we need.
That is all you need, seriously. If there's a fucking quadrillion of those spiders or something.
Right.
I don't know, though, dude.
We can sit back and laugh at you pulling your house apart, Jeremy, trying to catch up.
No, this is like the reverse scientific method. You know how it needs to be all natural? Like, your spider thing would be great if we were doing the scientific. This is like the opposite of that, though. It all has to be man-made shit. So,
Well, I think we finally reached something. I think we'll prove the shape of the Earth before we prove whether there's more wheels or doors.
No, count them up. I want everything torn to pieces right now on Earth.
Something is now harder to prove than the shape of the Earth. And I'm talking 100% like absolute proof, not just like half proof. Like definitive, absolutely no question.
Absolute.
Yeah.
As soon as White said trapdoor spider, I was very quick to pick a side. I didn't hesitate. And then we got writing to do the maths on it. It was insane.
Oh, that was some bullshit math.
Hey, come on.
Same.
Come on. Come on, the numbers came from your trusted site, Jeremy. How stuff works.
You know I hate that site. You know I don't like that site, and they're full of shit. They be making wild shit up, contradicting themselves all over the place. They're full of shit. I trust them like I trust fucking who are the debunkers? Who are those debunker people?
The debunker people?
Mythbusters.
Oh, Mythbusters, yeah. Mythbusters.
Those pricks. No chance without this fucking spider. I don't even know if this counts. I thought we were doing all man-made stuff. Like reverse scientific method shit.
Now you're just making up the rules as you go along because you're in last place.
You want to use your Glover math? I'm going to start doing my Glover shit. I can play that fucking game. That's a neat little thing to think about, though. Because there's so many of each thing. It's like, oh my God. And then what constitutes each thing? I'll tell you right now, we've been making roller skates since the 1700s. Okay, that's not going to be good for you guys. Because them roller skates are all made out of like shit. They're probably still all around. Landfills. I'll go fucking dig up a landfill right now. You know how many wheels I'm gonna find? Or trapdoor spider. I'll blow the trapdoor spider population out of the box with this. We've been burying wheels for fucking millennium. Remember that thing they showed with the first guy? Car chipped the wheel with the chisel out of the rock? We're counting that one. We're counting that one.
All right. You better. You got to count something.
They all count. It all counts. Wheelchair. You know when people are in wheelchairs? There's like 60 million people in wheelchairs. Can't even imagine the amount of lawnmowers. Bro, that's at least two. That's at least two for them old school push ones that no one can ever use because it's too tough.
Oh,
and that'll go up to like, what's that?
The old push me pull ya mower.
Yeah, one time I bought one of those. It's just that giant blade that spins on it, and you gotta just manually push it, no gas, nothing. I had a half an acre. I was like, oh, I'll save gas. It'll be cheaper. I'm always trying to keep my bills low. Bro, I
That was
fucking did one. I did one swipe on that. I did one swipe, and I just fucking went to Home Depot and got a gas one.
You knew straight away it was a bad idea, didn't you? Straight
After
away.
one swipe, bro, I was like, "There's no way." I could have done more swipes, but I'm like, "There's no way I can do this whole thing. I can't do this whole thing." So it's just a futile effort. Wheelbarrows. We've been making wheelbarrows. I don't even know how long. Like ancient Chinese shit.
Uh-huh.
Mad wheelbarrows, bro. That's all. One wheel at least.
Well, I did find you a spider called the wheel spider, but you didn't want to use it.
I know. I don't think it was a real wheel. I don't think nature just doesn't make wheels. I've been searching all day. I tried this little microbial antibiotic thing called a flagellum or some shit. That's kind of like a tail that whips around and shit. It's not really a wheel.
Okay.
Nature just doesn't really like do wheels. I mean, if you count like an armadillo, like rolling up in a ball, or like Sonic the Hedgehog type shit.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I mean, maybe that's a wheel. I don't know. There's no axle though on that. There's no axle.
Well, if we're going with the definition, yeah, a wheel needs an axle. All right. Because we're all about definitions, aren't we?
You don't want me to pop the shed open, bandsaw. I got so many fucking wheels in there. I'm going in there right now just to take a quick peek. Just see how many I can even see.
You're not.
Just to
You're
see
a
what I can
dickhead,
see.
man. You're a man. This has got
Too
you.
dark.
It's got you by the balls. This man, you're
It's too dark in
obsessed.
there. I am.
I thought you were obsessed with spherical geometry. Now this is like another level.
Jeremy's gonna start going door to door. Can I please count your wheels versus doors, please?
Yeah, we're doing
taking a tally.
I'm from the Wheel Door Census Bureau. I'm just going to need to go through your house and count up all your wheels and doors. Thank you. Saying every electric motor has a wheel in it, right?
Yeah, well, if
There
you
has to
call
be a wheel.
the motor, if you call a motor a wheel because it's got an axle on the bearing.
Yeah, when this was first proposed, I was kind of thinking of like tires, you know, like on a car. That's kind of what I was thinking when it comes to wheels.
Yeah. No, we're counting all the doors, all the wheels, bro. Everything. What do you got?
You got to now to catch up. You got to count everything.
Yo, how about the blade on the snowblower and the blade on the lawnmower? That's got to be considered a wheel. Fucking clutching that, grasping that straws here. What about all the rotary phones? Is that spinning thing on the numbers? Is consider that a wheel?
Well, technically, it's on an axle.
Yeah. Does it need to be able to do a whole rotation though, or why? Who says wheels got to do a whole rotation? Why? That's not in the rules. And we're making the rules up as we go, so it doesn't even matter.
That's right.
Most luggage has 2 wheels on it these days, if not 4. You know, we didn't invent luggage with wheels till after we went to the moon. If you can fucking believe that. Who goes to the moon and then puts wheels on luggage? Like, that shit don't even make sense.
Isn't that the same story about some pen? They invented to write upside down, and all they needed was a pencil.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah. Bring a pencil, dude. What the fuck? That's way more reliable. Pens, you run out of ink, you're in space, you don't want ink flow, you break the pen, ink's floating around. You never bring ink out in a fucking spaceship or something.
What was wrong with paid NASA Shield today, Jeremy?
Nothing. Why? What's up?
Oh, exactly. He was very cordial. Very unlike him. Maybe he's coming down with something.
I'll be right back. I gotta order
Okay, my microphone works. That's good. Can you hear me, right? Hello?
Yeah, can hear you.
Nice.
Carsten, isn't it? Yeah, Carsten.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the to our little group, Carsten.
Sure. Little cave. Okay, thanks for the verify. I'm gonna head out.
Too easy. All right, mate. We'll see you around.
See ya.
All right.
The dude that just left sounded like that dragon guy. Or was that tripping? Why was he was wilding out earlier, Gio? Watch out for this guy. He came in blasting and dropping N-bombs all over the place.
Who, the dragon guy?
Yeah. Was that him, Banzo? I don't know. I didn't hear it. So I'm not sure.
Under what account was he doing that on?
I don't know. I think his name was Deleted User or something weird. I'm not sure. Listen, don't worry about that guy. It's wheels all day, bro. There's so many fucking wheels. This bullshit ass globe math is the best chance they have with this trapdoor spider thing.
I was on mute that whole time, was I? There you go. Unbelievable. I was talking to myself. Yeah, no, that deleted user was +1. He came in before Geo, and I knew exactly who it was. I took him up to VC check-in, and I told him this is his absolute last chance. Be on his best behaviour. Anyway, he came in and he was just dropping the N word, so I kicked him out and I banned him. No more chances.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty
Toxic.
wild. Yeah.
He's just toxic.
That's just a liability to have him even around.
Yeah. He wasn't even saying anything. He was just dropping it, just random. It's just like, what the hell? But he got kicked out of the asylum as well.
That's a shocker.
Yeah.
Well, I thought they kind of let anything fly there, but I guess not.
No. He got kicked out because he asked me for an invite to the asylum, and I said, "Why? Who kicked you out?" And I go, "Don kicked me out." I said, "Well, then I can't give you an invite back there if Don kicked you back. I think it's he's got something to do with the server there, so you're gonna have to ask him for an invite." Anyway, he got pretty mad one day because I muted him because he was carrying on like a pork chop, and then he left the server, I think. Anyways, he joined up under a new account, came in, asked to be verified. I didn't even know who it was at first. It was just deleted user. I went up there, and when I spoke to him, straight away I recognised his voice. Yeah, he came down here and just did it again. So see you later, alligator. This RC Meisty, Jeremy's asking for a distance. Have you got it yet?
Do I have a distance for what?
I know something 6 months ago. So I asked him, is it an apparent distance you're after? Anyway,
I think RC's on about with they plotted like 5 places in America, and it can't work on the globe supposedly, or it can't work on a flat Earth because the distance.
Did you ever look into it, Jeremy?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Talking of the devil, he pops in.
You told me, Jeremy, that like 6 months ago that you have the quote, "Your people look into it."
Oh.
Yeah. We're not convinced on the distances.
But what did your people, quote unquote, find out?
Well, my people aren't convinced of the difference. We found out that we're not convinced of the distances.
Oh my gosh, Jeremy, we've been over this about 35 times.
Apparent distances.
Bandit.
What?
What in the
can't you read? It doesn't say Banzel. Banzel. What the hell? It's fairly straightforward to read. All right.
Banzel. So
what apparent distance are you talking about?
I need you to define for me apparent distance, because this is the first time in my life I've ever heard the word apparent distance.
Really? Oh, come on, RC. You've been around long enough. You've
Well,
been
listen.
around long enough.
No, it seems like everybody in the flat Earth community puts the word apparent in front of it.
Listen, just before we go down
For-
this
for
rabbit
funsies.
hole with these distances,
Yeah.
this road, RC, do you happen to know how many trapdoor spiders there are on Earth?
Yeah, 35.
35.
No, so I'm asking, what the hell do you mean by apparent?
Well, just that, RC. Just that. Like, how did you measure these distances you're talking about?
Sorry, I had to pick up pizza. Somebody came in the door. Jeremy, we went over this about 35 times. Like, these are things, and Jeremy said himself, yeah, I want them over land so that we can then check. And then the quote was, let me have my people look into this.
Yes, we looked into it. We don't trust the distances.
Yeah, his math guys.
Because we went over the U.S. Geological Survey. We can verify every single distance between all known points on the face of the United States.
Okay then. So,
And in fact, Jeremy asked me, hey, can you get me them all over land so that I know and we can check these? And I was like, absolutely. I came up with a specific plan for Jeremy that never took us over any oceans or anything like that, but it was all over land.
And a good thing that Jeremy's added to those things, that same type of test, is make them in smaller sections so the optics aren't as bad.
So
What
now,
at your thing?
how did you measure them, RC? How did you measure them?
Jeremy already agreed that the U.S. Geological Survey was a good enough way of measuring.
Don't bring
I
Jeremy
don't
into
remember that. Hold on, I don't even remember
Yes,
that part.
Jeremy, you said, okay, U.S. Geological Survey seems credible. That works. Because we can check that your specific thing was, I want to be able to go out and check any distance against the U.S. Geological Survey. And I said, yeah.
I don't even remember this U.S. Geological Survey thing being brought up.
Yeah, in fact, I think we spent like 2 days going through the U.S. Geological Survey data.
No, that was not me. That wasn't
Yes,
me.
Jeremy. In fact, I even have the messages where you're like, let me have my people look into it.
Yeah, when you sent me the pictures.
Okay.
Don't worry about who my people are, Sean.
That's right. Now we're looking into it. So how did you measure them?
We already verified them through the U.S. Geological Survey.
How?
By driving your car, by plotting a map.
Okay, then. So they are apparent distances, then, aren't they?
Bro, driving your car is not going to get you the distance from New York to L.A.
There we go.
Well, how do you think they know the distance?
I don't know, but definitely not from driving a car.
You
bro.
don't
You're going
know?
up and down hills, around bends. She'll be coming around a mountain when she comes.
Yet that same survey maps out the roads, and they can map out the distances, and all those distances still work. Yeah. I mean, Bandy. Yeah, I mean, that railway in Australia, all those everything. If those distances didn't work, would any of those places been built correctly?
Are they exact distances?
Yes, exact.
Yeah.
They're not exact, Sean. They're an approximation.
Down to 4 meters per 1,000 miles accuracy.
Oh, so they're 4 meters out. There you go. So they're only apparent
No,
distances now.
Hey, because I said they are 4 meters per 1,000 miles.
Kind of reaching, Bandsaw. Like, you kind of reaching today.
They're already apparent. Oh my god!
You were looking for that niche. You're like,
Jeremy's quote was, "This could." He said, "I don't know, RC. This could be it."
It could be if we could verify those distances. It could be it.
And over 6 months, you couldn't look into one of those distances, Jeremy.
How did you really think he would?
How do you verify it? I couldn't figure out how to verify the distance from like New York to LA or whatever.
You can literally go out and go across the
So now Jeremy can't do it, therefore it can't be verified.
This and wheels.
Wheels. Yeah. Have you guys heard Jeremy's wheel conundrum he had today?
They fucking heard it, bro. Everyone in this room heard it.
Motherfucker, he had a breakdown today, Bandsaw.
Hey, I was there, and and Jeremy's pissed because of the trapdoor spider. Right?
We don't even know if that's a real number. Well, it's an apparent number.
And we already did the math on it, Sean, and it works out to be something like 17 quadrillion trapdoor spiders. It's insane the amount of trapdoor spiders. It's insane.
It was when I was here, Jeremy was running around his house using his bathroom, counting wheels.
He's pulling his kids' toys apart, the dishwasher, everything. His wife's come home, the house is in disarray. What's going on, babe? I'm just counting wheels.
Has your wife come home yet? That's what I want to know.
It's funny. It's funny.
So, the house yet.
So, RC, if I jump in my car, right, and I pick 3 points, all right, 3 random points, say Adelaide, Melbourne, and Alice Springs, and I drive between those 3 points, all right, and all I do is take the odometer reading off my car. Can I work out whether or not I am on a globe or a plane?
With just that? No.
Is it just with your road distances?
Yeah.
That's how my fucking printer's out of ink. Son of a bitch.
Check the wheels in it. Check the wheels on the railing of it, Jeremy.
You would need, more specifically, 4 points, at least 5, and then, you could work it out.
How would you work that out? Because I don't believe with just distances driving you can deduce whether or not it's a globe or not.
Yeah. How would you do it?
And I'm a glober, dude. I just don't think so.
Give me a second. You cannot do it just with distances driving. You also have to track your direction if you're going to drive. And I have specifically asked, I've done this particular challenge for Jeremy so that no direction system has to be appealed to in order to simply show what basic geometry tells us, which is if there is a plane, then any triangle on that plane is going to conform to basic law of sines, cosines, and you can see that those do not conform on the face of the earth.
Have you heard of Sky Vector before?
Who?
Absolutely.
What?
Yeah, that was that. In fact, the Jeremy's distances that I showed him that he can choose, I showed it to him on SkyVector. I showed it on ForeFlight because ForeFlight is what we use in airplanes. Typically, SkyVector is just kind of like a reference you can use. I showed him in ForeFlight, but then
it's a good system though, software.
Yeah, it's great.
So anyway, you can't do it. You need more than 3 points, do you? Or more information.
Like heading, that'd be the direction, stuff like that. Why would you?
You need 5 points on the surface.
Why, Jeremy? Why do you need 5 points? I think you can do it in 3
points. No, because you're silly.
No, you need minimum 4. With 5, you can do auto references to those distances and verify the other 6 that you get.
Why couldn't you just triangulate it over?
Bro, 3 is out.
Areas of the United States.
We're arguing over 4 and 5.
Yeah,
3 is out.
Yeah. Okay, Jeremy, it's not out.
3 is out, bro. We're arguing over 4 and 5.
No, it's not. 3's not out, bro. 3's not out, bro.
Okay.
Bro, it's not out.
We're way past 3 at this point. Okay.
So with 4 you can with 4 you can check. With 5 you can verify.
Okay.
Which is verification is what we're looking for, right?
Maybe I
don't know. Bandsaw, are you looking for verification? I don't know if Jeremy is.
Yeah, we need 5 points. Me and RC both know this.
So with 4 points you can check at least one other side. With 5 points, you can check all other sides.
Oh, I see why. Okay.
How would you do this just with driving and odometer readings?
That's sillier than Sean's 3 points.
Yeah, I told you I told you that trying to do it with just 3 points in odometers, you need to appeal to directions also. When trying
Right.
to appeal.
Okay then. Okay.
You can't do that with any points
So
with your car and an
so
odometer. You're going up
So
and
to
down
answer
hills
your
around
question,
turns. Go ahead.
to answer your question, Bandsaw, no, you can't.
No, I didn't think so, but maybe I misunderstood him actually.
Well,
This is
he
something-
added that you would need extra data to come to these conclusions. Just mileage doesn't work. Yeah, just mileage wouldn't work.
Bro, nothing's gonna work. What do you think would work with in your car? Go ahead, man.
Jeremy, we literally just explained what would work.
Yeah, like I said, Sean, maybe I misunderstood him, right? But it was from Bob. You know, Bob. What's his name?
Super Noodle Doodle.
No. The science guy, Bob, the science guy. Not What?
Dude,
Well, that's where I got the Sky Vector stuff from.
Bob the science guy thought clouds were made of gas the other day.
Jeremy,
Okay.
bro, Jeremy, bro.
So did Blue Marble and Babs, bro.
You're joking.
It was absurd.
Oh my goodness gracious me!
So listen, I'm beyond. Sean thinks you need 3 points. The amount of ridiculous shit Sean has said in the past week.
Isn't evaporation water? No, is it? I guess is it still? See, I don't even know that question. Never mind. I don't want to ask you.
You don't
I
even know
want
what
your
clouds
answer.
are made of, bro. It's
All right,
okay.
so
We all got questions about the sky.
If the question is, are there gases in clouds? Yeah, there are. In fact, the whole point of a cloud, like naming it a cloud, is that we have water droplets, which you could say aren't a gas, but they are suspended in a gas.
Right. So you think? Who told you that?
What?
Who told you that?
You think that the atmosphere is not a gas?
Of course, there's gas around the
Okay,
cloud.
great.
Duh.
And so, are the water droplets in the cloud suspended in a gas?
Yes, there's gas all around the water, all around the cloud that you see. There's gas all around that.
And throughout the cloud,
The thing you see. The thing you see. I don't know. Find me somewhere that says the cloud's made of gas. I've never seen that before.
Well, you can know there's gases in clouds because we have issues with acid rain.
Okay, I'm gonna get a NASA citation real quick.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I'm getting a
That's
NASA
true.
citation. Don't
Wait,
worry, man.
wait.
NASA's on our side.
NASA's on your side? Now
Yeah,
NASA's
wait,
on your side. Bro, really?
Yeah,
do you even NASA? Jeremy, do you even NASA, bro? I didn't think so.
So
yeah, but you have.
So it is a gas.
Gas is in the cloud.
I just told you that a cloud is simply water droplets that are suspended in a gas.
Yeah, wait, did they say clouds are made of gas or there's gas in clouds?
I don't think you guys listen.
I think that may be the problem.
Here we go. Ready? Are you ready? I got NASA on the line.
Hang on, bro, Jeremy, bro. What did they say? Did they say there are gases in clouds or clouds are made of gas?
Made of gas. Made of gas, they said. Hold on, now my AirPod's dying. Thanks, Sean. Thanks. I'll be right back.
They did not.
What just happened? What did Jeremy just blame me for?
Hold on.
You're holding me up. Listen, NASA.gov. A cloud is made of water droplets or ice crystals floating in the sky. Boom.
Okay, that's what RC just said.
Yep. Nothing about. I didn't hear gas. Nothing about gas.
Okay, now type. Are there gases in clouds? Just type it. See what it says. And I bet it says there are gases throughout the cloud. Yes, just like RC just explained. It's like you didn't even hear him. It's like you don't listen to him, Jeremy.
Bro, there's gases around everything.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
So what RC said is correct.
Okay, but the cloud itself is made of water droplets, ice crystals, dust particles, shit like that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, it is suspended in what, Jeremy? Suspended means that it's throughout a medium. What is that thing that it's suspended in?
It's in a medium of gas.
It's
not made of gas.
Are you just not wanting to say RC's correct in what he said?
The medium of gas. Does that mean I made of gas?
Is RC correct in what he just said?
If I put a brick and just
Why will no one give
Oh my
RC
God,
the
Jeremy,
recognition
nobody's
he
talking about a
deserves?
brick, son of a bitch.
Can someone give RC some credit, Jeremy Bandsaw? Because he just explained that. Acknowledge it. Acknowledge him.
gases,
Gas.
clouds, and everything else on Earth.
Yeah.
I
Everything's
like
surrounded by
RC.
gas. Yes, great.
Do you not? I love how they just will not acknowledge that what you just said was correct.
You didn't let me respond.
Everything's
Okay.
in the medium of air. Yes, this is not
You can't-
profound.
Okay,
Like you
but
won't-
RC was correct, right, Jeremy?
You won't pause, Sean. I can't respond. Like you won't pause. Like you keep on jumping on the mic every 2
sorry.
seconds every time I go to talk. Right?
I'm sorry.
Yes, yes. Clouds are in gases. Clouds are in gases, and in between those little water particles, those vapor particles, there is probably a gas particle as well.
So yes, RC was correct.
So RC is stretching to say.
This shit is just, you're
That's
grasping
fucking
at
bad,
straws.
That's messed up, dude.
That's actually
Bro, everything's in
messed up.
everything we know of is in the medium of air. So what? That doesn't mean that
Okay,
Jeremy,
but RC
Jeremy,
was
that
correct.
our only damn point. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the
but
crazy
you're
part
not.
because you guys are basically repeating what RC said, but you won't acknowledge RC was correct. That's
But
messed up.
it's like a non sequitur though. It's a non sequitur though because it's not like everything's in that
We're not
medium of
even
air.
debating,
You can't
Jeremy.
just throw
Jeremy.
out words like non sequitur after a
Yeah,
green
dude, we're not in a debate. That
Just
shit
for
means
fun.
nothing.
So, I think you need to get back to your apparent distances. It's far more substantial.
I think when you talk about your apparent distances, right, and we actually look at the distance, it's going to turn out like the gases and clouds.
A bandsaw.
Yeah.
When you're on your coast, what island is off your coast that you can see?
Oh, kangaroo.
Okay, perfect. Kangaroo.
Yeah.
How far is Kangaroo from the beach?
Apparently 17 kilometers.
Okay, now, okay. So, if you go from that spot at the beach and you do it 10 times, will it be different from that 17?
Yep.
Okay, it will. So you're telling me that island moves?
No. Because how are you measuring it? How are you measuring it, Sean?
With a meter stick.
Well, in a canoe.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you could use a tape measure to fucking measure the curve, if there's curve or not, I could use the fucking meter stick to measure the distance to that island.
Because when I go up that wave and down that wave, it varies every single time. Sean.
No. I'm going to use Scotch tape and tape a bunch of them together to form a straight line.
There you go. Well, apparently it'll be 17 kilometers thereabouts.
Okay, then what would make it? Then what would make it a physical distance? How would you do that then?
You'd have to measure it.
Okay, how would you measure it?
With a ruler.
All right. RC, you made him leave. You guys are rude.
I make you believe.
That motherfucker was right. You and Jeremy, you heard him explain it in detail. It's water molecules in the atmosphere are surrounded by gases. So in that sense, there are gases in clouds, not made of. He said in clouds.
I agreed like 10 times, bro.
No, you didn't. You did everything but agree. You just now may say
everything's in the medium of air. It's not. It's nonsense to even mention it.
No, okay.
Everything's in the air.
Well, yeah. You guys keep saying that, but that's what RC said, and you guys were like, "Shut up." Let me explain to you. I'm a NASA boy now because that's what Jeremy said.
So now it's raining gases. It's raining gases now.
Yeah.
We're just gonna say
we have dirty
irrelevant
water.
things.
Fuck yeah.
Say irrelevant things. Giraffes have long necks.
Well, Bandy, you believe in climate.
in
you believe that we do affect the climate in some way, right?
We do. 100%. We
okay.
cause pollution. Yep.
Oh yeah. So and I'm guarantee you, do you live in I don't know how Australia works, but here in the United States, like our
You don't
LA,
wanna
New
know.
York, or it's our smoggy ass, like our most pollution in the air. When it rains, we can trap that rain and go test it and see how much fucking crap is in our air.
Yeah. I know, it's
So
disgusting.
the water does trap gases. Then it has to. That's the only way we'd be getting it in that test.
happening?
No.
What do you
It's
think's
more.
happening?
So
It's more the dust
So-
that it traps. It's
Okay.
more the dust that it traps
Yeah.
and the minerals
the
in
particles, the particulates.
it's not necessarily.
You're right.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
I am.
yeah.
I know I am.
It's particular. Shut up. That's your damn man. It's all like you're. What the fuck is going on with you? You used to be so much more polite. You're just becoming mean. You're fucking a meanie head right now, dude. Fucking A, I'm Jeremy all of a sudden. You used to be my safe place because of the bandsaw.
Boy, safe place.
We have a bandsaw right now either with this trapdoor spider thing. All right.
Okay, let's talk about this, Jeremy, because I love talking about animals, like nature. Like I love looking. Like I've been like a fanboy about nature for like ever. Let's talk about this issue. So I'm gonna say there's probably 6 million trapdoor spiders.
You just
and-
made that shit
and
up.
check
I
this
can
out.
hear you making it up. I heard you
Yeah,
make
you're right.
that shit
I
up
am
in your mind.
100% making it up, Jeremy. I'm 100% making it up. But now I'm going to explain to you why I think that number is justified. I think that there's a way they've probably seen at least that many. That means
Number.
just
I'm not
what
gonna lie. I like
okay,
that number.
so whatever
That's a good number
they
for
gave
me.
you, so whatever number they gave you is probably an extension of what they've seen. So if you knew there was 1 million, that
But
means
we don't have
that
any
you
numbers.
saw- yeah, we see them, Jeremy. We know they exist.
Any numbers? I know we know they exist,
We-
but I can't get any numbers on how many. How
Okay,
many?
and and this is how they would get that average. This is the number they're giving you an average. This is how they would know. They in a population where if they see one, they start looking around that area, and in that area, if they find 20 of them, then and they go to another area where they've seen one, and they find 30 of them. They then have an average to put in that area, and then they trump it up because they know what they've seen is not all that's there. So they give it a bigger number. So the number they give is higher than it's probably real. But the reality of it is if they've seen half of that, they can deduce that there's probably a lot more they haven't seen.
Hey,
Bro,
Sean.
I'll give you 1 billion trapdoor spiders.
No.
Okay.
Way more than that.
Why not?
See?
Sean,
We need,
check
like-
this out. No, hold on. Sean, check this out, right?
Okay.
There
Is it okay? Oh,
hold on, Sean. Listen, right? There was a study done and they found 840 spiders live in 1 square meter, right? This would equal about 3.5 million spiders per acre, right? It's
Okay.
insane. So then, right, they worked this out to be about 30. There's about 37 billion acres of land. So that works out to be 21 quadrillion spiders that live on Earth today. There are 200. Hold on, I haven't finished yet. There are 255 different species of trapdoor spiders. Right, so you divide that 21 quadrillion by 255, so only for one species of trapdoor spider, and the number will blow your mind.
Okay.
Where
Now,
you fucked up.
is that the number that they give? The number you just gave out, is that the number they give?
Yeah.
How many species of spiders are there? I see where you fucked up.
Whoa. Stop. Hang on. Bandsaw.
What?
Is that the number they give? Is that the number? The number you give, the trillions.
Have you posted a number?
I see where he fucked up.
No. You said, wait, hang on. Bandsaw, you said trillions.
No, quadrillions. Quadrillions.
Okay.
That's all
Did
spiders.
you? Okay. Yeah. Right. Did you make that number up, or is that the number they gave?
That's the number they gave.
Okay. So Jeremy, is that you said that's all the spiders or just that species?
This is where he fucked up. He took all this.
Oh.
the total
Okay.
amount of spiders. Hold on. This
Mhm.
is where you fucked up. You took the total amount of spiders and divided that by this number of species of trapdoor spiders.
No, we didn't. No, because what we first did, we divided 21 quadrillion by 43,000. All right.
Okay. Okay.
There's
All right.
43,000 species of spiders, right? So,
Yeah.
and so that number then, technically speaking, you could multiply by 255, but we didn't do that. We just left it at one lot, and it came to some ridiculous number.
Yeah, it's like
Ridiculous.
trillions, bro. This is him being generous.
Trillion.
This is like, hold on though. This is like if we say there's 1 billion cats on Earth, and then say there's, I don't know, 10,000 species of cats. So there's 1 million of each kind of species of cats, but we know some cats are like extinct and shit. Yeah, this is some fucked up Glober math he did on me.
Time out. You understand? Okay. Hey, Bandsaw.
Okay.
The brown snake you guys have.
Yeah.
Are they populated? Are there a lot of them everywhere in Australia?
Oh yeah, there's millions of them.
Okay. How many encounters are reported?
Oh, I've got no idea.
No,
Come on,
okay.
seriously.
Give me a number, and I will not hold you to the number as actual numbers. But I need an answer.
Well, I know lots of people that have had encounters personally, and I have had myself, I reckon, a dozen encounters myself.
But you're not reporting them, right?
Well, no, I'm not reporting them.
Okay,
No.
so how about this? Okay, would you agree with this number? And this, again, hypothetical numbers. We're just doing this just so we can clarify better. Okay, I'll say 200,000 reported brown snake encounters. That doesn't mean bit. That just means, someone saw a brown snake. They called whoever you guys have to come and retrieve them. So so that's 200,000. Would you agree with this? There are 500,000 brown snake encounters a year in our scenario. Would you agree with those numbers?
Oh, well, yeah, at a very low estimate, I would say.
Oh, yeah. Okay, but now this is what's important. The final number. Now, with those numbers, would you agree there are 3 million brown snakes? Just with our numbers. Again, these are hypotheticals, so.
Oh, yeah, I'd say, well, no. Well, no. No, I wouldn't agree with that number. I would put it at 30 million.
Would I say?
Their numbers.
What I say?
You said 3 million.
Okay, 30. Yes, I like your number better. Okay, the point is that the amount of trapdoor spiders, that species alone, the amount that we know of are the ones reported. But we know there are probably more encounters. And I don't think you understand how many spiders in a square acre you can find in the Amazon jungle. Hundreds of thousands. So that is a realistic idea. Now, the best part is you live in Australia. So are you going to tell me that the 30 million brown snakes don't live intermingling with you and you never see them? The ones that you never... So you said you encountered them 12 times. Don't you think... I bet you've been within 3 foot of one 100 times. Would you agree?
Oh, 100% I'd agree. Yep. Yep.
Yes. I mean, the realization is this. We have to pack numbers on because regardless of what's reported or what's even just seen, we know there's a shit ton more.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly right. That's why I'm being generous with the trapdoor spider number.
I mean, if you want to talk about a number that's so fucking made up, it's insane. Let's talk about how many ants there are on this earth.
Yeah, well.
Now, impossible for them ever to fucking know. But their number is probably in the ballpark, or if not wrong. Their number is probably low. But it's the same thing as trapdoor spiders. It's the exact same way they count those numbers. The same way you did it. The problem is they probably don't account for every single acre of a continent. They probably think they only account for the acreage in which, range would be of that area, because they know they don't have to account for spiders in Canada like they do in Florida. You know what I mean? So if the numbers get different. I don't think their numbers was quadrillions. I don't know, but I think even their numbers are going to still be low no matter fucking what they say.
Mm.
And they know that. There's no way they think they can tell you how many spiders there are. Impossible. Fucking impossible. You live in kind of the country-ish area, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how many fucking egg sacs have you found? I guarantee you haven't seen them all. And how many come out of those motherfuckers? Dude, I think 1 million spiders in an acre could be possible.
Well, this can't be right. They're saying there is 21 quadrillion spiders in the world. Right?
That could be right. That could be
No,
low.
No, I'm not arguing with that. But then I go onto another website, right? And they say there are more than 10. Oh no, sorry. So there is 21 quadrillion spiders. They are estimating, and they reckon it's pretty low, at 10 quintillion ants on Earth. Quintillion. That is insane.
And that number, low. Probably low. Because remember, now think about it. If they can contribute 50 million ants in a square acre, that's the known ants we know. And we keep finding them. Different fucking types. Every time we find a different type, you have to add 50, 75, 100 million to that number automatically. So, I mean, we know those numbers are just almost impossible to fucking know. When we, let's make it an easier number, an easier thing to do. When they talk about, rhinos and shit, and there only being 200 left, that's because they counted 200 of them.
Yeah.
But there could be 245.
Yeah.
There could be 300, but their range is so limited, and that's why I used it, that it's easier to do that kind of count. But we're talking about animals that are fucking impossible. And I don't give a fuck what science says. Impossible to ever know how many there actually are.
Oh no, they're not going to. Not going to. Damn.
But they can with other species. I mean, like the rhino. It's much easier to do with a rhino. You know, you're not going to have to go look in Alaska for rhinos.
I tried to help you out, Jeremy. I Googled to see if there was an ant called the wheel ant, but there's no such thing.
Ooh, Jeremy, you'll love the fuck out of this. So, Jeremy, there are species of ants in the Amazon that when they come to small creeks or even, not high, fast current rivers, but flowing rivers, they actually form a fucking ant ball to float across to get to the other side. Swear to fucking God, we'll Google it.
What about the ones
Jeremy,
that
ants use wheels.
They form ant bridges. Ant bridges.
Yes, same type of ants. Yep.
Yeah, they're crazy.
They're smart as fuck.
Do you guys have the big bull ant over there? That would be about an inch long. A bull ant. Bull. Bull.
A bullet?
No, a bull ant.
A bull ant. I don't think I've never encountered a bull ant. Oh,
they're a big.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
That way, I have a reference to what you're talking.
They're a nasty thing.
Do they hang out with bullshit?
Yeah.
Hey, I'll be right back because my Wi-Fi is crap right now. I gotta change my phone. I'll be right back.
Too easy. No, they're a nasty ant. They bite you, you know about it. It's like fire.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or they don't form wheels. They don't do wheels in nature. It's got to have an axle.
No, it doesn't, Jeremy.
Wheels got to have axles.
No, it does not. Yeah, I looked it up. I've never seen that type of ant. The only ants that I worry about are red ants or fire ants or army ants. Those are the ones that really fuck us up. But I mean, I shit. There are many bugs I've never seen. Thank God.
Yo, I'm telling you, how many realistically, how many of these spiders, trapdoor spiders, do you think exist right now?
Too many.
You don't know that. You don't know.
I'll say.
I give them $1 billion.
40. I'll say 45 billion.
45 billion? I think we still
Yeah.
got you with the wheel. You want 45 billion? Hold on, let me think about it.
I'll take. Fuck yeah, 45 billion. That sounds for that species of spider. Sure, yeah, easy. And I'm probably low.
All of them. There's 300 species of trapdoor spiders.
Okay.
Still 45 billion?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
They all got 3 doors, you said, Bandsaw? Damn, bro.
3 doors. Yeah, 3 doors. Yeah.
Fucking day.
Yeah. Hey, Jeremy, they are definitely fucking geniuses. Have you ever
So
Google's like
150 billion?
Hey, Jeremy, if you want to see a work of fucking art, go YouTube trapdoor spiders. They are legit.
Yeah.
So that's 135.
And Jeremy, they get fucking big as fuck. Not as big as tarantulas.
That's
but they still get
135 billion. I think we could do you with the wheels on this. I don't know. I got to think about this.
I don't even know what you're talking. How do you contribute wheels in this spider conversation?
The wheels are sinking.
Yeah.
No.
Geo, wait,
We got a
time
lot
out.
of wheels,
I remember.
bro.
Okay, hang
There's
on.
1 billion
Jeremy,
bicycles. 1 billion bicycles alone.
Jeremy, you said you and Les, Nate, started this conversation, right?
Yeah, Nate brought this up. That motherfucker. I've been spazzing on it all day.
Okay. And I'm gonna say this to you, Geo, and you, Bandsaw. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go get the DM that I wrote to Nate, and I'm gonna say the same thing to you guys. You motherfucker.
What are you gonna say? Just say it.
You motherfuckers. You guys have broke Jeremy. You need to stop and help me fix him. This wheel thing you got going, Jeremy, is really scaring me because from just the hour and a half that we were having a conversation about this, you went through a list of things. Started in the bathroom, counting wheels and taking shit apart. I'm worried about you.
This came up 12 hours ago. Sure, we were talking about it for like 3 or 4 hours. Right, I check out.
This
I go to
happened?
sleep. I come back. I come back here, and it's still going. It's like, what the hell?
That's all. Me and Jeremy talked about this 4 hours ago.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I'm Geo, you can't let this happen, man. This is your server.
It's funny. It's funny. I thought
It's not funny. I'm worried about Jeremy. I'm worried about him.
I thought spherical excess got him, but this is a whole new level. This is a different level altogether.
I thought concave had him. I thought the cell phone thing had him. Crypto. I thought all that shit had him. But now he's moved on to this, and this one scares me because he wasn't taking anything apart in his house to figure that shit out. Jeremy, is your wife home, Jeremy?
She came home and her eyes rolled back in her head because everything's pulled apart.
I bet you, Bandsaw, I bet you money Jeremy's wife is not home yet. Jeremy, is your wife home yet?
Yeah, I didn't take anything apart that couldn't be put back together within minutes. Okay.
Jeremy, is she home yet? Is she home yet?
She doesn't. I asked her about the wheels and doors. She doesn't know.
Okay, is she home yet?
Yes, I asked her when she got home. I asked her when she got home. Bro, nothing's apart.
How much of that? Oh, you put that shit back
Everything's
quick.
together. And I'm pretty sure there's 4 wheels at least inside a microwave.
Easy. Just wait. My microwave. Look, I'll count my wheels on just the roller alone.
My fridge got 6. My fridge got 16 wheels, bro. My fridge, 16 wheels.
Jeremy, what about knobs? Knobs that you turn your oven on and off with. Is that a wheel? It's on an axle. It's on an axle. It goes round in a circle.
Round.
I say you got on your oven, you got knobs, turning knobs on your microwaves. What about your barbecues? Oh my, there's so many knobs on things. It's insane. It's insane. What about a door handle knob that you turn? Is that a wheel?
I mean, the barbecue's got wheels on it anyway. It's 2 wheels on the bottom so you can move it and shit.
Yeah, plus 4
That's without
knobs.
even counting the. That's without even counting the fucking the knobs and shit. Yeah.
There we go.
Yo, I'm telling you, just how many? So you guys need 150 billion, give or take, trap doors for the trap door spiders. It's a lot of fucking wheels I gotta come up with.
You don't feel guilty for what you're doing right now.
Listen, this is the most interesting thing we've talked about for days now.
That's true, but I'm worried about Jeremy. I'm worried about you, buddy. In Bandsaw, that's fucked up. You know what you're doing. Gio knows what he's doing. He's giggling right now. Jeremy's just flipping out, counting wheels.
He's going insane.
Hey,
He's going insane.
On a more serious note, Pete had a complete breakdown yesterday, right?
Who? Pete? What? Shay?
Pete, like a complete, not like a rage troll meltdown. That man had a for real meltdown. Like every time someone would talk, he'd talk over him, and then he started going to this. He's upset with his mom because she watches mainstream media and doesn't like Putin.
Right.
And every time someone would bring a topic up, Pete would literally flip the F out and start yelling and projecting at people the same thing. You just believe mainstream media, and I told you not to believe them. It was insane.
So Sean, does he think Putin's a good guy?
I don't know. I'm telling you, it was a meltdown, dude. It wasn't a conversation.
Man.
It was literally a meltdown. I'm not bullshitting. It was a meltdown. It was crazy. It was wow.
I find it. Well, I don't actually find it funny. I don't find it funny actually. The topic because it's quite a serious. It's quite a serious topic actually. To be honest with you, Sean.
It was funny as fuck. But here's the thing: I didn't get involved because I do the same.
Yeah.
I don't think antagonizing that is a good idea at all. No. And I'm not a mod over there, so I got no say.
No, but it is the way people are picking sides, right? I find it just incredible. And like I went fishing last weekend with a friend, and we were in a boat, Sean, and the topic came up. Now we talk about everything, every single conspiracy and whatnot. We talk about it all, and we both have different views on things. And this conversation actually got quite heated and quite aggressive. It was insane. And I said to me, man, we can't talk about this anymore. We're going to kill each other. It is out of control, literally out of control. I can't believe how emotionally invested you are in this topic. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And me too. I got emotionally invested too because he was saying like, what a bad person Putin was for doing all this sort of stuff. And I said, well, if you believe the mainstream media on either side, I said Putin is spruiking his word, what he says, why he's doing it. And these are the reasons. So the answer to me seems fairly simple, Sean. Right? NATO gives a guarantee that they're not going to encroach on NATO. Put that in writing, put it out there, and technically speaking, his terms are met, and this all should be over. It's as simple as that, right? If you believe the story, Sean, right? If you believe the story.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing, Bandy, because and I'll tell you exactly why. I think Putin is an asshole, and here's why. And this is as honest as it gets, and I guarantee the reason most people have the same opinion, but don't admit it. I'm 40 years old, and everything I know about Putin is he's an asshole, and he don't give a fuck. and he's not an ally with us. And if there was a world war, it would be with them. So they are the enemy. And I don't know shit about Ukraine.
Yep.
And that's the reality of it. I don't even know what. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck is going on in Ukraine. I don't know what the real reason is for it. So I don't have an opinion of Ukraine, but I have an opinion of Putin prior to this even happening.
Exactly right. And we get our opinion from the stories that we're fed, Sean. Right, the stories that we're fed. That's how we get our story. And we here in Australia are very, very similar. Like Australia, good guy. Russia, bad guy. That's the way we're being brought up too. Same with China, like these communist countries, these oppressive countries. Like we're good guy, they're bad guy. But the stories are just stories. Like we're only fed what they want us to think and how they want us to lead.
I
To lead us,
100% agree.
right?
I agree with what you're saying because you're saying this. Putin isn't doing this for no fucking reason. One side had to have done something for Putin to want to do this, and it's not just because he just wants to be taking over shit for no fucking reason. And no one's talking about that part.
Look, whether it's the side between Russia and Ukraine, whether it's the side of the New World Order, one world government versus the fucking rest of the world, or whatever the fuck is going on, none of us are going to know what's going on, Sean. None of us ever are going to know what's going on. But you can be guaranteed what they want. They want people to pick a side. That's what they want, and people are picking a side.
Oh yeah, any agenda they have for doing it, they handpick which one for the media to get, for the American people to know about. But there's 1,000 parts of that they're not saying shit about.
Yeah. No, it's crazy.
The only reality of it is that is 100% real. Is that Russia is pissed off at them, and they're pissed off at Russia because they're fighting. That's the only realistic thing we know.
Well,
because I'm sure the Ukrainian people are going to go because Russians are attacking us, and I'm pretty sure the Russian soldiers are going because they're firing at us. Like everyone has a story.
The only realistic thing that we know, Sean, no, I don't even call that realistic, right? The realistic thing that we know that you have the Russian government, the Ukrainian government, right? They are telling their peoples what to do, why to do it, and they're doing it. And now, right, people that are doing these things, right, innocent people are dying left, right, and center, and people that aren't even involved in the fighting are getting killed. Right, that's the reality of it. Right, these people are just following orders, and they're not even pissed off at each other. They're just following orders because they're told to follow orders.
Yeah, the biggest issue, and I wish we went back to Civil War times, or even before that, because even in past before that, because remember, leaders of fucking countries and shit like that were like generals, motherfuckers who got their prestige in battle. All our wars now are fought behind a fucking desk, and we have pawns. We get like a chessboard, and we get to just play. They get to sit in an office, going, "Let's move them here," and they all got killed, and he goes, "Oh well, still got all these other ones. Let me move this one over here." They're not there. They're not in there. They'll never have to pick up a fucking gun. They'll never have to protect anything.
Yeah, all these people making the decisions and whatnot. Put your
Fans,
children, put your cousins, put everyone else that you know on the front line and see what sort of decisions you make. Yes, Bob. Yes.
I'm going to put something in the live stream one chat. Go ahead and check it out.
All right, mate. Yeah. What have we got? Oh, movie sets. Yeah. I saw something like this a couple of days ago, I think. How it all seems
This
like
guy,
staged.
he apparently went into Ukraine. He just went there just to check it out, and like there's like I think like a train station where they have people where they're getting like their shots and stuff like that. But then like a minute or two walk away, it's like people are just living their lives normally, as if nothing's going on. Like it seems like there's a whole lot of like them faking things, basically saying that the war is horrible and people are fleeing and stuff like that, but like they just walk a little ways away and apparently people are just living their lives like there's nothing happening.
Yeah.
But but there are people that like from Ukraine that are reporting about it as well, and even if the mainstream media. No one's saying all of Ukraine is under siege right now. Like West Ukraine, it's happening, and those people are going about it's happening in Iraq. It's everywhere when that starts happening. Everything's happening on the east and the central. I think it's not impossible that's the case. I mean, Bandsaw, when you guys were at war with emus, the whole country wasn't in worried about it. It was only an area, right?
Yeah. It was stupid. That was stupid. But you know what? I've seen lots of footage, so-called staged footage, with people with cardboard cutouts of machine guns and this sort of stuff. And yeah, this stuff has been put out there. But is this also too part of the propaganda? Is it also too part of the propaganda to get us to think, oh, look, this stuff is being staged. Look what they're doing. Like the whole thing's a mind fuck when you start thinking about it. Really, it really is.
Well, it's definitely propaganda because they're definitely showing you what they want you to show you. Because you realize they're not showing you the areas and the videos and the footage of Russia taking over areas. They're just showing Ukrainians fighting back or them doing something stupid to Ukrainians. They're not showing the real picture of it. It is propaganda. They're 100% showing us what they want to show us. Not everything, just what they want. It's 100% propaganda. But to think that it's not happening is ridiculous. Because then you're
It's definitely happening, Sean. There is definitely bombs going off. There are definitely bullets flying around. That is definitely happening. No two ways about it. And for anyone to say that it's fake, so to speak, is just it's a ridiculous train of thought. But the whole reasons
Russians
behind
are
it,
getting.
where it's happening. Sorry, Jeremy.
I was going to say the Russians are getting lit up with Molotov cocktails over there.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. If you put it in those
allegedly.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like a lot of raw footage of people.
Because the thing is there are a lot of people that act as if it's not really happening. And the other situation is when you say a stage, okay, it's not in a studio. Absolutely not. Are they showing you what they want? Are they specifically editing videos to look as bad as they want it to sound? Yes. Is that a movie studio? No.
Jeremy, have you ever been to Ukraine?
No, never.
Yeah, that footage could have been from 15 years ago, something in Iraq or Iran or something.
It literally could have been.
You don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
you would literally have no idea.
Okay.
You don't know where that footage came from. That it was Ukraine.
Bob, the important question is this then: is the Ukraine-Russia war real or fake?
So far, seems pretty fake. It seems like their reasons are fake, and it seems like the stuff that they're telling us is fake. So far, it seems like we've been told a whole lot of lies about what's happening.
It's called auto-hoaxing, Bob.
No. What's happening over there? There is fighting going over there. My sister-in-law.
Sure, I'm not saying nothing's happening. Something's happening.
Yeah, my sister-in-law is Ukrainian, right? She left there 15 years ago, though, right? She has relatives over there at the moment. What is happening over there is real, right? But she doesn't even know what is happening over there herself. I've questioned her. Like, she's got no idea. Like, she's only fed what she is fed. Like, she logs on to like the Ukrainian newspaper sites and things like that. So she's only reading the Ukrainian propaganda, right?
But think about this, Bandsaw. Like whenever they talk about their rocket launches that they have for NASA and stuff, like who's claiming that nothing is happening at those rocket launch sites? I don't know if anyone's claiming nothing's happening. Something is happening.
No,
obviously, there's something happening at the rocket launch sites. Clearly, it's just a matter of is it what they tell us that it is?
Yeah, but I do know, Bob. I do know that Yulia's relatives and friends that are still in Ukraine, they aren't being affected by what's going on at the moment. I do know that.
Now, Bandsaw, logistically, do they live in Western Ukraine?
Oh, you know what? I didn't actually ask her exactly where they lived. To be honest with you,
I mean,
Sean.
but
I didn't
that'd be
ask
like
those
if they were, if she was like in the eastern Ukraine, then that would be red flags, in my opinion. I mean,
Oh, possibly.
I mean,
You know what? I
under
might actually ask her those questions next time I speak to her, Sean. Exactly where do they live, right? And see if we can narrow it down a bit more geographically, right?
I mean,
But
for
like I said,
for what you're saying, it doesn't really take credit or need to be that. But from Rob's saying, like I don't even understand why you would think it's fake. I mean, it's war
no,
is real, dude.
I'm not saying it's fake at all, Sean. I'm
No,
not
no,
saying it's fake.
I'm talking to Bob when I said that part because
Okay.
it doesn't because that's why I kind of brought it up because I heard him say something as if it's staged. Yes, what they show you is staged. They are editing and giving you what they want you to see. That part, yep, that's staged. The war is fucking happening though. Sorry.
Yeah, I like that's fine if that's what you think. But the way I see it is, if what I'm seeing on TV is a lie, and what I'm seeing in headlines is a lie, and the footage and the pictures I'm seeing are a lie, I don't believe them when they say, "Yeah, that maybe that's fake, but the rest is real." I don't believe it.
No.
When I see something that's real,
What I
then we
said,
can talk about what's real.
what you see is real.
Yeah,
It is
you can claim that all day long.
specifically.
I have no way to verify that what I've seen so far has been real war.
You have no way of verifying it's staged either, but you for 100% completely believe it's fake.
I never said that.
You just did.
No. Listen, you seem to have a misunderstanding, like a lot of people do on the Globe side, of the difference
Yeah.
between believing in something and not agreeing to believe in something. I'm
Okay,
not
is
saying
there Iraq war
for
happening?
sure it's absolutely 100%. I believe it's fake. What I'm saying is I don't believe it's real until it's proven real, and it hasn't been proven real.
Hey,
Okay,
Sean and Bob, check out that 20-second video I just posted in chat. Tell me what you see.
Oh, this is the one where the body bag, the guy tries to get out of the body bag.
I saw that. Yep, I saw that before. The
Oh,
body
you
bag,
did?
they run over and they try to cover it up or whatever.
Yeah. And then Riding saw this and he's going, well, it doesn't mean that the rest of them aren't dead in body bags.
Yeah,
what
like
what the hell? What you say? You're saying they're all dead now? What?
like I said,
Hold on.
if I keep seeing video that's fake and pictures that are fake and headlines that are fake, you can go ahead and decide to go ahead and believe the rest if you want. As far as I'm concerned, it's all fake until they prove it's real. Period.
Look, I kind of get that, Bob. But what he was saying, well, just because there's one body bag moving, that doesn't mean that they're all not dead. And it's just like, well, why do they have to even put one in there? Riding
Yeah.
like one is too many. Like
and just because the moon landing's fake doesn't mean that the rest of it's fake.
No.
Sure, yeah, you can make that argument. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying if I caught them lying once and they haven't admitted it and haven't said they're sorry and haven't in any way indicated that they think it's wrong to lie, then as far as I'm concerned, they're still liars and I don't believe them.
Yeah, but well, I can tell you, Bob, there are definitely bullets flying around. There are definitely bombs flying around. Like I've got people on the ground that have testified to that, even though they're not being affected by it. Like they do know other people that have been affected by it. They do know other people that have had to flee their towns because of it. So
Hey Bob, have you ever seen? I love these are fun. You ever seen when the weather guy is standing out there in a fucking hurricane and he's about to fall? He's about to get blown the fuck over. I mean, he's holding on to a pole. He is about to be flung into the sky like Dorothy. And then the guy in the background just walks by all calm, like what the fuck is this dude doing? Those you seen those?
I don't know if I've seen something like that, but that sounds pretty fake to me.
Yeah. It doesn't mean the hurricane's not happening. It just means where that reporter is and the story they want to feed you is full of shit.
Yeah, Well, here's the thing. If that's
The
all I
hurricane's
see,
still
then
going
as far
on.
as I'm concerned, the hurricane's not happening until they show me a real hurricane. Absolutely.
Okay, then. Okay, well, problem free. Okay. And so what you're telling me is until you got boots on the ground in Ukraine and a bullet whizzes by your head, you're not going to believe that it's real.
What I'm saying is that until they show me something real, I'm not going to
How are you
believe
going to know it's real?
That's what I'm saying.
How are you going to know it's real if you think it's fake?
Yeah. How am I going to know it's real?
So until you actually get boots on the ground in Ukraine and a bullet whizzes by your head, you think that war is not going on.
Until they show me, until I see something real, until I see some sort of verification, it's not real.
Okay, how would you be? What form of verification would be what you're looking for? Whether it be a certain news source to give you that information, or the only other way would be your boots being on the ground and a bullet whizzing by your head.
That does sound like one way to verify it, for sure.
Okay, I've got to ask the obvious question, Bob. Is China real?
Is China real?
Yeah.
Do you mean the nation, the people, the land? What are you referring to?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Yes, and yes.
Are you asking me if land exists? Yes, I think land exists. Yes.
Wait, China, the country of China.
Do I think that human beings exist? Yes, I do think that human beings exist. I've seen other human beings before. That's not a weird claim for somebody to make, that other human beings exist. I've seen other human beings.
He didn't say that. He asked if China, the place.
Right, but he didn't answer my question really. He said any of those. So I'm answering all of them, or any of them.
The Asian
continent. Human beings existing is not a weird claim, so it's fine. Yes, Chinese people existing isn't a weird claim because people exist. Yes.
Okay, does China exist, the country? The country.
As in, like this, when you say country, you mean like United States?
Yeah, like its location.
The country.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, I think the government exists and the countries exist. Yes.
How would you know, Bob?
How do I know countries exist? Because I'm part of one, so I know they can exist.
Yeah, but it's China.
It doesn't matter.
You said, wait. You said, wait.
It doesn't matter what you call it.
Hang on. You said can exist. Does it exist? You said can. Does it exist? Does China exist? The place.
Does a country exist? Yes, a country exists.
Does China?
Okay, it seems like maybe you're not hearing my
you're
answer.
having to deal with this right now. I want you to really understand what you're dealing with and realize that that's what I have to deal with every day.
Ansel, what is China?
Oh no, I can't do this.
Now, Bansal, again, let me say this. This is what we have to deal with every day as a Glober. Every day.
Listen,
every
more important
conversation,
than China.
every
Yeah,
day.
it's unfortunate that you can't get your thoughts together enough to actually make a coherent through line.
Bansal, don't back out now, buddy. Stay fast. Keep going. Keep going. Keep talking to him. Go ahead.
I need to know. For the love of God, does China exist?
Well, Bob, do you think that there's Chinese people living on the land we call China?
I think that there are people living in other parts of the world. That's what I believe.
Right.
Whether you choose to call it China, or whether you choose to call it Oggledygook, or whether you choose to call it any name you want, doesn't really matter to me.
Continue. Hey, Bansal, keep going,
other
buddy.
people exist in this world.
Well, if you had said yes, my response was going to be yes, because you've seen real footage from there. You've seen things that are real from there.
But I don't base my beliefs on that. I base my beliefs on stuff that I actually understand can exist because I've experienced them. So I've experienced a country. So if you want to say another country exists, I have no problem going along with that. All
right. So if you buy something on
beings exist, I have no problem going along with that.
All right. If you buy something on eBay and it's from somebody in China and they send it to you, where is that coming from in your mind?
I wouldn't make a decision on that. I wouldn't worry about it. It got to me.
But what if? Okay.
Like,
So
I
if
just-
I
maybe
No,
there's some
hang on,
confusion
Gio,
about how
if I went
Gio.
and picked some green
No,
tea,
no,
hold on. If I went
hang
to
on,
China
Gio.
and picked some green tea leaves out in the field and I put them in a package and I sent them to you, where are those coming from in your mind? Do you agree?
Okay.
Yes. Would you quote unquote believe that that's coming from the land that we call China, or would you
Here's
just?
the problem. Here's the problem. In your example, you just said if you went to China and picked those things. If in your example we are accepting the absolute label of China for that place, then I have no problem saying yes, you went and got them from China.
Gio, Bandsaw, I want you guys to understand something. Because here, I know you guys know that only, like, the answer is yes. But he has diverted from yes with all fucking cost. Gio and Beth, that's what it feels like to be a fucking Glober.
I don't know why it's funny, really. I mean, Bob is just describing like his process of
Because
here's the thing, Gio, and I realize that other people
because
might not
it's a
understand.
very-
I know
it's a
why
very-
Bandsaw has asked that question, and I've gone through these steps with other people before to try and explain why it's a bad attempt at logic. And we can walk through it if you want to, but I don't know that he actually cares to hear about it.
Look, I think it's a bad form of logic to say that China doesn't exist. Actually.
Based on what?
Well, to scoot around it saying that I believe that other countries exist and I believe that they may give them a name called China. So yes, I believe that there are other countries. Not saying that there's another country called China. Right?
Well, let's just address your first point.
You wouldn't even use the word China, right? But you believe that there are other countries. But do we just call these other countries countries, right? Or do they have
Australia
a specific?
real?
Or do they have a specific name that is associated with these other countries?
Okay,
Right.
Bandsaw, let's just walk through it. Let's address your first point. You said you think it's bad logic for me to not believe in China or not use that name for it. Okay? Why? Based on what is that bad logic?
Because you haven't been there, you haven't seen it, you haven't experienced it.
No, you said you thought it was bad logic. Now it seems like you're giving me a reason why it would be good logic.
No, I think it's bad logic.
Okay, based on what? Based on what are you saying that it's bad
remember,
logic? Please explain.
Just that.
Okay, yeah, hang on. So you don't go away from the main topic of this. It was because you said that you didn't believe the war was going on, and the only way to verify it would be boots on the ground. And you said, I guess that'd be the only way.
I made it
Yeah,
clear
you
that I
did.
didn't say that. You said that.
Wait,
that was
no. You said your exact words were that would be one way to verify it.
Yeah, one way.
Yeah, yes,
One.
exactly. And then we asked you what way.
Comes after zero or none. One.
Okay,
one
then
way.
what other ways do you
Less than
verify
two.
something? What other way do you verify something?
Have we clarified it well enough for you to understand the number I'm talking
Okay.
about? It's less
What?
than 2. It's more than 0. It's 1. And I said
so-
that is one way
Okay.
that it can be done.
Is there,
You got it now?
is there more
Or do we
than one
try and
way?
explain further what the number 1 is?
Okay. Is there more than one way for you to verify something?
Is there more than one? It would depend on what you're trying to verify.
Give me an instance where you not physically having to experience it yourself, you verified something. Where that's not the method of verifying.
Again, you would have to determine what the level of verification is going to be.
It doesn't. That's why I said pick. It doesn't matter. It would be something you verified that it wasn't something you had to have been there for.
I don't know if you haven't walked through these steps yet, or if no one's gone through this with you.
Oh,
different levels of verification can be used for different things by different people based on what they want to verify any particular piece of information. Verification is not universal.
Do you know who Slick Rick is? Or Slick James, I'm sorry.
What?
Experience.
Do you know who Slick James is?
No.
Because he conditioned everyone for this conversation.
Slick
Everyone.
James Johnson.
So I've heard this experience thing, and this is why I'm asking you this very specific question. Have you been able to verify something without yourself having to experience it for yourself?
Yes.
Okay. What method in which you verified that was there? What made you verify that something is real without your experiencing having to
Now
be
you
the
changed the
one that?
question.
Did I? Okay.
Yes, you said
Okay. How do you verify
verify
it
that something is
without
real, not just
being there
verify
physically?
something in general.
Yeah. How do you? No. You said
One of the
there's one
ways,
way.
okay, so whenever we're talking about verifying that something is reality, I don't rely on anything else other than me experiencing it myself. That's how I verify reality. You said verify in general, as in just any topic, anything. There are multiple ways to verify other things that are less important than determining reality.
So how do I ask the question? So you live in America, right?
Yep.
West Coast?
No, I live in Wisconsin.
Okay. Have you ever been to the West Coast?
No.
But you know it's real. You know California there. California has a coast. It's
Do I
there.
know
It's
it's real? Yes, I know it's real.
Yeah. You know. Yeah. Okay. That's
Okay,
it.
Bob, let me ask you this. Since we're on
And that's just
California,
an example. That's just an example of something you verified. You know is real. Logically, it's real. It's a real thing.
No, not
without
logically.
Wait, how does he know?
Why-
Wait, how do you wait? We skip past that. How do you know? How do you know that I'm really am in the redwood forest of
I
California?
don't know that it exists logically. That's not how I verified its existence. I'm not saying that at all. No one mentioned logic until you just said logic. I did not say that's how I got there. It was not through logic that I know that it exists.
Really? Because I would say for myself,
Yeah.
the way that I know you exist does involve some logic, but
I have knowledge of the existence of a West Coast, so I know it exists.
and you've known people that have been there enough to verify it enough in that way.
That's right. I know somebody I trust enough to tell me the truth about that particular matter, and it's not important enough for me to have to be there physically myself for it to be verified, because it's not important in any way, shape, or form. If they were referring to something, if they used a different name, that also wouldn't matter.
Yeah. So if they went to California, but they said I went to Gugaga, you wouldn't matter. Like
No, it is an interesting thought to think about. Like Bob said, he's in Wisconsin. I'm imagining, the real Bob Dole. It's the real one in Wisconsin talking on Discord. So
here's maybe this will help clarify.
Like I think he is there, but it's like how? But I haven't physically verified it.
This might help clarify the situation for you. Let's say I have two people that I've met, okay, in my life. All right, two people. One of them, every day, they tell me they got a new dog, okay? And every day, when I ask them to show it to me, they take me over to their house, they show me an empty yard, and I see no dog in it, all right? There's no dog. The other person, he tells me one time he has a new dog, and I go and I see it, and he actually has a new dog. And then maybe a year or two later, he says he's got a new dog, and he takes me to his yard, and he shows me he's got a new dog. Okay. Now, those two people, on a different subject entirely, that has nothing to do with dogs, they might say something very mundane, like, I went and bought a new car. One of them, I will require absolutely zero verification whatsoever to take their word for it that they bought a new car. And the other one, I will need them to literally take me to the car, show me the title, that their name's on it, that they purchased it, to indicate to me they actually bought a new car. It's not because one has a better grasp of reality as far as like they have magical powers or anything like that. All it is that one person is shown to be trustworthy, and verification is entirely subjective, not objective. So when the media, all they seem to be showing is lie after lie after lie after lie, and this is after all the other years of lying about other people and other things. When they show me something about a war, no, I do not believe it until they show me something I can verify, because they have shown themselves to need further verification to find out if what they're saying is true. Now, one of the ways that I could verify the war is going on is if I went there myself, like you said. But another way that I would accept, if, let's say, somebody I trust very closely that I've known for most or all of my life went over there and they said they experienced the war, they saw the war, it happened, it's happening, and they came back and told me, I would accept that as verification. Not because I was
Okay,
able to see it
Ban.
myself. But because they've
Okay,
shown me they don't need me to go
okay.
out and do further
10
verification
minutes.
of that information.
10 minutes ago, Bandsaw gave you way. He's verified that the war is going on. He didn't verify that what the mainstream media is showing is correct. He said that there is a war going on because he's closely connected to it.
Yeah. Well, not to throw shade at Bandsaw at all, but Bandsaw is a guy on the internet I met on Discord that claims he lives in Australia. I have never met Bandsaw. I don't know his life. He could have got on here and decided he wanted to talk to me because he thought I was 14 years old. I don't know. I hope not.
Plus, he's Canadian.
Well,
He's actually Canadian.
I can tell you this now. I can tell you this now.
To actually think that there's absolutely no conflict at all going on in Ukraine because you've seen a few
I
dodgy
think there
media
is.
reports. Sorry?
I think there's a conflict.
Did you say there is a conflict?
I never said there wasn't. In fact, I said the opposite to you. I said, I think there is something going on. But the magnitude of it, what's actually happening, I don't think they're telling us the truth about it. I already told you that a while ago.
That's not. You're changing your story now.
Hold on there. So tanks rolling in, missiles going off, bullets being shot everywhere. That doesn't constitute a war?
I haven't seen any of those things.
Oh, okay.
No one that I trust has told me about any of those.
I'm done.
So I think something is going on over there, but the magnitude of it, I have no idea. Just
What's
like
going
when
on
NASA
over there?
says they're
Are they
launching a
over
rocket.
there? Are they shooting each other with slingshots? What's going on? What do you think's going on?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It would be interesting to find out. But just like when NASA launches a rocket, they can claim all day long that they're firing a rocket up into space. That's not what we actually know is happening. Okay,
You can't compare NASA, what's going on up there, to what's going on over there at the moment. You can't compare the two.
I can, because I have the exact same sources telling me the information: the internet and the TV.
It's broken logic.
It's not broken. I'm getting my information from literally the exact same screens on both
okay.
Hang
That
on,
was-
Bandsaw.
that
Are you
means-
saying that? Are you saying that you
what
do
that
know
actually
someone?
means is-
Hold on a second, Sean. Let me say this. Are you saying, Bandsaw, you know someone who has either been to Ukraine through this thing or knows someone directly that where there actually is some kind of violence or bullets flying?
My sister-in-law Yulia is from Ukraine, right? She hasn't been to Ukraine in 15 years, but she has relatives and friends that are over in Ukraine at the moment, not directly involved in the areas at the moment, but she has friends that are going on that are there at the moment. Now she is spruiking all the Ukrainian propaganda, to me about why it's going on and blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff. But she does have direct experience that there is a conflict over there, and they're calling it a war.
Okay, so let's walk through the steps of that then. A group of people that aren't directly involved know someone who hasn't lived there for 15 years, knows you, who is speaking to me through Discord on the internet from a different place in the world, and you expect me to just take that because?
Bob, you can take whatever you want.
Okay.
I don't really care.
I can tell you. I'll tell you right now. I've known Bandsaw for years now. I've seen Bandsaw. He's never lied. He's not
I'm not saying that he lied either.
And he's saying that, I believe him. I have no reason to think he's not. So when he says something like that, it's something you take into credibility. You don't just blow it off. And because when you just blow it off, you're basically saying that guy is full of fucking shit.
Now,
No,
I
that's
know
where the broken logic
I know the reasons that we're being told of what's going on over there is not the reasons what is going on over there is going on. I know that for a fact, Bob. Right? I don't need anything else. Right? But there is something going on over there, and there are a lot of people dying at the moment. There are a lot of people dying.
I don't know if there's a lot of people dying. I'm sure some people are dying.
Some people don't belittle the situation, Bob, because now you're making a mockery of it.
There's so few people dying that they have to take body bags. So I mean,
you're making a mockery of it, Bob. You are making a mockery of it.
I'm not mocking anything. I'm saying that people lie about stuff. If they have to fake body bags, that seems like maybe not enough people are dying.
For the TV, right? They're trying to make it out maybe worse than what it is. I've got no idea, all right? But there are people dying over there, right?
I agree with that, yeah. There are probably people dying. I already agreed with that. I'm sure people died whenever the Twin Towers fell too. I'm sure people died whenever we went over to Iraq. I'm sure people have died in a lot of things that have taken place. That doesn't mean we were told the truth about them.
Am I saying that we are being told the truth about what is going on over there? Not
Then
once
I
did
don't
say
understand why you seem to be getting so aggressive if we agree on that.
It's not about the truth about what is going on over there. The fact that it is going on over there, right? It is going on.
Yeah,
and to kind of say that, or suggest in a roundabout way that it's not going on because you can't go there and physically verify it yourself. To me, I think is just repulsive.
I didn't say that. And I literally said, I think something's going on. Why does it bother you so much if I call that something a war or call it something else? Why is that word so important to you that I use the word war or a lot of deaths?
Well, I think kind of the question is like, if okay, right now, like I'm living my life. There's absolutely zero possibility that there's warfare out when I go out. When I go, I'm actually going to be going to the grocery store. When I go there, I know that like the chance of warfare is zero. Now there could be some, I mean, who knows? I mean, like not really in the area I live, but I mean, obviously people do shoot guns and kill people out in the streets or whatnot.
Yeah.
But the question is, I mean, Bob, in terms of what's going on over there, are innocent civilians' lives being directly impacted in a way to where when they go out, there may be warfare? That's at the end of the day. That's kind of
I don't know. I don't know exactly the scale of what's happening. But if I agree that something is going on over there, which I do, and I have multiple times throughout this conversation, if I agree that something is going on, and all I'm doing is saying, I don't know if I would call it a war, and I don't know how many people have died, and that is somehow emotionally affecting somebody, I think that somebody should really analyze, why is my lack of the use of the word war affecting them so much? That seems weird.
You're downplaying the situation.
Downplaying a situation that we've already agreed we don't know the magnitude of. How is that possible?
You're not. Maybe you're just not getting the point.
If we don't know what the actual magnitude is, this is just like Jeremy's argument about the stupid actual position. If you don't know the real magnitude, you don't know if I'm downplaying it or upplaying it.
You made it clear what you're doing.
Listen, I have breaking news with the wheels and the doors. Okay, you guys are fucked. The door people are fucked. Okay, you can have your little 150 billion doors with the spiders. You're in big trouble. Big fucking trouble from what I've just read.
If you don't know what Jeremy's talking about, you better recognize and get on the wheel side.
Listen.
Period.
Listen. Okay.
Sean is his hype man. Sean's the hype man.
I'm all about this wheel thing now. Fuck it. You know what? I decided, Gio, if you guys aren't going to help him, I'm in. I'm all in. All in. Because when he decides to shoot up Discord, he's going to remember the guy that gave him the fucking Snickers bar.
All the door people are fucked on this, even with your bullshit spider doors, okay? Listen, why is a doorknob considered a wheel and axle? A doorknob is considered a wheel, and I posted this all in chat. Just go read the last 2 minutes of chat. You're done. You're wrecked.
Hey Jeremy, I think it's important. I think we need to go down the list in voice chat and find out whose side these people are on.
Hey,
listen, real quick. I'm just gonna read the last part. Let me just read the last part.
Do
Is
it, bro.
A door hinge,
Do it.
A wheel and axle. Like a lever, a wheel works by rotating around a fulcrum. In this case, the axle, cars, toys, fans, and fishing reels. We didn't even count the fishing reels. All use wheels and axles. Door hinges are also an example of this device.
Hinges.
The round part.
The round part. You know what I'm talking about. The doors.
Yeah, doorknobs. Every door is like 3 fucking wheels, bro. There's like 4 wheels on a door.
Wheels. Doors need wheels, yo.
4 wheels on every door, pretty much.
Easily.
At least 2 wheels. I'll give you 2 wheels per door.
You door motherfuckers are all needy.
Fishing reels. Baby stroller.
Fishing reels. Wheels. 4 of them.
Baby stroller industry, that's hundreds of millions of dollars a year in baby strollers.
Trillions of fucking wheels, people. Trillions of wheels. No doors on a stroller. No doors.
Nothing. You guys got nothing, man. This spider
Nothing.
shit was your last hope.
Trapdoor spider.
Trapdoor spiders. All you have.
On its own. That's all we
And
need.
we don't even. Hey, and we don't even know. And we don't even know how many there are.
Exactly right. We're lowballing the figure for you, Jeremy. We're lowballing it,
Nah, there's like 5.
and you're welcome because I gave you the doorknobs.
Jeremy,
I gave you the
Jeremy,
doorknobs.
there's like 1,000 trapdoor
Fans.
spiders. They just love them so much they fanboy the number.
Fans, bro. You know how many fans there are?
Oh, they use wheels. Fans use wheels. What?
Fans a wheel, yeah, an axle.
Yep. You guys have
You know
no
how many
idea.
trapdoor spiders? You know how many trapdoor spiders there are, Jeremy?
Hey, bandsaw. How many doors are on a fan?
Exactly. Exactly. Right. What about the door of the box that you got to open up to get into the fan?
No,
Right?
that's not
Packaging.
a door.
Packaging. Of course it is.
No, I sliced the box open. I sliced the box open. I don't open it.
I know. So you do it the wrong way, right? Because the door is already there for you because you don't use it.
I don't use doors.
Right?
I have no doors.
Man, you're being blown out. Trapdoor spider, 3 doors per trap. Boom.
You and your 2 trapdoor spiders got nothing on wheels. We'll crush you with our wheels.
1 quadrillion of them, right? And you know how many babies a trapdoor spider has, right? 300 at a time.
Hey,
300.
You think there are more wheels or trapdoor spiders?
Oh, there's more trapdoor spiders. Easy.
You're crazy.
Easy.
Jeremy. Bandsaw has become enemy of the state. Geo, take Bandsaw's mods.
Bro, there's no reasoning. These people are totally unreasonable. There's no. I
For
can't
real.
do it. I can't even do it.
Geo. Wheels or doors?
Geo put his life on doors earlier. He's put his life on it.
I thought you
on
were
the winning side. He's on the winning team.
Yeah,
He picked a good team.
Geo.
Early
Jeremy,
on.
you're not going to get any help from these people.
He went in deep early.
They acted like they were your best friends, and they all turned their back on us when they came down to it. When they came down to brass knuckles, it was like, what are you going to do? And they were like, door, boo.
I've been trying to help Jeremy out with pulleys and gears and doorknobs and everything. Right? I've been trying to get him up there.
Jeremy, is Bandsaw or Spy?
Yeah, a spy. Exactly.
Wait, you got to be careful because he flip-flops a lot. He'll go back and
forth. I'm definitely a spy. Oh, God almighty.
Hey, Jeremy, I bet Kosho is a door guy. He'll go through any door.
Probably, that's dumb.
He'll go through any door. Any door. He don't care.
Kosho sees sense sometimes. That's all right.
You know why trapdoor spiders don't have 10 times the numbers you gave? Because they have no wheels on their fucking trapdoors. Doors without wheels don't work right, Bandsaw. Don't work. Why do they have to have 3 doors?
Revolving.
They have to have 3 doors.
Think about a
they have to have
revolving
3
door.
doors, Bandsaw, because usually 2 of them don't work because there's no wheels on them.
Damn, you guys are stretching now. You guys are stretching now.
You could stretch a wheel. Can you stretch a door? No.
I put a thing on TikTok that went for 15 seconds. I went wheels versus doors, trapdoor, spider, bitches, mic drop, boom.
Did you tell them on TikTok about the trapdoor spider? Because they don't even know about the trapdoor spiders.
Yeah, I did actually. I did. Yeah, I posted it.
Yep, you're going on the list.
Hey, Jeremy, got him. Jotted it down. I got the list right here.
Lovely.
I got you, Jeremy. Till the end, man.
Traitor.
F doors.
We've been making rollerblades We've been making roller skates since the 1700s. That's a lot of
Yep.
fucking wheels.
We had wheels on carriages before doors were ever figured out. Why? Genius. You can't even have doors without wheels. Otherwise, you're just like a stupid trapdoor spider. I got you, Jeremy. We got this.
Even if we give you 150 billion trapdoor spiders or trapdoors for the spiders,
200 billion. Give it to him. Don't matter.
200 billion.
200. Just give it to him. It doesn't even matter.
There's like a trillion wheels, right? I mean, clocks, fans,
Ease. And that's a low
motorcycles.
estimate. That's a low estimate. They don't even have a number for how many wheels there actually are. We're just giving it a number so you guys can kind of understand.
Well, I even tried to help you out, Jeremy. You asked about baby strollers. There's 385,000 babies born each day. Each day.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Yo, Hot Wheels makes 16 and a half Hot Wheels a second times 4 because there's 4 wheels on every Hot Wheels.
Hey, sometimes there's 6, Jeremy. Sometimes there's 6.
They're good call, Sean.
Serious Googling.
Yep.
Serious Googling there by Jeremy. Damn.
This is just logic, man. We don't need Google. Google. The two O's look like wheels. Boom. They know what's up.
If only it were that easy to get the data on spherical excess, it'd be all over.
Yeah, change the subject. I see what's up.
That's how they do it to us, Sean. That's how they do it.
Shady. That's shady.
You get them. Oh, what about this other thing? Yeah, we know. We know.
That's like when they have
wheelbarrows alone, bro. Need a billions
doors.
Need a trillion fucking wheelbarrows. They've been making wheelbarrows since fucking ancient China and shit.
Hey, you guys can even have those windows in Little House on the Prairie that she opens up. They look like doors. You can even have those. Still got nothing.
Seriously, guys, use your heads. Use your heads, guys. Come on.
Hey, use your head. Let those wheels start turning. Get it? They don't get
hamster.
it,
how many hamster wheels alone? I mean, we're probably knocking out a hamster. Yeah, bro, hamster wheels. Come on, man.
They got horses in circuses using those same wheels. How many horses do that? What?
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune.
I saw Tony Hawk go around one. What?
Don't get me going with skateboard wheels, bro. You can't even get a number on that.
Not even close.
You couldn't even get a number on that. There's so many.
Those Nitro Circuit guys, they got the world's largest skateboard. You know how big those wheels are? Smash any door. Just crush. What? Spherical access. We're talking about real shit, bandsaw.
Carts.
Oh.
Yo, Walmart. If you go to a Walmart, there's going to be so many fucking wheels inside of a Walmart. It's not even funny.
Jeremy. You know, miniature golf places, golf driving ranges, balls, wheels. What?
Jeremy, how many trapdoor spiders are in Walmart? That's the question.
Not many.
One.
Not many.
Maybe one. We'll say 10. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's mad wheels, bro. Mad wheels in
Mad
Walmart.
wheels.
Right.
Every
Hardly any doors.
Three doors.
Walmart. Walmart. Home Depot. Lowe's. They all have wheel aisles. They have aisles for wheels.
All wheels.
All wheels. Hey, they have aisles for doors, but they had to get there. But the only way for them to get to those aisles were with wheels.
Mad wheels, trains. They probably put them on trains and then 18 wheelers. Don't get me going. 18 wheelers.
Hey, they got trains that go for miles.
Jeremy, you're going to be evoking bloody bendy space time soon to try and catch up. That's what you're going to be doing.
No, all my wheels are legit.
Hey, Jeremy, don't let him
all my
deter you,
wheels
man.
exist.
Don't let him Don't let him spit propaganda into your head about globe stuff, man. The issue is about wheels. Don't let him deter you. We got this.
Let's go.
Man. No blowers, lawnmowers. The thing when you go to the hospital and you got your IV hanging from the thing, those are all on wheels.
Yep. And I got at least 4. At least.
Office chairs, they got like 5 or 6 wheels on those computer chairs.
Yeah, you want how shitty doors are? Emergency rooms don't even have doors. They use curtains. But they got wheels in there. Lots of wheels.
Everything's on wheels. The bed's on wheels in a hospital. The IV thing's on. All those equipments and parts and shit are on wheels.
The doctor's chairs have wheels.
You got people in wheelchairs rolling around all over the place.
Walkers.
Now walkers got the little wheels on them, right? Sometimes they got the tennis balls, but sometimes they got wheels on them. Yep.
Yeah, they got brakes on them too because the wheels are so fast.
Yeah. And you know all those carts all those little ladies have, and they go get their groceries. All wheels.
Wheels.
No doors.
No doors.
Motorcycles, unicycles. I mean, bro, I can make the list, man.
Wheels.
It's going to be such a long fucking list.
It's not even worth it. I mean, you know, let them.
I know it would take me a week just to make the list.
No, it would take a lifetime.
Vacuum cleaners.
Wheels.
What?
Wheels.
Those shop vacs all got wheels on them.
All of them. Robots got wheels.
Yeah. Pallet jacks, mad wheels, forklift wheels.
All wheels all day.
Yeah, bro. Come on, guys.
For real. All day wheels. They got wheelchairs for dogs when their legs don't work. Those have wheels. No doors. See? They got no argument, Jeremy. Nothing. That's a win.
I mean, we got 1 billion bicycles just off the top. That's like some random number that you can find on the internet. One of the very few numbers you could even find. Yeah, that's probably way too low. I mean, I could go digging up landfills right now. I bet you we'll get 2 billion bicycles in America.
Yep.
There's a kid born every second. They're going to want a bicycle. They're probably going to get one. They're probably going to get multiple.
And they ride
training wheels. Yeah, big. You got Hot Wheels.
Mm-hmm.
List of kids shit with wheels on it is insane. You got those little electric powered ones.
You don't buy a fucking kid doors. Nope.
You got like one door. Like a closet door. You got like 2 doors. Yeah. Kids got like 2 doors.
Usually at least a kid breaks like 1 door in its lifetime. So he gets 1 door. Billions of wheels. Billions of wheels. How does he go get alcohol when they're in high school? Car, wheels, shopping cart, wheels.
Let's just hope our kids aren't shopping. Let's just hope our kids not in the liquor store shopping for liquor with a shopping cart. Jesus. Bar stools, the ones that like spin around and shit. Remember them?
Yep, bearings, wheels.
That's all
day.
Actually, yeah.
Pool tables, everything.
No, there ain't no wheels on a pool table.
Yeah, it's got to be. The change machine, the thing you push the quarters in, has a roller in it.
Oh yeah, there probably is a wheel in a pool table now. You say
there
that?
Probably is. It always is.
Yeah,
man. Wheels are everything.
There's always a wheel, right? Somewhere.
Yep.
There's always a wheel, bro. Man, you got to look hard enough. You guys ain't looking hard enough. At first glance, your kitchen, you see all the cupboards and all the doors. You're like, wow, this room's full of doors. But you start to dig a little bit deeper, and there's wheels everywhere. Like my fridge has 16 wheels. It's got 3 doors. Just the fridge. I know what's going on in the dishwasher. Microwave got a fan in it and 4 wheels. Microwave got 5 wheels, bro. 1 door.
Hey, put it this way, Jeremy. This is how much of a genius Jeremy is. Earlier, he walked into his bathroom. Mine exploded. Came out with 1 billion wheels. You
It
guys
has
don't even
mad
know.
wheels in it.
You guys need to fucking listen. Listen the fuck up. Why do you think Jesus wants to hold the wheel? You hear me? You hear me, guys?
It is shout out White. 3 words: trap door spider.
No, we gave you 150 billion trapdoor spiders. See if White's in here.
Yeah, and multiply that by 255. Right?
No, that was for all of them. That was for all the fucking trapdoor spiders, bro.
And even going with Sean's logic, that's lowballing it.
And Bandsaw, now that I see the light, I see what you're doing. Your number is all the spiders in the world, but all spiders don't use trapdoors. Only the trapdoor spider does. And whatever number you come up with is, yes, a very small number compared to wheels.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Did I
That's
tell
the
you
first right thing I've ever heard you say.
Right? Did I tell you how many spiders there are? Right, in the world? Did I tell you? 21
whatever.
quadrillion. Divide
How
that
many?
by
21?
23,000. 21 quadrillion.
20. Hey, Bandsaw. I like you, kid. Make it 60 quadrillion. I don't care. Still more wheels.
Nah, not even close. Oh my God. What are you smoking, Sean? Right, it ain't strong enough. It ain't strong enough. Right? I can tell you that right now. Right? 21
I can tell you right now it is.
Actually, what is 21 quadrillion? Let's just work this. 21 quad.
It's 1,000 billions.
I
Or
already showed you how
1,000
this math is
trillions.
flawed.
1,000
How
trillions.
this math is flawed.
21 quadrillion divided by 43,000. Hold on, 43,000. 43,000.
Hold on. Somebody do a Google search. See if trapdoor spiders are even a common spider. They might be a rare type of spider and shit.
They're rare.
They are not rare. They're everywhere.
I said they sound rare. I never seen one.
Hey, they got them in a couple of pet stores, Jeremy.
You know why you don't see them, Jeremy? Because they've got a trap door. Right? They've got a trap door.
Jeremy, we don't see them because they don't have wheels, so we don't see them rolling.
Nowhere.
That's why. How many zeros in a quadrillion? That's what I want to know.
Not enough to hide them in. You know, I know why they don't have a number for how many wheels there are? Because it's too big.
It's too big, right? Yeah.
You have to go infinity twice.
Bandsaw, you're on a bicycle. You're on a bicycle, Bandsaw. 2 wheels. 2 wheels, no door.
Going round and roundabout. What about flagpoles with pulleys? There's some more wheels for you. That flagpole.
The roundabout is a wheel. The roundabouts are wheels. Yes.
There you go.
Hey,
merry-go-round is a wheel.
I don't know if you have them, Jeremy. I don't know if you have them. Here in Texas, and I've never seen them before. They don't have them in California. They got a place called Carvana. They have it's like 8 stories, 10-story tower with brand new cars in it, and it has wheels that bring it down, and they all like a carousel, all the way down to the bottom. You know how many wheels that has, Bandsaw? How many wheels? It only has 1 door. How many wheels? I'll wait.
51 mile long conveyor belt. World record one. That's just one conveyor belt.
Yeah, and that's just one.
There's floors made of entirely of wheels and like giant warehouses and shit. So you could just
Bandsaw. This is what you need to do. You need to go back to your drawing board, get your measuring stick, whatever you got to do. Figure out a way to quadruple 10 whatever number you want. We're still gonna laugh at you because there's still more wheels.
Hey, look, just with trapdoor spiders alone. Now I haven't even gone to the effort of even adding up all the other doors, right? Haven't even gone that far yet. So
Don't care. Don't
yeah.
wheels are that just wheels are okay.
Oh,
Give me
man.
something that has more doors than wheels.
Man, that is such
Just give me,
that is such a
give
global,
me,
such a
give me
global
one.
response. Just a hand wave, dismiss everything. It's such a global response. It's unbelievable.
No, your formula for calculating the amount of trapdoor spiders is insane. That formula does not
Flawed.
work in reality. There's not an equal amount of every species of spiders.
Flawed. Flawed. You got nothing, bandsaw.
Okay, and then we have the wheel beetle. So
Yeah, it rolls the dung beetle. Jeremy, there are billions of dung beetles, and they roll their shit up into a ball.
I know.
Yeah,
I
but
gave him that. I gave him.
It's got to be an axle. It's got to be on an axle, though.
Okay.
Just a ball rolling doesn't really.
Okay.
I wish we could. If we could just use balls rolling, forget about it.
Look, we've got everything. We've got coffins, all those doors on them.
We'd have if we just had balls rotating or whatever. We'd have all the fucking planets and stars and shit. Moons, everything.
Everything's got fucking wheels, Jeremy. Everything, bro. They got nothing on fucking bandsaw. Show me a door, more doors than wheels somewhere. Come here.
Where? Look, go outside now, Sean. Go
Okay.
outside. Okay.
Yep.
Hold on. Go outside. And where are we? Where did we find this? I've got to find it now. Bloody hell. Now I've lost it. Oh, now I shut it down. What the hell? Many spiders in the world. I've got to bring this side up again. Because this is it's insane figures. Right? Insane figures. Right? There are 840 spiders per square meter. 840 per square meter, right?
Listen,
which is 3.5 million per acre. Like that
if there's
leaves
so
your
many,
wheels for dead.
If there were so many trapdoor spiders, how come no one has fallen in them?
Because the doors are really little.
Because they're shitty doors, small little doors. No significance.
Yeah.
No significance to the wheel. None. Zero. Zilch. I'll run over a trapdoor spider in his little dinky door with a wheel.
Probably. But the door is still there, though.
I'll break that shit. I got big wheels.
I'm telling you, the amount of wheelbarrows alone. The amount of wheelbarrows
alone. You're right, Jeremy. Wheelbarrows alone. All day.
Wheelbarrows. That was like the first thing.
Bandsaw. How many doors are on a wheelbarrow?
Show me a wheelbarrow with a door.
Here we go.
I'm waiting. How many doors on a wheelbarrow?
It depends what you classify as a door.
How many doors are on a wheelbarrow?
Well, that wheelbarrow came in a box, right? That had at least 4 doors on it. 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom.
That's all. I've already explained. I cut the box open. I don't use the mainstream. I don't use the mainstream opening of the box.
It doesn't matter because you don't use it. It's still there.
There are millions of people that cut the box, don't use their mainstream doors like you do. I make an opening. I don't make a door. What? Now, how many are on a wheelbarrow. And what wheelbarrow comes in a fucking box?
The little ones.
Jeremy, I don't think we have anything to worry about with these guys. All day. Wheels all day. That's why, like, me and Jeremy gave you 4.2 billion examples of wheels.
Look, you know how many doors are on the ISS, Sean, compared to wheels?
Listen, 16.5 Hot Wheels get made every second. Every one of those has at least 4 wheels, bro.
Yeah, and also a lot of the equipment on tracks are run on wheels and tracks. What? So I'd say easy 100, 200. How many doors does the ISS have?
I don't know, about 6.
Hey, hey, watch this. Bandsaw. I want you to count how many doors you have in your house. Then I want you to go outside and count how many wheels you have on your cars and give me that number.
Hey, look, Jeremy's already done that, right? He's already, and Wheels smashed it. Absolutely smashed it.
Damn right, Jeremy said it. He's a fucking genius.
Right? Yeah, but see, Jeremy's panicking. Right? You can hear it in his voice, right? Because of the trapdoor spider. He's panicking. He's pulling out everything, and he's still.
Jeremy is a fuck that. Hey, Jeremy is a revolutionist. You don't even know, Bandsaw. You detect fear. That's you projecting.
Projecting. Okay.
Self projection. Yep.
This is a you thing, Bandsaw. I get it now. Jeremy, he may be a lost cause, but I still have hope for him.
Hope. I don't believe you.
A wheel, PE, hope.
Actually, I'm trying to
That's the shit. Jeremy, 2024. Jeremy for President Wheel.
You know how many wheels we're going to produce this year alone? There's no way trapdoor spiders can make more wheel than doors and humans can make wheels.
Yeah,
bro.
and so you understand that Goodyear makes 10,000 tires a day. Yeah. That's just one warehouse. One warehouse.
Exactly.
Bro, Lego. They make 700 million wheels a year.
All day. They just make wheels all day. They got wheel production lines. That's all day. You just Bandsaw, dude. You're losing. And I hear the fear in your voice. I feel your lip quivering.
Trembling. Absolutely trembling.
I can see your little green light in the VC. It's quivering.
Yeah, it's a quiver. That's definitely a quiver.
We should have done a show for this wheel. We should have done a show for this wheels and doors thing.
We still can, Jeremy. We still can, man.
Have. It's been going on for 12 hours, Jeremy.
No, Jeremy. If you like, sir, I'll spread the word, and we'll get the wheel people in here, and we'll have this debate again. It doesn't even need to be a debate again. It's just spreading facts all day.
Oh, I'll just keep on coming back. White and I will come in, and all we'll have to say is trapdoor spider, and you guys will quiver, you'll panic, you'll dig deep, right? Trying to come up with something. You'll try, and you'll try.
Bandsaw, I'm gonna need you to do me a favor. I'm gonna need you to join and vow your allegiance to Jeremy and the Wheels, or I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the server.
Really? Oh no.
This is a pretty serious topic. Like Geo was on your side and he ditched you. He's gone. He's not even here anymore. Gone.
I think
He just DM'd me. Wheels all day, bro.
he did not.
Yeah, he did. He DM'd me that.
Yeah, no, he did not.
It says
He put
it
his
says
life on the
Wheels.
line. He put his life on the line.
He said Wheels all day, bro.
That's so funny.
I'm reading it on my DMs right now. Wheels all day, bro. You want me to put that in the chat?
Don't be a traitor, Gio, if you're listening. Don't be a
You
traitor.
want me to put it in the chat? I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat for you.
I believe you, man. I believe you.
I'm doing it anyway.
No, don't. I believe you, man. It's all right. It's cool. It seems, though, that the trapdoor spider is the only animal or insect that actually builds a door.
Yeah, because all the other animals are smart enough to know doors suck. That seems pretty logical to me. Why are they the only species?
That's why the trapdoor spider has survived for so long. Because they've got a door.
Hey, spiders and people, already a dumb idea.
Yeah.
And I put that in the chat for you, Bandsaw.
Well, Wheels all day.
I couldn't share a DM between my personal friend Gio. That would be disrespectful. But
no, that's what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah, but I can tell you what he said, because
I think we're running people away.
No, I think more people have come in. I mean, they were probably door people and realized how crappy your argument was, and
No, they heard trapdoor spider and they're all over it because there's 21 quadrillion spiders in the world, 43,000 species. Divide that by 21 quadrillion.
Wait. Where'd you get? Wait. Did you say that there are 43,000 species of?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You can have your made up numbers, yo. Wheels all day, bro. 2022. Wheels all day, bro.
Hey?
I'm getting wheels all day, bro, tattooed on my back.
0.5 million spiders per acre. 21 trillion, 43,000 species of spiders, 255 species of trapdoor spiders. Boom. We've got it. Oh, man. Like, I didn't have to think about any other door after White said trapdoor spider. It was just like, bang.
Yeah, I heard what you said. After trapdoor spider, you couldn't figure out anywhere else to talk about. So you fixated on a pointless argument because it's wheels all day, bro.
No, you know it's not pointless because you've gone to Lego, you've gone to Hot Wheels, you've gone to rollers,
Example,
you've gone to prams.
Facts. Yeah, keep listening.
Yeah.
Keep listening it. Our list was long, bro.
And we only had to hit you with one fact, not 720 trillion facts, just one.
Yeah, you had just one. Yeah, just one alone. That's it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and we just crushed you. Crushed.
Yeah. Oh my God.
We got so many wheels, bro. It's crazy. We're dripping.
Too many wheels. Too many wheels.
Look, I'll tell you what.
Hey, we went to wheel rehab 5 times and we still go back to it.
Self-declared victory is no victory at all.
Hey, if your ego won't give you the loss, that's your problem.
My ego.
It's all good, man. I get it. Hey, Jeremy, you know what it is? He probably was like around when they invented the first door, So he's got like a personal thing like attachment to it.
First door. I was already invented the first wheel, let alone the first door.
Yeah. Show some respect, Bandsaw. You were there.
Exactly. They chopped down a tree.
Hey,
got it
I know. Hey, this is what happened, Jeremy. Bandsaw discovered the wheel. Someone else took credit for it, and he's vowed a life of
This is a
against wheels.
vengeance. Yeah, this
He
is
has a vengeance.
Now I'm pissed. I'm on a mission.
That's a you and God problem, Bandsaw. Don't make that our problem, bro. That's your guys' personal shit.
It's a we problem, right? And you know what? And anyway, I don't believe any of these wheels.
You're stumped. You're stumped. I get it.
The only wheels I
Quivering.
believe in are the wheels that I can verify myself.
Yeah, go out. You already said you did this. Wheels all day, bro.
Yeah, I must say,
Jeremy,
more
we're getting the
wheels
tattoos, bro.
there are more wheels in my house than there are doors.
Hey,
way
Jeremy,
more
we'll go to the Jersey Shore and get that tattoo. Wheels all day, bro.
I know you got all kinds of wheel spinny things. Listen, they classify a screwdriver as a wheel because the handle is the axle.
All
and then
day.
The tips the wheel.
What,
And I know you
Bandsaw?
got mad spinny wheelie things in your fucking garage there, bro.
You need nothing but wheels to even have a door. Multiple wheels per door. You'll never catch up, bro. Ever.
Yo, if we went and dug out all the bicycles out of all the landfills and the bicycles that are working now, that's going to be like
Pawn shop.
a zillion bicycles, bro.
Walmart has a zillion bikes, bro. They got a whole fucking. They got at the end of the aisle. They got a whole thing full of balls in it. They don't got those things full of doors. Why? Doors. Boo.
Kosho, what'd you want to get in? Did you want to get into something else, Kosho? You sick of the doors and wheels talk?
Never gonna be sick of it.
He's probably
Never
on Team
be.
Door. That's why he's like, I want to jump in and get fucked
He's
up
all
on
day
the door
team
shit.
door. He seems like a door type person.
You know, Kosho sees sense. That's the problem.
Listen, I got a closet. It's got 2 doors on it. They're hanging on a track using 4 wheels total for those 2 doors.
Okay. Do you call sliding doors doors?
Yeah, I'll give you sliding doors all day because they're
All
all
day.
using wheels.
All day. You can have
They're all
sliding
on
door.
wheels.
You can have sliding doors through next week, Bandsaw.
So then, technically speaking, right, a sliding window could be a door too, or a hinged
Yeah.
window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can have hey, you can have all those.
Okay.
Don't you get it? We want you to keep racking up those numbers so you can understand one day how you'll never get near ours.
So now windows plus trapdoor spiders. Oh my God! There we go. Happy days.
Oh, look who's looking for examples now.
I actually just Googled how many animals build doors, and not one. The only thing that comes up is trapdoor spider. That's the
Do
only.
you know how disappointed I was all day trying to search for wheels in the animal kingdom?
All day.
I couldn't find no wheels in bacterias or fucking amoebas or
Okay,
nothing. There's
now-
no wheel kind of
okay.
thing.
Okay, I'm gonna go now. But I did want to touch on one point. Bandsaw, I'm very happy. I'm not happy because you of your situation and how close you are to it, but I am happy that you were Bob Dole today, so you can understand what we deal with every day on a regular basis.
I kind of
I
see
know.
his logic, but I don't agree with it.
I know, but just that,
for that point.
but all you asked him was, "Is China real?" And the answer was yes. And that,
I
But
get
he
his
couldn't-
logic. I get his logic, so I'm not having a go at him, but I just anyway. I don't want to revisit it. Actually, I don't want to revisit it.
Okay,
if you get
I'm
into
out
like
of here. Hang on, I'm taking my
Later,
clothes
son.
out. I'm out of here. 2022, wheel all day, bro.
Trapdoor spider.
Listen, we got to get
Oh,
some real numbers. I don't like your fucking magical numbers you came up with this
I know.
trapdoor spider.
I was blown away myself, to be quite
I
honest.
literally couldn't find any wheels in the animal, like no kind of natural wheels happen anywhere ever.
Yeah. No,
How you doing?
hey, balls.
What's up?
Not much, man.
Hey guys.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to my girl. I can't get a wheels all day, bro tattoo, but I'm still down for the cause.
What? You can't.
I can't. She won't let me. And vagina is much more important than a tattoo.
Oh, well, actually, someone was in before actually suggesting that could be a door too.
So be it. I gotta go.
Yeah, you better. You better.
We are producing wheels. There's no way trapdoor spiders are making more doors than we're making wheels, bro. We're making wheels at a crazy rate. We make 1 million shopping carts a year. 4 million wheels.
Right there. Right there.
Shopping carts are satanic. You know how like homeless people, they always like steal, I guess, quote unquote, those shopping carts, because like that's the only way they can have things and like transport them. Well, I think non-homeless people should be allowed to steal one thing. So the homeless people, they get to take the shopping carts. What do we get to take? It has to be something we're allowed to just take and just like whatever, no consequence. Maybe like I think everybody should be allowed to write a note to the bank teller like once a year. Just call it even. But you can't ask for more than like $100, maybe something like that.
What's up, guys?
I just saw this funny article on Babylon Bee posted just now, and the headline says, "Restaurants now requiring proof of Ukraine support instead of like proof of vaccination."
I heard there's a lot of trapdoor spiders in the Ukraine.
I don't even know what a trapdoor spider is. I thought
Yeah,
all
you gotta
spiders
look.
were the same. I thought all spiders were just like these 8-legged
No, some of
demonic.
them build this multi-layer complex with 3 fucking doors in it, believe it or not. Unbelievable.
Oh, out of like silk, they make a door.
It doesn't matter. It's a fucking door, son of a bitch.
I used to live in like the countryside, and you would like, you live in the countryside, you could just be wandering around and then just run right into a spider web, like at any given moment.
Yes, we've all ran into spider webs, but have you ever ran into any of the trapdoor spiders?
No, thank God. I don't
One's
wanna.
ever seen any of them shits. I know. Tell me about it. There's supposed to be these fucking zillions of them running around somewhere.
What are those little red spiders called?
The
Red
black
spiders?
widow with the what's that?
No, there's spiders that are red. They're not
Are they
black.
like
They're just
fuzzy
red.
red? I can picture it in my mind. I don't know.
I could look it up easily.
No, first thing you need to look up is how many trapdoor spiders there are, and then look into these red spiders.
Well, I like the red spiders because you can see them from like a mile away.
Which makes me wonder how they even survive that long.
They're fast. They move really, really fast.
Yeah, but faster than birds?
Well,
No.
they're hard to. They're small, so they just can hide under anything.
Oh, they're mad little tiny ones?
Yeah, they're little tiny fast fuckers.
Yeah, but birds can see farther than infinity. So there's that.
They can always get closer to whatever they're trying to see. Okay, so these
I mean, you
trapdoor
don't really
spiders.
need to get closer. If you can see from farther than infinity, I don't know. Like,
Right. Trapdoor
that's
spiders.
farther than infinity, not even infinity. Because listen, humans can see for infinity, and then birds can see farther than that. So that's fucking far.
So these trapdoor spiders, they build like a hole and then put
And there's
something
like
over the
3
hole.
doors. 3 doors for defensive con. They pop out of one, and one of them's like a flappy door on ISS. It's fucking ridiculous, bro. We're trying to see how many of those there are on Earth.
You know, they sell these gag gifts at like maybe Spencer's or something, the Halloween store, and they just look
Yeah.
like these like giant, ugly, scary looking spiders, and people have been like springing them on each other. They'll put them like in somebody's shower or something.
Is
and
there
it,
a
like,
door or a
freaks the
wheel
fuck out of
involved?
people.
Is there a door or a wheel involved with the spider?
Usually there's a battery involved. There's a battery inside the spider, and it kind of looks like it's moving and pulsating, and it freaks people out.
Oh, I bet you there's all kinds of wheels in that bitch.
Probably, yeah, maybe some small gears like
Yeah,
a
hell
watch.
yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
I don't know if it's a real thing, but I guess people can get scared to death. I don't know. Like, can somebody get a heart attack spontaneously out of
If
fear?
you get
Is that a
scared
thing?
too bad, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Startled
I got scared
to death.
I got scared so bad in a dream. I woke up and I was gonna like throw up in my dream, so I woke up like right before I threw up in my dream.
Yeah, you could have
It was
thrown up
crazy.
in your own mouth and just like died right there.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was in my dad's old bakery, and it was real spooky going into the basement. And I went to go in the basement, and there was a guy looking up at me with a black Jason mask. That was it, bro. I almost threw up just seeing that dude. Mad scary.
Creepy as hell. Yeah. Everybody gets scared at least one time.
Yo, what up?
So
The dome hurt.
Percentage, just so you know. Or no, let me say this. We need to find out how many trapdoor spiders are on Earth, bro.
I couldn't hear what you were saying, Jeremy. It sounds like you're talking into your tits.
We gotta find out. Is this better? We gotta find out how many
Yeah.
trapdoor spiders are on Earth.
about 350.
Yep.
Super
Confirmed.
important.
Why is that important?
There's a massive debate going on right now about are there more wheels or doors on Earth?
Who cares? Who's debating it? People with a 2-digit IQ.
A lot of
There's
kids.
definitely more like there's definitely a lot more wheels in Africa because they don't have 2-story buildings in Africa.
They don't have what?
Because Africa never had 2-story buildings until like 200 years ago. So Africa definitely has more wheels.
It didn't have any wheels either.
Well, they have plenty of wheels now.
Yeah, but they have plenty of two-story buildings now.
Well, they're a little behind. They're still behind on that one.
Right.
I was watching this thing on Nigeria the other day, and it showed like there's people that just like live in water, like these fucking shanty towns built
They
on
build, those
like
people are
top of
crazy.
water.
Yeah, the people that own the land let them come get wood and supplies and shit sometimes. But yeah, they just live like on these like they'll drive poles into the ground and then just build on top of that. But they're like right in the ocean and shit.
Wasn't there a
They
guy
just,
in
like,
Canada
they
who
swim
built?
around. They swim to their friend's house and all that shit.
That's pretty cool. Not Canada. There's a guy in South America who built. Basically, he got a bunch of trash, like floating trash, and just put it all together and made a little island and built like a little flat on top of that.
I heard they sanctioned him as like part of the country or something like that. Like
Yeah,
you
because they
got
wanted
some
him to
kind of
pay
like
tax. Of course. He wasn't far out enough to be on international water, but he also wasn't on their land, so they had to come up with the solution.
Yeah. That's dope. Is that shit like stable or I gotta look at a picture of that.
I don't know. I'll look up.
There's like a whole kind of city. I don't know where exactly in South America it is. But I remember watching this guy like on YouTube. He's basically traveling, and there's this whole kind of like city, slums basically, that have, you know, dwellings just on water. Their houses are all just on water, and the water's like disgusting. وعليكم السلام.
عاوزني صحاب تكون في اللابي ينزلوا لك.
Yeah, I've just posted it up in the live stream.
I don't know about you, but where I live, we've had this invasion, maybe you could call it, of I guess you would call them buzzards or just like giant birds of death. And they're fucking satanic looking and they're huge. And they're fucking everywhere now.
Yeah, we've got a lot of Polish women in London as well.
Well, I thought, yeah, I thought people generally associate those big black birds with like judges, judges and barristers. I never heard of them referred to as like Polish women, but okay.
No, Polish women are not blackbirds, to be fair.
Or Poles, I guess. Polish.
It's funny in a way though, because in England, the term birds is used to refer to women as well. So.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that before. Is it true they used to send messages using carrier birds back in the day? I don't know if that's true or if that's just like kind of a fiction.
Yeah, I don't know.
So maybe they didn't, because it's talked about as if it was like a real thing, but I don't know. I don't know how much confidence. Like, I don't know. Like, if you give a message to a bird, like, how does it know like where to go? Like,
Carrier
what if
pigeons are
what
very
if the
much
bird goes
real.
to the wrong place?
They are trained to fly home. That's all they can do is fly home.
Huh. Okay. So I guess there's no pigeons that are trained to go anywhere else. Just one place. Just back home, back to the nest.
Yeah, they usually put them in the back of a truck or something and drive them somewhere else, and then let them fly home.
Not exactly the most advanced form of communication.
Perfect. You send your scout out. The scout takes a couple of pigeons. He sees something, puts a little message in a thing. The pigeon goes home, lets people know what's going on. It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah. So.
Unless, of course, you're spying on an army that knows you use pigeons and they shoot them all out of the sky.
Right.
Okay, but now think
Thank
about
you.
in the time that they were using such methods to relay messages, think of the weapons that they had and what it would take to try and use those to shoot every pigeon out of the air. Do you think that they were aiming, like, even if they were doing it like when we had muskets, you think those muskets were super accurate? I mean,
No.
come on.
I don't think anybody
Here's
sees
a
a
pigeon.
pigeon and
Get
suspects that it has like knowledge on it.
No one now, no. And not even back then. You wouldn't assume it either. That's just funny as. There'd be no pigeons left, mate. If that was the case.
If you ever go to like a big city, like the biggest cities, they always have like the giant, gnarliest looking pigeons. They're like
My
the
girlfriend just
fat cat pigeons.
brought up. Sorry,
So,
go.
your girlfriend what?
Western diet pigeons. That's the problem.
My girlfriend brought up a good point. During the time when they were using this, many of the nobles would also use falcons and hawks, who they would then loose onto the local bird population.
The foxes would hunt the pigeon?
No, hawks.
Oh, hawks. I thought you said fox.
Good luck training a hawk. I mean, yeah, I know it's dumb, but that wouldn't be very common. That'd take a certain skill.
Yeah, I think hawks can be trained to do a lot of things.
Have you ever seen one of those trained hawks or eagles in real life?
Not in real life, no.
Maybe
Not
from a
close.
distance. Yeah.
They're amazing how powerful they are. You wouldn't think it, but as soon as you get within 5 feet, you're just like, holy shit.
I've seen one carrying a goat, and that let me know the strength right there. Just even of their talons and that to be able to hold on and carry it away.
Yeah, hawks are assholes. They can do all kinds of shit. I mean, if all the hawks in the world conspired, they could just all like kill us right now. If the hawks like teamed up with like the eagles, The hawks, the eagles, and the carrion birds, like we'd all be fucked, dude.
Mate, just the ravens alone would be able to fuck us up if they worked it out. If we all had shiny things on us, we'd all be fucked.
Right, shiny things, right? Like a candy wrapper or something. You'd have to think of something inventive. You'd have to you know how like when there's a hurricane, you put up plywood on your windows to protect yourself. Well, now you would have to get like a tinfoil, put it on your windows so they all like fly into the side of your house. Tinfoil or like just like high gloss paint or something, or like put a black paint construction paper up behind your window or something. Kill the
We've
birds that way.
got mozzies now. We have to do that just for mozzies. We've got mozzies that can cause encephalitis apparently, and because we have mozzies every fucking and there's mozzies everywhere. Some people suffer, some people don't. Like I don't know what's going to happen this year if they put the fear out there that the mozzie gives you encephalitis and you're going to die.
What is encephalitis? What is that?
Like brain swelling. Your brain swells up and your skull can't handle it.
It's just like a bacteria that just gets in your bloodstream.
Well, they're claiming that there's some subvariant that these mozzies pass around of some virus that's causing it. That's what they're claiming. Like the Zika phenomenon. You know how they had that Zika issue for a while?
Mm-hmm. It's probably still around.
Similar.
You just don't hear anything about it.
Well, they're claiming that it's here in our state. I think 12 people have died from it so far. Even though, I'll just quickly mention, it's the third most prevalent side effect to the latest technology that's being forced upon people. But that's here nor there, I suppose.
Oh, you're talking about
Let's blame some Aussie.
the jab?
Yeah. The old fucking Jabba the Hutt.
Right? your ticket, your dining club ticket to all the restaurants in London.
Yeah, apparently you basically get a mozzie bite. That's what I end up calling it. Bit by the mozzie. Blame the mosquitoes. Oh look, thanks Bill Gates for your genetically modified patent on mozzies that would take care of the mozzie problem for us. Who would have thought there'd be a solution already available for when the problem arises? I love Bill.
I'm looking
He's
this up.
so
Is a mozzie a goose?
Is a mozzie a goose? No. Mosquito. Sorry. Aussie slang.
Oh, for mosquito. Oh, okay.
Jesus, you had a moose in your mind. That would have changed the whole scenario.
Yeah, I thought
people killed by moose bites.
I thought it was kind of goose. Yeah, I was wasn't sure how these birds were biting people. Okay, so yeah, mosquitoes.
Yeah, mosquitoes.
Those are insects, but those are really dickish insects. Nobody likes them. They legitimately ruin like a summer afternoon. Like you'll just be out there, whatever, outside. God help you if you're anywhere near like a body of water, and then like they just start biting you, and then it's like your afternoon is ruined.
Yes, I'm one of those lucky people that don't get bitten, but I know a lot of people that do suffer. It is very frustrating for them. They either cover themselves in some sort of poison or have faith in some new online spruiked product that you just put on your wrist and somehow it works with mozzie. Or they just bear with it or run inside. Or the other.
Just have to wear clothing, but it's hot out, so you wear clothing and it's hot out, but put up with it. You buy like those tiki torches, or you use bug spray, or you just like slap them away.
DDT. Dynamite.
Right.
It's an ACDC. Akadaka. So, trapdoor spiders, hey? There's lots of them. Just leave you with that thought. I'm pretty sure it's in the trillions, really, if you want to really think about it. Trillion.
I was listening today to quite a bit of this podcast that Donald Trump just did. He was just on like this Barstool Sports show. It got pulled from YouTube, of course, but Trump is so funny. Just talking about like Russia and stuff. And it's just so funny how kind of hard he talks. He's just like, Putin, he never invaded when I was around. I threatened to nuke him if he did anything wrong. It's very bad now. It's terrible. Funny guy. He was like, yeah, Putin invaded Georgia. Not our Georgia, not the wonderful Georgia, not sweet Georgia, but the other Georgia, the one out there. Putin went in there, it was not good. But I went in there and I was tough. I knew how to deal with him. Such a character, man. I noticed Boris Johnson looks like as he's getting older, it's like his upper eyelids and all that shagginess is just slowly just creeping over the rest of his face. He's gonna look like some kind of like claymation figure soon, or like the robustness of his upper eyes and stuff is just gonna he's not. I don't know how that guy sees anything. Kind of, it's like Kurt Cobain, right? Kurt Cobain had that stupid shaggy hair that was in front of his face all the time. Kind of like that.
telling me it's just quiet in here?
Yeah, it's quiet over here. I just came over just now, and all I found was silence.
I thought I wasn't connected. I was like, what's going on?
I figured I'd give a breath to see if anybody was here.
It only gets spirited when they talk about the small hats.
Over at Gems, we were solving the world's problems with Ukraine.
Oh, God.
All lives matter. Are you 1488 pilled?
I'm not going to comment. I don't want to get doxxed.
Ah, fair enough. Don't worry, I'm not Mark Taylor. I'm not out to dox anyone.
Although I don't have a normal job, so in a more normal world, I shouldn't even care about getting doxxed.
I don't give a shit. Like, to be honest, like I'm not out to get anyone. So say whatever you want, or don't. But I understand why it's, because for me, I agree it's fucking stupid. It's like, why shouldn't I just be able to have any political opinion? It doesn't matter what that is. But yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm also saying, like, in a more better world, like, you should have, like, employment protection, right? So even if somebody wants to get you fired, even if you did something wrong, it should be hard to get you fired. Like, you should have union protections. You should have rights as a worker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in a world where you have to earn money in order to survive, it should be like, it should be very hard to fire you for things that aren't related to your job.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's why I'm
The
self-employed.
actual
So.
solution is to make it so that money isn't as important.
Sure, but that's not where we're at now. So.
I don't think that anybody should be forced to associate with anybody they don't want to.
Yeah, I agree with that. Freedom of association is pretty important. So you're not for quotas, for hiring quotas then, I guess.
You mean like demographically or something?
Yeah. Well, for any reason. You must hire X person for reason Y. I'm talking
Yeah,
to
no, I don't
specifically.
think any of that is good sense.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like I've always been in principle kind of annoyed by stuff like affirmative action, stuff like that. But then as I got more mature in the working world, I became a little less. I cared less about that because, like, so many jobs, even if they look high status and they seem cushy and stuff, it's still like, I don't know, like it's not like a reward to even have that job. You know what I mean?
No, I
So,
agree.
so
Yeah.
it's like somebody gets preferential hiring. It's like, okay, well, eventually that person's going to want to blow their head off doing that job anyway. So it's like, let them
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah, I agree. I've had some pretty nice jobs and I've had some pretty shit jobs, and to be honest, I was never ever happier than I am now being self-employed. Like, because if someone wants to fire me, like, I don't care. Like, I don't have to be anywhere with anyone. It's great. I had this. So I do a lot of entertainment work, and I don't mean like dodgy stuff. I just mean like DJing and karaoke nights, that kind of stuff.
Right.
And I had a karaoke that I was doing about last year sometime. And the manager hated me. She just, don't know, she just didn't like me. Just didn't get on. So I was like, okay. So I just quit. Like, there was, it didn't affect any of my other work, and everything else was fine. I was just like, bye-bye. I got another job for that evening, and adios. Nice to be able to do that, you know.
Fired you. You were no longer allowed to play music. Banned.
No, she was just like criticised every little thing that just didn't matter, you know, and it was just I was just getting bored of it because there was so much negative energy. I was like, no, I'll go somewhere else.
How is karaoke like a job? Like, what do you mean by that? Isn't the whole point?
Yeah,
of
aren't the
karaoke,
people
like,
singing working?
sing themselves?
Well, no, I mean you provide the equipment and you host the evening. So really, I'm a host.
Okay. All right. I guess I don't know necessarily other than like this is the thing that I think what I was thinking of was like karaoke bar. Like people come in and they pay to sing songs. Like, well, how is karaoke the job? Like, but
Well, have you developed
talking
a
about being, like,
personality
basically a
cult?
DJ,
Do people just want to see your face?
I guess you could call it that. Like people, I have like people who will come to my evenings.
Maybe not.
If that's what you're asking. Like they want. So if someone pisses me off, I'll just go to another pub and 50 people will come with. Sort of.
So you're saying you have groupies?
Yeah, no, definitely not groupies. Maybe one or two, but not all of them.
There are single moms in every city.
Yeah, Brenda's one of my groupies.
That's a positive, yes.
So how's everyone doing on this fabulous evening?
Doing all right.
Fine enough, I think maybe.
What about you,
I
Gio?
posted this Babylon, or I mentioned this Babylon Bee article, and the headline was restaurants requiring proof of Ukraine support instead of like proof of vaccine.
Is that you're not being serious, are you?
No, it's Babylon
Oh.
Bee, so it's like The Onion. It's like parody
right,
headlines.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is quite cultish, isn't it? Like, whether you agree or disagree or anything like that, it's like I was watching the rugby today, and it's like for the first 10 minutes, it was all political statements. Whether you agree with them or not, it's like I don't think it's a like. So the first thing that comes up is there is no place in rugby for racism. I was like, okay, cool, but I don't think rugby has anything to do with racism. And then the next thing was going on about Ukraine for the next 5 minutes. And then after that, they had a statement about like how women's rugby should be equal to men's rugby. And it's like, I don't care about your liberal politics. I just want to watch rugby.
Oh God! Imagine watching women's rugby someday, and like an actual like titty gets ripped off, and it's like bouncing around on the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, I don't think that's very likely, but it's just like for me, I think sport is like an escape from politics for a lot of people, and now they're like shoving that politics hard into the sport. Like, why?
It's so uncomfortable, man. It's so weird. It's like even like we do the national anthem here in the U.S. and even still like for years the national anthem was like low key this like thing that like nobody really wants to do. So like we don't even like doing the national anthem, let alone like all the extra shit.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know, man. Like I don't want to have any politics pushed on me, even if it's stuff I agree with. It's like I'm watching football because I want to see skilled sportsmen. This isn't a political arena.
Yeah, there's a reason that professional sports are more popular than high school and middle school and elementary school sports. You could watch little children play football or rugby or soccer, but it's not as entertaining when the less skilled people are the ones who are engaged in it. You want to watch the highest skill, or at least higher skilled people do it. And when things like in tennis, where the like absolute ultimate pinnacle of female professional tennis is like in the hundreds when ranked among like high school tennis players, well, you're obviously not watching the best.
That was what John McEnroe got in trouble with for stating the truth. He was saying, and you know what's funny? That whole Serena Williams thing. Like, he said she's the greatest female tennis player of all time, hands down. And they were like, why did you say she's female? And he was like, because it's true, right? And then they were like, and he was like, she would probably rank about 700 in the men's game, something like that. And what's funny is that she even went on a talk show and went, oh yeah, well, if I played Andy Murray, I wouldn't get a game off him. Right? So even she's saying it. It's like, this isn't controversial. It's only controversial amongst a certain type of perpetually offended idiot.
And it's like John McEnroe, his reputation has always been like he's always been like a fucking asshole. And in fact, like tennis in the United States like wouldn't exist without John McEnroe, because he was a superstar back in like the 70s, I think, in the United States. He was like the Michael Jordan, I guess. I don't know, but he really brought the game of tennis to the U.S. And then he paved the way for like Andre Agassi and all that shit. And so it's like tennis has a lot to thank for John McEnroe, what he has done. But I guess that doesn't matter at the end of the day. Because like,
yeah, I agree.
You know,
I mean,
there's always a new game in town.
Yeah, I suppose. I think McEnroe was more famous in the 80s than 70s, but
yeah, whatever year he was famous in, whatever.
I mean, he was the best in the world for a while, or certainly up there. So he wasn't just any old tennis player. He was basically the best player in the world before Pete Sampras was the best player in the world. You know, so I suppose Sampras helped as well in America.
He broke the spell of tennis being like this polite English and Australian game, and he became this like brash, it's like American with like his like chest hair like coming out and his necklace and him yelling and screaming. He was also good too.
Well, he won 3 Wimbledons and 4 US Opens. I'm just looking at his page now. That's pretty impressive. Like, you know, back in the day, winning 3 or 4 Grand Slams had you as one of the best of all time. You know, like we live in a strange era of tennis where you've got Federer, Djokovic, and Nadal all on like 20 titles. But before then, that was unthinkable. I mean, I think Sampras had 14, and he was miles ahead of the next guy. So these 3 are really just
had like 13 or something.
Oh, did you? Okay, fair enough. Well, I know. Let me see. What do you have?
He was the Australian Rod Laver, I think.
Yeah, Sampras had 14. I don't think Laver was that close, but maybe you're right. Let's have a look. Oh, he had 11. Just having a look now, but he did do all of them. So and I don't think Sampras got all 4. I don't think Sampras ever won the French Open, but I can check that. So look. Yeah, he never even made a final at the French Open. That's interesting. But yeah, he had 14, and then like when Federer went past his, like people were saying, "Oh yeah, that'll never, no one will ever go past Federer." And
who broke Federer?
I mean, I think Djokovic just did. So I think what's Federer got? 1, 2.
Really?
10, 12. Yeah, so Federer's got 20.
Jeez.
Yeah, 20 is just obscene. Okay, so Djokovic has also got 20, which means Nadal must have broken it then. I mean, he's got like 11 French Opens. For fuck's sake. 13 French Opens? That can't be right. He's got 13 French Opens.
King of Clay.
That's obscene. Now, he has as many French Opens as Sampras has all of them. Like,
He probably can't even speak a word of French either.
yeah, true. He can certainly say, like, je suis champion or whatever in French. Yeah, no, Nadal's got 21. When he won the Aussie Open, that Djokovic wasn't allowed to attend because of the COOF.
COOF. Which I think now they've lifted the COOF.
The
COOF
Holocaust?
regulations.
Yeah, the Holocaust, yeah.
Holocaust.
Yeah.
The boomer remover.
Yeah, I can definitely. You are definitely based and red pilled. I can tell.
Have you ever watched like high level tennis in real life, like in person
Yeah, I'll go to Wimbledon
on
most
the
years.
court side? Yeah,
Yeah.
it is fun to see in real life.
Yeah, you realise, because I used to play tennis, you realise how much better they are than you. It's like, it doesn't look that impressive on the TV, and then when you see it in real life, you're like, fuck me, this is so fast.
It is fun to see in real life. Kind of nice and tidy, you know, it's all in front of you, and you can get close and see everything. The ball's really like bright, you know, you can follow the action easily. Saw Anna Kournikova. She was like, she actually came to a city near me. It's pretty funny. She was such a huge celebrity. Like everybody wanted to like see her and stuff.
She was shit at tennis.
Yeah, I guess that was her reputation, but she just had a personality cult, so everybody had to see her.
Well, everyone just fancied her. She's just fit.
Yeah, she was known for being attractive. And it was just kind of like the spectacle of her being around.
To be honest, looking at her page, she did make the quarterfinal of the Aussie Open, semi-final of Wimbledon. So she was okay. You know, it's better than I would have done. Made a couple of doubles finals. So not too bad. Fair play.
You ever play ping pong or table tennis?
Nah, not really. What about you?
Basically the same thing. Just smaller version of it.
We used to have a restaurant in London that had a ping pong table, like in the restaurant. It was really weird.
Right.
That was the last time I played.
It's a cool little sport. More for like the younger crowd, because if past a certain age, you just don't stand a chance. You don't have the reflexes for it. Do you know what a Tommy Tard is?
No.
It's a funny slur name for somebody who follows Tommy Robinson.
Right. Yeah, they're kind of like diet woke.
Is he still around? He's still
Who
doing his thing.
knows? I'm pretty sure he's controlled opposition.
Well, he was Nigel Farage's little guy, right?
No, I don't
His
think
wingman.
I don't think they have much to do with each other, but I don't know.
Football hooligans. That's what you got. Is that still a scene? The whole like football hooligan anti-Muslim thing.
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I don't really watch the news because it's normally just propaganda. So I don't know anyone in real life who's like that. So I don't really have I don't have a way to access that info. Is basically what I'm saying.
Mm.
But I'm sure the news is telling you about how evil British people are for 500 different reasons.
Oh, really? Okay, we don't get. I don't see much of that.
Oh, our news is very anti-us. That's one of the reasons I switched off the telly. I was like, no, I don't want to hear
Are you
about
talking about
Iran
like
again.
the BBC or the Guardian?
Well, I don't care about the Guardian. It's a private newspaper. They can do what they like. But the BBC is a publicly funded broadcaster which doesn't have an unbiased or at least centrist viewpoint. So I just turned it off.
Well, the thing about the Guardian though is it's considered like the paper of record for the UK and all of like UK adjacent places around the world. So people defer to it a lot.
I mean, the Guardian is like, if you compare it to, say, the Daily Mail, the Daily Mail has 10 times as many readers.
Yeah, but it's the Daily Mail it has the reputation of being kind of like tabloidish, right? It's not considered like as like heady, I guess.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think they're both very biased, though. Like, the Daily Mail is capitalist boomers, and the Guardian is kind of 30-something SJWs. Like, if you don't conform to those worldviews, then what they report doesn't make any sense to you.
Mm-hmm. I like the Daily Mail has a very good like. It really pioneered this aesthetic of like having the picture at the top and then like this giant like 100-word headline and then the bullet points and then the article.
Oh yeah, that's
kind of like that.
That's an internet thing, isn't it? That's not what the actual paper's like.
Hey, yeah, it's not like that. No, it's the papers in England are also not like the Hogwarts papers with the moving pictures.
No, but it'd be great if they were. And every paper has a cup of tea. Comes with a cup of tea.
Right. Right. Tea's good though. I don't know how good it is for your teeth though. I think it slowly rots them away.
That's why you need to brush your teeth.
Yeah, but you only brush your teeth once a day, so all that stuff is just festering in your mouth for the remaining 23 and a half hours.
You only brush your teeth once a day?
Generally once a day for me. I'm just too out and about,
What? I can't process that. Why wouldn't you brush your teeth at least twice a day?
That's a good question. I don't know. I just never got into that habit. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to save electricity.
Yeah, man, you got to get your fluoride in. All right, it's important. It's essential.
I mean, fluoride is all right. I mean,
it was a joke.
thing is, you can't escape fluoride. It's naturally occurring. It's in
Yeah,
water.
certain types are. There's other kinds that are pretty sure super not naturally occurring.
Yeah, but just because it's naturally occurring doesn't mean it's good for you. I mean, mercury is naturally occurring. Don't want to put mercury in my toothpaste.
Lava is naturally occurring. Right? So I mean,
I never knew people were still on that full fluoride thing. I thought that was kind of an early 2000s thing.
What, having it or complaining about it?
Yeah, just the conspiracy theories around fluoride. I thought that kind of ran
don't
its
think that-
course.
What do you mean by the conspiracy theory? Like, do you think ingesting fluoride is good for you?
I think it's all right. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I thought it was just kind of, I thought other things came along, other toxins came along that were more concerning.
Probably.
Well, I think there is fluoride in spring water. There's a very small amount of it, but it's a different form. It's like an organic form of fluoride, and it's connected to organic minerals. And in that low dose, like something like in spring water or like in the soil as well, is actually really good for us. Actually strengthens the teeth, protects the teeth, and it does other strengthening things to the bones. I think what they've done with the modern day fluoride is that they've it's a synthetic monster chemical basically that contains fluoride and other industrial pollutants, and so together that thing is like a totally not good at all in any dose, and that's what causes all the damage that they do with it. Like those synthetic fluorides are the ones that are just are just like cellularly toxic, and those are the ones they put in the water. And then they claim that the fluoride treatments they do at like dentist's office and all of that is supposed to protect your teeth, but it actually does the opposite. Like because it contains fluoride, it will put kind of like a coating. It puts like a coating on your teeth, and so in a way that protects them for a short amount of time. But while it's on your teeth, it's causing more decay. So it actually does the opposite. But because it contains the fluoride part of it, or the fluorine mineral, it does have some short-term protective benefits, and that's how they've sold it to people.
So yeah, you should only brush your teeth once a day then. If you got
No,
the
I would just say
fluoride
just don't
toothpaste.
ever use anything that ever contains synthetic fluoride. That's
What about baking soda? Does that have fluoride?
no, usually not, but baking soda can have aluminum unless you buy the type that is aluminum free.
Aluminum?
Aluminium.
There we are.
For all of you outer ponders.
I have an American team that comes to one of my quiz nights, and there was a question about ZZ Top, and just to wind them up, I kept on saying ZZ Top.
That's funny.
They're like, "What is this Z that you speak of? What is it?"
Just looking at them to see what their face was like.
That's like calling mosquitoes mozzies.
Oh, mozzies is that's a colonial thing generally though. Like Australians and South Africans say mozzies.
Mozzie, 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 oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, very good. I do have a question for the room, and I don't really want to get into it, but you know when Bill Nye said that the Earth is a closed system. Obviously, the context was to do with trash, so I'm not trying to pull like a silly thing. But how do you think, when he said closed system, do you think he was using the strict scientific definition of a closed system when he was saying that? Is that what he meant, or is there another meaning there?
I think he meant it as he didn't want to get into a long-winded autistic explanation of how it maybe is not quite a closed system. So he just said it for brevity's sake. Especially being someone who's used to doing like a kids TV show where everything has to be kind of simple and digestible.
Okay, fair enough. So would you say that then he knew that he was misspeaking, but he didn't care because it was pragmatic at the time? That's kind of what you think.
Yeah, probably. As far as the Earth being a closed system, I'm not sure if it is. I don't know what the general mainline scientific consensus on that is. I mean,
No, I'm not even asking what the consensus is or what you think. I'm just asking why you think he would say that. And again, it's not meant to be a gotcha. I'm trying to do that. I'm just because I had this discussion with Pazza yesterday. I don't know if you know who Pazza is, and I was saying to him, like, if Bill Nye was saying that it's a closed system, then he must have been aware that, like, he can't have been using the scientific definition of that because he must also believe people went to the moon, right? So, I don't know. I just found it interesting because Pazza wouldn't kind of concede.
If it's a closed system, you think that would be like a dome, like nothing
No.
can go in or
A
out?
closed system just has the definition that energy can, matter can't, right? So, so you can't then also hold you can't hold the idea that matter can't leave something, but matter left the thing, right? So it's contradictory. I'm not even trying to make claims about the Earth or anything. Just talking about the contradiction itself.
Maybe he was saying the Earth is always in equilibrium. I don't know.
How would that?
That's not really That's not really a closed system, but maybe that's what he.
Yeah, you
meant
just
to
got me
say.
thinking of. Wonder if he meant like the orbital system, like to make it plausible, right? Like if you could think, like I'm sure he didn't mean this, you know what I mean? Like, but like if you had an orbital system, and you're gonna send shit out into space, then like it's just gonna return, possibly, or like fuck up your satellites or something. You know what I mean? Like it's a closed system, so like if you threw it out there, it's just gonna orbit the Earth, right? It's gonna fall forever around the Earth, which wouldn't be a good thing. Maybe.
Yeah, for sure. I suppose that's a possible explanation.
I doubt that I think I just gave the ballers one. You know what I mean? Like, but who knows? Yeah, I found crazy. I don't know what meme. I was probably in some room, but it was like Bill Nye's mom was the like engineer that like figured out how to like find this airplane or something like that. Like something like crack this code for like the government. And I was thinking how like Bill Nye was probably like rewarded with the job of like being the arbiter of science because his mother was like high up in the military,
Code cracker.
respected.
She built like some Rube Goldberg like decoding machine.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm just speculating. She had like dominoes set up like up and down her like staircase with like fucking balls hitting and clanking against each other and
Just for fun.
wheels spinning.
Like Pee-wee's,
decoding
like
the
it's like
Japanese
Pee-wee's
communication.
Adventure. Yeah, it's like Pee-wee's fucking. When he wakes up in the morning, Pee-wee's the movie. Pee-wee's Great Adventure, and he's got like the toast coming out and being put on his plate and shit and buttered. Like some spring out of a wall, like puts the butter on the bread. Yeah.
Yeah, right. A cuckoo clock.
Yeah, exactly.
The wall.
It gives you like brushes your teeth. Something.
I always liked that old like was it in the Pinocchio movie? It was this old like Disney kind of innovation where like Geppetto is snoring so heavily in his bed that like the air moving in and out is causing the cuckoo clock bird to just pop in and out on the wall. Like he's
Okay.
sucking the cuckoo clock out in and out with his own snoring.
Well, you got it. Like some of that shit is so clever. I always think like it's funny how like the idea of like putting classical music to like cartoon characters like Bugs Bunny and shit. You know what I mean? Like what a trip. Like
Oh
you know,
right.
like what a clever
Yeah.
little like a clever artistic little thing, you know.
Right, like Bugs Bunny gets so like passionate, like conducting the opera guy to the point where like he's like torturing the opera guy to death by like
Oh yeah, that's right.
compelling him to sing so loudly and
Right.
bellicosely.
So clever. That shit is
He,
so
at
fun.
one point, he just puts his dog Bugs Bunny just puts his hand up in the air and then walks away and keeps his hand there, and then walks back like a half hour later and he's still singing.
Yeah, they were good. But even just the idea, like Tom and Jerry. But like, if you look at like their music selection, like you know, some of it's like classical music, and it's just funny how they, you know, like they made everything funny.
Yeah, I've even seen like they even
You know,
do some of this stuff. They've tried to revive this stuff a little bit. Like, so there'll be like these gags even on like TikTok where
yeah,
people will like sit in front of a piano in like a crowded area, and as people like step or
oh
like
right,
open a door, they'll play the music along with it.
right. You
So
know,
people have definitely appropriated the whole like
it's kind of
kind of titillating kind of aspect of how music can mess with people.
when you think of it too. Like, I was thinking like, so you think like Bugs Bunny and all that war era stuff, like you know, where like people were just trying to like, almost like assuage and like relax like their children and shit, you know what I mean, with humor and like under dire circumstances, right? So you're like, you know, you're trying to like make life beautiful for people that you care about, right? That's this initial impetus. And like I'd almost wonder if like it didn't spiral out, you know, into the moon landing kind of thing. Where it was like this like, you know, this like everything's gonna be okay kind of a thing. As opposed to this malicious, you know, deception. Like, you know, it's almost like, just think of it like Walt Disney had something to do with it, kind of thing, you know, but like, you know, to look at it in the light of like some semblance of innocence, right? Like, you know, like Bugs Bunny, you know, like making something funny so that people can enjoy themselves, you know, as opposed to,
Right, pushing the limits of creativity became like pushing the limits of like what are people going to believe?
well, also to like, to relax them, you know, whether for better or worse, right? But like, you know, because I've often said like, or I think I've kind of come to the conclusion that like space and all of it is like Robert Anton Wilson's best friends. Like, you know, got into like how to fleece the government and pretend you're a space agency under the guise of science. You know, like it's like, and it's completely harmless. Like it's harmless information to some extent. You know what I mean? If you don't get too philosophical with it, like, you know, like it's harmless information that we live on a ball. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Like you can't confirm it, can't fucking deny. Like it's just ridiculous information. So like, imagine like you were witty enough to like convince the federal government to give you billions of dollars so that you could fucking, you know, like, you know, it started off as like this impetus of like, you know, Bugs Bunny, make the world great, you know, that kind of thing, and then it turned into like a hustle. Where it's like, you know, now we just need another $250,000,000 for a space rover that's going to go to Polaris. You know, it's like a
Yeah, you see,
troll.
me and you are different because I actually do think the space stuff is actually all true, basically.
Right.
I'm different in that
Are
that's
you
one of the
familiar
last
with?
remaining kind of valid
Are,
things the government does.
are you familiar with Robert Anton Wilson?
No, I don't
Like,
know.
I mean, he's a space believer too. You know what I mean? He thought, like, like he thinks, believes in the whole rocket program and all the rest of it. And I just happen to see it more from the lens of like I was talking one time about how like everyone thinks like God is like like this very serious Thor kind of a character. You know what I mean? Like lightning and thunder and shit, right? And I say like like for all we know, it's more like Mr. Bean.
Right.
Well, he
Like,
created the duck-billed platypus, so he's obviously
like,
got a sense of humor.
right. So like instead of thinking of him as like this like terrifying whatever, it's almost like a Mr. Bean kind of thing. Like it's like the hilarity of it all is completely understood. And I just think part of that to me is I just see like Robert Anton Wilson and like a bunch of his intellectual merry pranksters figuring out a way to get the federal government to give them millions of fucking dollars, and over something that's essentially completely harmless. In fact, it has the potential to unite the people. But like Robert Anton Wilson was all for the whole space program, but I think he was like going in on the troll with his friends or something. I don't know, dude. I think you know like the space program or all that stuff. I just I question some of its validity. Even like
Hey,
there's
is
no.
Robert Anton Wilson? Is he like what is he? A scientist or a commentator? Who is he?
Yeah, he's a writer. He's a writer, but he I don't know how to put him, man. He was a writer. He wrote. Have you ever heard of like the Discordians?
No.
Prometheus Rising.
Yeah, like what and to be honest, I have not read very much of his material. But I know he wrote like books he wrote like he was
Science fiction.
like yeah, like the Illuminatus or whatever. I think there's a couple of different books that like and this idea that you are your own pope and that everyone sees everything through like reality tunnels. And the first mission for every one of you who's a pope is to find something to argue about with everyone else who's a pope. So like it's like this whole. It's called like Discordianism, man, and it's like almost on the verge of absurdism. And like I think like once you get into like these art movements and you see like who was what and where they were and who they were with, you're kind of like, oh shit, like what if because like just like
Sounds very
Alistair.
cultish.
But like, are you familiar with like Aleister Crowley and like
Barely, yeah.
The Jet Propulsion Laboratory guy?
Hey.
What's his name? Crypto. Fuck. What the fuck?
Jay Dyer.
I was only half listening.
No. It was oh my god, he was JPL.
Oh, you talking about Jet Propulsion Labs? You talking about the Devil Wafer guy?
Yeah, but not Crowley himself, but the guy who started, like the
Jack Parsons.
Jack Parsons. Thank you very much.
Right.
So Jack Parsons was like chill with Aleister Crowley, who then they all went on to JPL, the whole rocket movement and shit, and they created this idea of like, and that's why people look at this like symbolically, like you're sending dicks into space, into the womb of the fucking whatever. It's all this sex magic bullshit. So like when you look at it through that lens, you're like, wow, that's kind of intriguing. And then you got like space sex. You know what I mean? It's kind of like just this like
Volvo rockets.
ode to this like weird almost Freudian concept. And then they realized like Edward Bernays and these guys realized that they could use all this subliminal Freudian archetype shit and Jungian type stuff and control an individual, which led them to believe that they could control mass individuals. That's why some people think that's why the TV was created. That's why it's considered like patented as a weapon.
Well, I don't think anybody can compared a rocket to a phallus until somebody painted a rocket red.
Well, I mean, I dare say that it's well-known symbology, but I feel you. I get the joke. But, yeah, motherfuckers. You know, and that's why it's, like, interesting that they know, like, that tactic of, like, archetypes and shit. And so they've gotten a bunch of people to believe it. You know, and to believe in something that, like, again, it's like it's harmless information. You know, it's like irrelevant, useless information.
It is pretty. It is to be. I think it is pretty useless.
You know what I mean?
People
Like
don't
knowing
care about all that shit.
right, it's useless. It's completely useless. It's just as good as being somewhere in a distant fictional land because it's useless to everyday life. And people like, and then what gets you is like, you know, that's why I always like what's his name? Al Hazen. He's the guy who like created the scientific method, and this whole thing was like, be an enemy of all that you read. You know, be an enemy of all that anyone brings to you. You know, be an enemy even to your own self in the sense that you don't prejudice your opinion of things. And
It is funny how anti-intellectual, not just Western or American society is, but maybe even like just humanity in general. Because like so many places, social settings you can be in, you come across as like well spoken and knowing things. Like people just are turned off by it. People are like, why do you know this? Like why are you saying things? Why are you interested in things? It's like, don't you just want to socialize? Don't you just want to ask me how my day is? Don't you want to know like what my kid is doing in his soccer league? Like why are you knowledgeable? This is weird.
oh yeah, but those people are NPC robots that nobody wants to talk to anyway. So it's like yuck.
No, but people do want to talk to them. They're the ones who have large social circles.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like to it's like large social circles, man. Like I don't know. So, it's like Kim Kardashian has the largest social circle, dude. like who cares?
So,
but I think it comes down to like it's almost like class, like in the sense of like that there's like wealth classes. There's also like intellectual class, and it's just certain swaths of populations dig it. Talking about just random shit. Or
it's like there's people that just know. Yeah, I mean that's life in general, right? Like people,
just
people
like
just don't like us, like myself and people here. Like there's things I don't know at all. Like I'm clueless about. There's people who would, upon talking to me, would not even just bring up certain topics because they would just assume I know nothing about it, and they're probably right. So that's part of who we are. Just being aware that certain people know things, and then some people just don't know things. I don't know, like
right,
that.
but then or to get back even to the idea of knowing things or whatever is like that's the thing when you're dealing with a third party. You know what I mean? That tells you something. That's where it's like when they say promise is a comfort to a fool. And just that idea of like it's like if somebody tells you something, it's like wow, that's cool. Like I don't I don't know the veracity of it, but I'll accept what you say to a certain extent. But like
Right.
somebody makes an outlandish claim, like I don't know, like rockets in space or any of that stuff. It's kind of like, okay, what do you got? Like what's your proof?
Well, like, yeah, that's the thing though. It's like, but what would you do about? I mean, what about the opposite? Like, well, what if you tell people rockets in space aren't real? Like, doesn't
Well, that's
most people think you're just like ridiculous or you're not being serious?
well, I think a couple of years ago maybe, but I don't know, because it's like it's a third party info, and then when you go look into it, it's like a bunch of CGI, and or it seems like, you know what I mean, and I think like fisheye lenses, and the thing is that this is why I often thought like that if flat Earth was a rollout, right? So the government was rolling it out. It's because they realize that the people have become so savvy to the capability of the technology of, like, let's say, media, that they spot bullshit from a mile away. So it's like, when they're seeing fisheye lenses or GoPros, like, people are familiar with that. It's not as crazy, I think, as it used to be. But I think, like, for someone to, this is what's weird to me, though, and this is why I get into the Bernaysian subconscious shit, is because, like, people don't have the capacity to think to themselves that maybe the person telling them that there's a rocket in space is full of shit. Like, you know what I mean? But if somebody told them, like, I don't know. I can't compare it, but, But again, most people don't give a fuck, like you said. And that's why even, like, I throw the impetus or the, like, ballers are like, oh, flat earthers are so stupid and da, 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 da. But it's like, the majority of ballers, don't even know, like, the circumference of the earth, don't know anything about what they actually think, so who's like, I don't know.
No, most flat earthers don't even know the size of the like flat earthers think the earth is a plane, right? Like it's flat, I guess. But they couldn't tell you dimensions of the earth either. They would tell you like, well, I don't know. We don't
Well, it's
have
like, how long's a
real
piece of
knowledge about things.
how long's a piece of string?
Depends, I guess.
I think the
There you
difference
go.
here is that there's on the ball side you've got like a predetermined set of values that if you believe that you're following kind of hard science, you should be aware of. Like if you don't care, you don't care. Like, I'm not talking about your your typical Kardashian. I think what Issa is talking about is like the people who come into groups to kind of troll flat earthers and they don't know the circumference of the earth, right? I assume that's the kind of person you're talking about. It's like I always make a distinction between like globe debaters and your average person. Like your average person doesn't give a shit.
Well, that's the thing is, like, all I'm drawing the correlation is, like, if you're gonna, like, measure the groups, like, measure, like, the size of the ballers, and then the size of whatever, and then you add class of intellect, who's smarter? Obviously,
There's a
like,
lot of retarded
the flat
people.
earth well, the
Like
flat earthers are obviously, I think, going to be a little more on point in regards to the information of the earth than your
I
long.
think that's true, but I think that's a little bit unfair because I would say that a fair comparison would be people who are interested in this debate, like on both sides, because your average person is kind of retarded and doesn't look into anything. So if you were to take this enormous, massive, retarded people who aren't interested in any kind of critical thinking, they're all going to be globers. But it's not. I don't think it's fair to lump them in with these guys.
Yeah.
I think a lot of flat earthers would be. Well, a lot of flat earthers kind of exceed expectation as far as knowing kind of things, science related. However, I find a lot of flat earthers to kind of exceed expectation as far as how sincere they are about things. I find a lot of flat earthers to be like very trollish, like they're just kind of trying to be obnoxious. They're just trying to just mess with people.
Yeah, that's fair.
Are you
A lot
saying
of the-
flat earthers are just trying to mess with people?
Yeah, a lot of flat earthers are, yeah.
I guess if that's your experience, but yeah, I'm not messing with you. I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to go measure it for yourself. You know, that's the thing. Like, I don't care what you believe after. I don't care what you believe after it's done. I just want you to go to the beach and take a look for yourself.
But that's the thing. I would tell you that I go to the beach and I think the earth looks round. Like, I just say that. And then the flat earthers are just like, well, no,
Okay.
well,
Go
what
ahead.
you... Like, that's just my honest, that's my honest observation. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Well, hey,
What
man,
are your
it's fine by me. Believe
what are
whatever you
your,
want.
what are your thoughts about like and what up, Hank, by the way? What are your thoughts about like Neil deGrasse Tyson and him saying you can't see curvature and all that shit? Like you
He
know,
said that.
Yeah,
yeah.
he said you can't see curvature from 2 millimeters off of a beach ball, and he was talking about the Red Bull jump, and he was
But he
saying
went.
that.
Yeah, go on. He went further though, and like gave a limit that he thought like how many was it? Like 300 miles or something.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact, but he definitely said for sure that you cannot see curvature of the Earth from where jump from. And he was saying that the curvature you see in that video was fisheye lens.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think he was talking about left to right curvature, which is really difficult to ascertain with the naked eye. As far as the adjacent curvature, that should be pretty easy to detect. I mean, 10 miles, 66.6 feet. I don't think he was talking about that kind of detection.
I mean, we can read into what he's saying, but the fact is that it's impossible to know exactly what he meant. But he did say very specifically that you don't see curvature from 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and then that stuff is flat. It's literally what he said.
I think what he's doing is he's trying to introduce, like, for the basic person at home watching like a podcast or whatever, he's trying to tell them that there's this whole discipline called like laws of perspective, and the average person doesn't know that. And so he's introducing to them like, hey, there's certain principles about how optics works, and so he's bringing up, so he's making this kind of claim to introduce
So here's
that.
the issue though. Is that why do you think you see curvature?
Because it just looks curved. I don't know, it just does.
So like you accept that it looks curved to you, even though modern science pretty much accepts that you wouldn't see it anyway.
I don't know where you're getting that from.
I just told you. From
What,
Neil
Neil
deGrasse.
deGrasse?
Well, like let's say
Neil
like
deGrasse Tyson is not modern science. He's just one guy.
Is he
You
not
say that we can see far. Pardon me, Issa, but see curvature. Do you disagree that we can see too far sometimes? Because we've got lots of evidence for
You cut out for like 3
we can
seconds.
see too far. Do you disagree that we can see too far? Because I don't think that any of the anti-flat earthers are disagreeing at that point. We know that we can see too far, globe side
You
or
said
flat
too
side.
far?
Yeah, past your geometric horizon. It's not where it's supposed to be, and we can see too far, right? And they say the reason we can see too far is refraction. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
So
That
do you
seems like
disagree that
that seems fair.
do you disagree that we cannot see too? I mean, do you disagree that we can see too far? Do you think that we can't see past 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
I feel like you have to factor refraction into your curvature calculation. and so we can see.
So
We
what's the
can see.
maximum rate of refraction?
I don't know, to be honest.
Nobody does, right? But you're saying that one medium can supply 8 inches per mile square of light bending around the curvature of the Earth at 8 inches per mile square, and that's why it looks so flat. That's your argument, right?
I don't say that that the Earth appears to be flat.
Then
I
why
think it
can we see
appears to
too
be
far?
round.
All right, this is why, Hank, let me address this real quick. It's like, see,
Right.
this is my issue. It's like, so, like, for instance, it's pretty much generally accepted by, like, modern science, like, celestial navigation. Like, you're going to experience the Earth as flat and level. Neil deGrasse Tyson has made a bunch of videos and is considered a voice piece of modern science, has stated outright that there's no way that, he's taken it a step further, saying that you'd have to be 300 miles above the atmosphere to see any curvature, or above the Earth to see any curvature. But you see curvature. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, see curvature. Sure.
All right. Do you also see a doctor? Because, like, this is the issue. Is like, if modern science is saying that, like, science is leaving you guys in the dust on this boats go over the horizon thing.
See, I don't know why you keep saying modern science. I don't know where you're getting this modern science thing from.
Okay, I'll just ask quick. Is Neil deGrasse Tyson like a vocal person on behalf of the scientific community?
No, he's just some professor that writes books, and he's put out in front of the public because he's like charismatic and kind of has a
So
deep
he's like a
voice.
voice piece for modern science, right?
He's a celebrity
Of modern science.
Sure.
Okay. So he's like a vocal person representing everything normal about modern science, right? Everything accepted. Even Pluto isn't a planet, right? So, like, fucking, he's the arbiter of fucking science to some extent and to some people. The point is, he is saying, along with like a bunch of other scientists, that you're not going to see curvature. And yet people still insist to say that they see curvature. This is, very weird, very odd. And I would just have you take note of that, maybe. You know what I mean? Because if
I hear
everyone
you.
else is saying, because like,
Yeah.
are you, because
So,
like, then you have to consider, like, if everyone else is experiencing something completely different than what you're experiencing, you know what
So
I mean? Like,
you're going to cherry pick what Neil deGrasse Tyson says? Because he also says the Earth is a sphere.
right, but he says you wouldn't see it though, right?
Yeah, but he says the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, but I just need you to clarify that. Yes, he said you wouldn't
So
see
we're
it.
going
So
to cherry
that's
pick.
all we're talking about.
We're going to cherry pick what Neil deGrasse
Yeah,
Tyson
it's called
says.
having a discussion about a specific point.
Called cherry picking about what Neil
It's
deGrasse
called
Tyson
having a
says.
discussion about a specific point. That's all.
Yeah, have cherry pick.
I know
about
you're all
what Neil deGrasse
triggered
Tyson
by
says.
it. I know, dog. I know.
So we're going to cherry pick what Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
Yeah, right now we are. Yeah.
Okay, fine. As long
All
as you
right.
made
Like,
your
you can get all butthurt about it later if you
I'm
like.
not butthurt about it. I just want you to admit you're cherry picking what Neil deGrasse Tyson
Right.
says.
I'm saying, do you see curvature too?
So you're cherry picking what Neil deGrasse Tyson says?
Do you?
No, he
see
actually asked you a question.
I'm asking you if you see
I've
curvature
measured
when you go to
curvature.
the beach. You've measured
that's not what
curvature.
I asked.
Do you see curvature when you look at the horizon?
Do you see curvature when you look at the horizon? Oh, and your eyes are really good because they never, your eyes are so
You
perfectly.
don't see curvature.
Definitely not an answer
And
to
this,
the question.
okay, so check
I
it out.
mean, you don't
check it
see
out.
it. Yeah.
Ball
I
lives
mean, but
matter.
your eyes are perfectly, and they always see everything. Right?
Right on. I agree with you. And
no
ball
such thing as
lives
optical
matter.
illusions.
Okay, so you two need to have this out because you need to tell your friend Ball Lives Matter that you can't see curvature.
Well, you can. You don't see the curvature directly.
But I
You know,
thought
the
the
Greeks-
eyes weren't a good indicator. So the eyes
The Greeks
aren't.
noticed.
They're not a good indicator when it looks flat, but they are when it's
The
curved.
Greeks noticed that boats disappear bottom first, and the sails, appear first when they come towards you.
So did the
that was noticed
Somalis.
by the Greeks.
So yeah, the Somalis knew that as well.
Yeah. Well, 2,000
And
years ago.
so did the Mayans, and so did.
Yeah.
Cool.
2,000
Yeah. So
2,000 years ago. So this
so
is
what?
nothing new.
So the Papua New Guineans saw something. Therefore, Earth is.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you
Oh,
explain
okay.
it. You guys try to explain this, and you need word salad. You need like lemon type word salad to see it.
Don't think that's true.
Yeah, do you guys think Guam is going to tip over too?
I know what Guam has got to do with this discussion.
I'm sure the people in Guam think that. Yeah.
Did you guys
it's
know?
a hit bottom
Please
as well.
tell me somebody know what I'm talking about. I hope.
It's the senator who said Guam. Yeah.
Yeah, the senator said Guam was going to tip. Well, thank you, brother.
I put a picture of the curvature in live stream for you guys. I
sick,
feel like
that's
I can see the curvature.
Where?
You're in a cult. You're in a cult.
Where is the curvature?
Right there in the
Those,
picture.
Yeah.
Where exactly?
The oil
Why
rigs.
do you think the one in the back
The
is
oil
lower than
rigs are the curvature. Okay, I disagree.
Oh,
why do you think the oil rig in the front is lower than the oil rig in the back? Or the oil rig in the back is lower than the oil rig in the front?
Crypto, have you seen this yet? Were you here the other night when we were talking about this?
No.
All right, then yeah, Roland, if you want to, well, I'd like to hear what you guys think about it. Because yeah, we talked about it the other night. He brought it up. He did this. Do you have a name for it, or what do you? I guess
Black
you're kind
Swan.
of
a white swan.
No,
Okay.
this is the black swan.
How is it?
We can talk about
Like
the
your-
black swan some more.
Yeah, I can say it again. So crypto, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? If the Earth is flat, that's P. Then the base of every visible structure must be visible from any observer height. That's the Q. Not Q.
That's
Can't
not
see the
valid.
base of the platform. Therefore not P. The Earth is not flat. Bye-bye, pancake.
So first of all, no one thinks it's a pancake. If the Earth is flat P, then the base of every structure must be visible. No, that's not true. So your proposition invalidates the whole.
Oh, you mean like the other Black Swan proposition invalidates itself?
No, I'm talking about your. I actually never used that black swan argument. I don't know if you know me very well, but I don't think that. Like, it's for me, that's not a good argument. But I think the rebuttals are as weak as the argument. So, but I think your proposition is incorrect. So that's where I would.
Well, what is it that you think is wrong? I'm actually curious to hear what you think is wrong about it.
Well, I just pointed out, if the Earth is flat, then the base of every visible structure must be visible. I don't think that's true.
What would obscure it?
But I'm not making a claim as to physical obscuration. But
You said the base wouldn't be visible. Why wouldn't it be visible?
Yeah, the Weather Channel. Will
Maybe you're
tell
not
you
listening to me. I'm not making a claim as to physical obscuration, but that doesn't necessarily mean that optically you would see the whole thing. And this can be demonstrated.
So you think if we just zoomed in more on those oil rigs, then the bottom would become visible again?
It depends on what you're using. That depends on the optic.
Well, it's interesting you said the word obscure, because I usually say obscure, whereas a lot of the globe earthers want to say obstruct, and I often for years I've used obscure because it's different than obstruction. Like, something that's obscured can be like not clear, ambiguous, uncertain, etc. So if you have if the environment is not going to allow you to see certain things in the distance, obstruction would mean that there is more of an actual physical obstruction, but obscuring could lend itself to being optical in terms of it not being clear or visible. Like, that point at which you're looking, like there's not enough visual space to fit all of that there. Therefore, there will be the meeting place of the ground and the sky. So yeah, that word obscure in my mind is how I see it.
Yeah, and I think that's fundamentally the problem that the globe is having with this, is that they think that the bottom can only be obstructed physically, and I disagree. So.
If there are optical effects, then maybe there are optical effects. It's just that in the other Black Swan, nobody wants to talk about optical effects, so I kind of don't think they should apply here either.
Oh no, I already told you I don't care about the Black Swan argument, so maybe you want to talk to someone else about it.
Well, I'll at least respond to it and say that, Yeah, we were talking about this because, the P then Q, and the Q is basically the assertion. That's the thing that you're really asserting and saying this is the case. And so in the one that QE did, it's, if the Earth has a radius of 3959, then the geometric horizon, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, that is going off of the physicality of a sphere, not including any atmospheric conditions, but just the actual physicality, which I think would still be there if the Earth was a globe. So I agree with that. That would be there, and then you'd have refraction in some sense, but the physicality of the curve would always be there. But anyways, just to finish that, I think what some people will take claim with it is they'll say that they don't agree that the horizon would be at 1.22 feet. The globe earthers, they've had to kind of say that because obviously it isn't there. So they've already had to kind of do that. And then they just bring in this totally other refraction thing, which is just bending things around a curve to make it look like a plane.
Yeah,
it's circular reasoning,
aggravating.
right? Because with the thing that we're in question is the shape of the Earth, right? So when we use light, which in one medium, there's atmospheric turbulence that causes, like heat waves and slight distortion, but they're basically begging the question, right? Because we're asking, how do you know the Earth is a sphere? Look at this. We can see the horizon isn't what it's supposed to be. And they're like, oh, well, that's because the light is bending around the Earth, right? Well, if the Earth is flat, then no, the light is just traveling along the surface of the Earth. And it's like, well, how do you determine which one? Well, you can believe whichever one you want to. Well, yeah, that's true, but that's kind of circular because the thing in question is the shape of the Earth, right? And then you're just affirming, I swear, by punishment of death. No, not really. There's absolutely no consequences to my affirmation. So I affirm that, the light is bending around the sphere. Am I coming in
Yeah,
clear?
I would agree. And the other thing is, I would say that as far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen any validation of any form of refraction doing that, especially over the Earth in any way. But what I have seen, which we can recreate on small scales, are these miraging effects that happen over, planar surfaces. They just happen in the environment itself.
I mean, you guys got to really, really dick dance in order to explain this bottom-up disappearing thing. Say, oh no, it's that whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is not the curve of the Earth.
Not really. It can be
I can
demonstrated.
show you what it is.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, where do I post? Where do I post this?
Yeah, where
Live stream text? Okay. So you ever heard of the Skunk Bay time lapse?
Oh God. Which one's this?
Well, does it not? Hold on. Does it not cause things to disappear from the bottom up? Yes or no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So what
He
do you
just
think
said, "Oh
of
God," but he
for?
doesn't
Did
know
I
what
get
you're
your
talking about.
G-spot?
No, I don't know what
Yeah,
he's
okay.
talking about. I said, oh God, I just want
Is that your G-spot?
the Skunk
When I
Bay
say
one.
Skunk Bay, was it the Skunk Bay?
I don't
Hey,
know, the Skunk
Benzo.
Bay thing.
Okay, so I just posted it, right? And what you're going to see is the Skunk Bay on the other side is going to appear to disappear bottom up, but the actual horizon is in the background. The one in the front is a false or artificial horizon
Yeah, that
caused by
happens all the
atmospheric
time, right?
conditions.
That
So
causes
this is
that
right. We can show you that when what you're calling atmospheric refraction causes things to disappear from the bottom up, but you're claiming it causes you to see around curves.
I'm
But
not
you
causing
can't
you to see
demonstrate
around
that like I
curves.
just did.
Except that
Wait a minute.
some people
So,
watch boats
do
sail
you
away
say
from them
that?
for thousands of years, disappearing from the bottom up every freaking time.
Right, but that used to be your main cause for proof, that the Earth is a sphere.
I know, and you guys have to dick dance around it. They've observed it for thousands of years, been explained for thousands of years, and suddenly, oh no, now it's like some sort of magical optical cramming into the eyelids type stuff, or whatever the fuck Lemon says.
You're
Cry
the one
about-
claiming that, bro.
Cry about it. Cry about it, Widow.
I'm not crying about it.
You're the
You
one
guys have to
claiming
dick
that
dance around it.
refraction is the reason we can see too far.
I'm not
Use
saying.
Hey,
magic
why do we see
napkins,
too
John.
far?
Some magic
Why
napkins.
don't
Why
we
do
see?
we see too far?
We don't see far enough for it to be flat. We should be able to see lots farther than we do if the Earth was flat.
So it's not flat
Okay,
or a
how
ball.
far should we?
Cool.
Dude, the Weather Channel tells you how far you can see, dipshit.
How far should we be able to see?
We should be
Should
able
we
to
be
see
able to
on
see the
Everest
curve?
almost anywhere on Earth.
Oh, okay, Mount Everest.
What?
Okay. So we should be able to see. So is the Earth like the size of the Skyrim map?
Mhm.
Oh, it's much bigger. So when you get further away from a girl, do her boobs appear to get smaller?
Oh God.
That's really
Here
funny.
comes
Oh, they
another
do,
guy.
don't they?
Another
Did
guy
you
who
just
doesn't
say?
understand. Another guy who doesn't understand vision. I got it.
Did you just say that you should be able to see anywhere on Earth? I just hear that.
We should be able to see much further than you see on the
No, no, but anywhere on Earth.
What's that?
He said Everest anywhere on Earth.
No, Coach, I don't
think,
need you to white knight for him. I want him to.
but that's what he said, though. He
Then
said
maybe he can tell me that.
I said it once. I'm
Well,
not going to say it again. If
yeah,
you know,
that
if
was
you
just
had
to
high
make the
mountains
argument that
behind the
this
sun, you should be able to see it much further than you do.
that
Okay,
the
how far?
silhouette of Everest should be visible at sunset or somewhere on the Earth any given day.
How do you make that? Sorry.
There's visual, the angular size of it, the actual size of it, and then how the angular size changes with distance, and the fact that the sun is on the horizon at sunset. Ergo, with the sun's on the horizon and it's behind Everest, from your point, and the angular size is bigger than your angular resolution, you should be able to see the silhouette of Everest when it's in between you and the sun at sunset.
What? And anywhere on Earth?
No, most places. Like there's like in Japan, for instance, you should be able to see it from Japan on specific days. Places like
I'd
that.
love
So
for you to like
what is the
present that.
world
Sorry.
record? What is the world record longest distance photography? Is it still the 275 miles of the Canada?
275 miles from one mountaintop to another mountaintop. That's correct.
Okay,
Right.
so if that's the furthest we've been able to see, then no matter what shape of the Earth is, who is Kosha? You're claiming that you'd be able to see Everest from how far away? If 275 is the max we've ever done, now you're thinking that it could be thousands for some reason?
No, I know it can't be thousands. I'm saying if the Earth were actually a plane, that because of the size of Everest, you should be able to make a Konegu type of observation from Japan on several times during the year when the sun is directly on the opposite side of Everest because of the size of Everest from Japan. The angular size is big
So
enough.
this is like some kind of
Made out.
Oh, the sun will
this
be
is like
further
a
than.
affirming the consequent fallacy. So
No, this.
if the Earth were flat, wait, just real quick. If the Earth were flat, you'd be able to see this mountain all over the world. If you can't see this mountain all over the world, then the Earth's not flat. Like I don't think you'd be able to see that mountain from like Canada. I mean, just fog alone, just pollution alone. Like if you didn't take in.
Yeah, but if you
If you
can see
didn't
the
take,
sun.
hold on. If you didn't take in any other atmospheric condition, if you just took fog alone, don't you think there's fog in between the mountain and, let's say, British Columbia, Canada? Just moisture in the air.
But the thing is,
Can you see the sun at sunset?
yeah, if you can see the sun and the sun is further, then that
Exactly.
kills that argument.
Exactly. That's
When did I claim the sun is further?
That's why I specifically said
When did I
silhouette.
claim the sun is further?
When the sun is closer? How far away is the sun? The sun is closer than Mount Everest?
So when the sun is over
So
your
the sun
head,
is between
right?
you and Mount Everest when it sets.
Yeah.
No. No.
Well,
So
no,
can you prove
that's
that?
an incomplete
How do
question.
you think the sun is between?
That
How do you think the
question
sun is
is
between you and
incomplete.
Mount Everest when it
Where would you
sets?
where would you be in that? Like you can't answer that question unless you tell me where I am.
I don't know. Where do
These
you want to
questions
be? Europe?
actually
Well, then,
can be
well, it's a
answered.
stupid question, then, isn't it?
You wanna be in
I
Europe?
can't.
You wanna be in the
I can't
United
answer.
States? Where do you want
No,
to be?
because you're asking me if the sun is between
Okay,
me
fine.
and something
You
else,
sound
and you're
like
not
you're in
telling me where
Europe.
I am. It's a
So
stupid
you're in,
question.
it sounds like you're in Europe now. So is the sun between you and Mount Everest when it sets?
Let me have a think. So Everest is in Asia. I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
No, you're
I
standing
don't
on the
know.
White Cliffs of Dover looking toward Mount Everest.
Is that the only thing you know about England?
I don't know. It's, I mean, the White Cliffs of Dover, they're over the.
Yeah, well,
They are
I
pretty
would
sweet.
say that we can see the sun at a couple thousand miles, depending at maximum, because as it would be moving around, even if we take a general 24,900, circumference, 24,900 roughly circumference. I mean, if you even just looking at an AE map, you can calculate out how many thousand miles. So yeah, I do think we see the sun. I mean, the sun is a massive source of energy of some sort. It's clearly the thing that powers this entire world we live in, all the life and everything here. So its significance is.
You're right.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Oh,
It's,
wait a
it's
minute.
just,
They
You're
just.
100%. You're 100% correct. But that's why I
I
gave
just
that
want to point out.
specific example.
They.
Is because
I just want to point out they made the claim that the sun is further than Mount Everest. You guys want to back up that claim?
yes, I
Have you
can easily
measured
do
it?
it. Like I said, I'm trying to tell you. I gave this
hold
example
on.
because I've already looked these things up. I've looked up where the sun is at sunset when it's in Japan and when it's directly over.
Can you
So
recreate that?
I'd like to see that tape measure. I'd like to
yeah,
see that
so
tape
hold,
measure.
hold on. Because
So
what
the-
Gio just said was the reason why I said the silhouette. Because he's right. The sun is this object that you can see that's different than an actual physical object because it's actually emitting light from it. But that's the whole point of the silhouette is you can see the sun when it's on the horizon. If there's anything between you and the sun that is great enough angular size, comparable to the angular size of that of what the sun is at that time, then surely it should be blocking some of the light from the sun by the sheer fact that it's an object in between you and the sun. So
all right, well,
that's the
well, let
only,
me just finish saying the one thing I was going to say because it plays into that. What I would say is that if we're on a huge planar Earth, we're only going to be able to see fairly close in our local area. That's why, like Issa was saying, like on the Weather Channel, 8-mile visibility, 10-mile, et cetera. And sometimes it could be more. I mean, in that world record photography, it's 275 miles, which is incredible that it's that far. But when you really think about it, only 275 miles, that's a pretty tiny little patch of the Earth. I mean, we're not talking about very much distance. And then when you imagine the sun being a huge thing going over that plane, you're still only going to see in your local area a couple miles, but you have this light source that's so massive above the planar Earth. As it moves away, you can see it for a lot longer because it's above the ground, and that's why we see it set and it gets all the way down, and then it quote unquote cuts off from the bottom up. Well, all that's doing is at the point at which it's cutting off is the furthest land you can see, and the furthest land you can see creates the horizon, which is the meeting place between the sky and the ground at that moment with those atmospheric conditions.
Nice. No. Do
It-
you have
I-
any
I
science
was-
to back that up, or you just
Wait,
kind of
how far away is that? How far away does that happen?
You guys are asking us for science. You
that's
guys
the thing.
just claim
It varies.
that
Well,
the
that's the
sun
thing.
is further.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
let me just answer it real quick and say that the thing is that meeting place of the ground and sky changes due to the atmospheric conditions. So if you're able to see further on the planar Earth than other times, then the horizon will be further back, like in the BLSMBs, 69, the one that QE used for the Black Swan, in that one where it shows the horizon extended. In other atmospheric conditions, because of moisture in the air, there could be various things which can magnify the environment. It can even work as like a bifocal where it magnifies the lower layer of the water. And so because of that, that changes how far you can see, how much of the Earth you can see, and how much of the Earth you can see compared to how much of the sun you can see is what makes that horizon line. And that's why that fluctuates optically and can even look like it's obscuring the bottom of things, but it's just that distance changing optically due to that XYZ matrix.
I think I'm tracking, but let me make sure. You're saying different optical conditions allow you to see farther along the surface of the Earth sometimes than others.
Yes, or closer. So like in the two that in the Black Swan, the one that kind of shows the oil rigs cut off from the feet, and then another one where it shows the horizon extended behind the oil rigs. That's exactly what I'm describing. In the one where it's closer,
those are like totally different optical conditions, and so it's hard to
Right.
trust how far you should be able to see along the surface of the Earth when you just do an optical experiment, right?
But as far as we can see, we see the extended planar geometry, and that's the real kicker. Like if it was a globe, even if we could see very far, I would still expect that actual physical geometry to be there. And if you could see further, maybe you could see more of the curve, or if you could see not as much, then you would see not as much of it. But we don't measure or see any of it. It's just that
Actually-
extended
actually,
planar geometry that as far as we can see, it extends outward. The only thing is that if we can't see that far, then we're going to have that optical effect where the meeting place of the ground and the sky changes, and then things can be obscured from the bottom up over a planar surface.
Actually, we can measure the curve, but that's another issue.
One sec. About the example of the Everest, if you look at where the GP of the sun is, around, let me see, 9 UTC, it's over Africa, right? And the sun is setting at Japan at
Right.
9 UTC. And if you trace a line on the A map from Japan to that GP of the sun in Africa, it goes through the point in which Everest is. So it's when we claim the sun is further, it's not about the distance to the sun, but at least the GP of the sun, we can say it's beyond Everest. So if you were at Everest, you would still have to look away from Japan to see the sun. So if you're at Japan and you're seeing the sun at eye level, which is what happens during the sunset, it should be behind Mount Everest.
Okay, let me ask this question: how high is Mount Everest, and how high is the sun?
I don't know how high is the sun.
Okay,
in
exactly.
this model.
So you're saying we should be able to see it, but you don't know how much lower Mount Everest is
Well,
Does the
eye
sun
than the
level.
altitude of the sun.
when
Yeah,
the
but
sun sets, is it at the horizon? Yes or no?
It appears to be at the horizon. Where is it actually at, sir?
So would things that were on the horizon but in front of it be silhouetted by said sun?
It depends. Is it
What do you mean?
hundreds of thousands of feet lower?
I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Is
you.
it
Whoa,
at the
whoa. So
horizon?
now you're going to avoid.
Hold on a
Now you're
second.
going to avoid
Is it at
variables because
is it
it suits
at
your
the ho-
argument.
is it
Hold
at
on,
the
sir. Just
horizon?
relax.
Is it at the
Relax,
horizon?
bro.
No,
Are
is it
you
at
going to ignore variables because it suits your argument? Yes
I'm
or
going to
no?
ignore bullshit variables that you are making up. Is it at the
So you're
horizon?
saying to me, let me make sure I'm steel manning your argument. You're saying to me the altitude of Mount Everest compared to the sun does not matter.
Because it's at the horizon.
It appears at the horizon. Is it
That's right.
actually at the horizon?
What do you mean that it appears at the horizon? What are you looking? Are you looking at something or not?
Yeah,
Are you
you're
looking at it
looking
with
at
your eyes?
something.
All right, fine.
It
Then where it
appears
appears,
at the
that's
horizon.
correct. Where it
So
appears
where
to
does
be,
the mountain appear to
where
be?
it appears to be is where you're going to see it.
Where it appears, of course. But where
Okay.
is it
Then stop
actually at?
arguing.
Is it actually? I'm asking this question. Is there ever a point where the sun goes below the mountain?
Where the sun
It's
goes
beyond the mountain. It's beyond the mountain.
Below.
Like I
I'm
posted the
asking
picture.
below. Does the
No,
sun
well,
ever
well,
go
I'm trying to
below the
make sense of
mountain?
what you're asking by telling you that it's beyond the mountain over like in this north of Madagascar when it appears to be on the horizon. So from Japan, it appears to be on the horizon, meaning that everything on the land in between you and the horizon, or you and the sun, or whatever, where it actually appears to be, should be, anything on the surface should be in between you and the sun.
Okay, so in order for that to happen, the sun would actually have to be at the same or lower altitude than the mountain. Does that ever happen?
relative. Visually, yes. Every day when it sunsets.
So the sun
point,
goes lower than Mount Everest. It dips in altitude lower than Mount Everest. That way we could see it in the sun.
Does it go to the horizon or not, sir?
Okay, I think you're trying to avoid this question on purpose.
When
Does the sun ever reach an equal altitude as Mount Everest?
Does the
Yes
sun
or
go
no?
below when the sun sets? What happens to the sun?
It appears to disappear from the bottom up because we can only see so far. And I can show you some imagery and some GIFs
Oh
that
God!
will give you a visual explanation if you're
Oh no!
in need of
I've
it.
seen these. I've seen these things, and I've watched a lot of sunsets,
Okay.
and they disappear from the
Okay, cool.
bottom
So
up
does
every
the
fucking
sun's
time.
altitude ever get below the mountain so we could see the mountain in the sun?
Is it visually there? Yes, it does. Every day. Every
No.
goddamn day. What do you mean? It doesn't
Does
set?
the sun?
The sun doesn't set.
Does this? I'm not saying the sun doesn't set. I'm saying the sun never gets low enough for you to see the mountain occult it.
It fucking sets. What do you
Unless
mean
you're
it doesn't get low enough?
unless you're
It goes
close
below
by.
the horizon.
The sun never goes below the horizon.
What do you mean? What you watched it disappear below the horizon every fucking day?
It's not going under a made up place. It's an
What's
appearance
happening to
only.
it? Oh, it's an appearance thing. So it just sort of pretends to be there. So it doesn't. It's not really at the horizon. It just appears to be
Yeah.
there. I see.
Exactly. You didn't know that?
No.
Do you think the
You're making it
apparent
up.
location is the same as the actual location of the sun?
Are we looking at it, or are we not looking
Do
at it?
you think the apparent
Are we
location
looking
is
at
the
it, or are
same?
we not looking at it?
Okay, I'll answer your question if you answer mine. We're not looking directly at the sun. We're
not.
looking at the light as it travels through the atmosphere and then hits your eye. And this is because the apparent location. And there's multiple layers of atmosphere, right? You ever heard of the atmospheric gradient?
Oh God.
Right?
Yeah. By the way, what causes that?
Okay. Okay. So when that happens, right, from the top to the bottom of the atmosphere, we're usually at the bottom. Is there going to be refraction happening?
Very little.
Very little. Really?
Yep.
But when we're at the same level of atmosphere, there's a whole shit ton of refraction happening, right?
Depends where you're looking.
See, this is the globe Earth logic. There's more refraction looking through the same level of atmosphere than there is looking through all of the multiple layers. That's funny, bro. That's hilarious. Is that your actual argument, or did I misrepresent your
You
argument?
probably misrepresent my argument. Actually, probably misunderstand my
Okay,
argument. You
so
seem to have a
let's
lack
go
of
over.
you seem to lack a basic knowledge of optics, but that's another issue.
All right, Paid. So, okay, instead of going into insults, could you just take maybe 20, 30 seconds and try to clearly lay out your side here
No,
so we can understand?
I don't think so. Not. This guy has a basic misunderstanding of optics.
Okay, well, can I ask a question?
That's what I
Maybe-
figured.
maybe
Is
you
that all
could-
you want
maybe
to
you
do
could-
is insult
maybe you could get
people,
Koso.
and you
Maybe
don't
get
want to.
Koso or someone. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not here to teach basic physics. You know, you guys.
Nobody asked you to teach anything. I was trying to give you the floor so that you could state your response.
Fine.
But I guess you don't have a response. That's not just going to be.
My
it.
response is
question?
my response is look at basic optics and realize that you're incorrect.
Hey, can I ask Hank a question very quickly? Because as I said before in the picture I posted, Japan's there, the sun's there at sunset over Africa, and it appears to be on the horizon. So I'm asking, where is everything that's in between Japan, all that area in Asia, everything up into where the sun is? Where is that in your visual, reference? When the sun is on the horizon, where's everything that's in between there? Where's that appearing at, or where would it appear?
So
to be?
if the sun is on the horizon, whatever's below that sun, is it going to be like way below the sun, or is it going to be like at equal altitude so that we could see it?
If I was on a flat plane, I would expect everything to be. I would expect, since the sun appears to be on the horizon, that everything else would appear to be there on the horizon. Or I wouldn't. I wouldn't expect anything.
Let me give you an
below the
example. Let me give you an example. Let's say that the sun is directly over this mountain, right? And we can see the sun at the sunset, right? In Japan, it's setting, right? So the sun is literally, appearing to touch the horizon. Are we going to be able to see thousands and thousands of miles below that?
I would expect
it's going to be completely disappeared because of perspective.
Yeah.
In this world gone mad, I would expect.
Hold on, Coach. Let me just jump in and say this.
Because
Even in the picture you posted, yeah, for sure. But I just want to add on and then because it's similar. I have a similar thought that Hank did. I think where in that picture that you posted, I've got it pulled open. Yeah, if the sun, let's say it's over like almost above Africa, let's say, and then the person is in Japan. So yeah, like think about it. The furthest photography we have is 275 miles. If you drew a 275 mile radius around that little observer in Japan, it would be tiny. It would not even get off the island. So you've got this tiny little circle. So that's the only thing you're able to see of the land. Everything else is the sky. So if the plane is extended, an extended planar surface, that sun, you're just not going to be seeing most of that land. You're only seeing a tiny, tiny little percentage of it in your local area, but you're able to see the sun for a lot further because it's a massive source of, whatever it is, that heat energy source. And it's so large and it's in the sky. That's why you're able to see it at the angles.
Well, I'm going to have to respond to you now instead of Hank, even though I was prepared to respond to Hank. I'm not prepared anymore. I'll respond to what you said, which is what you're describing is an image taken in real life. I understand that. But we're not using real life rules. We're trying to steel man a flat plane and what we would expect to see and how we would calculate things on a flat plane. And regardless of the reason why the sun is on the horizon in this flat plane reality, we would expect that things that were that angular size would be large enough to still be able to see at whatever distance they are. If it was in between you and that sun, you would expect that there wouldn't be really any reason at all for it to disappear. If you can see the sun, it wouldn't matter if there's fog or something that's making the atmosphere not clear or whatever. If you can see the sun and this object is big enough, even if you couldn't see the object before, it should still be silhouetting a shadow in front of the sun because its size is big enough to be blocking the light coming from the sun, and it's in between you and the
They're at the
sun.
same altitude.
What,
It's not
Gio,
actually
what
in
was that?
between you and the sun.
Gio, what was that number you said
So,
about cameras?
I'm sorry.
275. What? You said
Yeah,
275 miles.
273 miles.
it's the world's longest distance photography. Yeah, it's in the Guinness Book of World Records. But yeah, go ahead, Hank.
All right, just want to say it's like this. Okay, let's say that you're trying to look at my belt buckle, right? Because I'm a cowboy from Texas, and I'm walking away, and you can still see my hat, right? And you're making the argument, how come you can't see the belt buckle in front of the hat? Well, it's because it's much lower than the sun. Much. Hold on. Relax. So you're saying, how come I can't see the belt buckle? It should be in front of the sun. And it's like, no, in reality, and there really is level, right? The belt buckle is much lower than the hat, just like the mountain is much lower than the sun. Even though the sun is appearing to be at the horizon, it's not actually sinking in altitude lower than the mountain or at the same altitude of the mountain, so you could see it cross. The only way you can see Venus cross is if Venus actually goes in front of the sun at the same altitude.
So the sun looks to be at the horizon, but it's not at the horizon. The sun appears to set every day, but it doesn't set. Is that correct?
To
That's
respond to what
problem.
Hank
That's
said.
not what I'm saying.
To respond to what,
What
you
I'm
said,
saying is
Hank,
that there's different altitudes. Sorry, bro. I'm trying to respond
well,
to
no,
what
I
you
heard
just
what you
said.
said. I understood what you said. That's why I was trying to respond to what you said. You said about the belt buckle and it being low,
Right.
it's low enough you can't see it. But that's
Right.
why we chose Mount Everest, because Mount Everest, the angular
Is the
size
same
of the
altitude as the
mountain
sun?
is not too small to be able to see. There's no reason why it's shrunk too small to be able to see from that distance.
Okay, so does altitude matter when you're trying to see something?
Is the sun on the horizon?
I asked a question. You don't ever answer questions. You accuse me of being dishonest.
Is the
Is
sun
the
at the horizon?
altitude of the sun the same as the mountain?
Is the sun at the horizon?
No, it
What do
appears
you
to
mean
be
it's
at the
not?
horizon.
Well, it appears to be at the horizon. But
It's not actually at the horizon, sir.
but it appears to be at the horizon, doesn't it?
Yeah, it appears to be, but it's
So
not
wouldn't something
actually.
else that would be on the horizon that was in front of the sun be silhouetted by said sun?
If it was the same altitude as the sun,
But it appears to be. It's at the horizon.
it's not actually. It
What do you
only
mean it's not
appears
actually?
to
Oh, it
be.
appears, but it's not
Do
there.
you think the sun is actually over there? Like if you swam
appears to
over
be.
to the horizon,
It
you're
sure as
gonna
hell,
see the
it sure as
sun
hell
like
looks
face
that
to
way.
face?
It sure as hell
Yeah,
looks
but
that way.
don't you know you can't trust your eyes?
Oh,
You
you
can't
can't
trust
trust
your
your
eyes,
eyes now.
bro. You
Oh,
didn't
hold
know
on.
that?
We can trust your eyes.
Pete, are
We
you
can trust your eyes
familiar
when it's
with?
good for your
Hold on, bro.
argument, but we
Hold on a
can't
second.
trust your eyes when it's good for my argument. I got you. I'm sorry. I forgot
So
the rules.
let me just bring this up real quick. So, Paige, if you're driving down the road in a car and you see a red light off in the distance, if it's very far in the distance, a couple miles, it's going to look like it's right pretty much at your horizon. It's going to look like it's just a little red dot, above the road, and you're going to just see a little bit of it. As you get closer to it, remember, you're just in the car, and let's say you got a sunroof, the sunroof's open, so you're driving towards it. You could point your finger at it, and your finger would be almost parallel with your eyes, it'd be right there. And as you drive closer and closer to it, your hand is going to continually rise. It's going to be rising, essentially, and it's going to get further and further. And when you drive under it, through the intersection, that thing is going to be directly above you. So it's literally come all the way up. And then when it sets, vice versa, it's going to do that as well. Even though geometrically, those two things, let's just say there's no earth curve, couple miles, whatever, even if it's a couple inches, the bottom line is that thing is 40 feet above the ground or whatever it is, the stoplight, it's parallel to the ground that you're driving on, but it looks like it is rising and setting, just like he's describing.
And you're asking, how come you can't see the curb underneath that lamp that's at the horizon, barely sticking above the horizon? How come you can't see the curb?
Yeah, but you're describing things that are too small to be able to be resolved, and they're becoming mixed with the ground and stuff like that. We're describing something that from that distance is not too small to be resolved.
The altitude is not the
it's not
same.
merging with the
It's a false
the horizon
equivalency.
yet.
It's the altitude of the sun is much higher than the mountain in reality. So you're not going to be able to make out something that is under something else that is setting. So are you going to be able to make out the first story, right? If you can see the sixth story, right? Because you're close enough that you can see the sixth story of the building. How come I can't see the lobby? Well, it's because the freaking sixth story is setting at the sunset right now.
Yeah, but
But if you get closer, then you'd be able to see it.
The thing you're describing only happens because things are being too small to be resolved, and they become merged with the horizon. But this isn't the case. That's what I'm saying. That even though the sun's on the horizon, this object is large enough to be resolved.
That's not my argument. Do you see that lamppost at the horizon over there? Yeah, you see it. It looks like it's about to set. We're so, far away that the lamppost looks like it's about to set. How come you can't see the curb? Well, because the lamp is about to set. So how come the curb never gets in front of the lamp? Because it's lower in altitude. That's my argument.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the thing that you're describing is due to angular resolution. And
Hank just said that the stoplight was a false equivalency. So, Hank, why are you now talking about a street lamp?
No. I was saying what he was saying is a false equivalency because he's saying that it's due to angular resolution, right? And I'm saying once you get so far away from an object, you can't see the bottom of it. And he's saying, how come the curb is not blocking the lamppost? It's not the same altitude. How come?
That's what I'm saying. You're saying the bottom of it, but it only depends on if the bottom of it itself is too small to be resolved. If the bottom of it is still large enough to be resolved, there's no reason that you're not going to see it.
Okay, you guys keep avoiding this question. Does the sun physically dip lower than the mountain?
In reality, we're talking about what would happen on a flat plane.
Jeez, I guess I can't.
Yeah,
I guess I can't see that
on a flat plane.
Man, why am I seeing that boat? Why does this boat appear to be in front of the sun?
Why do you guys keep avoiding the question?
I'm not trying to avoid what you're asking.
I just posted a picture.
So I'm gonna ask it as simple as I can.
I just posted a picture. Hank, will you please look at my picture? Look at my picture and tell me why I can see the boat. Look at the picture. Tell me why I can see the boat.
Why you can see the boat is because it's close to you.
Oh, but it's in front of the sun, which appears to be. So I'm seeing a silhouette.
Right, which is a false equivalency because the mountain is below the sun.
Well, the boat is too. So the sun.
But it's a lot closer. That's why it's a false equivalency.
Oh fuck!
Put that same boat under the sun and then ask me if you can see it.
It's not going to be under the sun. It's going to be in front of the sun. Mount Everest is big enough that you can see it.
But it's not high enough.
It doesn't
to reach
matter.
The altitude
boat's not
of the
high
sun.
enough. Is that boat at the same altitude as the sun? Is the boat at the same altitude as the sun?
Okay, why doesn't the altitude of the mountain matter? Tell me why.
It does.
It's the same
matter.
thing as the boat.
It does matter, but not for the reason that you're saying.
It matters because of the size.
The mountain is on the other side of the plane, bro. That's not the same.
You're comparing the altitude of the sun to the altitude of the moon, or the altitude of the sun to the altitude of the mountain.
No, I never said anything about the moon.
Hold on a second. You're comparing the altitude of the sun to the altitude of the mountain, right? I'm not sure why. When what we're doing is we're describing the altitude of the mountain and when it would not be able to be resolved anymore, which is the only thing that matters. Its comparison to the altitude of the sun doesn't matter.
Okay, let's say it's noon and the sun is right over this mountain, right? Where would you have to be on the Earth to eclipse the mountain? Eclipse the moon with the mountain, or to occult the sun with the mountain. Where would you have to be?
I don't think that would happen.
You have to be under it. You'd have to be under it, right?
I'm not describing that happening, though.
So now let's say you're close. Hold on, bro. Chill out. Now let's say you're close to the mountain and the sun is setting. You're on the east and the sun's on the west. Okay, that would cause it, right? But let's say that you're in Japan and it's already sunset. The mountain is thousands of miles under the sun, at least, right? We can verify at least. The sun never goes below, we've sent balloons up 100,000 feet, right? So let's say that, the sun doesn't get anywhere near that, or,
Jeez,
the balloons
can't
will
be
all
in front
fly.
of the sun. That boat can't be in front of the sun because the sun's much higher than that boat. Fuck.
It's a false equivalency because the boat is nearby. Is the mountain in Japan? Is the mountain in Japan? Is the mountain in Japan? Is the mountain in Japan?
Exactly.
Is the mountain in Japan?
Because I feel like the argument is going a different direction. And the point is not how close you are to the mountain. The point is that that the sun appears to be on the horizon, and it's above a location that's much further than the mountain. Meaning that the mountain is in between you. The mountain is in between you and where the sun is actually above. meaning that if the sun's on the horizon, everything that's on the surface of the Earth in between you and the sun that should be resolvable should be silhouetting the sun. There's no reason it shouldn't.
So tell me something. How is a mountain that, in your opinion, is going to be 93 million miles lower in altitude ever going to occult the sun?
I don't think
unless you're right next to the mountain.
globe Earth, man.
You have to be right next to the mountain on the globe Earth, right?
That boat must be a spaceship. It must be 93 miles above that ocean. Fuck, it's the same fucking argument.
That boat is right next to you. That's why it's blocking the sun.
Same
Is the
fucking
mountain
argument.
in Japan? Is the mountain in Japan, sir?
The same fucking argument, sir.
Is the mountain? No, it's not.
Same
You're
damn
an
argument.
imbecile.
No, sir, you are. You cannot wrap your head around the fact that if the Earth was flat, the sun was at the horizon, everything that is visible, that it's far away, you should be silhouetted by said sun.
If they're at the same altitude.
No, if they appear to be at the same altitude, asshole. Come on.
Dude, that's not a good argument.
No, it's a perfect
Hey,
argument.
NASA, just while I make this argument, because you're making a different argument than I'm making, and it's slightly confusing what I'm saying. Because you're right that anything in between you, there's no reason on a flat plane, we're talking about a flat plane, not on my Earth, Hank, where the sun's 93 million miles away. I'm saying on a flat plane, if the sun appears to be on the horizon, and also at the same time the sun is above some distance that is beyond where Mount Everest is, or any other object that should be large enough to see, even if there's a tree in front of you that's large enough to see, it should also be silhouetting in front of the sun. Just like Mount Everest, which is large enough for you to be able to see on a flat plane in between you and the sun, it should be silhouetting in front of the sun. Any object that's large enough to be seen that's in between you and Mount Everest should be silhouetting in front of the sun if it's on the horizon.
All right, so let's say that I have a drone, right? And I fly all the way over to the point to where I can no longer see it. But I want to test out the range of the drone, and in America, it's illegal if you don't have a spotter. So let's say I put another guy, let's say 3 miles away, right? And the drone is directly over his head, right? And it's at the horizon where I'm about to lose sight. So he can see it. We're on a walkie-talkie or on a cell phone, right? And he can see it. How come the guy several hundred feet below the drone isn't blocking out the drone? If I should be able to see him at 3 miles away, right, because of angular resolution, he's not so small that I can't see him, but he's so much lower than the drone that he's not going to block out the drone.
There's two reasons. One is because you're not making the same argument I was making. When I didn't say it's right above Mount Everest. It's beyond Mount Everest.
So
that's one. That's one.
So the
and
sun
two is you're describing
beyond
things
Mount
as they
Everest.
happen on Earth, okay? Which is not the same thing as describing as what you should see on a flat plane. We're describing what you should be able to see on a flat plane, because that's the claim.
So should the man block out the drone if he's on a
one that's
let's say
directly
they're at the
below it?
Bolivian salt flats. If he's directly below it and you can barely see the drone at the horizon because it's about to disappear.
Yeah, no, we already went over this. We're not talking about something
Right.
that's
He's
directly
not
above
gonna
Mount Everest.
he's not gonna block out the drone because he's actually 400 feet below the drone.
Yeah, something that's below the sun, we're not describing. We're describing Mount Everest, which is in between Japan and the sun.
Oh, okay. Oh,
That's
okay.
one.
So
Two
you're
is
telling
Mount
me Mount
Everest is
Everest.
large enough to be able to see from that distance. That's two.
Are you telling me that Mount Everest is at the same altitude as the sun?
No, it's not at the same altitude.
Then how's it going to block it out?
Okay, why don't you answer this one? Why is the sun at the horizon at sunset when it's over Africa and at Japan? Why is it on the horizon?
Because it's so far away, you're not going to see it over your head, just like the drone. That's why.
Right. Even though that the angular size of that height is not small enough it's large enough to be able to be resolved. So regardless of the reason of why it's on the
Okay,
horizon,
wait a minute.
it's irrelevant.
And why can't we resolve the drone?
I know, because it's too
How come
small.
we can't resolve the drone past 3 miles?
Yeah, it's either
Yeah,
too
but it's got a
small
light
or
on it.
yeah.
It's got a light on it, right? That light radiates out in all directions.
But again, you can see it. If you can't see it anymore on the globe Earth, it could be because the horizon's in between you and the drone. But we're not describing what happens on the on the globe Earth. We're describing what would happen on a flat plane. Because that's what we're trying to steel man.
Yeah, but
Saying
I
if
want
it's
to know
possible.
why. I want to know why the pine trees directly under the drone are not blocking out the drone that's 400 feet above the pine trees.
Why would it
if I'm
be?
3
We're not
miles away.
describing something below the sun.
Exactly.
We're not
Why would
describing
it be?
something below the sun, dude.
Oh, so the mountain isn't below the sun.
No, it's not directly below the sun. It's in over Africa at that point. We're describing the sun being over Africa on the horizon in Japan, Mount Everest being in between the two, and for some reason not being able to be seen. When it's along the surface of the Earth, you would think that and it's big enough to be seen. You would think it was
Hold
silhouetted
on
from
a
the
second.
sun.
Hold on a second. You're saying it's between the sun. So if I were to draw a diagram of a man in Japan, right, and he's facing the mountain, is the sun actually below the altitude of the mountain, or does it appear below the mountain because of refraction and perspective?
What about perspective would cause it to appear
Well,
or
the
not be able
further
to
the
see?
drone goes away, it appears to go lower towards the horizon, right?
Yeah, towards
Due to perspective.
towards the horizon. That's the whole point.
Right, but if you draw a line from the man to the mountain, then you have to go up to reach the altitude of the sun. So that's not in between the sun. And the mountain isn't in between the sun and the mountain. It's in between the apparent location of the sun and the man.
If you drew a line from the guy to the horizon where the sun is, the mountain would be in.
The sun
between
isn't
those
at
lines.
the horizon. Its apparent location. Do you not know this? You never heard of refraction?
Yeah, refraction aside, it's at the horizon. The horizon is an apparent
No,
location.
you can't put refraction aside when it benefits your argument.
No, it's
the
not. I'm not
sun
putting it aside. I mean, it's
actually-
irrelevant. You're saying like it's an apparent
Oh,
location.
it's irrelevant because
the
this doesn't
horizon is an
benefit
apparent
your
location.
honesty. Go ahead.
The horizon is an apparent location.
And the sun is apparent location unless
That's
it's
right.
directly above your head, right?
Yeah. So where's Mount
so
Everest?
if you
at this
draw a
time?
straight line to the man and to the mountain, and you keep going towards the sun, you're going to completely go under the sun, even on a plane, because the sun never dips low enough in altitude to actually touch that line.
Okay,
It
and
may
where's
appear
where's
that way,
Mount, where's
but
Mount
it's not
Everest in reference to this
actually.
line?
The man, let's say he's shooting the camera, he's going to be shooting a direct line towards Mount Everest. But as soon as the line goes from Mount Everest to the actual location of the sun, it's going to have to start increasing in altitude, and that's not a straight line, is it?
Yeah. So you're saying that the mountain is below.
No,
You're saying the mountain
it's
is below
not.
that line.
No,
I'm saying that's
I'm
impossible.
not. That's not what I'm saying. Did you hear me say no 3 times?
Okay, well then it should be intersecting that
So
line.
the man shoots a hold on, bro. The man shoots a camera at the mountain. So that's a straight line. Then from the mountain to the actual location of the sun, it's going to start raising in altitude. Is that a straight line from the man to the moon to the sun?
Yeah, it's just a straight line.
Oh my God! You think the fucking altitude?
If you see, you just said he's making a straight line. If he's making a straight line from him to his point of observation, yeah, it's a straight line.
No, it's not a straight line from the man to the sun. The sun is actually much higher than a few inches above the ground, which is what it appears to be when it's setting.
A straight line of sight, sure, but it's not quite where it appears to be. It appears to have lowered, but physically it appears to be just like looking down a hallway where the ceiling maintains its elevation, doesn't really go anywhere, but appears to dip down toward the level of the eyes of the observer. But there is a straight line toward the object. Yes. So that's the caveat.
I'm saying a straight
An
line of
appearance
sight.
only, right? This is an appearance only, right? It's not the actual location of the sun. The actual location of the sun is going to be much higher, and the angle from the mountain to the sun, the actual location of the sun, is not going to be a straight line from the sun to the man.
In that sense, no, it would be an effigy. It would just be a visual representation to the eye of the scene that doesn't quite match reality. It's more like an effigy.
Oh yeah, I agree that it's not the actual location. It would just be visually the location that it appears to be. But that's fine. That's what we're talking about. Is the straight line of sight where it appears to be. If there's an object in between that line, you and that object along that line, you should be able to see that object too if it's big enough.
Not if it's big enough, if it's at the same altitude.
If that line that you're talking about is the line from where you're standing to the horizon, then that's your line of sight. And if that object is big enough and it's in your line of sight, then yeah, that line intersects it.
Potentially, yes. Potentially.
If the object is close enough to you. But you have to remember the mountain's far away and the sun's even further away and much, much higher in altitude. So the line from the man to the mountain is going to be straight because the Earth is a plane, right? And then from the mountain to the sun, it's actually going to take an angle towards the sun up into the sky because the sun isn't actually at ground level. It's actually much, much higher, probably over, I can't say how high for certain, but it's probably hundreds of thousands of feet at least. So that's not a straight line.
The distance doesn't matter. All that matters is that it comes between the observer and the object. That's all that matters. The
Right,
distance
and
is
you have to have a
irrelevant.
straight line for that to happen, right? You have to have a straight line for that to happen, right?
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah.
is the sun actually at the horizon?
Yeah.
No.
Visually, it appears to be. But
The appearance is still.
actually,
Yeah, it's the appearance is that it's there, right?
Trust your
So
senses, Hank. Trust
if
your
the
senses.
sun is actually at the horizon, then can I go get a biopsy of the sun while it's there? Can I go get a little piece while it's at the horizon? Because you said it's actually at the horizon, right?
I think it's pretty clear she meant the appearance.
Okay, if
What
that's
I
the
mean
case,
is
then
the
feel free
fact.
to recant.
I didn't want. I got frustrated and I didn't want to say anything and I didn't want to explain it. The fact that the sun has already sunk and what we see is like a few degrees off doesn't matter, right? The light of the sun is there relative to us. It's been bent, but it's like saying if I put a pencil in a glass of water, right? I still see the pencil. I still see it. It's there. The pencil is there. It just appears to be in a different location. But it's still a pencil and it's still there. So the sun is still there.
Well, the thing is, since we're seeing visual effigies, things that are representations that aren't quite accurate physically, we need to see the limits of that representation. And if you're looking out over a flat surface, things that are still above the surface and unobstructed appear to merge with that surface, making the ability for it to be represented to the eye or the camera very limited. Eventually, even if it's above the surface, like the sun, it will simply appear to merge into the surface and just be lost visually, even though there's no real obstruction there.
Can you give an example of that?
We
Already
have
have with a drone.
a demonstration of that. She gets close to the surface of the floor, and something in the distance appears to merge with the floor, even though she's above the floor. We have Life is Short. We have P-Brain. We have other people that are demonstrating this. Even Red Pill Philosophy got in on it before he left YouTube. So people are demonstrating by getting close to the floor, the wall of the ceiling. You have some sort of visual thing going on. It appears to be compressed viewing angle that is making the object appear to be obstructed.
Can you link some of that?
Let me see if I can find it.
Let me put it. This
Already
is really
posted the
frustrating
Skunk
for me.
Bay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So let me put it this way. I put a pencil into a glass of water, right? And I look at it, and it appears. They say broken, but it's not even really broken. It's just shifted over, like to the right or something, right? And I'm looking at it, and I pick up a book or something, and I put it between my eye and where the displaced pencil appears to be, right? That book, that object, whether it's a book or newspaper or a fork or a knife, whatever it is going to obstruct the apparent position of the pencil. It doesn't matter that it's been refracted and shifted over to one side and appears broken. It doesn't matter because the object that I picked up off the table comes between my eye and the apparent location of the pencil. It doesn't matter that it's been refracted. It's irrelevant.
Well, like you say, refraction doesn't
hold on,
occur
Lemon.
with the pencil.
Hold on. Look, so I'm asking you about the pencil. Is the pencil close to you?
The pencil is 100 miles away from me. It doesn't matter how far away it is.
Okay, so how do you
All
expect
that
that tiny
matters-
little pencil to block out the sun?
All that matters, no, it's between my eye and the pencil. The only thing that needs to
Really?
happen
So I
is
can
for
draw a
something-
straight line from the refracted sun through the mountain to the observer's eye.
I can draw a straight line from where the refracted pencil appears to be and my eye. Anything that comes between them is going to obstruct the pencil. It's that
Well, if the
simple.
pencil is refracted, that's not the actual location. That's not going to be a
It
straight
doesn't
line.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so you just hand wave dismiss that part.
That's not
The
dismissing.
curb can block out the street lamp that's
That-
at the horizon. We got it.
That's
It
because
doesn't matter. Got it.
she's not talking about the pencil. She's talking about the refracted pencil.
Well, the thing is, you have two effigies that are presented to the observer. The effigy from the pencil going through the air, and the effigy from the pencil being going through the water. So you have a split image. You have one image from the water and one image from the air. But when you're talking about that, you see an obvious discontinuity between the pencil in the air and the pencil in the water. We don't see discontinuities like that when we're looking at stuff way too far over the horizon. So it appears to be more than just, stuff refracting over a ball. If you're saying that it's refracting over a ball and being lifted over a ball or some sort of obstruction, fine, but you need to show the discontinuity, and you need to show, one image over here and
No.
one effigy over here.
All that has to happen is something solid needs to come between my eye and where the refracted image appears to be. That's all that's required. I
But at
don't
that
know
point,
how to
you're-
explain it any differently. I don't know how to explain it any differently.
But
I'm
Ellen,
sort of
that's
at
fine.
the end. I'm at the end. I'm finishing up. I'm at the end of my rope for explaining it. I can't make it any simpler.
Well, Ellen, I agree with you. But if you're saying that we're seeing stuff refract over the ball, if that's what you're saying, fine. But it kind of feels like begging the question if you're saying stuff is refracting over the ball, because it's assuming what must first be proved. You need to show me a non-continuous image first for me to go with this example that you're showing with the discontinuous pencil going from air to water. You got to show me a discontinuity. If you can't show me that, then essentially you're begging the question, saying that something is refracting over a ball where the original image or one effigy is below the ball and another effigy is above the ball as some sort of refracted mirage. Otherwise, you're just kind of begging the question. You got to show me the two effigies there, the discontinuity in the image. Otherwise, I can't agree with you.
So I'm at let's say East 9th Street, right? And the streets that go north and south, they're A and B, right? So how come the curb on the square isn't blocking West 9th Street where it's at F, right? I don't know if that grid made sense to you, but how come the curb at the square doesn't block out the street lamp on West 9th Street if I'm on, you can still see the curb, right? But it's not actually in front of the sun, and it doesn't even appear to be in front of the sun. Therefore, ice cream machines don't work south of the horizon. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. None of it does.
Well, we otherwise have a flat plane with no obstruction, and we're seeing way too far over this geometric hump of Earth curve, and we're invoking refraction to lift objects over this hump of Earth curve without showing a discontinuity in the image, where we see one image over here above and another image below. We're just assuming that that's the case, and it's being lifted over the ball.
Yeah, I mean,
So what I would say, what was that?
if the sun, if we can think of the altitude as the angular size, uh, you know, I'm trying to understand when the angular altitude of something, the angular size of the altitude of something is going to, what angle it's going to decrease to before it appears to be on the horizon.
Well, most people would in this community appear to say, well, basically, if you're dealing with life assured anyway. He says it's roughly around the limit of angular resolution of vision, about 0.02 degrees, or if you want the angular resolution of the particular wavelength of light you're dealing with, you'd have to take 1.22 times the wavelength of light in nanometers, usually 550 nanometers for blue wavelength light or something like that, and divide that by the diameter of the aperture that you're looking through. For the human eye, it's like 20 millimeters, or for a camera, it might be like 40 millimeters or something like that. And you get a rough mathematical predictor, a rough estimate.
Oh yeah, this is what I was thinking too.
The resolution.
Thinking as well. Because as we were talking about Japan and Mount Everest and things like that, and we're talking about Mount Everest being in between, because we when me and Bacon were looking at it, we were trying to see in Japan where is the sun when it's setting, and in Japan when the sun's setting, the sun is like just north of Madagascar, so we can determine on a flat plane, we can determine what height the sun would need to be for that height to be decreased to the horizon from that distance.
Guys, can you show me in real life, right, where the news and weather comes on and they say, well, visibility is great today. You should be able to see about 10,000 miles.
Yeah, but no one's describing you're seeing things that are 10,000 miles away. We're describing seeing the sun at whatever distance it is, and anything in between you and the sun.
From Mount
Hold on, man. Hold on, because this is still being misunderstood. Because we're not describing just seeing something directly. We're describing seeing things that should be silhouetted by the sun's light.
If they're at the same altitude.
Yeah, no, not because they're the same altitude, but because it's big enough to be seen, and it's in between you and where the sun appears to be setting.
Okay, so you don't need the sun. So can
No,
you see
you would need the sun.
mountain?
You would need the sun. You would need the light from the sun to be shadowed by something.
Well, the light from the sun would have to be parallel to the mountain to the eye, and the actual location of the sun, it's so high that it cannot make a straight line from the sun to the mountain to the eye. It would have to be bent, because as the sun is actually much higher than the mountain, the sunlight is going to have to be going down towards the mountain and then take a beeline from the mountain to the observer's eye. How do you suppose that's going to happen with all the refraction going on?
Earlier, Lemon agreed that that's not what's needed. All that would be needed is that the object is big enough to be seen, and in that same line, which it would have to.
Yeah, it has to be on the same line.
Yeah, but if this object is on the horizon, every other object in between you and the sun would be at some point on the horizon. It would just be too small to be resolved.
If they're at the same altitude, or if the object, being the mountain, is close by.
Let me
if
say
the
like
mountain
this.
is not close by, hold on. If the mountain is not close by, it's going to appear to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then if the altitude is way lower than the sun, if you can barely see the sun at that distance, how are you going to see the mountain at that same distance or even shorter? Because it's hundreds of thousands of feet below it. So you got the sun way up here, and you got the mountain way down there, and you think for some reason the mountain is going to float up into the sky until it reaches the sun's actual location.
You can completely see the sun. So let me say it like this, Hank, and try to answer this as honestly as you can, okay? If the sun is on the horizon, any object in between you and the sun, is it going to be A, below the horizon, below you and the horizon, B, along the horizon, or C, above the horizon?
I would say it depends on where's the object. Is it close by?
What's going to cause it to be below the horizon?
Perspective.
Perspective doesn't do that. Perspective doesn't allow things to appear to be below
Perspective
your line of
doesn't
sight.
allow things. Sorry, let me make this clear. perspective in your mind doesn't make things disappear from the bottom up.
No, perspective doesn't allow your line of sight, things that are above that at any point, above that height, to ever be below your line of sight. You can say that it can approach it and it can be so small that it's unresolvable and merged with it, but it's not going to be below it.
So it's not going to be below it. So haven't I seen videos of the penny disappearing on the table?
Yeah,
Probably
that's
not.
because the observer is below the level of the table.
Well, then how do you see the top of the table?
You don't.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so link those.
No, you don't.
take
And
a
I've
look.
actually done that and shown how he did it. It's a parlor trick. You fell for it.
Like when I did
Simply
my
because you
homework
want
on-
to believe in you want to believe in your conclusion, and as a result, you're not looking at that with intelligent eyes. You didn't look at it, and now
so you
you're
guys are saying
assuming that
that-
you can see the top of the table when you clearly cannot.
So you guys are saying that in those videos, you can't see the top of the surface of the table.
No, you cannot. And the only reason that you can see the penny comes back is that he's using a zoom lens. And as he zooms the lens, the tip of the lens goes above the table. The camera itself is below it. It's very easy to do.
So the lens is above the table then,
so-
right?
The tip of the lens, as you zoom out, the camera lens extends and it goes above the table. That's how the penny comes back into view. You know, you didn't look at it. You didn't look at the videos where people looked at this. You probably fell for scuba lensing too. Did you fall for scuba lensing with a skyline of Chicago? Do you think that somehow is
He
reality?
invented?
Yeah, he invented that. And quite frankly, I reproduced it and showed how he did it. So the fact that you haven't looked at these things is because you don't want to know the answer. You don't want to learn anything. You've got people here explaining it to you very clearly. And all you can do is try and ask questions to say, but what about, because it doesn't agree with my outcome, my desired outcome. You're
Like
not
you guys
listening.
don't have
You're not
confirmation
learning.
bias. Come on. So I'm asking you, what is scuba lensing?
Go to my channel and look at the video on it. It's titled Scuba Lensing.
Well, I'd appreciate if you could send it to me because I'm driving and I don't put myself in danger. So I'll be willing to look at it, but if you could describe it with a few words. Can anyone who's seen his video describe what scuba lensing is?
I think he's talking about with the Fresnel lens. Rob Skiba has a video where he shows a Fresnel lens causing the mountains to be obstructed by
I'll have to check it
or the sun to
out
be obstructed
later.
by the mountains.
I'll have to check it out later, but the problem is
Had you not interrupted me with a stupid question, you would have heard the rest of my answer and explanation. Now, don't interrupt me again. When you
You
look
won't come
through the
through.
Fresnel lens from the bottom, you can make objects disappear from the bottom up. If you look at it through the top of the lens, you can make them disappear from the top down. If you do it from the left or the right, you can make them disappear from the left to the right. It has to do with how you look through the lens. And Skiba, that was a little trick that Skiba played on the flat earth because none of you guys will bother looking at it or trying it yourself.
So what if our firmament dome is a Fresnel lens that's making stuff appear to disappear? That's a viable possibility to some like myself. That still looks like a viable, route of exploration. As far as I can see, if the dome is a Fresnel lens or whatever the hell, perhaps
Again,
Skiba's
that's a
effect is
true
good demonstration.
Again, that's a true begging the question fallacy because you are assuming something that has yet to be proven. The thing that you are assuming is that there's a dome. Prove to me that there's a dome, then you can put out a hypothesis on what the dome does.
We can infer pretty comfortably that there's a dome because we see sundogs, parhelions, and other phenomena that
That
look
has
like
nothing to
something
do with a
bouncing off
dome.
of a solid structure. Now you can try to
Hey,
interpret
Doug,
it
can you make a
vis-a-vis your
rainbow
paradigm,
outside?
but it looks like the
do with the
Can you make a
fossil
rainbow
evidence.
indoors? Can you make a rainbow inside?
Yes.
Let me just
How?
say something before we branch more the conversation. So this idea that you can use perspective to get bottom-up obstruction should not be argued for. When you're dealing with perspective, we assume straight lines for the path of light, and if you have a flat surface, that's a straight line. If you have two things above that flat surface, there's no obstruction there. There's
I
nothing to
can
go beyond.
demonstrate. I can demonstrate it.
But what I'm saying is you cannot attribute that to perspective. I'm not saying that's impossible to happen, but you cannot attribute that to perspective. Feel free to attribute that to refraction if you want to, but don't try to attribute that to perspective. Perspective doesn't do that. It's just
Why
too
not?
simple. Because there is nothing in between what you're
Okay,
looking
so
at and your eye to be obstructing it.
how did
But
you
the
remove
thing is,
perspective? Hold on just a second. Hold on. How did you remove perspective and do your little experiment? I would
What
like
do
to
you
know.
mean?
You said it's not the cause. You said that it's not the cause. So how did you remove it and then demonstrate it without
Remove what?
perspective? Because we all have perspective.
What do you mean? How do we remove
how did
perspective?
you
Why?
remove perspective
Okay,
as a
you made a
fact from?
claim that the cause wasn't this, right?
No,
So
I'm
in
saying
order to
you
do
cannot.
that,
I'm
hold
saying
on,
logically.
bro. You just asked a
Oh,
question.
you
You
asked the
we're
question.
not
You said
talking
you
about.
asked, like you asking me if I said that. I'm saying no, I didn't say it. So I was trying to
Okay,
give you what I said. Like I said, you cannot attribute bottom-up obstruction to perspective.
okay. So
Why?
how did you remove perspective and then was still able to see bottom up obstruction? How did you remove perspective and do that demonstration? You can't
I
remove
don't
perspective.
understand your question. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Remove from what?
Okay.
Well, what am I
Okay.
looking
I'm
at?
going to say, listen, I'm going to say that electromagnetism from the sun controls the heavenly bodies and their orbits. And you're going to, or I'm going to say that it doesn't. And then a flat earther might say, how did you remove electromagnetism to prove that it's not involved with the orbits? And I'm going to say, well, I didn't. And he's going to say, then how do you know that it's not affecting it? And I'm going to say, I don't. Right? So you're saying the same thing, right? That perspective doesn't cause things to disappear from the bottom up. So I'm asking, how did you remove perspective to find that out?
Perspective isn't defined by observation. Perspective is purely geometrical.
Perspective is
Exactly.
not.
How did you
No.
remove geometrical perspective?
You don't have to remove from anything because
Yes, you
perspective
do. If
is
you're making
no.
a claim that it's not causing it, it never causes it, then
Yeah,
how do you
because
demonstrate it without perspective?
because perspective is geometrically defined. You don't have to use any experiment. It's the simple fact that the way perspective describes things
Okay,
is
so
not based.
because you
It's
say
not.
it, it's true.
No. It's not based on observation. Perspective is not based on observation. It just assumes light to go in a straight line, and it's completely geometrical. It's completely irrelevant. Any experiment that you want to cite, it's irrelevant to perspective. So
Well, we need to
if
look
it's
at
not
perspective in a new way
if it's
because we're
not
acting like these lines are just these perfect things that just exist throughout the observation, and that's not quite true. Everything visually appears to eventually merge and disappear, including your level line, including your idealized perspective lines, and that's what we're
sure.
forgetting, making a
No, we're not
key
forgetting
narrative.
that. We're not forgetting that.
Okay,
So
so
if light,
yeah.
one second. So if light travels in straight line, it would have to follow perspective because that's the assumption of perspective, and everything that comes after that is purely mathematical. It's there's no getting out of it, right? So, but we know light doesn't go exactly in straight line, so perspective doesn't exactly match observation, and
So a lot of this stuff for the Globers is based off of this idealized level line that everything is falling below to prove Earth curve. But
what are you
since
talking about?
perspective says everything will disappear due to perspective, including your level line, after a while you're not going to be able to see what level is without double checking it and verifying it with a laser. So you're assuming that level, your level line in your theodolite, in your camera or whatever is being preserved from A to B, from the beginning to the end of the observation, and that is a bad assumption since
How's that related to
everything in
anything I said?
perspective, including your level line, will eventually disappear.
How that addresses anything that I said?
Okay, Globers like yourself are assuming Earth curve because you appear
No,
to be seeing something
pause,
visually
pause.
that
No, stop right there.
implies
Stop right
that
there.
stuff
You can say
dipping
you can
below the level
stop.
line. That's not
Lemon,
correct. You
lemon,
don't
lemon.
have a
You,
level line
lemon.
anymore, so your
You
assumption is
can't,
incorrect.
lemon. You can't just say globes like you assume curve. I'm not talking about curvature. And if you're talking to me, you don't argue for globers like me say. You argue to what I'm saying. And I never even mentioned curves. I'm just talking about what perspective is, and what you're responding to is completely irrelevant to what I'm saying.
So perspective says that your level line, the thing that globers like yourself or not, is are saying everything is going below to prove or disprove Earth curve. You don't even have a
I'm
level
talking
line
about Earth
after
curve.
a certain distance. And so since your level line is disappearing, your claims are bad and no longer good enough to say whether there is Earth curvature
Completely
or not,
irrelevant.
not without checking it with a laser to see if level is truly level beyond what you visually see in a camera, a theodolite, whatever.
Why are you talking about level? I'm not even mentioning level. I mean, your
That's
response
what
is
the
just
globers
completely
do.
disconnected. I'm not finished. So your response is completely disconnected to what I'm saying. It sounds like
It
you're
is
just trying to
connected, but you're not making the
derail the
connection.
conversation.
Yeah, it is connected, but you're not making the connection. Why do globers say that we're on a ball? They establish some sort of level line in their theodolite or camera.
I don't.
The level line that they establish in their theodolite or camera is the boundary they say things cannot go below. Otherwise, if we see something below this line, we're going to assume Earth curve. Their
Am I
assumption is
crazy here, or is Lemon completely disregarding what I'm saying? Because nothing that he said
the thing
connects
is,
to anything that I
you're
said.
making bad assumptions. You're making bad assumptions.
What
Very
assumption
bad.
am I making?
You're
Yeah,
assuming
you're
that
both
level
in the
line
way.
is being preserved. What's up?
Drowning.
You're assuming your level line is preserved from the beginning of the observation to the end. Bad assumption.
I'm not.
Visually, it will eventually
I'm not
disappear.
making any assumptions on actual. I'm not even referencing reality here. I'm just talking about perspective, which is defined by geometry.
Okay, perspective
So,
says
for
eventually
example,
stuff will disappear.
so for example, if I tell you how far something is and how high it is, and that the ground is a flat surface, and I ask you what the angle of that should be, perspective gives you that, and it's not going to give you a negative value. So you
Up to
cannot
a point.
attribute to perspective something being below the horizon and still think the Earth is flat. You can have both. You need something else to make that excuse for you. You have to appeal for refraction at least. You can't just try
Okay,
to
well,
attribute that to refraction. It just doesn't work.
well, perspective appears to say that something above the
Resolution.
level of the eyes will appear to dip down and eventually become unresolvable. Just simply merge with the surface, and
Yeah,
after that point, you're
unresolvable
not
is
going to be able
different
to
than
make an
obstructed.
angle. Yeah, you're not
Unresolvable
going
is
to see
different
it
than
anymore.
obstructed.
It's going to appear to be obstructed because the eye will just simply drop the image. It's no
Yeah,
longer
but
resolvable enough to make it to the image.
yeah, but the area that is unresolvable is going to apply to all of it, not just to the bottom of it.
It's going to apply mostly to the bottom because you're closer to the
No,
floor.
no.
Yes.
How close it is to the floor does not affect how much how much
Of course
harder it
it
will be to
does.
resolve. No, it doesn't change its
Okay.
angular size.
Yes, it does.
How would how close it is to the ground or to any surface affect its angular size? What affects its angular size is its distance, not how close it is to any other thing.
But the angular
Yeah, but it
size
merges with the floor.
Yeah.
Sure,
Merges with the
but
floor,
yeah,
and
and the
that's
top
the bits that's hard to resolve. And
and the
that
top.
happens incrementally from the bottom up.
Yeah, but the top would also merge to the sky, and anything in the middle would merge to anything that is close
No,
to it the
no. The
same.
sky is
Yes, because
nowhere
they
near
would.
the top of it.
Hold on.
That's
What is there to block out the image from the sky? The ground is there to block out things.
no, the ground.
How is the sky going to block out
For
something?
perspective, but we're not talking about being blocked. He's talking about resolution. So the resolution of the bottom of what
Exactly.
you're looking at. So the resolution of the bottom, what you're looking at, is not going to be affected by the ground, and it's going to merge to its
Yes.
surroundings. So it's not just the surroundings that are
Then
locally
why?
surrounded.
Let me ask this: why is it that you can resolve more things the higher you go on a plane?
What do you mean?
If I'm
Because
at the
of
salt flats
curvature.
in Bolivia, no, on the salt flats, which is 9,000 square kilometers, less than 1 meter of vertical relief, so there's no curvature, or less than
The
1
what?
meter of curvature. The Bolivian salt flats. Have you heard of it?
Oh, come on,
No.
come on. Just stop with the
I'm using it as
1
an
meter of
example,
vertical.
bro.
No, just stop with the 1 meter of
So I
vertical
can't make my
relief.
argument. You're just going to jump all
That
over it.
has absolutely
So
nothing
I
to
can't
do
make
with
my argument.
curvature.
You're afraid to let me make my argument.
Just no, it's not your
So you're
argument. It's
terrified that
QE's
I'm going to make
argument.
my argument. Let me make
No,
my
it's
bad argument, sir.
QE's. I already know what your
Let
bad
me,
argument is. You've already
QE invented
stated
the
it.
salt flats? No, I
Yeah,
haven't
he
stated
did.
it.
He
You
invented
interrupted
this
me.
art.
Do
Yeah,
you,
you're
you yellow
gonna
bellied
repeat
coward, do you
QE's
mind if I
argument.
make my argument? Do you
Go
mind
right
if I
ahead.
make my argument? Okay,
Go
then
right
shut your
ahead.
mouth. Then shut your mouth. Okay, so let's say we're at the
Go
Bolivian
fuck
salt
yourself.
flats same to you, bud.
Mm.
So let's say that we're at the Bolivian salt flats, right? That way there's no curvature obstructing anything. Why is it that you can see further the higher you go?
Can you state that again? Let's see what?
Let's say let's pretend me and you are at the Bolivian salt flats, and this guy
What?
he takes off.
Sorry, you're saying words that I'm not being able to understand.
Oh
Okay,
God,
so
the
the
language
salt.
barrier. Bacon, it's a flat salt flat. Okay, you got it. Good. There
Flat
is
what?
no hump. There is no curvature on that salt flat. Bacon, got it. Good.
I don't know. It's a
Why
salt
do
flat.
you see more when you get higher above the salt flats if it is not a resolution problem as opposed to an earth curve problem? Since the salt flat is flat, go.
If
Here,
you
let me help
show
you
me,
out,
if
Bacon.
you show me what,
Bacon. Let me help you out here. Their argument is that because going from the geoid of the curved Earth, there's less than 1 meter of relief over this flat area in Bolivia, that somehow there's no curve. That's their argument.
That's
Go
not my
from there.
argument, you idiot. That's a fucking straw man. Shut your mouth and let me make my argument. Okay, there's a place in Bolivia.
Boom.
It's a salt flat. You can type in salt flat in the Google search and type in Bolivia, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So this salt flat, it's flat for 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief. So it's flat. So it's not because of curvature. Why is it that if a man takes off on the motorcycle and we say, hey, where did he go? We're not going to be able to see him if he goes too far, but if we stand on top of a ladder, we can see him. Why is that he can reappear after we gain altitude? Why?
oh, if you show me 2 pictures of that so I can compare that, maybe I'll be able to answer you. Like
Okay.
you're
Bacon,
just
his
you're just
argument
telling
is
me.
that
You're not
Bacon,
giving me
his
any reference.
argument is that since there's only 1 meter of elevation change throughout this large flat plain, that there's no curvature. And he can't comprehend the fact that the reason that the guy on the motorcycle, as he goes away from you, is being obstructed by curvature. They seem to think that somehow that it's some magic absorption into the flat plane. They can't comprehend the fact that there's curvature, even though there's only 1
It's
meter
not
of
magic. Does
elevation
the guy
change.
disappear? Does the guy disappear or not? If he's on the
Of course
other
he
side of the
does.
Magic
Of course he does.
absorption.
Is it because of curvature? Is it because of
Yes,
curvature?
absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh,
No, it's resolution.
what
And
an
the
idiot.
thing is, Hill is trying to make a logical argument, but through the language barrier, the
No,
logic barrier, you guys are still trying to ascribe Earth curve to a flat, salt flat plane. I mean, that's
angular.
logical. It's obviously a resolution issue,
No,
obviously. So
okay.
there's
Stop,
precedent for
stop.
this.
Okay, so if you're observing something and you're at the same elevation of that thing you're observing, and you're above a flat surface, if you go up according to perspective, the angular size of that should decrease, not increase. That's
But
simple
the
trigonometry.
angle off of the surface is
That's
going to
simple
expand.
trigonometry.
So it is going to pop out of the surface where it appeared to be compressed into before because of the compressed viewing angle from being at a lower elevation and being lower to the surface. Now that you're higher above the surface and raised in elevation, you have a wide enough viewing angle to make out the thing that appeared to be compressed into the surface and eaten up by the surface before. It is nothing but resolution and viewing angle. That is all, not Earth curve. And
Resolution
that's
is
why
not
we're
gonna.
trying to work that logic out with the salt flat thing.
Resolution has nothing. It doesn't make any sense for resolution to do that. So
Well, it does to everyone
again,
but you.
again,
So
sure.
you
Well,
think you can see
you're not
forever?
applying. You're not
Do you
applying
think you
geometry to
can
that.
see forever?
No, Hank.
Do you
First of
think?
all, I said
Okay.
multiple times that I'm talking about perspective from a geometry point of
Okay.
view, not about
Cool. So
optics.
you
Right?
know, so you know that we can't see forever, right?
Sure.
Right. So when you get on top of the ladder and you see the man on his motorcycle riding away from you, is it because you changed angular resolution or is it because you changed perspective?
When I get to see him and I wasn't seeing him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Listen,
so
Curvature.
I didn't look
I'll-
I didn't look into that example. I'm not sure exactly what's the whole scenario, but according to what Bob said, it's just the curvature of the Earth. So if as you go higher, you don't have
the
to.
salt flat.
Oh
There's
my
no
God.
curvature on the salt flat.
Yes, there is.
Okay, listen, my friend.
There's no change in elevation, which
Yeah.
is to the curved surface of the Earth. It means that
So you
there's
get
no
to assume
bumps
what
in
must
the
first be
curve.
proved.
So the
All
salt
right,
flat is
so
curved now. Can we call it
of
a salt
course it's
curve?
always been.
Okay,
Oh,
so
come
go
on.
change the books where it's the salt curve now. And maybe change
That's an
tectonic
absurd
plates.
argument.
Go
That's an
ahead and
But
absurd
change the
argument.
tectonic
Grow
plates,
up.
the tectonic
But
bonds,
Dr.
and the
Bob,
abyssal
it exposes the
fractures and the abyssal
absurdity.
holes.
So
It
you're gonna
exposes.
use
You guys just grow up is all you
one
need to
sec,
do.
one second.
But
So you're
but
gonna use
Dr.
the
Bob, what you say is absurd. You're assuming that a salt flat is curving with the Earth. You're assuming what must first be proved for the argument.
Of
That is a
course it
huge
is.
logical misstep.
It's
Well,
not a
well,
logical misstep at all. It's easily proven.
so I mean, it's not fair to just use the name of it to say that. Well, so it's definitely it's definitely flat
Jake, and
just
this is
because.
a well-known flat Earth
Well, then go
argument.
measure
It's
the
been
curvature
disproven.
on the salt flat.
I
Go
already
measure
have.
the, yeah,
I
okay.
already have.
Show me. Show me.
Don't
Show
need
me the
to.
curvature on the salt flat. Oh, you don't
Go
need
look at the
to.
video. Yeah, go look at the video. Feel free to look at the
Then
video.
why am I going to watch your videos? You can't
Because
explain
maybe
to
you
me
might
right
want to
here,
learn
right now?
something.
Because I
What
don't
better
ever tell you to go watch
demonstration?
my videos.
Okay, so
I don't
Bob,
ever tell you to watch my videos. I can explain right here, right now, live in debate. I don't need
but
any
this
preparation.
isn't about explaining. You ask him to demonstrate that he did that. What's better than that than a video of he doing this?
We're asking him to see if he has logically absorbed his own argument and can put it into words, or if he is just doing a bunch of, performance, but not really thinking about what he's doing. I
can
mean, at the
say
very
in
least, we'd like to hear him
I can
verbally
say in two
say
quick
whatever the heck
sentences.
he thinks is going on,
The
so we can see
surface.
if
All
he's
right, then
logically
stop
through this or
talking, and
not.
I will. Then stop talking, and I will. The surface of the Earth is curved. Elevation is the change in altitude from the curved surface.
Oh, are they yummy?
The very
Good.
fact that there is only 1 meter of change in elevation speaks nothing to whether the surface is curved or flat. It has to
Yeah.
do with how far it is above the baseline.
Yeah, when
This is an
Sean,
old QE argument that's been disproven multiple times.
right, when Sean,
The fact that you never paid any attention to it's your fault.
Okay. Well, when Sean brought this, when he was a flat earther still, he brought this, he had this whole big paper about this salt flats. And we were talking about it together for a couple days. And in reading it, I was like, wow, they really are saying that there's, I think it was 20 centimeters or whatever he said, less than a meter difference anywhere in this whole range of salt flats. And at the very end, at the conclusion, it states clearly, it says after referencing the geoid, WGS 84 model. So they reference it to the model. After putting it to this reference, then this is the only difference in elevation layout. And so that told me that was after you, put in the information that is the globe or is a sphere model, then you get that difference in elevation. That max distance. So they usually state clearly that they're referencing that when they're
Your entire argument that means somehow that the Earth is flat is flawed and is dismissed.
So
that wasn't my argument. My argument was this is a plane. Things disappear over a plane. I was saying the salt flat is flat. And if you want to say salt flat
It's
means
not.
curved, okay, so say it to King.
Say it to King?
Who died and made you king? Who died and made you king and purveyor of all truth, sir?
Nobody did. Kosho just gave you a factual reference on what that 1 meter elevation thing meant, and he's not appealing to being the king or doing it by fiat. He gave
And
you.
it says It says
I
exactly. He
appreciate
said
that.
exactly the same thing
Sorry.
that I did.
Hold on just a second. I appreciate your clarity, sir. Kosho, will you please send it to me?
I'd have to find. This was 3 years ago, but I'm sure I can find it. Yeah.
Okay, I would love to see it. And hey, I really appreciate you, Boulder. Appreciate your clarity because I did get a little emotional.
Always glad to help.
Well, the thing is, it appears that you guys have already baked into your assumptions that the Earth is a ball and use that for your baseline before you even begin to think about this argument. So at that point, you're assuming what must first be proved. You would need to drop those key assumptions to
It's
come with
been
a clear
proven,
enough
Lemon.
mind and a clear enough perspective to try to decipher what is, if anything, is happening with this problem. If you already have the geoid in your mind about what, if anything, level is, you're not even equipped to solve the problem. You're just too married and committed to the model.
Hey, Lemon,
Lemon, it's already
said
been
proof.
solved.
You said proof like 3 times. Can you give me an example of something you think is a scientific proof?
A scientific proof that is testable, observable, and repeatable?
You're the one that
I
keeps using the
guess
word
we have
proof.
to go with.
You mean like
I
the
didn't talk
geoid?
about scientific proof. I talked about proof, period. But if you want to talk about something that's testable and observable and repeatable, I guess
Yeah,
shine a
I can give you
laser
some.
and see if it's hitting the land or not, or if the land is deviating down and away from the laser. You're going to get some pretty repeatable measurements from that within refractive bounds, of course. But that's pretty repeatable. I'd go with that.
But you keep
I got
asking for
one.
proof. What does it
Hold
mean?
on, Boulder. Hold on, Boulder. So vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy. That's been scientifically proven, right? That's why the British are a
Supposedly,
bunch of
yes.
limey bastards, right? Okay, so heat causes water to boil,
Oh, I
and
heard
so
that.
does low atmospheric pressure or gas pressure. So there's 3 scientific proofs.
good enough for
You can
me.
test these. You
Now,
can test
proof
these out
can only
yourself.
be done. Now, if you're talking about proof, period, proof can only be done with a prior bunch of preconditions and a prior bunch of axioms that you've accepted to allow proof to be possible. If you have axioms that are questionable, little to no proof is possible, like assuming that the Earth is already curving due to the geoid and that level is relative to that geoid. That's a pretty bad axiom since we're trying to prove that the Earth is curving itself. So you would have to drop that axiom and go with something that's a bit more neutral as much as possible. Both sides assume that lasers more or less travel straight and true over the land. So why don't you try seeing if a laser that is axiomatically straight enough is curving with the land? I'm sorry, showing that the land is curving relative to the laser, or if it is more or less flat relative to the laser. How about that?
Well, I appreciated the first half of what you said. The second half of what you said was that both sides agree on what a laser does. And I guess then I have to be a third side because I don't agree with what you said a laser does.
Let's do lasers refract, sure, but we can control for that, and there's still not enough curvature. And a laser certainly is not curving 8 inches per mile squared. That's absurd.
It can curve a lot more than that, and under the right conditions.
It has to be. It has to be.
A laser can curve as much as the relative speeds of light require it to curve, which
I'm sure
can
it
be
can
quite a
do
lot.
anything that you'd like it to do for your model, but we need to see if it actually does that in reality. And as far as I can tell, that's not the case.
You want to see a picture of a laser bending much more than that?
Would you like to show
Is it going to
me
be
it
in
in less
water
of
or
a
air?
water experiment? Sure, but we don't live in sugar water, and that's absurd.
I'd love to.
I've got pictures of it in water, and I've got pictures of it in plastic.
Can you show us through the atmosphere? Because that's the thing in convention, right?
I can show it to you through the atmosphere. All of the lasers that you've seen are doing that in the atmosphere. It's just harder for you to perceive.
That's what you're claiming, right? Because you believe the Earth, if the Earth is straight, then the laser is straight. That's the convention once again, sir.
That's right. That's what I'm claiming, and it's consistent with the water and the plastic. I'm not requiring the laser to behave differently in the air than it does everywhere else.
Everywhere else?
We can see too far. That's consistent with the flat Earth.
Everywhere being the 3 things that
So
are.
you're saying that a laser bends everywhere else?
I'm saying I cited 2 things, And
Okay.
I'm saying that the two things I cited and the air, I'm not asking the laser to do something different in the air than it is in the other two things I cited.
Okay, so is plastic a gas?
Nope.
Okay, is water a gas?
Water and gas both behave like fluids, yeah.
No, I didn't ask if they were both fluids. I asked if water was gas.
Water has a gaseous state, yeah.
Obviously, no.
No, the
Follow
answer's
the
no.
logic. Obviously,
Water
no.
doesn't have a gaseous state?
I didn't ask if you
It
can
does, but answer the
evaporate
fucking
water.
question.
He did. He said, is water a gas? And my answer was, it can be. What else do you want me to say?
So a glass of
Okay,
water.
when it's
is a gas.
water, is it in the gaseous form? No, it's
It
not.
can be.
So a glass
No.
of water, I can
Oh.
breathe in a glass of water.
I think that's reaching a semantical level in which
No,
what
it
what
really
what
isn't
what
semantic,
what,
and
what,
your white
let me
knighting isn't
finish. I wasn't
appreciated.
finished. I wasn't
No,
finished.
but you shouldn't have
I don't
started.
know, bullshit.
So you shouldn't have
I
started,
wasn't
Bacon.
finished.
So just it doesn't
You
matter
don't
if you were
get to
finished. You
decide.
shouldn't
You
have
don't get to
started.
decide.
So the point is that I'm
You
still
don't get
talking
to
to the previous
decide.
guy.
You
Yeah, but I
don't
don't
get
care.
to
I'm just going to keep
decide.
talking to you sharp because I was
Okay.
having a conversation. So the point is that water is not gas in your argument. Your argument was that water in its liquid form is affecting the laser. Correct?
Yeah, if I showed you the picture that I have in mind, the
Okay.
water
So
is
then
in
why are you being obtuse when I ask you these questions?
When I talk in here, I try to answer the questions as specifically and accurately as I can. I try to make the fewest assumptions possible.
Sure, but in your
You're being
example,
ridiculous. We all
water
know.
That does
is a
sometimes
liquid.
make people call me ridiculous, but
Yes
so
or
be
no?
it.
In your
What?
example, water is a liquid. Yes or no?
The photo, yeah, it's a liquid.
Fantastic. So is liquid water a gas?
Liquid water is not a gas, no.
Fantastic. So why are you talking about plastic and liquid?
There's no reason that things would behave different from vacuum to gas to liquid to solid.
Does anyone else agree with that statement?
No, he's asking us to make a logical leap and assume that it's a similar process. We could, we might not. Do they have fluid-like behavior? Sure, but a lot of this refractive behavior that you're talking about
This is
is going
irrelevant, though,
from
Lemon.
medium to medium. So you're making a lot of logical leaps that
But
may not be.
Lemon, this is irrelevant. He just made the claim that there is no reason to believe that things act differently in vacuums, liquid, gas, solid. This is absurd. I don't think anyone else agrees with that.
I guess I wasn't being as specific as I claimed I tried to be. I'm talking about light. I don't see a reason to assume that light obeys a different law of refraction from vacuum to gas to liquid to solid.
Wouldn't you want to know that?
I feel like I do.
Okay, you feel like you do. That's fine. No further question.
Yeah. Believe, think, know, whatever word you want. I
Well,
know
you said
sometimes people
feel.
say, yeah, I know.
I
that's
can't really argue with your feelings, can I?
I mean, you could.
No,
Well, the
I
main
don't
thing-
argue with
I
feelings.
will rephrase for on your behalf. I believe that that's true.
Well, we need to follow a chain of logic that is as consistent as possible and as necessary as possible. I mean, we can make some jumps, sure, but if our jumps are too far, things can get pretty illogical pretty quickly if we're not careful.
Yeah, sure.
As far
But
as we
I
can
do
tell,
like
air is a
Occam's. I do
uniform
like
medium.
Occam's razor, and Occam's razor says it's probably the same in all mediums. It probably obeys the same law. There's probably not a need for two physical laws to describe how refraction works.
Okay, fine.
But
So let's
most
use
of
that
them-
logic. If I can exist within gas and I can exist within liquid, then I can exist within solid. Does that make any sense?
I don't know. Your existence is not a physical phenomenon like the
Well, no,
velocity of light.
but
The
you
velocity of light
said
is
that-
an extremely specific physical phenomenon that we're
But
trying to
it's
describe.
the logic of your argument, and it doesn't make any
Okay,
sense.
so the logic of my argument doesn't extend to incredibly complex processes that involve hundreds of physical laws that we know about. I'm talking about one, the speed of light.
But the logic doesn't comport.
Sure. So you're
to
taking it
many
from
other
one
examples.
context. You're taking it from one sort of straightforward physics concept all the way into like a very extremely advanced biology concept, and I agree with you. It may not extend that far.
So, okay, then why do you think that what you're saying is true in the first place?
Because we're talking about one specific physical law, and it's really constrained, and I don't see a reason
Cool.
to introduce a second one. If you wanted to introduce a second law of light propagation, you'd have to really bring some supporting evidence for that.
No, you need to bring the supporting evidence. I'm not making a claim. I'm asking
My
you
argument is
what
that
your evidence
my argument is
is
that Snell's
that there
law.
is no difference.
My
I'm just
argument
asking you for
is
evidence, and you're not providing any. You're just saying, "Well, I feel like it's true." Well, that's not
well,
good
we
enough.
both agree that Snell's law is a thing, and that
Cool.
if we drop a pencil in a glass of water, Snell's law describes what we see.
This is demonstrable, yes.
Yeah, and for me, Snell's law has a differential form. Not everybody agrees with that, but for me, I take the differential form of Snell's law, and that describes all of refraction, everything we see. The pencil, the atmosphere, terrestrial, atmospheric, all of it is governed by the differential form of Snell's law. So
cool.
now
Show me a
you want to
differential form
bring
of Snell's law in one atmosphere.
you want to say under certain circumstances at certain times, it's a completely different physical law. And I'm okay with that, but I'd like you to state the physical law, and I'd like you to provide me some experiments that support the like thing that you're trying to say it contradicts Snell's law. Now, if it's like there can't be a differential form, then we're stuck there, because I think there is. If you think there isn't, we need go no further.
No, this is just a simple burden of proof reversal fallacy. I didn't at any point make a claim. I'm just asking you for the evidence of your claim, and you don't seem to want to provide any. You want to tell me about your feelings, and you want to tell me that you don't see a reason why it'd be different, but you don't actually want to provide evidence for your claim. And that's fine. I just want to point that out.
I mean, if you want me to provide evidence I have generated for myself, I'm not going to provide any because I don't have any. But there is ample evidence available about Snell's law. Snell's law is not disputed.
But I didn't dispute Snell's law. I'm disputing your specific claim.
All I'm saying, my specific claim is that Snell's law always applies.
That's not what your original claim was.
I didn't use those words, but it was.
It's
I
not that
said
it
the
always
same.
applies.
My original claim was that the same law covers vacuum, gas, liquid, solid. I didn't say Snell's law. I didn't say the differential form of Snell's law, but my original claim was one law covers all of the situations.
Okay, but that's not really talking about what we were talking about 30 seconds ago. But that's fine. We can move on.
I apologize if we wandered off course.
Yeah, I just want to point out that if I'm in the ocean, right, and the
Wait, are you going to do
water
this
is
shark punching thing?
Yeah, I was going to do it. Do you mind if I make my argument?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. That's very gracious of you. Sorry. So, if I'm under the water and I'm not wearing any goggles, and I see a shark coming at me at a distance, I'm not going to assume that it's a refracted shark, right? Because I'm in one medium, and there might be different temperatures in the water in the ocean at different levels. I'm quite sure that it is. But if I'm at the bottom of the ocean and I look up and see a shark, I'm not going to wonder where the shark is, right? Because I'm in one medium, right? And it's the same thing with the atmosphere. I played baseball when I was a kid. Guess what? There must have been a hell of a huge temperature change when the wind's blowing in Texas, because we're kind of at that area where it's hot and cold mixed together, right? And then as I'm swinging at the ball, I hit it sometimes, and I hit it sometimes because the ball's not refracted to smithereens, where it's not appearing in its actual location. It's appearing in its actual location. That's why when I swung, sometimes I hit it. And the same thing with warfare. People are not shooting at refracted targets. I mean, can you imagine gunning? Right? He's yelling at the top of his lungs.
Hank, I just
Hold
jump
on.
in. They are though, and I have videos of
Are
long
they?
range shooters talking about refraction messing them up. So just, I mean, like some long range shooters do
So
say refraction is a
this
problem.
is okay? Is it a problem because they can see targets that aren't there?
It's a problem because the bullets didn't hit where they were aiming. The bullets the bullets did strike the object, but they didn't strike the object where they were supposed to. And one of the things the long range, these are people that, like, whatever. These are definitely long range shooters that definitely hit a target far away. It didn't hit where they thought it was going to, and they explain why. And one of the reasons is refraction. By the way, these people are not trying to prove the shape of the Earth. They're just talking about shooting.
Right. So yeah, I shoot too. Right. So I've been shooting since I was 5 years old, and it's actually very uncommon for me to hit the bullseye. And it's not because of refraction; it's because I'm human and I'm not perfect. Right. And to just blame it on refraction, that sounds like a little bit of narcissism to me. Right. Like, oh, I didn't hit my target where I was aiming. It's not my fault. It's the refraction.
No, you're forgetting Coriolis effect, right?
Oh,
The
oh no,
non-existent Coriolis effect.
the specific video that
There
I
we
am
go.
thinking about right now, the person doing the shooting was hitting a target at, I think, 1,000 yards, if I remember right.
Do you know how many variables there is at like 1,000 yards away? You got
There,
crosswinds. There's a lot of variables.
there are, and this guy was making a video to try to help people improve as long range shooters. So he was
The point
talking
is,
about
if you were
refraction and
moving, right?
Coriolis.
Think about this. If the Coriolis effect was a real thing, right? You'd have to establish what angle you're shooting at. North, south, east, west, northeast. You'd have to take all that into account,
Which he does.
right? Which he does. Okay. So if someone's shooting east and west, you don't have to factor in Coriolis?
Yes, you do.
You do. Okay. Why? If you're in alignment
Let's
with the rotation,
Well, let's see.
let's say
I don't.
from
I,
the
I
Earth, I would
guess I'm not
factor
sure.
it.
I'm not sure. I'm a little worried that the word Coriolis might
Yeah,
be a
that
hang
would
up.
not be Coriolis. That
It
would be
it
Yotvos.
he shot left and right, and he had to accommodate the fact that the Earth was rotating because otherwise the
So you're
bullets.
supposed to have a compass, right? So if you're
Well,
1 degree off the spin of the axis, then you have to factor that in. Do you
yeah,
realize
the
what
compass. The
complete
compass
bullshit
isn't
this
the only
is?
way to figure out east and west, I guess, right?
Oh, north and south. But you got to account that the Earth is on a 66 degree tilt, right? You got
That
to
doesn't.
factor
The
that in as well.
66-degree tilt doesn't have anything to do like.
Sure, it does.
That's the tilt of the rotation.
That only really matters when we're talking about sunlight, right?
Yeah, I just
No,
wanted
you got it from the equator.
That's 66 whatever tilt you're what tilt are you talking about? I'm not
The
even
tilt
actually
off
sure.
the
It's
vertical.
66-degree
The
tilt.
tilt off the vertical axis.
So it's like a 23-degree tilt, right?
23.4, but you're saying that's not off the vertical.
66.6. It's the 66.6. They did it.
Okay.
Off the horizontal,
but that
off the
tilt,
horizontal to vertical. You
that
measure
tilt
from
is like
horizontal to vertical.
but
Not
that
the other.
tilt
You
is
never measure the other way around.
that tilt is measured from like the orbital plane, right?
You're measuring from the base, right? You take the base and you make a 90-degree angle, right? And then you move it down. So what do? You measure from the base upward, not the other way around.
I don't understand what difference it makes about the angle of the sun relative to our rotation. I don't
No,
see.
okay, if you're factoring in that, you would have to take that into account. Which way is true north? True north is 66 degrees off the axis.
I really do feel like you've wandered very far away from whatever point it is.
What I'm saying is, if you would have to say someone's coming from the south of you, right? Then someone's coming from the west. You'd have to factor it in every specific angle. What I'm saying is, there's many people who do shoot long range, and they don't factor that in at all. It would be impossible to hit anything because the speed of the rotation is faster than a lot of bullets.
Oh,
A lot of bullets don't.
let's not bring momentum into this. We've got enough problems.
Momentum that doesn't exist? Yeah, we probably shouldn't. Let's just shoot the target like I do, and sometimes I hit the bullseye and sometimes I miss. And it's not because these motions that we can't detect. It's because I'm human and I'm not going to hit the bullseye every time. Even if I hold my
Hank,
breath
are you gonna
out
argue to
at
me
the end.
that you've hit a target at like 5,000 yards or something?
No, bro. Why would I say something like that? I don't even
Many
got that much land.
people
I don't
have
think.
said that to me.
No. I'm talking about just shooting a target. I'm so close that the Coriolis and all that shit doesn't make a damn, and I still miss the bullseye sometimes because I'm not perfect, especially if you're shooting with an AK.
The things that I have read about it, and I've looked up some long range shooting manuals and some long range shooting tutorials and stuff.
Yeah, but NASA has,
The
plane
thing
in
that's
their
uniform
manuals
across
too.
them, the thing that's uniform across them all, is that if it's closer than about 1,000 yards or so, then it isn't going to make any difference. But when you try to go past 1,000 yards or so, then a lot of these other things start to matter. The
This guy
Coriolis, the
never even
rotation of
pulled
the
the
Earth, the
trigger. Like, you're
refraction, they
talking
all.
from no experience at all.
I could not hit those things, but I mean,
Oh, you never fired a gun probably in your life.
You think so? You can speculate about me as you wish.
I would assume that the way you're talking, it sounds like you don't know a trigger from a barrel from a butt stock.
I think that's pretty
Okay,
funny, but
that's-
I'm not
that's
going to qualify
speculation.
myself to you.
That's a speculation. Moving on. Okay,
No, he
so
sounds like
let's
sounds like a moron, like he doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground.
But
the books that I've read, what books
despite you
have you
trying
read?
to
Cite
bait
the
me
books that you've
repeatedly,
read
I'm not going to
about
qualify
range
myself to you.
please. Cite one article you've read about long range shooting.
I've read the Navy Sniper Manual.
Drop
I've read
drop it. What you've read.
What you think I just have
Link it.
have these
link
things
it. I
ready
think you're
to drop
talking
to
out
you?
your ass.
Oh, okay. There's a manual that's not an official DoD publication. It's I think it's actually a book, but you can get the PDF of it. And there's from all the services: Navy, Army, Marines. If you want to say that's different than Navy, they had a number of people
Drop it
contribute
in
to
the
it.
chat. Drop it.
I
I
don't
want to
have.
see in the manual where it says to factor Coriolis.
So what do I get for this? Because I know I can do it. I have read this manual, and it'll take me probably 5
What
minutes
do
to
you
find it
get?
again.
You get
What
you
do I
get the
get for
special boy
showing you
prize.
that
You
I
get a
have
cookie.
I
You
don't
get a
want a
cookie.
cookie. Could I get you to shut up for the rest of the night?
Get the
That'd make me
special
happy.
boy prize. That's what you get.
Could the special boy prize be that you shut up for the rest of the night?
Maybe. Yeah, do it.
I
Shut
don't
me
want to
up.
maybe commit.
Shut me
I'll
up. Yeah,
commit.
shut me up. Cite
Okay,
it.
okay. Give me. It's gonna take me a couple
I'm
minutes,
calling you
but
out. Put it in.
but I'm telling you, I'll tell you up front before I go looking for it. It's not an official DoD thing. It's like a book. It's done with retired military folks contributing to it, and I think some police contributed as well. It's quite long, and Coriolis is only mentioned a few times, and where it's mentioned, it's stated clearly. This usually doesn't matter, only at extremely long distances. So I can already tell you what I'm gonna show you.
It should matter at any distance because it's going faster than the fucking bullet.
Well, now you're moving the goalpost, brother.
I'm not moving shit. No,
Sure, you wanted me to give you
a.
a long-range shooting manual that told you about the
If I
Coriolis.
was on something,
Now
an
you
airplane-
want different things.
Hold on, shut the
So
fuck
you're
up.
really not going
I'm
to shut up.
speaking. You
All right,
shut
I
the
think
fuck
I'm
up for
done.
1 second. Let me get a word in.
The floor is yours.
Okay. If I'm on an airplane and I'm shooting at another airplane, you have two moving targets, right? My speed versus the airplane I'm shooting at is all factored in. World War II, B-17 shooting at the German aircraft, right? They had to factor that in. Now you take in something that's moving supersonic speed, the Earth, moving at 1.5 times the speed of sound, and you don't factor that in at all. But you have to factor it in on an airplane going 400 miles per hour. That's a factor. You aim directly at it, you're going to miss. Even a duck, you shoot at a duck, you have to lead the target to hit it. You shoot at a clay pigeon, you have to lead the target to hit it. You don't have to lead the target moving 1.5 times the speed of sound to hit it. And it should matter if it's 100 yards or 1,000 yards, if it's moving at faster than the speed of sound. But a duck that's probably flying 30 miles per hour, you have to factor it in. You have to lead it. Now do you see how irrational it sounds what you're saying? And then the direction at which it's rotating, allegedly.
Yeah, I think you and me have a very different understanding about how momentum works, and there's not much we're going to be able to do about that. I can give you a book written by ex-military and police guys that talks about very long-range shooting and talks about the Coriolis. I can give you videos of people that own gun shops and try to train their customers on how to improve their long range shooting, where they talk about refraction and Coriolis. But if you and me don't agree about how momentum works, I mean, none of it's meaningless. So
It's
I
meaningless
concede.
because you don't know
I concede that
you don't know a trigger from a bolt stock, from a bolt, from a you don't know your way around guns. And it sounds like you're just talking gibberish about I read it somewhere in an article, but you have no firsthand experience.
as I said
If I'm going to
previously,
talk
I'm not
about
gonna.
baking a cake and I've never done it, I probably shouldn't be giving advice on how to bake a cake.
As I said before, I'm not going to qualify myself to you. I accept your ad hominem attack as for what it is.
You still
Well, let's
haven't
move on.
provided any. I want to see it. You haven't
Yeah, I
posted
want to
your
see it
article.
too.
I'll shut up.
So here's the deal, right? If the Earth is spinning, we should be able to detect it. I can't remember any time in history where Gunny is saying, shooting at refracted targets, dumbass. Where's the, what is it? What was it? Not Helio. Indio's always talking about the something aberratic chromization, chromatic aberration. I can't remember how it goes.
How do you expect to detect Earth's rotation?
Directly.
Yeah, but how? What will be your method to measuring that or detecting that?
Well, it's impossible to detect it because all motion is relative, according to
No,
classical relativity. So you would
actually,
have to be outside of the solar system, looking inside, in order to detect whether the sun's going around the Earth or the Earth is going around the sun.
no,
But
that's
since
incorrect.
no one experienced, oh, really? How do you detect it?
Yes, linear motion is relative. Rotation is not. Rotation implies constant acceleration. That's not linear motion that should be detectable. So you should expect to
So
see, yeah. So given the rotation of a rotation a day, like one rotation a day, you can, and given the radius of the Earth, you can know exactly how much centrifugal force you should expect to experience. You should also know how much Coriolis force you should expect to experience. Those are two forces.
Coriolis is not a force.
It's a pseudo force because it's a rotating frame of reference.
Then it's not a force. If it's pseudo, that means not.
Okay, so you can detect the Coriolis pseudo force and the centrifugal pseudo force if you're in a rotating frame of reference, which would be the Earth if the Earth was rotating once a day. And given the radius and given that it's once a day, you can know exactly how much you should expect to measure those.
Okay,
So yeah,
so let me
it
ask
should
you
be
a question.
detectable.
If I go up in a balloon, at what point is the Earth going to start rotating underneath me?
It's always rotating underneath you.
Really? Because
Yeah.
I've talked to the people in the balloon when they land, and I asked them, how do you navigate? How do you get around up there? And they say that they know what jet stream is going in which direction, and they get into the altitude of that jet stream, and that's how they maneuver. They didn't say anything about, well, we just go up and the Earth spins underneath us.
Okay, so when I'm
So
when I was
what are you talking
asking
about?
you,
You said the Earth is always spinning underneath me. So at
yeah,
what point can I detect it when the Earth is spinning underneath me?
depends on how you want to detect it. For example,
With your eyes.
Oh,
with your what?
With your eyes.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with your eyes to measure Earth's rotation?
You're going to see
holy
you
mo-
took off over Texas, and then 3 hours later, you're in Florida.
Why should that happen?
Because the Earth is
What's
spinning
going on,
underneath
Fluffy
you.
Bunny?
Yeah, but what happens with
What's happening, Fluffy?
what happens with the
Fluffy
what
Bunny?
happens what
What's
happens with
happening, Fluffy Bunny?
I'm trying to answer
I
Hank
can't
here.
hear it because somebody's.
Thank you. So what happens with the speed that you already had when you left the floor?
It went away when you went into the atmosphere.
Why? So when you throw a ball, as soon as you release the ball doesn't keep going. It just falls right on your feet, right?
That's not what I said.
Okay, so why doesn't that happen with the ball then when you throw a ball? Like when you
Well, 'cause
throw a
the Earth's not
basketball,
spinning underneath it, right? When I
yeah,
throw a ball, it goes right where I told it to go.
yeah, you give it a
Right.
speed and then you release it, and when you release it, it keeps
Right.
going into that direction, right? So why doesn't that happen
So
with you if the ground is throwing you at a certain
Okay, because
direction.
you're not launching with a great deal of force the balloon into the air. You make the air hot, it becomes buoyant, it goes up, right? At what point does the Earth spin underneath it?
You don't need a force. If, for example, I'm moving at a constant speed with a basketball
So
and
you
I
don't
release
need a
it,
buoyant force.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the
Okay, what are you
force.
saying?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm talking about is the force you're using to throw the ball. You don't actually need a force.
We're
If
not
you were,
talking about balls, bro. I know you guys love balls
yeah,
and
but
shafts and wells.
I'm
I'm
trying to get
talking
the
about a
difference
balloon.
between, sure, and
I'm
I'm
talking
giving
about a
you an
balloon.
analogy.
You don't
I'm
throw the
giving,
balloon.
yeah, I'm giving
It's
you
a
an
false
analogy.
analogy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm trying to get. What does make this analogy false? And you're saying you need to apply a force to the ball to throw it. Actually, no. If you're moving with constant speed and you just release the ball, it's still gonna move at that speed, at that direction. You don't have to apply any force to it. So that's not a valid way to say it's a false analogy.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about balls, but I said, at what altitude does the Earth start to spin underneath you?
The Earth is always spinning.
Okay, Felix Baumgartner went up 128,000 feet. You would think that he would have landed 2,100 miles away if the Earth was spinning underneath him, and he's in a
No,
separate reference frame.
O-
What do you mean
only
no?
because you're removing his velocity completely just because he left the surface. So,
Yeah.
so you
What
know,
do you think? He's going to stay at that same velocity and increase the velocity to go in the opposite direction? What force is causing him to increase the
I'm not saying he
velocity
would
and
increase the
land
velocity.
80 miles? Well, he had to if he landed in the opposite direction. He
Okay,
didn't land.
I one second. I agree with you that if you want to throw something up for that to land on the exact same spot, you have to accelerate horizontally. I agree with you. But that's one prediction. Another prediction is just to assume it's going to completely lose its momentum and the Earth is going to go extremely fast to the other direction. That's what I'm objecting to. But if you're arguing that,
Well, that's reality. That's what happened. He went up. Listen, my friend. He went up, ascended for 3 hours. Right? In 3 hours, the Earth should have rotated 700 miles an hour for 3 hours. He should have landed 2,100 miles away if he was on the Earth, got up in the atmosphere, and at the point he got in the atmosphere, it started rotating underneath him. You're saying no, that's not happening because he conserved the momentum. Then I'm saying, okay, then why did he end up, what was it, 60, or 80 miles in the other direction? So what happened to this conservation of momentum, and how did he gain momentum to go against the spin?
no, I'm not
How did he
sure.
speed up and go faster than the spin of the Earth is what I'm asking.
Can you give me more information about this?
Okay, so
So,
Felix Baumgartner is the Red Bull jump. So when
oh
he went
right.
up, he ascended
How
for
did it went
3
up?
hours.
How did it went up?
Specific gravity.
No, how did he went up? Did he use to go up?
Specific gravity.
What is that?
It went
Relative
up in
density.
in a helium balloon.
Oh, helium balloon. Right. Does the
Yeah.
balloon has any have any way to control its position on air, or it's just completely
No.
subject to air, to wind?
It's subject to wind and earth spin if there is any.
Right. So how did you factor in both of them to say that the Earth's rotation isn't being factored in?
Okay, so if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles at the equator, and let's say that he was in New Mexico, so let's say 700 miles an hour in New Mexico, because he wasn't in Ecuador, then he should have landed 2,100 miles after 3 hours of the Earth spinning. Got it.
Yes,
But he
if he
didn't
stopped
land
rotating,
2,100 miles away. He landed 80 miles away. I think that's from memory. Could be 60, could be 80, in the opposite direction. So he should have been 2,100 miles over there. Instead, he was 80 miles over there.
okay, so you have, if you want to factor in the rotation of the Earth, that would give you an acceleration to west, right? If you want to consider Earth's rotation, as you go up, you would move west, correct?
Yeah, but he landed to the east instead.
Right, sure. And how much would he have moved to east at that time, given how high he went? It's not
How
just how
much
much the
would he
Earth
have?
have rotated. It's because if you're just calculating how much the Earth has rotated, that's not what I'm asking, because you're just removing his momentum when you're doing that. If you want to factor his momentum, that number drops a lot. That becomes much less significant than any wind. So wind is like in an airplane, wind is stronger than any Coriolis force, right? So what would you expect the rotation of the Earth to be the predominant factor into determining his position instead of the wind?
Okay, so you're saying he rode against the Earth spin because the wind was pushing him so hard. Then how come we
No,
didn't see
with.
the turbulence from the camera?
If you went against it, you would have went west, right? Because the Earth rotates east.
So the Earth is rotating towards the east, and that's why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
Yep.
Right? So
Yep.
he should have landed to the west, but he landed to the east instead, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, because
where's the Coriolis effect?
well, it's there, but there's more things there. They're stronger than the Coriolis forces.
That's great.
Actually,
So
there
you're
wouldn't
telling me
be.
up there's winds that are more than 700 miles an hour. That would have been a hell of a
No,
lot of turbulence, bro.
that
So
is
the
no. You're
Coriolis affect the
you're
speeding
using
projectile, but not a balloon.
the speed of the wind is not measured based on space or based on stars. It's based on the surface. It's the ground speed. So you have to
Exactly.
subtract the speed of the Earth from that. So if, for example,
So there must have been 800 mile an hour winds up there. So at what point did he get to the point to where the wind started
how much
pushing
wind?
him? So if he landed 80 miles away, right, and he went up,
Okay, let me just draw so we can
yeah,
actually
my math was
use
off.
those
I
numbers.
admit my math was off.
Sorry.
I'm admitting that my math was incorrect,
All right.
but he still should have landed, according to the Coriolis effect. And you guys are claiming the wind, right? That's another factor, but there was no Coriolis effect at all. He landed in the opposite direction,
So
unless you're
how
saying that eventually he got so high that the wind was more than 700 miles an hour, pushing him.
I want to do the math. I want to do the math. So
Okay, do it.
let's. Okay, so let me just first find his latitude. New Mexico, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not
Bacon, I
exactly
have to
sure
warn
where.
you.
Mm.
He's describing two different things. That's why I said it in the chat about the conservation momentum. Because when you leave the ground, that doesn't dictate that the Earth is rotating beneath you, away from you, right?
I know.
I know, but that's what he's describing for some reason.
Yeah, and
What do you mean for some reason? I'm asking the question, at what point does the Earth spin underneath you according to the Coriolis effect? There's two reference frames. One is the spinning Earth, and one is the atmosphere. Two separate reference frames. Are these reference frames accurate within a margin of wind, a margin of error that can be
those
considered the
reference
wind? Because
those
if so,
reference frames.
hold on, bro. I'm in the middle of a sentence. If so, then I'm saying that that's not any spin, right? If it's off by a factor of, well, he went up and landed 80 miles away, that sounds like wind. Where's the Coriolis effect? And at what altitude would you expect to see and have measurable data that the Earth is spinning underneath you? Thanks.
Bacon,
Sorry,
if you wanted to further explain. Otherwise, I was going to tell him that the atmosphere is not a separate reference frame for any reason, and there's no height that determines where the Coriolis is going to be observed from. As you raise in elevation, you're not expected to observe Coriolis just because you're not on the ground anymore. You're expected for Coriolis to deviate an object that's moving across the surface of the Earth, as it's moving across the Earth, not just because it's off the ground.
I think that would still be
He's not
considered
talking about
Coriolis.
Coriolis.
Like it is a pseudo force due to rotation of the Earth,
It's not a
but
force. Listen, I just pulled it up. In physics, the Coriolis force, I don't know why it says that, is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects that are in motion with a frame of reference that rotates with respect to inertial frame. In a reference frame that with clockwise rotation, the force acts left of the motion of the object.
That's
Okay,
right.
so one with an anti-clockwise or counterclockwise rotation, the force acts to the right. So if a balloon is going up and it's on a spinning Earth, at what point, at what altitude, or what rocket at what altitude does the Earth spin underneath it where it's measurable? Because I can say for a fact that Felix Baumgartner went up 128,000 feet and the Earth didn't spin
100
under him one iota.
100
But that's not
128,000
Coriolis,
feet.
though.
100 and how
That's
much?
not Coriolis. That's a separate.
So
That's a separate thing.
It
You're
doesn't matter
essentially
how.
asking at
It
what
doesn't matter.
at what extended radius above the Earth does the wheel underneath, the Earth wheel, rotate faster than the wheel essentially that Baumgartner was on? If you think of two wheels, one bigger than the other, you know, one has to go faster than the other, doesn't it? Bigger to be at the same RPM, the same rotation. So as Baumgartner goes up, to stay over the same point, he physically has to increase his speed. But he can't do that because he's just in the balloon. So therefore, he should
Well,
have just
apparently he did.
naturally drifted back. And he's asking, at what point does this start to be noticeable?
Every
Apparently he did
elevation.
increase his speed. I'm sorry. Apparently he did increase his
Trying
speed
to get the
because he
values to do
landed
the
in the
math.
opposite direction. Go ahead.
So how high was he? What's the height? The altitude?
128,000 feet.
128,000 feet, right?
Right, because
Um,
what I'm saying is that you guys believe if you go high enough, you're going to see curvature. If you keep going higher, eventually you're going to see the spin. And if you keep going even higher, eventually it gets 10 to the 17 negative torr. What if I were to claim, which I don't, that I believe that if you go high enough, you can see Pegasus tits and unicorn nipples? Right?
how
I have
long?
no evidence for that, but it's just what I believe.
How
Right?
long did? Okay, how long did it take him to get to that
He
height?
ascended for 3 hours.
So 3 hours from the surface to 128 feet, right? It took him 3 hours to get to that height. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I got disconnected. I'll be right back.
Okay, so are you back?
Please ask the question again.
3 hours is the amount of time that took him to get to 128 feet.
Yeah.
128,000 feet, right?
Right.
Okay. And then
And you guys claim that, you know,
then he
the
jumped,
Earth
right?
deviates. Sorry, hold on just a second. I'll answer your question. You guys claim that the Earth deviates under a pendulum that's attached to the surface of the Earth, but you know it's kind of weird when you say that, but the Earth doesn't spin under a guy who's riding a balloon to 128,000 feet. I think that's weird. Okay,
Well,
so ask your question.
there's a lot more wind for someone that is on a balloon than on a pendulum in a closed room, right? Like the reason why we use pendulums to measure Earth's rotation and on balloons is that we
'Cause
can
you can
isolate a
hypnotize
lot more. We can isolate a lot more variables, and you
Also,
can
how you
accumulate
hypnotize people.
the Coriolis force for a very long time when you're using a pendulum. The fact
Yeah,
that
it's also how I hypnotized my friends when I was in high school with a watch, by the way. I was swinging it like a pendulum. And I actually pierced a guy's wrist with a needle and told him to bleed out of one side but not the other. And he fucking did. But anyway, go ahead. All with his permission, of course.
One second, I need to get a different keyboard.
Hey,
Otherwise, it's not
Bacon,
gonna
if
be.
you want, I'm sure you're going to do it yourself anyways, but the two different rates of motion, assuming that he was moving with the ground when he left the ground, he would have been 902 miles per hour on the ground in reference to the tangential velocity, and at that altitude he would have been 897 miles per hour to be in the same to be moving with the same location on the surface. Switch that around. So 897 on the ground, and then 902 off the surface of the ground. If you wanted to move with the same, so he would have lost 5 miles per hour basically at the altitude.
For 3 hours. Yeah, that sounds like something the wind could easily do, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying that this all makes sense to you?
Doesn't it?
5 miles per hour? If he loses 5 miles per hour, he's only moved 15 miles in reference to the ground from 3 hours, or however how many hours you said. That's if he was up at that height the entire time. Obviously, it's going to be a number smaller than that because he was raising to that height.
I gotta say that doesn't make sense to me at all. But anyway, so
Well, I can draw it for you if you can see it.
So-
Like I think I can explain it. Easy way you can understand if you want to.
So I guess again, I'll ask the question: at what height do you have to go to where the Earth spins, or how is it possible to detect the Earth spinning?
But the easiest way would be just measuring centrifugal force with the scale.
A scale.
Yeah,
So
or you can use a pendulum.
You think I can freely go from the equator to the pole, and I can measure the Coriolis of force?
You don't
at
have
its
to.
most. I don't
Yeah,
have
you don't
to.
have to go from the equator to the pole. You can just change your latitude. Like if you change by some degrees, if you have a precise scale, you should be able to measure that. It's not that complicated.
And you've ruled out all other factors. How?
What are the factors?
What kind of factors are you referring to?
Maybe I sweat. Maybe I took a piss. Maybe I took a dump.
Oh, not weigh yourself, like weigh an object.
Yeah, take a 500 gram weight.
Yeah, so let me give one example. I live in the south of Brazil, which is 25 degrees south, 25 and a half. And I went to 3 degrees south a couple of days ago. So I
What are you doing
brought
way
my.
down there?
Sorry?
What were you doing way down there?
You mean way up there?
Oh, 3 degrees south. I'm sorry. I was thinking the other way. Sorry. Yes.
Oh, I went
You're
to
telling me that-
I went to my
telling me that
girlfriend's house.
basically I can get a kilo, right, of cocaine at the equator, right, where it comes from, right, that area down there, and I can hop in a hot air balloon, and I can travel to like New York, and I'm gonna like make a lot of money because it's gonna weigh more because there's less centrifugal force in New York City than there is at the equator.
Probably not with cocaine, but they did have this problem during the gold rush in Alaska when they took the gold back to San Francisco and noticed that it weighed less. They thought somebody was stealing it a little bit from every load.
Yeah, if you don't recalibrate your scale, you would indeed measure a different value, and you can predict exactly how much difference it would make based only on how high you are and your latitude.
However,
And
the problem went away when they started using a balance instead of a scale. Do you understand the difference?
Yep. Like the balance you're comparing to a known weight,
Yeah.
so that if
That's
the
what if you
gravity
use-
is if
Gravity
gravity
doubles
affects
on
one,
both sides, yeah.
it affects the other as well.
So you start measuring mass and not weight.
Well, you're still measuring weight, but you're comparing
Well,
to.
okay, but you said you factored out the gravity you're measuring. It's mass against mass.
Correct, but yeah. Okay, yeah. Anyway, so Hank, that's something actually most people can do at some point. So they're very cheap pocket scales that measure 0.1 grams. They can measure up to 500 grams. which gives you a precision of 1 in 5,000, right? That's enough. That's enough for a lot of travels you can make. That was enough for mine. So when I went to south of Brazil to north of Brazil, I should using just the calculations for local gravity on Earth, you have to be 5 gram lighter, the object that I used. And when I got there, it was 5 gram lighter, and you can just say, well, maybe you lost a piece of it in the meantime. So when I got back, I just measured it again, and it measured the original weight. So yeah, you can measure
Well, I'd like
pseudo
to try
forces.
that. But I don't travel up north very often. So how did you rule out everything else?
I
What else is
didn't.
there?
Yeah, but most other factors are pretty negligible. And the other thing is that it matched the prediction. So if there are other factors and they, for example, like pressure, and they happen to match the prediction, that would be a pretty damn coincidence, right? Because the calculation I use does not have an input the pressure, does not have the input as the temperature. It only inputs the latitude and how high you are. So given those
See,
two
you know what's
values,
weird? Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
oh yeah, I was almost done. So only based on your latitude and how your elevation, it can give you your local gravity. It does not input pressure, temperature, or other factors that could make any difference.
You know, what's weird is I've been around for a long time in this community, and I've been arguing with the best of you guys as far as I could tell. And I remember arguing with Paper Organic, may he rest in peace, and he said that it would be negligible. And he said that he was a physics teacher. And then you're saying that you measured it, and you're not a physics teacher. So I haven't done it. I haven't traveled north to south.
Yeah, if you're
Not
talking
while
about your
thinking
own
about.
weight, that will be negligible because your weight varies a lot more than you would be able to measure by changing your latitude. But if you use an
Right,
object
but I'm
and you
talking about using an object. Back in the
yeah,
day, he said that it was negligible. And then I remember because it was the one time it was me in a room with 9 Globers, and they were like saying, no, Paper is high level. How come you're not agreeing with him? You're not a physics teacher. How come you're not agreeing with him? So this is a core debate memory that I have because it was one time when I felt like I was completely outgunned. And now I'm in a room with you, and you're saying the opposite thing, that it's measurable, not negligible, and you're saying the opposite thing. So
well,
which
That's a
person
false
am I supposed to
dichotomy.
believe?
yeah,
Which
well,
person am I supposed to believe?
there are situations in which that would be negligible. The way I've described specifically would not be negligible. And if you don't agree with me, you can just Google how to calculate local gravity and do the math yourself. You're going to see that's not negligible. So if your friend physicist is disagreeing with calculations of local gravity, then that's on him, not on me. That I'm not the one making that coming
He
up
was a
with that
baller.
calculation.
Those
I
two
was
things aren't
arguing
mutually
against it.
exclusive. You
They're
can be
not.
negligible and still be measurable.
Well, he was saying that it shouldn't happen, and then if it did, it would be negligible.
What
And now
exactly
you're
was he
saying,
saying?
now
That
you're
should be
saying it
negligible?
should happen. You should be able to measure it, and then it's
What
not
it,
negligible.
what exactly was he saying that is negligible?
You wouldn't be able to measure it because I knew
Measure
about
what?
centrifugal force, the difference in weight.
Hmm. So
So
what
I
kind of
knew
situation was he referring to that he said it would be
the
negligible?
same thing you're referring to, measuring same objects at different latitudes and getting different weights. And he was
Right.
saying that it wouldn't happen, and you're saying that it does happen and it's measurable.
Hmm. Yeah, if you
So,
can call him
like I
here.
said, I don't think this proves anything. Like you guys say, proof is hard to acquire, right? I don't think this proves anything. So, if it does weigh different at different locations on Earth, I would say, how do you know what causes that?
And I'm
What
gonna
God
tell
would
you, it matches exactly what the Earth being a globe predicts.
you just don't get to throw shit at the screen and say, well, maybe this and maybe that, and maybe
Yeah,
something
you
else.
can try to ad hoc pressure, temperature, other factors, but none of them are factored in when you're calculating local gravity, and it works. So, for example, I did the measurement several times before I traveled, because I want to be sure that my pocket scale wouldn't vary just because it's like I don't know what happens to scale, but I want to be sure the measurement would be not be varying. That would screw up my experiment. So by several days I measured the same object to see if I would get a different weight at some day. Some days were cold, some days were hot, so the temperature was different. I don't have a barometer to talk about the pressure, but pressure varies, depends on the direction of wind. Like if the wind's going up, pressure drops. If the wind's going down, the pressure increases. So none of them seem to be close to make any change in my weight. And when
that's really cool. I'm glad that you did that experiment. I wish I could say that I could do the same thing and we could talk about it, but unfortunately we can't. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to move on. No, I can't travel up north and travel down south.
Well, you don't have to. I mean, what's your latitude?
I'd rather not say. I'm in Texas.
Oh, come on, you can give your fucking latitude.
Oh, latitude is like you don't have to give arc minutes. If you give like just the degrees, that's just
in the Panhandle of Texas or Houston or so Dallas. Come on, you can tell me.
Yeah, I'd really not really talk about personal information. Just pick one.
All right, that's fine.
Oh fuck, somewhere in fucking Texas.
Okay, I'm gonna just get the middle of Texas.
One. Just pick
Can
a
I
random one.
I just want to like jump in and say, let's cut Alaska in half and make Texas the third largest state.
That's funny. I never heard that before. Oh shit! Somebody turn on the cameras. Why you guys?
Hey everyone! Don't lie. Everyone knows Hawaii is bigger than Texas.
All right, so Texas is around 30 degrees north, right?
It depends on what part of Texas, but okay.
Yeah, just gonna pick the middle of it. I think if you're at 30 degrees, going north would make a bigger difference than going south, which is probably easier for you. So if you go to a northern state, you might be able to do it. Let me see how much of a difference that would be. I mean, I would need to know your elevation as well, but I think I can get a good estimate without that.
Texas is pretty flat, not that high. 700 feet, 800 feet, maybe 1,000 if he's in the Panhandle.
We do got mountains out west, and I wonder if the altitude would affect this.
Yes, altitude has an effect. It's rather small. See, Texas is about 10 degrees latitude from 25 to 35.
Yeah, you can get a 0.2%. If you go north, like to around 50 degrees of latitude, you can get 0.2%. That's
2%.
Yep.
You know,
That's
the Mayans when they tracked Venus, they were 0.02% compared to NASA, and I would say that's within a margin of error that even NASA could be off 0.02%. So you're telling me it's 0.2, which is an order of magnitude difference, but at the same time, that's still pretty close to the margin of error, right?
No.
No, for example, if let's say if you're using a scale and you're measuring something that has half a kilogram. So if you're measuring an object of 500 grams, which is what I used, you should expect to be, if you're going, I mean, I did it backwards. So if you're going from north to Texas, you would expect it to be 0.8 grams lighter. You can definitely measure that with a pocket scale. They usually give you 0.1 grams. The cheaper ones give you 0.1%, but you can get 0.01% with a more expensive one.
Right.
So yeah,
I'm
that's,
familiar with triple scales.
yeah. I mean, I bought one just for that because it was very cheap.
So let's be as scientifically as possible. So you're claiming that if you change latitude, it will change the weight, right? So if we
posted a
change
video.
latitude, it changes the weight, and you want to ascribe that to the spin of the Earth rather than
No,
the
that's not
latitude of
the.
the Earth. The latitude is actually the cause of the change, right?
Yeah, that's the variable that if you changes the weight.
That you
Not only
manipulate.
that, yeah, not only that, but also your elevation. Yeah.
Right. So that's the cause of it. Has nothing to do with spin of the Earth.
Oh, those are the variables. The why those variables cause that. That's what that's what is
That's where you get into
predicted.
theory, and you've
No,
left science.
no, that's just what you would expect to measure if the Earth was rotating. So you were asking how you would measure it. I'm telling you how you would measure it, and now you're saying, well, even if I measure this, I can attribute it to something else. Sure, feel free, but that's how you would measure it.
Right. I said that, the cause is you changing latitude and altitude, and you want to theoretically pass that cause on to because it's spinning. And I'm saying, well, that's the theoretical part. That's when you've left the scientific method and abandoned the cause of altitude and latitude, and you went theoretical and
Why
said,
would
because the
why,
Earth is spinning.
why would
That's
your
a bit of a.
why
Let
would
me
latitude
just say
have
something
an
here.
effect on the flat Earth?
No, let me just say something. Like
No, the weight of the object.
you're
That's what we're talking about.
Why would
you,
latitude have an effect on the
one
weight of the
second,
object?
your summarization of what I said wasn't fair because I didn't say that the Earth is spinning, therefore weight just changes. It changes by a specific amount that is predicted only based on the rotation. That's something very relevant. That makes this hypothesis much stronger than just, well, I see that weight changes, I'm going to say Earth's rotation does that. It's not like that. It's Earth rotates, therefore that's how much you should measure. And then you can actually measure that. That's a stronger claim than just saying, well, we're seeing weight changing, I'm going to attribute that to Earth's rotation. That's not what I'm doing.
So how do I know that's a prediction and not a postdiction? How do I know that you guys didn't travel from different places and then write down the facts that things change weight this much, this latitude, this much, this altitude, and then write it down and then call it a prediction to, bolster your arguments?
Because we can change the size of the Earth, can we?
You can't change the rotation either.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look to the stars, you can see how fast Earth's spinning, and we cannot use measurements of weight and change that. So once we claim that it starts to appear rotate around Earth because the Earth is spinning, that sets us with its speed of rotation. We cannot adjust that to fit any other observation. Same goes for the radius. Like the radius, you can get the radius from, let's say, celestial bodies dropping a degree for every 60 nautical miles, and that can give you a radius. Once you do that, you can no longer change the radius to fit another observation. So it's either a pretty damn coincidence that the weight changes matches exactly how we should expect to measure on a rotating Earth, or the Earth is actually rotating.
Look, I just, it's not going to convince me,
I'm pretty sure about that.
Of course not.
We're going to part ways.
Nothing's going to
That's not
convince you.
true. That's
Fact,
not true,
you're
sir.
fact immune.
I'd rather not talk to you, sir.
You're fact immune. We've given you at least 3
Yeah,
different
so
facts.
how did I change from globe Earth to flat Earth? Is it because I will change my mind when new evidence
Because
is presented?
I don't know, you got in a car accident, bumped your head really hard. I don't know.
Okay, I
Yeah,
don't think we
that
should
may be
get
true, but what does that have to do with causal and effect relationships? He said that he changes the altitude and the latitude, and that causes the weight to deviate. So that's the cause, because that's the thing that he manipulated. And now you want to theoretically slap Earth spinning on that, and that's a leap of logic. That's a leap
What
of
would
logic,
cause
sir.
on the flat, non-spinning Earth? Why would you change latitude? Why would that change weight?
Um,
Exactly. You
A
don't know.
different atmospheric pressure?
No, atmospheric
The,
pressure. You can take atmospheric pressure, and weight doesn't change hardly at all with atmospheric.
for that to be the case, every time you go to the equator, or you go to you get closer to the equator, the atmospheric pressure should increase in order to make your weight decrease, and that also would have to factor in the density of what you're measuring. That's actually not something you factor in when you're making that prediction. Like increasing the pressure would increase buoyancy, would make things lighter. So if you're attributing to that, pressure should be higher at the equator.
Thinking about it.
Right. I mean, you don't have to take it at my word, but I mean, it's not something
technically I
like
do.
if you want to travel, please take the time and do this experiment.
I would love to. I really would. I really
Yeah,
would.
stay in
I'm not lying.
Texas. Stay in Texas. Go down to what's that down there in the tip?
I'm gonna go to sleep. So
Padre.
you guys have a good night.
Well, hey, Mr. Brazil, Mucho gusto.
man.
I know it was in Spanish, but
Sorry?
translates. Yeah, it was nice to
All
meet
right,
you, bro.
Bacon. Stay flat. See you
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Right.
Go to
Yeah.
go to Port Isabel, South Padre Island, and then drive
I've been to South Padre.
and drive all the way up to and almost Oklahoma. That's Amarillo. Go up to
I've never been to the Panhandle.
up to Texas or Statford or something. You're at 20, almost at 36 degrees north. So it's like 10 degrees of latitude change. You should be able to see something there, and you haven't even left Texas. I posted a link to Wolfie doing this experiment. If you want to take a look at that, where I post it. Posted at 50 past the last hour.
So for me, it's just like Michio Kaku said. It's guesswork. It's leaps of logic.
Oh, stop with Michio Kaku. What's his field? Do you know what his field is?
It's a particle physicist, isn't he?
He's a theoretical
Kaka.
physicist. He's a theoretical physicist.
His
He's
name's
the
Kaku. His
leader-
field is Kaka.
He's the leader in string theory. If it's true, he'll end up getting the Nobel Prize for this.
It's not true.
If it's true, no.
The math doesn't work.
If it's true, he'll be.
Hank
win the
Hank
Nobel
knows
Prize.
the math doesn't work.
Yeah, Hank.
Yeah, because someone told me it doesn't work.
Well, good.
You know who that person was? Well, he
Yeah.
didn't tell me specifically.
Who?
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the math doesn't work.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is.
Surely he's capable of,
Neil
doing
deGrasse
some math.
Tyson is not an expert. in
Hank, as much
string
as you cite Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think you actually believe everything he says. You cite him more than you cite anybody else, and I just want you to know I never cite people that I don't believe.
So you're telling me that a DA won't use a hostile witness in a case and ask the doctor some questions and then cite him when the thing is all over and he's giving his final speech to the jury? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. If you want to talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson himself as the DA, actually asking him questions on the stand, I'm all for it.
Well, the DA never
But when you
takes
just
it.
bring him up and cite him, I assume that you believe him.
Can I ask a question? If you had a child, say like a 4-year-old child, and you suspect that the child ate the cookie, and you were describing to your wife who you think ate the cookie, would you cite the child's response?
Right. I was sorry. I was also reading Ron's message. Say that one more time.
Okay. If you had a child, not saying you do have a child, I'm saying if you had a child, and you suspect that the child ate the cookie, right? And so you ask the child, "Did you eat the cookie?" And the child was like, "Yes, I ate the cookie." And then the mother of the child wants to know who ate the cookie. Would you cite the child or not?
And let's see. If a cookie was eaten,
Wow.
a cookie was eaten, and there's 3 people in the house, me, the child, and the mother. And the child says, "I didn't eat the cookie," and the mother says, "Who ate the
No.
cookie?" Is that
No,
what you're?
no. The child did say that they ate the cookie.
Oh, the child admits to eating the cookie.
Yeah, would you then say it was acceptable to cite the child when talking to the mother?
I guess. I don't know. Sure. I have no idea. I feel like I feel like the example is too contrived for me to even give you an honest answer.
Okay.
Jeez Louise.
I really
don't know what you're asking me.
You're saying if the kid said they ate it, and then the wife asked who ate it, are you qualified? Are you like, is it sensible to say the kid said they ate it?
Sure, I would say the kids say they ate it. Sounds good.
All right, this was about me to begin with. I just want to say this real fast and I'll shut up. So he's.
You cut out, bro.
Genetic policy and assume
Crypto,
that
you cut
everything
out.
health is a lie. He's wondering why I'm quoting him because information is information. It doesn't matter who it comes from. It's information, and it needs to be weighed out, and through a thoughtful process, experimentation, or some sort of discernment to see if the information is valid or not. And I know that DAs will quote the doctor that was hired by the opposite team, and he will quote him once he goes to ask him questions, even though he's on the opposite side. It's called a hostile witness. It happens all the time. In fact, the most recent case that this happened was the guy Floyd, the guy that got choked out by the cop because he stood on his neck. It was actually both doctors that were on the sides were giving evidence for the opposite side of the team. It's called a hostile witness. Happens every day. And don't think that just because I'm a flat earther, I'm going to, do the genetic fallacy every time.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say the
Let me
most
let me
recent
cite
is
something.
George
How
Floyd.
much
I'd say the most
bullshit that
recent
is.
probably a case from today in like traffic
That-
court or something like that, where the defendant was like, questioning the officer's recollection or something like that, or just any other, like probably today. It happens all the time.
Okay, I wanted to cite something about his book, right? He said that the target, when you factor in distances of 2,000 plus yards, the thing is, at 2,000 yards, right, you're at like 6,000 feet. The rotational speed is 1,500 feet per second. So if the bullet's traveling, let's say 3,000 feet per second, that's 2 seconds of flight time, right?
Wait,
So
no,
2 seconds.
stop. You can't do that. You can't.
Hold on, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
But you're
Flight
lying.
time is-
But you're just
I'm not
flat
lying. Let me finish
lying.
my point, cocksucker. Shut up.
Okay, go ahead.
I got
lie,
two fucking
lie
words
to your
and you're
heart's
talking
content.
over me, you piece of shit. The flight time of a Magnum, a Magnum bullet, muzzle velocity of a 300 Winchester Magnum is less than 3,000 usually. Depends on the bullet grain. But let's assume it could maintain that same velocity. It would take 2 seconds to reach the target, in which time the Earth would have turned 3,000 feet. If you're trying to hit a man-sized target from the muzzle to the target with a 2 second flight time, assuming it loses no velocity at all, there's 3,000 feet to account for.
If it does lose velocity, even more.
It loses much more than that. Not only that, you'd have to aim with more or less he's adjusting trajectory for the bullet drop. There's going to be bullet drop the second it leaves the muzzle, so he's aiming above the target.
This
That's what
shooting
that's
at the
what he's
equator
accounting
So
for.
how long?
No
Hey, Ron,
rotation
how
at
long do
all.
you get to talk before I can say anything?
Well, just to clarify, this
Well,
is
I'm
shooting
done.
at the equator
End of
straight
sentence. I'm
north.
done. What?
Is it shooting at the equator straight north?
It doesn't matter if it's shooting at the equator or anywhere else. Ron
does
is
It would
just
matter. It would
Ron is
definitely
just a
matter.
complete liar, and he doesn't
What are
either.
you talking
Either
about?
he
Of course it
Complete
matters.
liar.
either
You read
displacement
580
definitely
pages.
matters in terms
So
of where it is on the
Ron.
Earth.
Even though I shut up for Ron, you guys can't shut up for me. Is that how it works here?
Well, you said
Well,
something.
make your
Go ahead,
point. Make your
respond.
point and
Then
get to
stop
it.
talking.
Get to your point.
You are either you know how momentum
Can you
works.
answer the goddamn question, dude? Fucking
Shut-
answer. You have the floor. Answer,
Relax,
motherfucker.
relax.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Both of you guys
Okay, you
relax.
piece
Come
of
on, just
shit.
take it down a notch. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I give you the floor. Finish your goddamn point, motherfucker.
Relax,
You
man.
haven't given the
Roland,
floor at all.
Go ahead, man.
Either you know how momentum works and you are being a liar, or you do not have a fundamental basic understanding of like a really important thing in physics. So like either you're really stupid
Okay, no.
or a liar.
Stop.
There's
just,
no
like,
there's no
making an
middle ground
argument
for you.
from emotion. No, say what the fundamental error is. Don't just grasp that.
I can't.
All you did is ad hominem. You didn't answer a goddamn thing, you stupid piece
If
of
you can't
shit.
say what the fundamental error is, how do you know there is one?
Things have momentum and they don't magically lose it all of the sudden because you wish them to. That's not how physics works. I don't know how to make it simpler
He said
for you.
suppose it maintained its
It
velocity.
doesn't. It's not
So the
momentum.
isn't lost.
The concept of momentum is not a thing I made up to win this argument. The concept of momentum is so fucking well established. It's not worth this kind of
When
argument.
did he say it's losing its momentum?
When he started talking about how like the Earth was rotating, but the bullet wasn't. Somehow, even though the bullet is in the gun and has all of the momentum that it has, apparently in his world, the moment it leaves the muzzle or something, it has different momentum, and that's just not how it works. It's a stupid argument.
I think you misunderstood. Do you want to
Okay. Go ahead, Ron. Why don't you make your argument?
He tries saying it again, and then we'll see what happens.
The moment it leaves the muzzle, it's the muzzle velocity, let's say, is 3,000 feet per second. You have 6,000 feet.
Can you establish the frame of reference here?
Did I said like 3 words, and he's talking over me.
Just tell me the frame of reference. What is the physics frame of reference?
What do you mean? What do you mean, Roland?
I just, whatever he's about to say, I want him to make sure the entire discussion takes place in a single physics frame of reference. I'm not trying to talk over him. I will not talk again until he's done.
All right. It is in the same frame of reference. Go ahead.
I was explaining, if you have a muzzle velocity traveling at 3,000 feet per second, you have 2 seconds flight time. If it loses no velocity, which we know it will, the second it leaves the barrel, you have friction of the air. It's going to move. The target you're aiming at, assuming it is traveling whichever way it's traveling, east-west, it's going to move those 3,000 feet. You got 1,500 feet. Every single second, your target is moving from the time you pull the trigger. If you think the Earth is moving. So as soon as you fire it, that target is moving whatever tangent you're shooting at. I don't know if you're northwest, northeast, south. It would all have to be factored in.
Do you disagree
Every
with anything
second.
he said so
once
far,
again,
Roland?
yeah, once again, you forget about that the firing position has momentum. It's not like the firing position is some non-moving reference frame. The firing position.
No, it does not have any momentum.
Yes, it does.
Because they would all have to be factored in every goddamn direction, 360 motherfucking
No.
degrees, you stupid cunt.
No,
Hold
you're
up,
an idiot,
relax
sir.
Such a
with the
stupid
language.
motherfucker, dude. I can't believe
Hold
you're so
up, bro.
goddamn
Relax with
stupid.
the language.
Hold on, bro.
NASA, go ahead, explain your position.
Momentum. The guy fired the bullet has the momentum of the Earth from the position the guy fires it. It's not like it's off in some sort of God position where it has no
I'm
momentum.
spinning. If I was spinning, it would matter which direction I'm motherfucking
No.
spinning. If I'm
Well,
yes,
yeah.
oh my god.
Well, for what?
If you're claiming the momentum of the alleged spin of the Earth is drifting it, right, to the target, and it's all nullified by the momentum, the alleged momentum to any single angle, you don't even make any sense, dude.
What is momentum? Do you know?
Yeah, it is. An
What is
object in
what is
motion will
momentum?
stay in motion until another force acts upon it.
Excellent. Very good. So you can state the principle. So if the rotating Earth, the gun fired, it's like airplanes leaving the ground. They don't suddenly move at thousands of miles per hour because they left the ground. It's the same with a bullet. You jump up, you're not going to go 1,000 miles per hour toward, if you're in an airplane and you jump up, you're not going to hit the back of the airplane at 500 miles per hour.
Okay, I've seen something like this on the
because it's one
Mythbusters.
reference frame, which is
Yeah.
what
They
you would
were-
expect
they were-
to see if the Earth was flat and stationary.
They were trying
That's
to
our-
apply momentum to a handgun, right? On
Yes.
the Mythbusters. And he was swinging the gun as fast as he could swing it and firing it, and it had no effect whatsoever. He did not impart any horizontal force to the bullet. No matter how fast he moved the gun as he fired it, it did not change the straight trajectory out the barrel, just straight. It did not impart any momentum.
That movie where they bend bullets.
Something like The Matrix or something, where he's trying to curve the path of the bullet.
So,
Wherever it
dude,
exits
that was a movie. That wasn't real life.
No,
You can't
I'm
really
saying
do
the
that.
Mythbusters did it. The Mythbusters tried to recreate the nonsense.
It's probably
You
the
cannot
shot the movie
impart
wanted.
any whatever motion you put into it does not affect the trajectory. It's just as straight as can be. You cannot impart any momentum sideways.
You ever been on a train or a bus or an airplane or anything?
Yeah, I have been on an airplane, not a bus.
Yeah.
I've been on the school bus when I was a kid, but what's your point?
Or did you ever maybe throw a ball back and forth between two people on the bus?
No, I haven't.
Okay, you should try that. You gotta, it'll work. It'll look like you're not moving because you're both moving relative to the Earth at the speed of the bus.
You're taking a linear direction, right? Not a rotational. So if I was spinning something, let's say I'm on a carousel or something, and then I was to fire at something, from the time I pull the trigger, right, till the flight time, you have to account for all that. If I'm aiming at it, just like, okay, let's do something slower. A duck. I'm trying to hit a duck out of the air. He's flying at 20 miles per hour. I have to lead the target. If I aim directly at the duck, I'm going to miss, and he's only going 25, 30 miles per hour. The same thing would happen if my target at the other end was moving with the speed of the Earth. As soon as I pull the trigger, I'm going to be off by thousands of feet because he's moving whatever way the Earth is allegedly turning. From the time it leaves my barrel, he's going to move thousands of feet in those 2 seconds.
Ron, when you pull the trigger, are you standing on the Earth?
Yes,
I
so
am.
if that's true, then there's no Coriolis effect. So what the fuck are you guys
There is
talking about?
Coriolis effect though.
Oh, there is.
Oh yeah.
So what about the conservation of angular momentum?
Yeah, that's
Or whatever
that's
you
what
guys are
Coriolis is.
claiming.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's why you
That's what
have
Coriolis is. So if I look up the conservation of angular momentum, it's going to say also known as the Coriolis effect.
That's why we have hurricanes.
Is that that's why we have hurricanes?
Yep, Coriolis effect. The difference in Coriolis.
Bro, you're the affirmation king, bro.
What?
So saith the king, it's the king's affirmation. He said it, therefore it has to be true.
Oh, it's true.
Coriolis effect, therefore hurricanes.
Hurricanes.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Hurricanes are a demonstration of Coriolis effect.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. That's why
can't
hurricanes
be.
rotate one direction in the northern hemisphere and the other direction in the southern hemisphere.
It's an apparent deflection from outside the reference frame. How could it possibly be causing an actual cycling?
Because it's an actual thing.
But it's... I don't think you understand what it is.
Oh no, you don't, sir.
No, you definitely don't.
Right, because you think it's fake.
No,
Well,
I don't
have you
think
ever
hurricanes
done
are
any-
fake.
Hurricanes are fake? Oh, amazing. Thank you.
That's
No,
not
but
what we said.
you don't
Have you ever
understand what
actually
they
done
are,
an
though.
experiment?
Clearly.
Well, I understand
Everything is
hurricanes are.
affirmations with you guys. Like you guys think because you have PhDs.
No, I
or
don't think
whatever,
most
you
other
just
globers are stupid
desecrate
enough
the
to make
king.
that. Hank, just I don't think most other globers are stupid enough to make such a stupid claim as he just did.
The
Okay,
hurricanes
my
are the hurricanes
apologies,
are
other
fake.
globers. Fair.
It's not fair to put the other guys in the same basket as
So wait a minute. What's fake now? Hurricanes are fake or what?
Now, you said the word fake 3 or 4 times. I have only used the word fake in reference to you saying fake. So no one here is saying fake other than you.
Oh, okay. I thought someone was saying that hurricanes aren't real.
No.
Yeah, but Crypto, you did just say fake like 17 times. So
How many
because
times was
you
I
said it.
referencing paid NASA shill?
Look, man, no one said
All of
hurricanes
them
are
is
fake,
the answer.
right? I live in Texas. You guys think that I would think that hurricanes are fake? I mean, really, Bob? Is that what you really think, bro? That Larry doesn't believe in fucking hurricanes? Is that what you
I
think,
just
bro?
now learned that you're Larry and not Hank.
Yeah, it was a Freudian slip. So Larry doesn't believe in hurricanes. Go ahead and write that in your book, Bob. Publish it, make lots of money on your book. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. People
Do
don't
you
believe
guys
in
think that
hurricanes.
this helps the discussion at all? Making very obviously stupid straw men. Like, do you think this helps?
Wait, what was the claim?
What is the straw man?
The claim was that we don't believe in hurricanes. Do you think that helps?
That does sound like a straw man.
Yeah, that was what Paid NASA Shield just said.
Well, you said it. You're saying that hurricanes aren't real.
No.
Then what's your
I'm
problem?
pointing out that you said that and that is stupid.
Okay, so there was some confusion. Crypto and Hank.
It's not confusion.
Maybe you guys
He's
could
deliberately muddying the waters.
I'm confused. So could you please clarify what you said?
There's nothing to
I'll clarify. Paid NASA Shield keeps on accusing us of calling things that objectively exist fake because he doesn't want to address real arguments.
But what
Hope
did
that's
you
clear.
what did you say? What was your
Come
argument
on,
to him?
Roland, man.
I was saying that hurricanes pour Coriolis, and he said it's fake. So hurricanes are fake because
No, I never said
they don't
fake.
rotate.
Never said fake.
Oh, okay. Let me try to
Can you
catch
guys
up.
stop trolling just for like a little bit? Come on.
Yeah. So I
It's
see.
so dumb.
But Crypto said that hurricanes aren't from Coriolis, and NASA shill said then that meant Crypto said hurricanes are fake. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
That's what happened, yeah.
That's fair.
Can you understand why rolling my boulder I would find that a waste of everyone's time?
I
hurricanes.
I have a foot in both worlds. I can see
Hurricanes
both
don't
sides here.
spin.
Doesn't matter about if you have feet in worlds. I'm asking you if you think that that's a fair representation of my point.
So hurricanes don't spin one direction in the
I'm
southern
asking you, rolling my
hemisphere and
boulder. I'm
the
not
other
asking you.
direction in the
I'm not
other
asking you.
hemisphere.
I'm not asking you.
So hurricanes don't spin one direction in
I'm
the
asking
northern
rolling my
hemisphere.
boulder.
Roland,
And the other
a word of
direction.
Maybe
advice.
he can answer the question I asked instead of you just interjecting with your nonsense.
I asked a simple question.
Don't let being amicable prevent you from being just or being objective.
I think that Crypto. I hope I was making a fair representation when I said that you don't think Coriolis is what makes hurricanes rotate one way or the other.
Yeah, but that isn't answering my question to you.
Oh, sorry. What was your question?
Do you think that Paid NASA Shill is being honest when he says stuff like that?
Paid Master Shill, will you repeat what you said so that I can answer?
Right, I'm done.
No, I wasn't. I was listening more to you than him.
It's just a waste of my time.
I don't
You
remember
guys
what he
carry on.
said.
Like, we can't even have like 2 + 2 = 4 discussions in here. Everything's obfuscation and taking the piss and trolling. It's just boring.
I just honestly wasn't I wasn't really listening that closely, and I don't know what he said. Now you're asking me to evaluate.
You do know what he said because you rephrased
You
it
summarized it
literally
yourself
2 minutes ago.
Yeah, literally.
Is that because you think hurricanes, the spin
Yeah,
of them is not
You're
due to
coming off
Coriolis?
as
Yeah, okay, that's fine. He was strawman.
We're all coming
Yeah, I
off.
agree.
So
Fantastic. Okay, so do you think that's a waste of my time? Do you think he should be doing that shit?
It depends. Are you here for entertainment and fun, or strict logical analysis, or I don't know how can I say what wastes your time, man? I don't know.
So, so do hurricanes spin one direction in the northern hemisphere and the other
it's like
direction in the
very
southern
cold.
hemisphere?
I'm done with you. I'm done with you.
Nate, you're
My understanding of it, Paid, is that it actually does. There's vortexes in clockwise and counterclockwise rotations in the north and the south at different scales and at different octaves, and the way like there's a in terms of like the way that the storm or spin, and also the actual direction that the whole storm is taking across the Earth.
Well, that depends on whether they're low or high pressure too. But high pressure storms spin one direction in the north, and they spin the same direction as low pressures in the southern hemisphere, which is interesting. So
Okay, so I got a question. You say it's caused by the Coriolis effect. Did you ever stop the Earth and stop the Coriolis effect to see if that continued on?
excellent. Yeah, why don't you ask for something impossible? Yeah, that'd be good.
Well, you're just giving a baseless assertion fallacy,
Oh,
right? You're
baseless
saying
assertion
that,
fallacy. Yeah.
yeah, that's what you're doing every single time you
Baseless
open your
assertion
mouth.
fallacy.
You open your mouth and you say, this is causing this, and I'm saying correlation isn't causation, and you go, no. So how do you know for certain that this is causing that? What
Got another way to
mechanism did
explain
you use? What explanations are assertions, sir? I'm not looking for more assertions. I'm asking, how did you come to this conclusion?
What's your background in science, might I ask?
I was born here on Earth. Every child uses the scientific method to find out how many times the
So
mother's going to pick up the bottle. It's a series of experiments
how
until
how
we're
far
a certain
beyond high
age.
school? How far beyond high school science? would you say?
NASA, you don't have to take it to credentials. Just address the argument.
No, I do have to take your credentials. I know
You
yours.
really don't, man.
Yeah, he
I do.
does. He
Yeah,
does. Because that's
much?
all he's got.
I know, no,
That's
because you guys,
it has
it's
to be.
obvious you guys
It
don't
has to
know
be your
what the hell you're
argument
talking about.
because you, yeah,
Address
baseless
the
assertion
content, not the
fallacy.
Not
It's
baseless
something that
assertions.
anybody
These are not baseless
anybody can look that up.
These are
Okay,
not
so
baseless
what is your base? What is your base?
Yeah, right. You want me to prove
What are you
1
basing it
plus
on?
1 equals... How
What
far you want to go
are
back?
you?
Should we go back to
What are
1
you?
plus 1 equals 2 or what?
Yeah, please teach me. How does that work?
Oh, no, I'm not here to
Go
teach
ahead.
you.
Can we be
All right.
Go ahead.
serious?
Waste
Like, what
everybody's
is what?
time.
I'm not here to teach you stuff. That's not my thing. You know, you can ask people who want to teach you. I'm just here to laugh at you because, no.
Oh, so you're just here to troll? Is that like
I'm here
against
to,
the server's rules, or is trolling like what we're supposed to be doing here?
yeah,
It's really not conducive to good discussion. That's all I got to say. Like, it's very
Okay,
base
so I can
level
troll
interaction.
all I
Can
want
we
to, and nobody's
transcend
going to stop
ourselves?
me.
Just
well, you are
I
rise
agree
trolling
with
above
percentage.
because
this remedial shit.
So I can
you're
troll as
Percent-
much as you guys want to, right?
Yeah, I know, but let's just move forward.
Yeah.
So look, I'm going to claim, right? This is my baseless assertion. The reason we have hurricanes is because moon grass, okay? And it's my assertion. It's just as scientific as this guy's, so we're equal now, right? Even though you
Because
got an
moon what?
education and I quit high school, right? We're equal now, right?
I didn't hear
We're
you,
equal on
Hank. Because
baseless
the moon what?
assertion. Moongrass is what causes yeah,
Lord.
that's what I'm claiming, right? It's just
Okay.
a baseless assertion with no science to back it up. And me and this guy who has a scientific degree, we're equally as non-scientific as each other because we're both using a baseless assertion fallacy. It's a good thing you put that money to use, sir. Good job.
Oh, you unmuted me. Yeah, Hank, you've had baseless assertions too. You said, can we stop the Earth and blah, blah, blah? Yeah, come on. Like we can do that. Idiot.
So, you admit it's a
You
baseless
ask dumb
Proving that
questions
it's just a
as well,
claim,
NASA
a
show. Like
pseudoscientific
honestly,
claim. Because if
you
you can't
both ask
manipulate
silly
the
questions.
cause, yeah, it's true. We both ask silly questions. The only reason that mine should be acknowledged is because this dude paid over $100,000 for his degree, and my shit was free. University of YouTube, bitch.
It doesn't matter, Hank.
University YouTube. Yeah, it figures.
Yeah, you can't learn anything from YouTube, can you?
You obviously didn't.
I fix my own cars. I've never been to a mechanic shop in my life.
You guys are killing me, I swear.
Well, I mean,
Can
hey,
anyone
if
in
we
here-
had rules in the server that said you couldn't troll, maybe I'd
Well, you're
act a
trolling him
little more.
back right now. So,
Yeah.
quit taking the bait.
Well,
Can
I mean,
anyone in here explain the moon phases to me and why we see what we see?
yeah, a village idiot could give you any explanation you like, right?
That is a really
It's
good
how do we
question, and
know?
somebody
How do
should
we
give him an
know?
honest answer.
Well, I would
I'm
say that
honestly-
the sun and the moon work as a battery system, and the fluorescence and luminescence of the moon is correlated with its position to the sun within the cyclical nature of the new moon and full moon cycles. And throughout that, the fluorescence of the moon will fluoresce its light in the direction of its position to the sun.
Now that's a pretty good explanation, right? It's not an
Thank you, Geo.
extraordinary
You're
claim that you made, so it
you're
doesn't
the first one
require
to
extraordinary evidence.
try. I appreciate that. Thank you, Geo.
Sure.
Would anybody like to give an explanation of my poor attitude and demeanor? Why am I
No.
doing that? Because I normally don't, right?
You were responding to how people were talking to you.
Well, I think
Oh,
in particular
the law of cause and effect, it's real, isn't it?
I think it's the demeanor of Paid NASA Shill. The way that he kind of approaches these things is he's just trying to always get under people's skin, and he goes to ad homs and all of that. So yeah, he seems to try to stir
Well, if
people
the
up.
science is on his side, why is he resorting to ad homs? He's a scientist.
Well, right, exactly. I know. Well, exactly. That is what was happening. It was like there were very, very important questions and things being put forth, and then he would usually just come with some other sidetrack thing, or just go to the ad homs. And I guess, yeah, I mean, it's all like it's like if they're not going to be able to register what's being said in a way that, is logical and sound in terms of, the
But
points.
that being
that
said,
put forth.
it doesn't benefit like anyone to stoop to, like, let's say someone is trolling or being very like basic like that. It doesn't help to stoop to their level. Just rise above. And if they keep on doing it, and it's like unrequited, then we'll moderate it. But it doesn't help when it takes two to tango. So it doesn't really help when you're just matching it.
Well, every time I see this dude, he's the king of affirmation. He said he can prove the Earth spins by putting an object in an airplane and flying it east and then flying it west, and then it weighs differently. Therefore, the Earth is spinning. Guys, I only get angry when I see humanity give like the worst amount of stupidity possible. That's the only time I get angry. So when people make arguments like that, I can't help it. I mean, I get livid. I can't believe that, I'm related to this dude somewhere down the line. It makes me absolutely livid to think that.
I'm with you, but don't get mad, get even. Let cooler heads prevail, and just like show him how he's wrong. Like your moongrass thing, it was a good exposition of how his thing is a baseless assertion, but they didn't have to say like the stuff that about fixing your own cars and YouTube education. You just wasted your money on an expensive university stuff like that. It's all irrelevant,
But what's wrong with that argument though? The going in an airplane thing.
Did you stop the Earth from spinning to indeed show that it was the cause of this phenomenon? Or did you just make a baseless assertion fallacy and then dance in a, like winner dance? Like, this is my victory dance. You can't spike the ball after a fallacy, right? You don't drop the mic after a fallacy, to cover up your fallacy.
Well, maybe run through the explanation with him, Hank. Like maybe ask him why would something have a different weight when you travel with it in one direction as opposed to another.
Well, I'm curious.
To see what the logic is behind it.
I'm curious to Hank's point just now. Why we need to stop the Earth from spinning to figure that out.
Well, let's say me and you, Kosho, let's say we get a new hotel room, right? And me and you, we like to theorize. We don't switch any of the lights on. Me and you go in this hotel room and we theorize for 2 weeks which light is going to turn on which bulb, right? That's great fun and all, right? I'm sure we'd have a blast smelling our own farts and stinky feet. But how are we ever going to know until we do systematic experimentation which light is connected to which circuit turning on which bulb? How are we going to know for sure?
Well, there's plenty of ways to know that, and some of those ways include not having to play with the lights at all. We can watch other people.
Please do. Yes, please do.
We can watch other people play with the lights, or we can watch people.
That's systematic experimentation, bro. Watching other people play with the lights.
Observations is what it is, but
no, the other person's doing the science. We're observing the science.
Well, no, we're observing people unknowingly play with the lights, but that's not important. What's important is that you don't necessarily need to stop or start, some supposed cause of something in order to know that it is the cause of it.
Really? How's that?
Well, you could, for instance, in the specific case of the Earth and the rotation, you could use the fact that, predicting the rotation rate, try to predict what the Coriolis would be or predict what the centrifugal force would be based on the supposed rate of rotation. You can use the fact that it's rotating to make predictions based on it and see if those predictions are true or not.
Hey,
How do you
Kosho
see if
and
those
Hank.
predictions are true or not? I'm sorry, hold on. How
Can
do
I
you
ask
see if those predictions? No, not right now. Wait for a second. How do you
By making
see if those
observations.
predictions are true or not?
By making
Oh, you
observations.
just look.
Or you could just look, yeah. That's one way. You
Okay,
could look and see if
so
those predictions are correct.
I claim that there's dark grass on the dark side of the moon, and that's the cause of the tides. Let's go look and see if the tides happen. Yep, baseless assertion, proven true by observation and affirmation of my indoctrination.
The
Good job.
predictions have to be based on the explanation, and then the observation has to be based on the
They
predictions.
were. Yeah, they totally were. My predictions were obviously based on the observation of the tides, and I'll predict that the tides are going to happen because of the dark grass on the dark side of the moon.
Yeah, but you
Sound
missed the
logic.
part where the predictions have to be based on the explanation. So the explanation
They were.
gives you the prediction, and the prediction should give you the
Exactly.
observation.
Yeah,
Match the
I did all
observation.
that. I did all that.
You missed the part where the explanation gave you the prediction.
Oh, it's because I said so. That's why.
Yeah, that's a poor explanation. That's
Tell
not
that to your
that's
friend.
not an explanation to prediction.
Tell that.
The explanation
Tell that
has
to
to
your
give you
doctor
the
friend.
prediction.
Tell that to your doctor friend.
So now that you guys are taking a break, can I ask Hank a question?
Please.
Going back to the light switches, Hank, how did you turn off black body radiation to determine the causes and effects of things?
That's funny. I have to admit that's funny. Yeah, I
Well, I
didn't
mean,
turn
black
off
body radiation is important about why lights emit light. So how did you turn that off to be sure that the light switch had anything to do with it?
Well, that's why science has never settled. At any time, you could turn off the black body radiation, and you could come along and say, "Hey, Hank, I turned off the black body radiation. Here's the new results." And I would like to think that I would take it into consideration with an open mind. I would like to.
How do we do that? How do we turn off black body radiation?
I do not know.
How do we turn off momentum or gravity or like anything else? How do we turn off these fundamental things that happen in nature?
Yeah, I'm with you on that, bro. Not everything is science or knowledge, right? Sometimes it's outside of the scope. Like, I like to think of science as like a schoolhouse thermometer. It's very accurate at measuring between 95 and 105 degrees, but you can't take it home and bake cornbread muffins with it, right? It's not going to bake your Jiffy at 375. So what you have to do is you have to understand that not everything is applicable for the scientific method. So if I say that, well, the universe is expanding for all galaxies, right? Well, you can't really verify that information because you can't go to another galaxy and see if that's true. So this would be a pseudoscientific claim, right? If you thought it was scientific, actually it's pseudoscience, meaning not science. So when I say the universe is expanding in all directions, and if you could hypothetically rewind time, instead of seeing the red shift in all directions, you would see the blue shift in all directions, meaning that the Earth is the center of the universe, according to the Doppler effect, then you might say, well, it's the same way if you're in the Andromeda galaxy. And I would say, my claim is verifiable, your claim is not, therefore I can dismiss your claim because my claim is testable and falsifiable. Thanks.
Get out. Well, thanks, Kosho. Sorry, I jumped in.
No, you're fine.
I digressed us a little
I
bit. I
will
was
say that
curious why Hank wanted you to turn certain things off, and he wasn't willing to turn those things off in his hotel room light switch proof.
Well, I mean, do you disagree that after we play with the light switches that we're going to have some firsthand primary knowledge. And that would be way better than just, Kosho saying, no, I think the bathroom light is going to be turned off by this switch. I mean, yeah, it might be right, but it's not knowledge.
I think you have a small amount of evidence from which you can draw some useful deductions, but I don't think you have proof of anything.
Fair enough. Not until you flip the switches or manipulate the variables, right?
Yeah, from inside the hotel room, we can flip the switches all day long, and I don't think we'll ever be able to say that we've proved something.
Oh, I disagree. If I put your hand right in the sink grinder, right, and you say, well, it's not proven. Well, I say, I can prove it if you want me to. Stick your hand that's in the grinder. It's hypothetically. I don't want to harm you, brother. Right?
Yeah,
It's hypothetically.
just because you can injure me, and just because I'm scared of risk, doesn't then turn into proof. Trying to provoke my fear of risk and injury doesn't prove anything.
Well, I've said that it's a thought experiment, that I wouldn't want any harm to come from you, but I was just trying to illustrate my point.
Do you feel that it was sufficiently illustrated?
Yes, I do. So, I see that you have this problem with proof, and, I admire that in you, rolling my boulder, because, everybody just throws the word willy-nilly around, especially me making my YouTube videos in mid-2015. And I really admire, that you have such a high standard for proof, right? And I would like to think that you wouldn't stick your hand in the sink after I've demonstrated by turning on the left switch next to the sink that's going to, grind up anything that's in that little hole. I would like to think that you wouldn't put your hand on there, even though you won't say the word proof. Am I correct in assuming that?
You are 100% correct, and that's because it's not that I have a high standard of proof. I don't actually, except in maybe math and logic, like modest tolerance or something. I don't generally use the word proof. I don't think there's a scientific proof of things. Once, if you've convinced me to even 80% sure that I'm probably going to get hurt if I do something, then that's probably enough to make me not do it. So the standard of proof to try to avoid injury is actually pretty low. Or proof. You don't have to make me very convinced to change my behavior if I feel like I'm going to get hurt. I'm pretty risk averse though.
Yeah, me too. For the most part.
but then in terms of getting from 80% all the way to literally 100%, that's not how I think science works. That's not what I think even scientists are even trying to do.
I would agree with you. So in court, we have this thing we say beyond a shadow of a doubt, right? And they tell you, we can't define this in court. We can't define this for you. Right?
Wait,
So what does it mean?
Do you think court is a good metaphor for science?
No. I'm just saying there's different levels.
Let's just hear him out. What Hank has to say.
There's different levels of proof, right? So if I'm going to convict a guy and turn him into a slave based on my vote, right? I don't want to lose any sleep. So what it means to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, means that I'm not going to lose any sleep if this guy gets killed and or injured, raped, in prison because of my judgment, right? So that's what beyond a shadow of a doubt means for me. It means that I'm not going to lose any sleep turning this guy into a slave. That's a pretty high level of proof. And I would say science, you can go even a little higher, right? Because you can demonstrate cause and effect relationships. But there's unknown things that could be affecting your experiment that you haven't thought of yet. So that's where that, 1%, I would say, is. You might say 97%, I might say 1%. That's what, or the 0.1%. Yeah, you can show me your new experiment and this new variable that I didn't think of, I would love to see it, because if we don't do that, that's, dogmatic. And I hate orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is the enemy of science, in my opinion.
You know that that metaphor that you like to use about could I convince the doctor that I was a man? You and I've had that conversation a few times.
Right.
I think you would have made me agree with you faster if you change it slightly. I think that it would be a lot better of a metaphor if you talked about, could you convince Kosho that I was a man? Could you prove to Kosho that I was a man?
Not without a rubber glove and some plane tickets.
I mean, do you think that would actually do it, though? Do you think that would prove it to him beyond, like, 100%?
Yeah, once I gave the guy $100,000 and he put on the glove, and I don't know if this is being broadcasted, how much I could say, but as long as he assumed the position of proposal, and
No. You're trying to prove to Kosho that I'm.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Kosho's not going to assume that position.
For $100,000, he would.
But doesn't Matt? How does that help you prove to Kosho that my gender?
Because Kosho is a heterosexual man. He's not going to assume the marriage proposal position without some incentive. So once I put $100,000 in his bank account and he checks his phone, he's going to happily put on that glove, and you're going to turn your head and cough. And at that point, I would assume that would be proof enough that, I could basically sleep without losing any sleep.
So you think if Kosho puts on a rubber glove and feels me cough, Kosho will be proven to 100% that I'm a man?
No, it wouldn't be 100%, because at any time you could disclose your state-of-the-art surgery done in some other country that Kosho was unaware of, and now you have, let's say, dynamic testicles.
So how do you get Kosho to believe 100% that I'm a man?
Well, I guess that I couldn't, but he would be 99.99% sure after you turned your head and coughed. And it's crazy. It's 2022. You'll have to wear a mask, but I'm pretty sure that he would be convinced.
How do you convince Kosho to 100% that I ate breakfast this morning?
That's different, because that's in the past. Nobody was there to observe it. I don't think that's possible.
People, I don't remember if you or not, but people have argued with me this philosophical no proof thing about, like, whether I had breakfast or not, and wanted me to say with certainty that I knew I ate breakfast this morning.
That's historical science, right? I don't really like historical science, right? It's kind of like saying, Jesus walked on water. Did he really? Like, even as someone who's raised in the church, and did he really walk on water?
You're saying, like, the Bible doesn't make good science evidence for anything.
Right. It's not knowledge. It's a belief that he walked on water, if you were to believe it. Right?
I concur.
So historical science, like, the Big Bang Theory, nobody observed that. So that's going to be a tough one for me to swallow, right? Because nobody observed this. It's just a creation myth, just like any other creation myth. The South Americans have their own Adam and Eve, their own Garden of Eden, right? There's a lot of people that believe this is the old world and the other side is the new world, even though, lots of evidence to point the other direction. There are people who believe in it. And I would say that creation myth is no different than the biblical creation myth or the Babylonian creation myth. They're all just creation myth with zero knowledge, zero scientific information.
Right. So, like, the American Revolution, the Civil War, Kennedy being assassinated, those are
stories that have been presented with or without evidence. And who knows such things except for the people that were there?
And in many cases, those people are all dead now, even of like the Civil War or something.
Exactly. So there's no way for us to confirm or deny. You can say you believe it happened all day long, but belief is the enemy of knowledge, or knowledge is the enemy of belief.
So you
So
think the only real test you can do is a thing that you are present for, and anything else, anything you read, anything that's in the past, anything that you weren't physically present for is
But
bunk.
you don't live your life like that, Hank. I mean, there's plenty of things you believe that you've never experienced before.
of course, it's belief. Of course.
But it's
Yeah,
a
I believe
justified
that the
belief,
sun.
right? It's not blind faith.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you say those beliefs are
exactly.
justified?
Exactly. Like
And
I
isn't that
believe.
what knowledge is? Or isn't that what forms everyone's knowledge base? Justifiable beliefs?
No. Knowledge is different, right? Knowledge is
Mhm.
such a much higher standard. For example, there's only one person that knows how many toes that I have. Everyone else has belief, right?
Okay, but when does something become part of your knowledge base?
Well, you confirm
Like
it
for
with 2
you,
or more
how?
senses.
So for you, you
You
have
can,
to confirm things with 2 or more senses for it to be part of your knowledge base.
yeah, first-hand
That's
knowledge.
the
That's how
method
you
you
get it.
use. Yeah, but a lot of knowledge we have is not firsthand, but it forms part of
Agreed.
your knowledge base, and it's things we believe to be true.
Exactly.
So
Like I
I mean,
believe 150
I'm
years
asking
ago,
in your everyday
sun
life,
rose.
how do you go about adding things to your knowledge base?
Through experience, duh.
But you don't experience everything that's part of your knowledge base.
Okay, what do I know that I have no experience of? Tell me.
I don't know, man. Have you
That's
traveled
what you
around
know.
the world? Have you traveled around the world?
I've seen Illinois to Texas and Maine to Florida and almost everything in between. Not every city,
Have you
but
left the
obviously.
country?
No, I have not.
Okay. So, but you believe that they are countries outside of ours, right?
Of course, I believe it.
Yeah. You haven't experienced them firsthand. You have a secondhand
No,
experience.
but it's not an extraordinary claim. Like I have 10 toes. That's not an extraordinary claim.
I know it's not an extraordinary claim, but it's part of your knowledge base that China and Australia exist.
No, it's not part of my knowledge base. It's part of
not.
my belief
So you
system.
don't believe they exist.
No, that's not what I said. I said I believe they exist. I've seen sufficient evidence to convince me that Chinese people exist. I had a very long conversation with a woman who calls herself Jennifer, and she told me a great deal of many things about the place called China. And I
So you
believe
have
it.
knowledge on this place called China.
No, I have knowledge of a woman who calls herself a China woman.
But you know things about China, don't you? Like you know what the capital of China is.
No, I believe it's Beijing.
Okay, then you have a very different interpretation of the word knowledge. Then what would you interpret knowledge as? Maybe that's
Maybe it
what I
would be
should
good
start
if
asking.
Hank told you things he did know.
No, Hank knows that there's a country called China, but apparently it's not part of his knowledge base. Or it's not
No, I
knowledge,
believe.
knowing.
Listen carefully. I believe there's a place called China. I know that a human came out of my wife approximately 18 years ago because I have firsthand primary knowledge of the sight, smell, and atmosphere of the room. I was there. I seen the crowning. I nearly passed out.
You have a very different interpretation of knowledge than I don't know any other
Can
human
you define?
that
Can you
defines
define
knowledge that
knowledge?
way.
Can you define knowledge?
Knowledge is just a system of justifiable beliefs that form your knowledge base.
Okay, so what
That's
is
what most
justifiable?
people interpret knowledge as.
What is
Globe
what
isn't
is justifiable?
Justifiable belief.
Not the globe.
Let me Google that, because I don't want to say something that's too wishy-washy.
Excellent. I appreciate that. So to me, it's justifiable to say that I know a human popped out of my wife's pelvic region because I have firsthand knowledge of the experience. I don't believe she gave birth. I know that she gave birth, and a little tiny human popped out with a cone head that eventually went to normal shape.
That would be a reasonable statement, and to deny it would be to take away the meaning of the words.
I agree.
Okay, so I have a definition of justifiable belief. Justifiable belief is beliefs you can justify, and then justification It's a property of beliefs insofar as they are held blamelessly.
So you said belief. You didn't
So
say knowledge.
I like that.
You said belief, though.
No, you wanted to know what a justifiable belief is. You wanted a definition for
Right.
that, and that's what I'm giving
Right.
you.
So
So are you
that's a
fine with that
justifiable-
definition? Yeah, that's the definition for
As
justifiable
far as
belief. And then
belief
knowledge is just justifiable beliefs that form your knowledge base.
I'm a little more strict than that.
But you,
So-
all right, but you have a different definition of knowledge. So could you tell it? It sounds like to you, knowledge is things you need to experience firsthand with at least two
Right.
senses.
So to me, this is very simple. I'm gonna make it simple as possible. So for me, knowledge is gained from experience through your senses in everyday life, and belief is that which is accepted without firsthand experience.
Do you know that Vladimir Putin wants Ukraine back as part of Russia, or do you know that Russia right now is involved in a war with Ukraine, or you believe it?
I believe it because I've heard other people say it. Just like if you said that you had a son and you've experienced the same thing, that would require belief because I am not capable of ascertaining any knowledge, any firsthand knowledge.
Yeah,
Now,
you can't know
you
that.
giving me the knowledge that you have is firsthand knowledge for you, but it is secondhand knowledge for me.
The image of the black swan, do you know that to be true, or you believe it to be true?
I believe it to be true because I've never been to California.
Okay. At least you're consistent. All right. Well, I've never heard anyone define knowledge like that, but cool. If
I think
that's how it is for you.
That's how everybody should.
Yeah,
say.
I don't know. I feel
Because
like that's a pretty valid definition.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
it's not
but most people
consistent like
don't
I'm
live
living.
life like that.
something-
But if
to know
Hank does,
something-
that's fine.
Know something is to actually like absolutely know it, whereas to believe something is to, you don't know it, so you have to believe. You have to get the next best thing, which is believe it.
See, I think that science is sacred. I don't think people should just throw around the word all willy-nilly like. I think if they're talking about science, I want to see how you came to this knowledge, right? And if you can't show me how you came to this knowledge, then I'm not sure that we can call it science. You might say that bird watching and gathering information about these organisms is, science, right? But I would say that science is like a very high achievement to reach. And the only way that you can know something is through firsthand experience. So if you say that red birds exist, I would say, well, how do you know? And you say, well, I saw one outside my window. And I would say, okay, I believe that red birds exist, right? You know they do.
If I show you a picture of a red bird, it would just be a belief for you still.
I can show you a picture of a unicorn. Would it just be a belief for you?
Right, exactly. Bigfoot's out there. You can watch videos of Bigfoot. Do you know that Bigfoot exists? Did you smell his bad breath and his armpits? No, you didn't.
I've never
So
seen a
would you
picture
believe?
of Bigfoot.
Oh, please, there's videos.
I've never seen a
Yeah,
picture
there's
of
videos.
a
You-
unicorn.
You can just right now search up.
There's videos of people in
Bigfoot.
suits. Yeah.
Well, how do you know that?
He doesn't. He doesn't
So it's a
fucking know
belief
it.
that
He
you
doesn't
have.
even know the meaning of the word to know. So,
Because
so I'm saying he doesn't know anything.
most of those pictures have been debunked and proven to be people in suits. But let's say I took a picture of me holding a red bird. How about that? Would you know
Well,
that red birds
I've-
exist?
Not because
No,
we
and
have a
it still
picture,
have to
but
believe
because I've seen them in real life, so I know they exist, right? Which is kind
But
of
let's
funny.
say you had never seen them before, and I took a picture with somebody you know in real life, me and that person, and we were both holding red birds in our hands. How about that?
Yeah, that would be a belief. That'd be a belief.
It'd still be a belief. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause you can
so
Photoshop
it literally
images,
only
right?
becomes a knowledge when you experience it yourself with two senses.
Right. How many toes do I have? Do you know?
I don't know unless you tell me. How many do you have?
Okay. I have 45. Do you know?
You have 45 toes? Well,
Yeah,
that's
do
an
you-
extraordinary claim. So I would want proof of that. If you had just said
Exactly.
10, I would have generally,
Exactly.
you know,
You got it,
believed you
bud.
to be telling
But
the
see,
truth.
now-
and then
now
I would
what
have said, because that's a justifiable belief, it forms part of my knowledge base. So I now
Justifiable
know
belief, but
Hank.
it's not a knowledge.
Hank has
Right. So
I
Justifiable
now
belief,
know
but you
Hank
don't know
has
it.
10 toes. But knowledge isn't dogmatic, right? What I know today could be different tomorrow.
I disagree. If you don't know it, if
So-
you know it, it wouldn't change.
Okay, so for you guys, if you know something, it needs to be
True.
that forever. If it
It has to be
changes, then
true.
it's.
No, it has to be true, and truth doesn't change.
But how do you know what absolute truth is? If you
I'm
know
going
that
to
your
tell you
senses
right
are
now.
limited and you can't interpret the whole truth of things.
I'm fixing to tell you right now. According to Karl Popper, the way that you know whether something is imperial or not is empiric. I don't know the right word there. Sorry. Is if it's
Empirical.
falsifiable. Yeah, empirical. Sorry.
Falsifiable, yes.
So, right. So if I say that I have 45 toes, right?
Mhm.
Well, you can falsify that because you can fly down to Texas, right? We'll go for a drink and then we'll get you some gloves and then you can count my toes with your eyes and then your fingers. And at the point when you counted them with your eyes and your fingers, you're going to have a knowledge base, right? Based on what? First-hand experience, literally, right? Because you're using your hand and your eyes.
Could
Right? You're gonna,
a blind person never know how many toes you have?
well, they got hands.
They got hands.
Yeah, but hands is one senses. For you keep saying you need two senses to prove something is
Well,
a known
your-
truth.
I apologize. I apologize about the background noise. So in your hands, you have this the sense of texture, right? You have the sense of warmth. You have the sense of
What?
you know.
I thought it
You
was
can
just a
feel
sense of
the
touch.
warmth. No. Like you have
What
more than
about-
five senses. You
What
know
about
that, right?
like logically thinking
Hold,
of
hold on,
something?
hold on, just a second. Hold on, just a second. You can feel the bones. You can feel the warmth. That's two senses that you can get from your hands, right? So that's two or more senses. Even though he's blind, right? He hears me
Sounds like a
talking.
sense of touch to me.
The sense of touch is one thing, right? But you also have heat and bone density. If he can feel my bones and he can feel the heat coming from the blood, that's two senses. Go ahead, bro. Someone else is going to talk and I cut him off.
Yeah. So what if you say you know a set of axioms, like you know a couple things, you know them to be true, and then by logical proof, you can show something else to be true if all the things you know to be true are also true.
Right. I'll give you an example.
Well,
of
that would work if you had a set of axioms. But outside of math, life doesn't work like that. Life doesn't really have a set of axioms outside of math.
Right, but
Just to push
we do
back
have-
on the Paul Popper thing with
He said we
falsification.
have a way to know.
Most
things.
scientists don't
He
even
said we have a
agree
way
with
to know
Popper.
things. So
you
if we
know?
can know
Yeah, they
something, that's an
do.
axiom. If we can know something, that's
No,
an
I mean
axiom.
a lot of scientists are of the
Hey.
idea that falsification isn't the only way to go about, performance science.
Who? Name them.
Oh, I'll name them. Hang on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll pull out a list for you.
I've seen that there's been other ideas, but I don't think that it's the case that most scientists don't agree with Karl Popper. I think that's the standard. I have seen people that disagree with it, or there have seen alternative, acceptable ideas, but
What's
I
a
don't think
set of
that's
axioms?
the majority.
A set of axioms is a set of things that you know and hold to be true. So if I
Right,
know
so let
things,
me-
that would be the axiom. And therefore, using logic and the axioms together, you could derive more things to know from lesser things that you know without directly experiencing them.
Let me give an example of that, okay? So I spoke earlier about my wife getting pregnant. So if a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets and she's laying on her back, she can't see the color of her toenails. If she can see the color of her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. Now that's a knowledge statement, right? But it's based on my experience of dealing with pregnant women and knowing that they can't see their toes, and I myself am a fat man and I can't see my toes on certain situations. So, even though I'm not there, I know that if she can see her toes, that bitch ain't 9 months pregnant with triplets. No
Yeah.
fucking way.
Yeah. So that's another part of knowledge that can extend beyond just your personal experience. It's personal experience combined with logic. Therefore, you could know a little bit more.
I mean, it's either that or she got a draft neck, right?
Yeah, I like to think of it in the sort of like multiple different categories where you have like primary knowledge, that firsthand direct knowledge of something, and then there's secondary, which would be, you know, getting it from someone else or through a secondary source, and then the third would be tertiary, where now you're hearing it from someone who heard it from someone, you know, where you have kind of 3 layers deep.
And that's hearsay. That's not admissible in court. So that doesn't even meet courtroom standards, right? That's like, oh, Becky told me that Jenny has a big butt. It's like, well, you never met Jenny. You don't fucking know one way or another. And what's big? Is it all relative? Right? But for me, my secondary knowledge that I provided was the pregnant woman, right? That's pretty logically consistent and makes a lot of sense to me. And obviously it was a modus tollens argument on purpose.
Yeah. Like if someone told you something, I wouldn't say you know it. I'd say you believe what that person said.
And that's the globe. Exactly 101.
I just don't think that's how you guys go about determining things in your everyday life. You know, I feel like you guys have come up with this nuanced definition of knowledge just for the globe earth argument.
Bro,
and I'm
that's
not sure
absolutely
if you apply this to all
no,
other
bro.
parts of your
Listen,
life, because
listen, how about
I've heard you
cars?
talk about other countries and places you've never been to, Hank. You know,
Listen,
so
how
it's, I
about
don't know.
cars? Right? I'm not just going to take the man's word for it that it's a good car, right? I'm going to test drive it and run a series of experiments with all the buttons, whistles, and everything that's on the car. I'm going to test the suspension. I'm going to test the engine. I'm going to pull out a spark plug, and it's going to tell me a load of things about what's going on in the inside of the engine that I would not otherwise be able to tell without breaking the engine apart. I'm not just going to be like, oh, Jimmy said it's a good car. Come on, it's a good car, man. Jimmy said so. Buy it. Give him all your money. No, that's not how that shit works in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
you investigate shit in real life.
I've seen you post evidence and proof, you know, for things that you've never done yourself or made by people in places you've never been to. But you would post that as proof, and the way
What are you
you
talking
go about
about?
defending it, it's like that proof is part of your knowledge base, like you know it to be true.
No. See, our arguments, in my opinion, are meant to get people to go outside and test the earth for themselves so they can prove it themselves. Our arguments aren't meant and designed to convince people the earth is flat. And if it did, then that person's very weak-minded and gullible.
Uh-oh.
Because who's going to accept that the earth is flat just based on an argument? That would be dumb as fuck. We want you to go outside and test it for yourself. And then whatever you believe after that, if you want to believe that there's some kind of super refraction that causes light to bend at 8 inches per mile squared, the exact same curvature rate as the earth, right? Then that's your belief. Who cares? I don't care what you believe. But I went and tested it myself.
That's not even what I said at all, though. You know, I'm not saying that you post a proof with the intention to convince someone the Earth was flat. I'm saying you post proof with the idea that you know that proof to be true. You know, I've never heard you post something and say I believe this to be true. You know, this is very new what you're saying right now. I've listened to you talk before, and you would post evidence that's, of an experiment or an observation someone else has done, and the way you defend it and talk about it, it's like it's part of your knowledge base. You know this to be true.
Okay, so here's the deal. I've changed over the years, learned a lot since I've been hanging out with these groups, because a lot of people here are very smart and know a lot of stuff that I don't know. So are you talking about 2016, Hank? Are you talking about 2019, Hank? Or are you talking about 2022, Hank? Because those three people
Talking
are very different people
about
based
Hank
on experience.
tonight that's been posting images and gifs and things in the live stream one text.
Oh, yeah, like I posted the Skunk Bay, right? It's an example of a demonstration that, that you can go and look and see
But
for
you
yourself,
believe
right?
that to be true.
Yeah, you can go to Skunk Bay and see it for yourself if it's true or not.
Yeah, definitely. I could do that, but you haven't. Or have you?
No, I have not.
Yeah, but you hold that to be truth, like it's part of your knowledge
But he
base.
believes it.
But
So
now,
what?
based on the definition you're given now,
It's a belief.
I'm guessing that would be a belief then.
Yeah, it's a belief.
Yeah, I believe the Skunk Bay GIF to be accurate as far as a time lapse can be. It looks like it has not been altered in any kind of way, except for the lines that were drawn or the grid that was added on top. Now, I could be totally fucking wrong, and that could be something that, Flat Earthers made. And if it is that, and I found out that was to be true, I wouldn't use it anymore. Like, I don't make arguments in 2015 that I made in those days, right? I'm sure that you guys don't make arguments that the toilet flushing counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere is somehow proof of the Coriolis effect. But there were globe earthers making that argument in 2015.
Okay. Just to go back to the whole, most scientists don't agree with the theory of, well, not theory, but philosophy of falsifiability. I just posted a link, and at the bottom of the link there are links to other papers you can read. And the general idea that most scientists have with falsifiability is that it limits us in our ability to know things, because we've kind of reached the stage in science right now where the ideas we have that we can't subject to experimentation and falsification, and that holds us back from advancing with these ideas. So scientists are, especially experimentalists, they're trying to come up with new ways to go about doing things, and trying to leave falsification behind, because it was the way to do things 50, 60 years ago. But with the ideas we have now and the things we're trying
Like
to
what
figure out now,
specifically? You're saying a lot of general shit, but it doesn't really mean anything. What do you mean specifically?
quantum gravity, the nature of
Well, how
dark
are we gonna know
matter, the
about it
nature of
without
dark
testing
energy.
Wait a minute.
That's the problem, though. We cannot subject these things to experimentation. We don't have the ability
all of a sudden?
to.
It's not knowledge then.
What's not knowledge? Yeah, we don't know what happens inside a black hole. Definitely, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. There's no
You don't
knowledge
know that
behind
black
it
holes
because.
exist.
Oh no, we know they
only
exist.
speculate.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute.
We know
Time
they
out there. Wait, does dark matter exist?
Does a black hole exist?
We
Hold on, hold
know that there
Hold on,
is
answer the question.
something
Hold on,
that
answer
Who's we?
Dark
I'm
matter
answering your
and-
question.
Well, it's a yes or no. Does dark matter and black holes exist in the same universe?
Yes.
Okay, they're competing theories. They can't exist in the same universe.
How are they competing theories?
Because
What do you
dark
mean?
gravity, dark matter, and black holes are all making up for the same thing. So if you have dark matter, which makes up like 20-something% of the universe, that explains away the lack of gravitation at the galactic level. Now, if you add a black hole and dark matter, it's going to suck all the stars into the black hole because now there's too much gravity. They're competing theories, sir. They can't both exist in the same universe.
But you said it makes no
So
sense.
these are all just mathematical.
So it's a bit difficult for me to
rephrase
rebut
it?
against that.
Can I rephrase it?
I don't know how they're competing theories.
Dark matter, dark gravity are competing theories. Right?
What
They're
is
both
dark
trying to
gravity?
solve the
What do you mean when you say dark gravity?
Dark gravity is kind of like dark matter in the sense that it recognizes that there's a problem with the cosmological constant. Mr. Otaku talked about this. And what the problem is that the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast. This is a well-known problem in cosmology. Some people call it the cosmological constant. Some people call it the cosmological crisis. So what the problem is that there's not enough gravitation because there's not enough material, matter, stars, planets, etc., to cause enough gravitation to hold in the stars at the outer parts of the galaxy. So it's the opposite of the solar system, where the solar system, the inner planets have the shortest year, and the outer planets like Pluto have the longest year. Well, when it comes to the galaxy, the outer stars have the shortest year, and the inner stars have the longest year. So the outer stars are spinning 10 times too fast. There's not enough gravitation to hold them in. Well, dark matter alone solves this problem. When you add the fact that I think it's 26%, don't quote me on that, of the universe is made of this dark matter, that solves the problem. Now, if you've got the problem solved and then you add a black hole to the mix, now there's too much gravitation because you've added dark matter and black holes. Now that there's too much matter, now that doesn't match our observations. So, like I said, these are competing theories trying to solve the same problem, that the gravity doesn't work out at the galactic level. Do you understand now?
Okay, now I understand what you said, but what you said just isn't true. That isn't the case with either of them. I don't want to go down that road unless you guys want to. That's the conversation you guys want to go into now.
This is my favorite topic.
Okay.
This is my bread and butter.
Okay.
So if anyone would like,
with regards to the cosmological constant, all that is a placeholder Einstein needed to put into his equation so that the Einstein lambda model could work out, right? So with Einstein, the idea was that there's too much gravity. Hang on.
No, there's not
too
enough.
much gravity.
Not enough.
You got to let me speak, Hank. I never interrupted you when you were explaining yourself.
I apologize. I got excited, bro. It's my favorite stuff.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna talk about it, bro. Don't worry. So with the cosmological constant, the idea is there's too much gravity on a galactical scale, so there needs to be something acting against gravity in opposition to it. Otherwise, we should see everything just being pulled into each other, right? Because if there's all of this matter, it should be pulling everything towards other matter. So he needed a force working in opposition to gravity that keeps the universe static, holds the universe in place. So you have gravity pulling inwards and this other force pulling outwards, and this is the cosmological constant. When Hubble came and did his observations and saw that the further away galaxies are, the faster they're receding away from us, Einstein had to get rid of that cosmological constant, but we later on brought it back because it actually works pretty well. You know, it gives us a very nice model for the universe as we know it. That's the cosmological constant. The cosmological problem is the idea that our measurements of the rate of the expansion of the universe never tie up with our predictions. So we predict that it expands at this rate, but when we measure it, we're off by, it's that famous quote you guys like throwing around, we're off by a degree to the magnitude of 120 or whatever.
120, yeah.
Yeah, that is the cosmological problem. What we measure is way off from what we predict. So it tells us that there is something wrong with our model. And that's something, you know, we're actively trying to fix, but, you know, we're bigger, most scientists or astrophysicists are big enough to admit this is a big issue and it proves our model isn't right, which is fine. So those are the two separate things. With regards to black holes and dark matter, they're not competing theories. Both ideas form part of the Einstein lambda model. The model accommodates both of them. You know, you can't have, if you move one away, the model becomes incomplete because we observe the effects of black holes and we observe the effects of dark matter. We don't have a clear understanding as to what dark matter really is because we have a very weak interaction with it. The only interaction we have with it is through gravity, nothing else. You know, light can interact with it and whatnot. And it's the same with the black hole. Because light can interact with it, we don't know what's below the event horizon of a black hole.
So you're using a theory to predict the theory?
We're using a theory to predict what theory? What do you mean, Joe?
You're using a theory of gravity to then create another theory of dark matter?
Yeah.
No. Dark matter is observed. What we observe is that the edges of galaxies, I forgot now if they spin faster or slower than what they should be spinning at, and we detect a lot of mass in those regions. So we know there is something there causing this to happen, and the name we've given for it is dark matter because we see this thing have some sort of gravitational effect. So we assume because it can exert gravity, it must be made of matter. But we say it's dark because that's kind of how scientists say we don't really know what's going on here. It's still
Do you mind if I jump in? Do you mind if I jump in now, brother?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So I would say that his explanation is incorrect from what I understand, but I'm not really willing to argue with him. What I'm saying is that because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, they came up with this theory, dark matter, because gravity has to work. We got to keep gravity because that's what makes space balls or spherical objects in space, right? So gravity has to work, right? Because the Earth has to be a sphere. Therefore, dark matter has to be there, and dark energy has to be there because we know, right? Even though they don't know, right? Because they can't falsify it, that the universe is expanding and it requires much energy, and the universe is held together at the galactic
Cut it out,
level.
my man. But Nate wasn't wrong.
Hank, we can't hear you.
Always come in and say, you don't have a model. Well, you guys don't have a model either.
Hank, it's really hard to hear you.
Dark matter and dark energy. Thanks.
Can you hear us? Can you guys hear me?
What Nate said about dark matter, the reason why it's called that, just because it's an observation and they don't know what it is exactly right. It's not just a ad hoc to save gravity. It's assuming that everything else, that the other laws in the universe are correct. Here's this observation with this either unknown force or unknown material. We can't identify, or it doesn't have the same reaction with the other forces like electromagnetism.
Basically,
they don't know what it is though. So that's just
basically what you're saying is when you observe shit in the night sky, it doesn't match your theory of gravity. Therefore, you have to insert the dark matter to make the equations balance
That's
out.
all what Kosher said.
said, yeah, sorry. It's not just gravity that it doesn't match with. It doesn't match with the laws of conservation of momentum. What it seems like is that there's a material out there that doesn't interact with other forces, and they don't know if that's what it is, or they don't know what it is, so they call it dark matter. It's the same reason they called X-rays, because they didn't know what it was, so they just named it X-rays. But they later found out what it was, and then they kept the same name. Dark matter,
So
the observation of
it could
dark
be
matter
anything.
could be.
It could be anything. It doesn't even necessarily have to be in that location. It could just be the effect of something farther away. You're observing an effect, not a thing.
But the effect is the rotation rate of the galaxy. So there's something causing them to rotate as if there was more mass. So it could be several things. Yeah. And one of those things could be the fact that gravity or general relativity is wrong or something. That's not
Definitely.
That's not a possible. That's a possible conclusion.
Yeah. And a lot of physicists are open to that idea. I mean, we know for a fact that general relativity is wrong. It's not complete. You know?
It disagrees with the experimental science called quantum physics. And there's no big laws that are separate from small laws. They're all the same laws. So if that's true, then gravity doesn't work at the subatomic level or the quantum level either, right? Because of the, what is it called?
It's unobserved at a small level.
You're talking about the vacuum catastrophe. Not the what do you call that? The vacuum catastrophe. But that I saw something recently that saw that was a flawed. Like that one, the 10 to the 120th power discrepancy is not based on anything, and it doesn't cause it. That in itself is not causing.
Well, good. Then you don't need
theories
dark matter.
debunked.
If that's true, then you don't need dark matter.
It's
or
just
black
that
holes.
our predictions don't match up with what we observe. That's all.
Well, it's a specific prediction that
Yeah,
is not
which means that your
really based
predictions
on
don't match
on a
reality.
model.
Go
Which
ahead,
is
bro. I'll go on
fine.
mute.
I mean, that's fine, Hank. Like, we know that we don't have the whole truth. We know our model isn't 100% correct, which is fine.
So you carry on, taking my tax dollars and teaching children Newtonian mechanics when you know it's been thoroughly debunked and you know that you don't got it all correct, but you laugh at us, right? We don't have it all figured out. Hold on, relax.
It hasn't been debunked. That prediction is not based on a theory. Therefore,
So
that
what does
prediction
Professor
doesn't debunk
Shankar
any theories at all.
what does Professor Shankar mean when we're going to put a nail in the coffin, shoot down, and this is the end of Newtonian mechanics? What does he mean by that? Is he promoting Newtonian mechanics when he says that?
Who is that?
Professor Shankar, Yale Physics, Chair of Physics.
Mm-hmm. Could you post the whole thing? Like, give us context.
Sure.
What was he talking about?
Yeah.
What was he talking about when he made
the
that?
double slit experiment and Newtonian mechanics? But I will post all three
Double
for
slit
you
experiment
gladly.
is very old though and well known.
Oh, it's old. Therefore, what?
We already
Old and
know
well
Newtonian
known.
mechanics isn't the complete answer. It's actually we've known that for over 100 years.
Quantum mechanics is old and well known. So. The last time we had World War III with Russia, they were already into quantum mechanics. So, why are Globers predisposed not to believe in crisis actors?
Not to believe in what?
I have to do with the conversation.
Crisis actors.
Crisis actors.
Yes. Why do
There are
Globers
plenty
have
of
a hard time
Globers that
believing
believe in
that?
crisis actors. Plenty of Globers believe that. There are more Globers that believe that than there are flat earthers on the planet.
That is true.
I would agree with that.
But which one of you Globers believe in crisis
You
actors?
see what I just posted? Come on, bro. We're not talking about crisis actors. I mean, unless everybody else wants to talk about crisis actors. I'm in the middle of debunking Newtonian gravity. So can you see what I just posted, bro?
Yeah. I'm reading it.
Right. I would say please take your time and, enjoy the whole thing, right? Because if Newtonian gravity is wrong, then why did the Globers, this is something Globers do, say that there's no difference between, Newtonian and Einsteinian, it's all the same? When one is obviously
Because
speaking
they're very similar until you change what you're talking about.
So I don't see how
agree
this
with this
Go ahead.
Ramam Murti Shankar guy, but I agree that there are things within quantum mechanics that Newtonian mechanics can explain it gets wrong, but it doesn't mean we're going to throw away Newtonian mechanics. Like it's
The
quote unquote
quantum
shut
mechanics
down.
merges it. Quantum mechanics merges into fucking Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah, it can be simplified down
Like
to using
Newtonian
quantum mechanics, you can get Newton's 3 laws of motion.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Like quantum mechanics.
How are you guys
explains
disagreeing with the
mechanics,
professor?
bro.
How are you guys thinking?
I literally said I agree with the premise he's making. There are a lot of if you did a double slit experiment.
I was talking to him. Pardon me.
Well, because quantum mechanics happens at a different scale than Newtonian mechanics.
So do you think there's different laws for big and small things?
No, I'm saying that big things act a certain way, and if you take all of their components together and quantumly analyze them, it'll be basically analogous to the Newtonian mechanical model of it.
Okay, so let's say that quantum mechanics and Newtonian is true, right?
Newtonian mechanics is true for bigger objects. Quantum mechanics is true for all objects.
Wait, that contradicts what you just said a while ago, where you said there's not separate laws for big and small things.
No, what I'm saying is that quantum mechanics explains all scales. Newtonian mechanics only explains relatively larger scales.
Okay, well, any village idiot can give an explanation.
Mechanics breaks down when you get to smaller scales.
So it breaks down.
And there's
What is?
explanations for how quantum mechanics builds into Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah,
Why
that's called
things
the
aren't
string
why
theory. The
things
math doesn't work out.
no, it's no, it's not its own theory. It's just that basically you're not gonna see your cup being leaping around like an electron because its wave fucking pattern is too small compared to its actual physical size.
Okay, so
Nicely
you're
said.
saying that
Your
Newtonian.
cup ain't fucking jumping around because the amount it could jump around is so small compared to the actual size of the cup. You'd never notice anything. But with an electron, the sizes are relatively similar. That's why you actually see the electron jumping and shit. Your cup is actually jumping like the electron jumps and has a super space. But the super space is so fucking small that you would never be able to notice it.
Okay,
Quantum
so
mechanics and Newtonian mechanics completely blend into each other. That's how you can have them united.
so they're united now. So everything
Yeah,
Professor Shankar
because
said is completely
you
incorrect.
have a bunch of quantum mechanical mechanisms going. As you build them up and increase them in scale, they all tend to act in a Newtonian mechanical fashion.
So what Professor Shankar said is obviously incorrect then, and you are
No,
actually correct.
you're not understanding what he's saying. Newtonian physics
Okay,
doesn't
so
work at that
usually
scale.
when I say we're going to shoot this down, and this is the end of, and this is the nail in the coffin, I think I understand what that means. This is the end of, we're going to shoot it down, we're going to put a nail in the coffin. I mean, I'm not a smart man, right? I've done a lot of stupid shit in my life, but I think I know what that means. And for you to say otherwise is kind of insulting. What does it mean when he says this is the nail in the coffin? Do you think that's like promotion? Is he promoting Newtonian mechanics?
It means the model of Newtonian mechanics works for what it works in, and outside of that, it doesn't work inside those fields. So he's basically saying that we know the truth, and the truth is quantum mechanics, but it still doesn't prevent quantum mechanics to becoming an analogous model to Newtonian mechanics at the scales that it works at.
And one other
I
way
don't
of
know.
I have to jump in again, Hank, because you're doing the same thing again. You're citing a source that you don't believe to a person that you don't know if they trust
Wait a
this
minute.
source either. You're just citing random sources where you cherry picked quotes.
Hold on.
And his whole thing, nail in a coffin, is just a metaphor.
Time out. What does cherry pick mean?
It means you selectively picked quotes out of what I presume is somebody's vast body of literature where they've probably published hundreds of articles, and you've got a couple of
They
sentences.
probably even have
Hold on. Hey, bro, give me a
probably
second. He's
studied
accusing
Newtonian
me.
mechanics. They
Bro,
probably
do
give
you
a
mind
lecture
if I
on it.
defend myself? Do you
This
mind
guy
if I
probably
defend
gives
my...
a lecture on
Do
Newtonian
you
mechanics
mind
himself.
if I defend myself, sir? Would you mind? So, you said that I cherry picked. What's the difference between cherry picking and citing my source to back up my claim? Can you tell me? I'll go on mute.
Well, the most important thing is that you don't believe this source. You don't believe anything else he's written, to my knowledge.
What's your evidence for that? What's your evidence for that, sir? Or is that a baseless assertion?
Let's go look through his published literature and see.
Dude, he's probably lectured on Newtonian
Bro, do
mechanics
you
before.
mind if you shut the fuck up while I defend myself? So,
No,
Yeah,
because
let's
it's part of your
take it.
defense.
Let's
I'm
take it
asking
out
you-
of the
Defended against
realm.
my attack. You just defer from my attack. So how would you defend that?
Bro, you're not
Would you defend
attacking
from
me.
the
This
fact that
dude
this guy probably lectures about Newtonian mechanics himself? How would you defend that if you're defending so much?
Bro, I'm not even listening to you. I'm trying to figure out what Boulder's name is so I can give him a private conversation. Because we're not going to be able to have this conversation here because you lack the capacity to shut your fucking mouth. So, Boulder, what is your name?
Rolling my boulder.
Rolling my Boulder. Okay.
How do you not know my name
Message.
by now?
Well, I don't know what name you're under at the moment. I'm not very good with names. So,
It never
will you accept my
changes.
phone?
Why did it get so quiet?
I think Hank looks like he dropped out. Maybe his connection went out.
Oh, I think him and Boulder went to have a private conversation because they both left.
Yeah, I think he did because he was looking for his name. Anyways, to you guys who were, well, I guess Noah was there. Well, Nate, I guess, yeah.
What's up?
Even though you weren't really in the argument, I would have. Well, I think one way that he could have put it was that Newton's laws of motion, Newtonian mechanics, gives you a good approximation to the correct to make correct predictions, and we now have further theories that can give you even better approximations. But the approximations for Newtonian mechanics work on our scale, so
Yeah. I mean, you could take the Lagrangian for a photon and simple it down to F equals mn.
yeah, they all agree with each other.
I'm going to take a hard pass on all of Newton. And I'm not looking back.
Yeah.
That guy is extraordinarily low on my list of anyone who has interesting information
Really?
about the world.
Really? I mean, even as a flat earther, you would have to give Newton some sort of props, you know?
It's Freemasonic, Jesuit, magic manipulation. Dark, I should say dark magic manipulation.
So he was a sorcerer, or what are you saying, Jim?
Of sorts, yep. Yep, they were alchemists and black magic conjurers.
That's crazy.
It's conceptual black magic.
What's what is that a specific type of black magic?
Well, it's just in the realms of concepts, yeah.
Okay.
Like the object staying in motion.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what happens at all.
An object in motion doesn't stay in motion.
No.
Uh-huh. I mean, we rarely see objects in motion stay in motion, but what do you think makes them not maintain that constant rate of motion? Opposing forces, maybe, or what? Unequal forces?
I would say the friction of the ether.
Okay, but that would be a type of force, right?
Everything will come to a
force,
rest
if you
if
wanna
you
call
stop applying a force to it. Yeah, it won't just. But what they say in that, basically, it's trying to. That whole concept is trying to set up the concept of outer space and the vacuum. But on Earth, everything always slows to a standstill. Unless it's
But
continued.
Newton believed in the ether, though. Well, at least the luminiferous ether. I mean, around his time, the ether was still a popular idea. I don't know. I don't know if he believed in an ether force or if the ether could exert forces, but he believed it's what was needed to propagate light, right? Unless you have a different interpretation of ether, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily referring to what they refer to, what they call the luminiferous ether. I'm not necessarily referring to that.
Okay.
I'm referring more to the very ancient concept of ether as the core element of the universe.
Oh, okay. Like fire, wind, earth, heat. I don't know. Something like
Well, there's like ether as a classical element is known as the fifth element. So, and essentially air, water, fire, and earth all exist within the ether. So it's like the fifth element essentially synthesizes all of the four core elements of earth, air, fire, and water.
So is it that these other four elements together make the ether, or does ether exist even if there wasn't these other four elements? Is the ether independent of it?
Not in this realm, no. It's not independent of them here. It's
Okay.
it's
So if there's-
intimately woven in. Like you have the ether itself, and then you have the elements earth, air, fire, and water, which all exist within the actual ether. But the ether is
But
like
if there
the core
wasn't-
medium.
Okay, let's say there was no ether. Could we have these other four elements in this realm?
No.
Let's
Because they
say
fundamentally interact with the ether to make physical matter and to make all of the physical world, essentially.
Okay. And then if I flip it, could we have an ether but not have these four elements in this
Yes.
realm? Okay.
Not an ether in this universe, but perhaps a different system, yeah. But not here because this one has them. But in theory, yeah,
So
you could have it without them.
Okay.
But it'd be a very different.
What are the
world.
properties? Yeah, I'm sure. But what are the properties of this type of ether?
You cut out a little bit.
So sorry. What are the properties of this ether that you're describing? What does it do?
Essentially vibrates light and sound at particular vibrations for earth, air, fire, and water to be put into different organizations to create the layout of the earth. So you would have like the earth, of course, is the base layer, the ground. The air is everything above the earth. And even there's air within the earth too, like underground and everything. The fire, the sun, and of course fire on earth as well, but light and the fire. And then the water. And you have the waters above and the waters below. So the whole system of water. And the way that those are all layered is connected to those elements and is connected to the ether at those different layers.
Okay. Could I say this, that the ether is a field that pervades, that spreads out through all of space and time? Or the ether is space and time. It's the field on which things live on, and when you have certain vibrations in this field, it brings about these other elements. So if you have a vibration at a certain frequency, you're going to have fire. A different frequency, you're going to have water. A different frequency, you're going to have air. Something like that.
Yeah. Well, I think all physical matter is essentially made of light and sound that's vibrating at a very particular frequency. And then different forms of matter are different forms of frequencies. But within that, like you just said, the earth, air, fire, and water are the core elements that are in their different frequency vibrations to create different things, whether that's rocks or metals or biological material.
But it's a frequency of the ether that brings about these other elements, right? It's an excitation within this, for lack of a better word, ether field. If you have an excitation, a sort of vibration at a certain frequency in the ether field, you're going to bring about air. And then air itself can vibrate at different frequencies to have different types of air. But the underlying field is the ether, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Yep. Then the layers
Sounds like field theory.
within the ether, like if you have, for example, the earth that we're on and all the earth materials, that would be light and sound vibrating at a particular frequency that is earth. And that earth is what, rocks, stones, metals, sulfur, everything that makes up the earth. And then since we're on it, like if you're standing on the earth, then you're in a layer of the ether as well, but you're standing on the earth, and then you're in the air above the earth.
Okay.
And then there's
I think most scientists would definitely understand what you're talking about here, because this sounds very much like field theory. It's not that far-fetched, the idea you're bringing forth. I think the only thing they would disagree with is that the ether is the fundamental field. I think they would say each thing has its own fundamental field that exists independent of the others. But what you're saying isn't that far off from the mainstream, Joe. It's not that controversial. It would only become controversial if you said you had a direct measurement or you directly detected the ether.
Well, I think that they've hidden that from us in this current time we're in. Like they've hijacked the free energy tech and then have fooled us into thinking that it doesn't exist. So with that tech, you can measure the ether. Not only can you measure it, but you can extract from it. You can extract electricity and other frequencies directly from it. So if that information has been suppressed and systematically eliminated from our current knowledge, but does exist, then that means that perhaps there are entities out there who have the capability of doing that, of fully measuring it and extracting from it. But they've done everything they can do to suppress the concept of the ether and have replaced it with all of these Einsteinian heliocentric ideas to push us as far away from the truth as possible. And abolishing the ether was not just about the luminiferous ether. Luminiferous ether was just one concept that was discussed with a couple of people, but that's not necessarily what they were even going after, because that was way later in the, like, that luminiferous ether was, like, let's just say from our current moment now, that was like a very like the end of a very long line of already concepts of ether that existed even before that luminiferous ether, and what Tesla was already extracting from, and then that gets into like the old world and Tartaria and like what tech they actually had, but that's a whole kind of side topic. So I think they've wanted to get us, like, in the outer space, like in the vacuum that they created, and out of actually advancing what we actually have here. But yeah, my point of just bringing that up actually was more just about measuring the ether, and that's the tech that I think that they've stolen from us and that they're hiding from us. But at the same time, I would say, everything we do measure, as I'm describing it, if ether is like that, the core medium, like it's an element of sorts, but if it's an element that creates this medium, however big this thing is, whether it's spherical, whether it has some other shape, and I'm just talking about on the larger scales of physicality that even exist. How far away is that, or what is that? But what I would say is that within this entire system is all the medium itself of the element of the medium is the ether, and then the air, water, fire, and earth are the other 4 elements that make up the entire physical world.
Mm.
And you have the dielectric inertial plane within the magnetic field, which is the earth, and it's the ground. So it's actually the actual electrical ground, and it's the actual ground we walk on. So if you then have that, and then if the sky is positively charged, then you then would have an entire electric system that we're suspended within. I think ultimately this whole place is made of consciousness. Ultimately, it's all consciousness in different forms, but we're just experiencing like one individual part of it.
Would you say we're only able to experience one part of it because our senses are limited? There's a limitation to what we can experience?
Yeah. Like in our human form,
Our senses.
Yeah, we're limited in being a human into this state of consciousness for the purpose of experiencing human consciousness, but it's always dialed down. Sort of like I think about if you had like a water faucet, that was on, and you'd be getting like all knowledge, everything would be coming through. But if you started to turn that off, turn it down to where it's just a little bit, or even a drip, or even just, then it's like taking that massive flow of everything and then, down to a more limited mindset.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that idea. I'm sure you know who Aldous Huxley is, right?
Yeah.
Have you read that book of his? What is it called? Behind the Veil or something, where he talks about that idea of the mind at large?
I have heard him speak about it. Yeah. In his writing.
It's basically what you're saying. So he took I think it was an acid or mescaline trip, and there was somebody recording his thoughts while he was on the trip, and he basically had this idea that because nature, it's true, or let me say the true nature of reality, there's too much going on, there's too much information. If we had to experience reality as it really is, we wouldn't be able to survive properly because it's too much information coming at us. So our brains have evolved to filter this information. So there's a mind at large, and then there's a mind we have which filters all of the information we see so that we only interact with the information that's most important to our survival. So you're going to be able to focus on something closer to you than you are things far away. That's how the body's evolved, because things far away have less of a threat than things closer to you. And when we trip on, psychedelics and whatnot, we open this filter and we let all of these things in. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I would agree with parts of that. Yeah.
Mhm. But then you would agree that our senses are limited, and just using your senses, it would be difficult to tell what the exact shape is of the whole entire thing we're living on, right? It wouldn't be a thing of you can't trust your senses, but it's the thing of knowing your senses have limitations.
Yeah, if you're just talking about the senses of the body, I would agree.
Yeah.
But see, I think that our soul can have its own series of senses that can transcend the physical ones. And that's where it gets interesting, because it's like the interface between the limited physical connection of our mind to our body and our bodily processes, and that interface between that and essentially the infinite. Like this term noetic. Are you familiar with that term?
Mm-hmm.
It's like Noetic, noetic.
Yeah, yeah, I know what noetic is. It's like mental activities or whatever. It's the science of the mind or whatever, right? And there's noetic music and that they use in therapy and all this weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say yes, but it's also connected to like in philosophy,
Okay.
where the concept of essentially the study of, in one context, it could be the study of gaining knowledge or truth or information through a pathway that transcends the human physical senses. So that could include things that might be considered psychic, intuition, consciousness expansion, consciousness journeys in different ways, healing journeys, a lot of different contexts of ways that people access this. I mean, some people have certain experiences that awakens it within them or unlocks it within them. So then they have, like, after they unlock it, then they can tune into that capacity that they previously had only maybe kind of had a taste of. But once they really have break it open, as it were, in a good way, then they're able to actually have more of a full access to whatever that is. And that could be like a special, like either a unique capacity or ability, just within their like human potential, and their spiritual potential. So in some cases it could be like, clairvoyance or clairsentience, like all of those, and clairaudience.
What's your reason for believing that to be true, though? Have you had those experiences yourself?
Which ones in particular? I mean, I said a bunch of different things, but
I don't know. Have you had like a noetic experience, an out of body experience, an experience of the soul? I don't know.
Yeah.
While not under the influence of something.
Yep. In different contexts, yeah.
What was it like? What happened? Do you want to talk about it?
Well, we could, but I also doesn't all have to be about me in terms of like all that, but I don't want to just
but I mean, no one else is talking right now, Drew. It's just you and me. So. Yeah, if you don't want, you don't have to. I mean, no pressure, because I know these things can be a bit personal.
No, it's all good. I mean, see, I would say like Stanislav Grof, who has done a lot of work on consciousness research and in a lot of different capacities, but he uses these two terms, which I think are useful terms. One of them is holotropic, and the other one's holotropic. So holotropic essentially is a state of consciousness that is in the sort of ordinary human consciousness level, meaning, the sort of human function where you're very grounded, you're very in this reality, in the physical world. Everything is logical. Everything is, very sane and calm. And all of the senses are working, correctly, sight and hearing and everything. And it's not very impacted by other things. It's just that physical, direct physicality. So that's holotropic. And then holotropic, holo means whole or wholeness. And then tropic means moving towards. Like sunflowers are heliotropic because that means that they travel with the sun. They track along with the sun. So tropic means to move towards. So holotropic is what he defines is a state of consciousness where you're in an activated state where you're essentially moving towards wholeness, because holo is whole and then tropic is moving towards. So holotropic, moving towards wholeness. And within that state, you can still have some connection to the physical world. It's not to say that you're completely out of body, although some could be completely interdimensional experiences or completely out of body. But in the holotropic state, things are activated in a way. Now, it could be using a plant medicine or some kind of substance in terms of that, like a plant, or it could be just totally natural as well, like not using any plant. And there's ways of doing it just even with meditation, with breath, with breathing. There's ways to do it without a plant as well. But in those holotropic states, essentially, you're expanding your consciousness to these completely other layers where time may be experienced differently, or you could experience, like, in some cases, like thousands of years within about 10 seconds. Or in another case, like time could slow down to where you could like track through an entire lifetime and it feels like it's been, so like time dilation basically, where time is different. Or sometimes people are in just like an infinite time, like where they literally feel like it's like an infinity of time, or like a now moment that's just always been there and is totally familiar. But also so that holotropic state where it's like in those states, that's where all of these other, like, spirit worlds and everything that essentially transcends the physical world is where all of that can be experienced. And so essentially there's tools and practices of activating these holotropic states in a way that is focused and has intention. And in that state, like, literally anything becomes possible. Somewhat akin to like a lucid dream state, but different, because lucid dreaming kind of has its own quality. But this can even be more, and for a lot of people, like mystically transcendent and very healing. It seems like the human psyche just organically wants to process through things when it's given the chance to. And then when people do that, they have like profound shifts in their life and in their personality structure.
Sounds very therapeutic, man. Would you say you're for the idea of using psychedelics in therapy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, same.
Depends on which in particular, but I prefer to use the word entheogen. Psychedelic is still a cool word, but this word entheogen has a little bit of a different meaning to it and resonates more with my because I don't see it as like necessarily just like a recreational. I mean, people can use them recreationally, and they certainly do, but if you're going to use them for healing, then that's very different than what would be considered recreational.
Mm.
But yeah, if used correctly, in the right set and setting, with the right intention and the right focus, they can be profoundly transformative and healing for people. I mean, a lot of people that have, like, let's say, depression or anxiety, phobias, fear of death, all kinds of different depressions, anxieties. I'm not familiar with any other way to really get to the root of them and heal them other than working with these states of consciousness that allows you to get to the root of it to heal it. Everything else is just going to buffer the symptoms, like Prozac or drugs or something like that, like pharmaceuticals. All they're going to do is buffer the symptoms, but one seems to have to get to the root of it in order to heal it permanently without, having to be dependent on a drug.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like if somebody is just supported, like, to do a journey with one of these medicines to where they're able to just fully experience it themselves and actually with the intention of, kind of closing their eyes and just kind of looking within and, because really, like, the stuff will happen without you even having to, like, it, for a lot of people, like, the experience is, like, it's interesting. Like, people can take mushrooms, out, like, with their friends or at a party or at a concert or whatever it may be. And in some cases, like, they may not even necessarily have a spiritual experience. Well, it could still have some spiritual qualities to it, but they may not actually have, like, a really a mystical experience, as it were. Whereas if they were to take it, like, with their eyes closed, like, and more the intention of that, then something more can occur and opens up for people. It's interesting. It's like the intention makes a difference.
Hmm.
Like, there are people that have taken LSD like hundreds of times, maybe even thousands, out in the world, at parties, at wherever, and all of that. So they've literally done LSD like many, many times, hundreds of times. But then, like, back in the 60s, 50s and 60s, where they were actually still doing some of the therapy with it, legally and all that. If somebody, like I said, one of those people that's taken LSD hundreds of times, and even in high doses too, like even high doses, but their intention was always kind of outwardly focused, like they were hanging out with people or listening to music or at a concert or whatever. So it was all very outwardly focused. Whereas that person, if they were to then do a session, like a medicinal or therapeutic type session with it, where they took a high dose and then they, like, put eye shades on and laid back and listened to the music, that was pre-selected for their whole session, and then kind of have more of an intention of actually going within, then even though people have taken the LSD hundreds of times, but with that intention, they'll have, like, their first actual experience where there's a full, series of things that are unfolding, visions are coming through and insights, and especially at higher doses, people can have incredibly transcendental mystical experiences as well. But so it's like just that change in the intention can, from outwardly projected, like you're at a party and smoking and doing whatever people are doing, rather than really closing your eyes and kind of surrendering to the unfolding of the process that's coming up.
Hmm.
And it seems like when people are supported to go through that, like whatever's coming up for them, they're supported just to be themselves, just with love and support, that whatever comes up for them, they can go through it. That is when some of the most profound levels of healing can occur. And just supporting the natural process, it's really incredible. Like, just supporting the human psyche as its own natural healer. like that the human psyche, just the process that will come up, is the right thing for that person to work through, and just having like infinite support for that inner healer within everyone.
Yeah, I hear it. Oh,
Well, like they were doing like back in the 60s, they were doing therapeutic sessions with LSD, for example, where they would go to like these like in some cases these like mental institutions. They were actually giving people that already had like schizophrenia and stuff, LSD sessions, like high dose sessions, where it was actually like, where they were just fully supported the whole time. And it was unbelievable. I mean, a lot of these people who had really serious mental disease, like serious schizophrenias and different things, from in some cases just 3 high dose LSD, and I'm talking like LSD psychotherapy, like actual LSD therapy sessions, where essentially you're just given the LSD and then you're just supported the whole time. You have like a sitter right there who's there if you need them, and you just have eye shades on and there's music being played. And of course, like if you need help to the bathroom or like need some sip of water or tissue or whatever, you have someone there to help you with that. But and for some of these people, in like 3 high dose sessions, they were able to basically get their sanity back and be able to go back into the world and leave the mental institution, so they could actually go back and be like normal in the world. In a lot of these cases, so it's like there was something within them that needed to be healed, and the LSD just activated that and allowed for that to be healed. So it's like insanity is not actually some kind of life sentence. It's actually just a phase of the soul that is going through a process. What about you, Nate? Have you ever had any experiences with any of these, or any knowledge about the therapeutic use?
yeah, definitely. I've dabbled a lot with psychedelics and psychoactive. I've tripped a lot. Most of the time was obviously me doing it recreationally, but I have used it therapeutically as well. Yeah, I can't say I've had any experience like that without being on a certain type of substance. It's never come to me naturally. Maybe religious experiences, but never something of a psychoactive nature. Yeah.
That's the university.
Hello?
I gotcha. Well, would you consider breathing to be natural? And that
breathing?
Just using breath, yeah.
Like controlling your rate of breathing to induce like some sort of like meditation almost.
Yeah, well, you were saying like having experiences like on like plants, like you were saying, or different compounds, psychedelic type compounds, and but then you were saying that, but you haven't necessarily had an experience that was without one of those that would have been considered this, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just gonna say that, would you consider like breathe, like if you only used breath, by only using breathing, if it could activate a lot of these same layers that the psychedelics do, what would you think of that?
Yeah, I've heard people say that they've done that through meditation and whatnot, and it's what like a lot of Buddhists talk about. Even Hindus, using certain type of meditation techniques, they can experience the same sort of sensations. I've never done it myself, but I mean, maybe when I'm older, it'll definitely be something I'm gonna look into. Yeah. It's hard for me to say if it is possible or it's not possible, but it's an interesting idea. It's an interesting concept.
Yeah, well, there's this practice that essentially Stan Grof, the guy that I mentioned before, because back in he was born in Czechoslovakia, and he basically was like, long story short, but I mean, he was studying to be like a Freudian psychoanalyst, and then he went to medical school and became a medical doctor. And then he was one of the first doctors that they sent LSD from Sandoz Laboratories when they first synthesized LSD, and they basically sent it to him to study. Of course, that was back before it was illegal. And so he began doing research with it and so on. And his whole life then took a path towards that because it was the most fascinating thing he had ever experienced. And he had a very, very powerful set of experiences as well. Anyways, but so he did a lot of the research and things that was going on like in the in the 50s and 60s, but then they made it illegal. Of course, they did the whole legality thing, and so he wanted to still be able to help people, for healing, and wanted to be able to help people. But since all the substances had been made illegal, and after the whole stuff happening in the 60s of people, the whole revolution stuff that was happening back then as well. Anyways, but my main point is that he developed something that involves breath work. It's a form of breath work, and it's generally you do deep breathing for about 2 to 3 hours. So the whole session is about 2 to 3 hours long, and all you have to do is just breathe deeper and faster than you normally do. There's no set rules about it. It's just deeper and faster. You can go in and out your nose or your mouth, or in your nose, out your mouth. But if you just keep the breathing up, and generally people are lying down, have eye shades on, or have your eyes closed, and then there's music being played. And then you have a sitter, you have a helper that's right there if you need them. And essentially you just breathe like that for, just keep breathing deeply and just keep going. And essentially within about 20 to 25 minutes, people generally start to enter, a activated, a spiritual state of consciousness, where it's actually similar to the state of consciousness that people can have with mushrooms or LSD, or something like ayahuasca has a lot of additional components to it. So it's kind of hard to relate breath work with ayahuasca because ayahuasca is very unique. But there's no doubt that the breath work seems to activate DMT within the brain as well. So just by doing breath work, DMT can be endogenously activated and released as well. But it's really incredible. After that kind of 20 to 30 minutes of doing the breathing, people generally enter, a state that's very similar. The experiences that people have on different psychedelics, all that range of things, all of that can happen on the breath work. So now you're not even using any substance at all. You're just using your breath. And, people can have past life experiences, reliving a past lifetime, or all kinds of different healing experiences, like regressing to their childhood and healing certain things that happened to them when they were a child. And all of the same range of experiences can be had just with using the breath like that. And especially when you do it for that 2 to 3 hour period, like I said, within about 20 minutes, you're already, in a state of consciousness. And then when it's long like that, and people can have incredibly powerful experiences just using that. And it seems to have all of the same healing qualities that psychedelics do as well. So shows that it's really coming from within the psyche, and the plant is just activating it. Because if you can do it with the breathing itself, then in that case, it's just the breathing that's activating it, and the increased oxygen that it puts you into a state.
Have you ever done that before?
Yeah, many times. Yeah, they have like entire they call them modules, so they're like retreats essentially. So can go and spend like, you know, a whole week doing it, and then they have trainings and like you can either go for that time just to do the breath work as well, but you can also do the training, which is its own thing they have. But yeah, I've done those sessions. Yeah, it's incredible. The energy of the whole room. You've got like, let's say 60 people in the room total. 30 are breathing and then 30 are sitting. So each person has their own, you know, kind of sitter. Oh man, it is the most powerful. Sometimes you don't even have to breathe. The energy is so potent in the room. Just a bunch of like strong souls, you know, willing to explore themselves and just using breath work, just using the flow of breath. And the energy is just really, it can be very powerful and really beautiful to be in just that many people, you know, in one concentrated area. There's something about it where it's like it magnifies it. Like if you were just to do the breathing on your own versus being in a group, the group like magnifies it. It's very incredible the way that happens. But yeah, I've done them in big groups, and I've done them in medium-sized groups, and also smaller groups, and then I've also done it on my own and with just like a single person as well, like a single sitter type thing where they just sit for you, and then you can sit for them. And then I've also just done it alone as well, just solo.
Yeah, I definitely need to look into that. Sounds interesting. I mean, that would be pretty cool if you could reach those, or if you could have those type of experiences without needing to ingest. I'll definitely like that.
Yeah, I mean
So,
that's
I
basically what he found out, because I mean he basically was, you know, working with psychedelics with like mushrooms and LSD and trying to think what else he actually did. Well, I mean he's tried all. I mean he's done iboga and peyote and all that himself, but I'm saying in terms of the actual therapy. But like he basically was, I mean he sat for like thousands of people, you know, himself, like his clients and patients, you know. So he's literally, you know, sat for thousands of people that are having these experiences, and then, you know, he was writing in detailed, you know, writings about everything that they went through. And he calls them transpersonal experiences. So that includes everything that would be like, you know, past lifetime or archetypal experiences or experiences of nature where people like transcend they transcend their human body and they experience some other part of nature, like lightning bolts, or, you know, what it's like to be a whale giving birth or a frog in the jungle. Like there's like those experiences. There's interdimensional ones where people have experiences of actually going to a whole different dimension. There's certain like, anyways, all the realm. I mean, it's endless, really. The whole human psyche. What he found is that in the breath work, people have, in general, the same spectrum of all of those experiences, and it's only using the breath. So yeah, he found that it was like incredible in terms of how similar that the breath work could actually activate, you know, the whole realm and range of experiences that some of the classical psychedelics like mushrooms or LSD can activate for people. So it shows even more so that, yeah, it's the human psyche that's being activated, not just some substance, as it were. It's just that the substance does a similar thing as the breath work in that way.
Yeah.
See, I think this is like built into our human body to have these experiences. It's because all you have to do is use the right tools, and it's like our spiritual it's like sanctified that each one of us has this capacity to connect with ourselves in this way. And these experiences, seems to be that like there's an activation state within the brain where essentially like the unconscious is able to come through and the subconscious, whereas normally like that unconscious is being suppressed. But it seems like using the breath work or using these different things open up and give you access to your unconscious, which seems to be kind of like the underlying thing that's causing everything that we're experiencing. Like it's the underlying like energy structure of the human psyche.
Yeah. That's crazy though. Experiencing what it's like to be a pregnant whale giving birth.
Yeah, and when people have those, what's wild about it is like they actually say that it wasn't like they were just thinking about it, like, oh, a whale giving birth. They actually were the whale. Like their consciousness actually became the whale itself, is how they describe it.
Yeah.
There's also like the kind of psychospiritual death and rebirth that happens during these experiences. If you've done psychedelics, would you say you've had that? Like, have you ever had death and rebirth stuff? Like either where you feel like you're dying and then you feel like you've been reborn. Like, have you had anything like that?
Definitely.
Yeah, I bet you have. I mean, if you've done psychedelics,
Yeah.
you're probably going to have some of that.
Yeah, I've definitely felt like I've died and then come back to life, or I was born and lived like a whole life and grew old. Definitely. Like it's like especially like when you trip on these things alone. It's very introspective, and you definitely look back on your life and decisions you've made and things you didn't do or things you didn't say. It's like going through life. You like you're born as a baby, you put into a world you don't understand, you don't know. There's a lot of denial, rejection, and then you finally accept it. You accept that this is the world I'm living in, and you explore it, you try and understand it, and then you come to an understanding of what life is, what it's about, what's happening. Yeah. That's basically what happens on these trips. In the beginning, you don't understand what's happening to you. There's like this huge perspective shift happening, and you try and deny it. You try and fight it. At the beginning of most trips, until you accept it, and then once you've accepted it, you start exploring it. I don't know. I hope what I said made sense.
Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on all of that. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like I've had many experiences where I had to face some of the darkest parts of myself in order to transcend them. Where I had to just essentially facing my own demons in a way and being able to like allow that to move through.
But that's the hardest thing to do, though. Face your own demons. That's like, oh my god, it's one of the scariest things. Or
yeah, I mean it's really wild. Like, but if you fully like like people that have let's say someone has like depression, like really bad depression in their daily life, and let's say they've had it for years and it's chronic and whatnot. If they just start doing experiences like these, like either using breath work or mushrooms or some sort of a plant medicine, but if they just start doing that, like, and if they do it with their eyes closed with the intention of really going within and having an inner journey, as it were, and just surrendering to whatever, because that's what seems to really happen. Like for people, like generally, if they really close their eyes, there might be something uncomfortable that they're feeling, like an emotion or whatever it may be. And with the aid of being in that state, in that activated state, it's like the unconscious resistances are loosened a little bit to where there's this opportunity to either surrender or to keep tightening up. And the tightening up is generally the control, and that's usually what's causing the resistance. And so if people can be supported to really just surrender to the process that they're going through in their own psyche, in that case, you have to like be a warrior, because now you have to like face this stuff, and then being supported to do that beautiful thing. But people find that when they really do that, like if they feel like they're dying, just let themselves feel that way. Just feel it to the core, you know, whatever it is, just feel it. And when they do that, it seems as though the whole thing can shift, and then they have a rebirth. And like whatever was connected to that emotion is like consumed within the fire of transformation, and then and then there's a rebirth. And that can happen many times. Like it's not necessarily just one. That can happen many different times in many different contexts, like different layers of that. And that seems to start getting to the root of that person's, like I said in the beginning, if that person had depression, let's say, and by doing a series of those, they can, whatever that kind of unconscious like charge was, can be healthily discharged. And once they get to the very root of it, it can be discharged permanently from the psyche. So all they had to do was kind of like feel it, experience it, and face it, and then integrate it. There's always an integration process of, you know, what it was and what were the insights and what was the whole experience. And that's a lot of the, after the session, people, you know, can be supported with integration. And then once they're able to have that fully integrated, then, and once they kind of complete like the final kind of death rebirths of it, then that's when they can be fully freed from it, from the depression symptoms, as it were, in that case. It's serious stuff. I mean, it's incredible, because I mean, I've done these in groups, you know, where it's 30 people, 40 people. So I mean, in some cases, you're there for like a whole week, you know, so you're connecting with these people, eating meals with them, hanging out, learning about them, sharing, and it's just nothing short of bringing tears to my eyes, like what I've seen in just the beauty of just people being so strong and going into themselves and healing a lot of these very deep things, you know, that they've gone through in all kinds of different ways. So yeah, it can be a really beautiful thing, and really like bonding as well in very positive ways with people. But yeah, it's hardcore. Like what people have under the surface, it's wow. It's unbelievable.
It's crazy, some of like the stories like of trauma that people go through.
Yeah, it really is.
Like the human body and the psyche is one resilient thing. Like the things that people can persevere through and come out like, you know, relatively intact is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's like incredible. Like in children, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, cool.
Like children have like a way in which, like when trauma happens, there can be like a splitting in a way where they kind of like some part of them kind of fractures. But the thing is what they're doing is like trying to keep kind of their sanity. Basically, they're kind of trying to hold on to something, and that's what allows them to kind of make it through without, you know what I mean, like without just having, you know, complete like mental breakdown. But the thing is that gets stored in the system. So like people can go through a lot and then only be affected in like certain ways, like in different ways. But like they make it through, like they compensate. Yeah, I just think it's always good to know that healing can always occur. I think that that's been something that's been kind of suppressed from our modern day. They tried to convince us that whatever you have is just like permanent and it's just like your brain's imbalanced, so you have depression or whatever it is, or anxiety or different things. People have addictions. They just say, they try to sell you that it's just your brain chemicals, because you have some chemical imbalance, and then you need their drugs to fix your chemical imbalance. It's just so backwards, because in my understanding, like there's a trauma that's within there. That trauma might be causing the brain state. So you have to actually get to the root of the trauma to actually heal it, and don't need to be addicted to their pharmaceuticals. So yeah, they have it all like backwards of what they're trying to push on people. And it's all to kind of feed their pharmaceutical solution. But then they don't even have the tools to help people heal them. So they've specifically made those illegal. So they don't want us healing ourselves with different tools and methods. They just want us like, it's really sad. Yeah, just like the crisis in psychiatry, as it were, and just helping people that have these different things. It's just, we're giving like almost zero support for people, like spiritually and emotionally. It's really sad on that level. Coach, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on?
What are these things we posted here with the ball that's moving over this AE map looking thing?
Oh, it was something I was building for Coriolis, but I had to. I'm working on a better model.
All right, Coach. So because those guys were going wild about Coriolis earlier, and I had some thoughts, but now that it's a little bit quieter, I could say them. So, if the sun, let's say you take an AE map, you've got the equator, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, and the sun is whirling around. Let's say at the equinox, it's at the equator, and if that movement of the sun creates vortexes clockwise in the north, counterclockwise in the south, but also creates counter vortexes. So you have, like, in a lot of cases, the hurricanes, as they say, are moving counterclockwise in the north, but the direction of the hurricane is clockwise, meaning it curves up along the coast of the United States. That's clockwise, but the actual winds are counterclockwise. So if that's the case, you'd have vortexes and counter vortexes, and just being the movement of the sun. And as the sun's doing its thing, it's creating a whole, just like dragging a spoon through water, it's creating like a wake. Okay. Now, would that be called quote unquote Coriolis, or does Coriolis have to mean your globe idea?
Well, the thing is, if we're doing what you were describing, then the line wouldn't be at the equator. The line would be from tropic to tropic. Like, there could be, so some parts of the year, the rotation, the place where it splits would be moving as the path of the sun moves, but it stays at the equator.
Well, the equator would just be the midpoint. I mean, if you've got, like, just imagine, like, if you had a big pool or something, or maybe a 6 foot wide pool, whatever, and then you've got an AE map, and you literally take a spoon, and like a wooden spoon, and you just freaking drag it around at the equator, right in the line of that whole equator, like basically including the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. If you're dragging a spoon, that whole thing is going to be part of the whole pathway of the vortex. Like, just like if you have a train flying by, like the train is in its own. So that thing is in its own entire like band. And within that band, it's doing the clockwise, counterclockwise, all the vortexes that are coming off of it. But I don't know where the dead center would be. I mean, it would have an overall center of the equator, but at different times of the year, it probably would waver a little bit.
Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking. I mean, because I get what you're saying, but exactly like what you said, like that line would be dependent on wherever the path of the sun was at that time. But it's consistently, there have been some that have crossed the equator, by rare occasions, but most of the time, almost all the time, it's the equator that determines the rotation direction. Like I said, save for like one or two, anomalies.
All right, but I'm saying, like, my theory, or this idea, if you want to call it theory, whatever you want to call it, this concept that the sun itself is creating these wind patterns and these clockwise, counterclockwise rotations over a plane of Earth, would you categorize that as an explanation for Coriolis, or would you just call it something different entirely?
No, I mean, if it were behaving that way, then I wouldn't call that Coriolis. I would say it was something that was sun related.
Well, have you ever seen the electric Coriolis effect?
Electric Coriolis effect?
Yeah.
You have to show me what you mean.
You talk about that light Coriolis. You talk about that light Coriolis. What's up, Kosho?
Go on, Don.
I'll post it. Yo, what's up, Don?
It's where it tricks the light Kosho into being like, do I conserve laterally with the momentum, or do I conserve in direction of propagation with the wave function? That's where the Coriolis comes in, and it just fucking throws the light's head all wacky, bro, and it starts spinning.
I'll have to watch this.
All right, Kosho, I just posted it.
Give
It
me a chance
basically
to
takes, like little pepper, sprinkles it in water, takes the two nodes, the two electrical poles, turns them on, boom. It creates the clockwise and the counterclockwise. He called it the electric Coriolis effect, at least in that video. I don't know if that's it's part of magnetohydrodynamics, but his calling it the electric Coriolis effect, I've only seen on this video. So I don't know whether he kind of just is calling it that or what. But I mean, magnetohydrodynamics is a real thing. And it makes sense what he's saying, because on the globe Earth, this is what they try to. Coriolis is basically this. They just try to say, "Oh, it's because the Earth is spinning," and they try to say it's the Earth spinning doing it, but you can do it right here with an electric field.
Well, yeah, these are magnetic fields. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean, this makes sense. What's happening here makes sense.
Exactly. So if you have the sun, which would be a massive magnetic pole, blasting through the environment, wouldn't it just make sense that it would be doing these counterclockwise, clockwise vortex movements across the stationary Earth?
Well, these are two
to
different
me.
poles.
Makes total sense to me. You got this stationary air stuff, and then this electricity that comes and pushes it around. Is that the gist of it? Makes sense to me.
But the problem is there's two different poles here.
Well, bro, these guys in here busted open, Kosho. There'd be 4 poles, 1 pole, 8. Remember? It could be so many. Remember?
Okay, so let me just say this again. So if this were the
That's your North Pole and South Pole. There's your southern and northern rotation of your stars. There it is.
No, I'm saying there's 2 poles here. Like there's two there's a magnetic, there's a negative pole and a positive pole, and it's part of the same line, right? Hold on, let me zoom in.
So for the
This is all
moving,
part of the same field. The only difference is these are two sides, 2 poles in the same field. So the sun would have to be both ends of the sun, I guess. The south end and the north end would have to be on the Earth.
why it can't be the moon? And then, are you telling me though that the normal known about magnets of Earth, they're not like a positive, negative, so it's just sitting there like holding still, it's not moving?
Okay, let's try to make sure that we're on the same page here. This demonstration is trying to demonstrate using a magnetic field on a flat plane sort of thing and getting these 2 direct rotations. The problem is these are 2 ends of the same magnetic field, 2 poles. The sun that's moving across the sky, there's not really a way to do by getting both ends of both magnetic fields at the same time.
Well, the whole magnetic field of Earth has 2 fields. You've got the plane of the Earth, the negative, and then you have the sky, the positive. You've got the sun, which is this intermediary between the ground and the sky. So you've got poles. I mean, I know what you mean. It's not too okay. The idea of the hurricanes moving clockwise and counterclockwise, that would be like the pepper in this. It is making that shape. But the reason it's doing that, I'm saying, is because the electromagnetic, if you want to call it a pole, of the sun is its own toroidal vortex thing. And as that thing's flying around, it's creating the toroidal vortex within the ether.
Oh yeah.
Also, but Kosho, don't
hold on. Let me respond to him real quick before it gets confusing again, because I understand that concept, and that's what I'm saying. Is if that were the case, you're just describing one object. So that would be like if that was one of these things.
Okay, you said that 4 times.
One pole, so it's only one.
Said it a bunch of times. We heard it.
Trying to respond to what Gio just said.
But you only repeated. He's telling you that there's maybe some other couple poles going on in the sun, and it's doing its own thing.
He didn't just say that.
It doesn't. Yes, he did. You didn't hear it.
He just described what it was. He said the sun.
Never mind, Kosho. I heard it. You did. So anyway, also though, Kosho, the Earth has magnetic. The sun's like just a possibility of the thing. Okay, the Earth has the magnetic fields, right?
Right. So you're making a different argument than Gio.
No, Gio you're pigeonholing Gio's brainstorming session.
Okay, so you have to pick which one it is. If it's the Earth or the sun's. In either case, the one with the Earth doesn't make sense. What he was describing was the sun moving across the Earth. If it's the Earth's
open
magnetic
possibility.
field,
He said, would it make sense that the sun could be doing this or something involving the magnetism? He wasn't telling you he knows the sun was doing this. You see? That's the difference here, bro. You gotta like listen a little looser.
dude, it's impossible to respond when he's already made an argument. I'm trying to respond to.
Okay.
Well, Kosho, you know how during a solar eclipse, like right at the corona of the solar eclipse, how it looks like a toroidal field? So that shows right there that the sun is a toroidal field. So if that toroidal field is flying across through the medium, then it's going to create these clockwise and counterclockwise rotations, vortexes.
How would it create both?
Oh my god.
Because it has the right part of the toroidal field in the northern area, and then the left part of it is in the southern, and they're both cycling, creating the vortex.
Okay, so you're describing the pole lines of the sun as being perpendicular to, I guess, how we describe them.
Even if it didn't have pole lines, as it passes through the medium, as in a boat through the water, a wake will be created in its path with the both halves of the wake spinning in different directions.
Like that I just posted, Kosho? That's basically like the corona at the peak of the solar eclipse. See how it has that toroidal field? So that would mean that the right part of it and the left part of it are part of its whole field.
Yeah, but the pole lines on this picture come from the up and down is the north and south.
How do you know the orientation of that?
Because I can see the field lines.
No, I'm saying, how do you know where north is and all that?
I've just said up and down is north and south. The field lines are coming up the top and the bottom.
Okay, but Gio, can you be a little more specific? When you say up and down, you mean in the picture?
Well,
or on the map? What do you mean, man?
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to link together, the magnetohydrodynamics, where you put the two poles, it creates that clockwise, counterclockwise. First of all, that could be connected to the North Pole and the South Pole, and the fact that the stars are moving in those ways. That's one
thing. Just the sun, Kosher. You see, he's brainstorming, Kosher. You see here, the sun's part of it.
So but that's what the stars would have that North and South Pole, and they would create that exact thing in the magnetohydrodynamics. But I'm also using that same structure of the clockwise vortex and the counterclockwise vortex to relate that to the sun as the sun is moving through the environment. In a similar way to if you, like I said before, if you drag like a spoon through water, like a wake of a boat, it creates a clockwise vortex and a counterclockwise vortex on either side. So it's just linking that same pattern. And then the showing the solar eclipse is just showing how the sun has that toroidal field with the centripetal and centrifugal forces coming in from the center. It shows that whole field. So we already know that it is a generator of a toroidal field. As that toroidal field generator of the sun is moving through the environment, it's going to create that clockwise and counterclockwise vortexes.
And how it's going together. Yeah.
Juicy, bro. But I just wanted to like. I mean, Koshos has the confidence on the current flow of the the electricity causing the stuff in the water, Kosho. I just wanted to see if you would be able to, analyze, overlay that to the magnetic, shell of the Earth. You know what I mean? Like, could the magnetic shell of the Earth be the same thing as the current through the water, or is it not flowing in the same way?
Could I just say that you don't need to be looking at something as large as the atmosphere in general, something that could be affected by maybe a sun, a mini sun, or whatever you guys believe, like slowly being dragged across it. You could make a because you could make a small. So basically, I mean, if the Coriolis effect is when a particle moves, it's going to be deflected left or right. You can make a very small sort of detector that either has a vibrating fork or like a I mean, that's what you guys are talking about right now. I think using the magnetism to maybe shoot particles back and forward. Actually, maybe that's not what you're talking about.
Well,
but anyway.
I like the sun part of it, but it's like, there is this underlying ether. Who knows what, you know, we know we're in the atmosphere is analogous to the water and all that in the system, but
But it would it's not just like, oh, you can say, oh, it's going to be the sun dragging air particles, because you could replicate the Coriolis effect with just something really small, like, because you just need something bouncing between two mirrors, say, or there's many different ways to do it. You can do it.
Did you see that picture? Did you see the picture he posted?
And which voice chat was it again?
Voice chat one text. It's got the sun with like this, you know, electric glare coming off that shit, or magnet, whatever. I guess it's tribute to magnetism, but
Is voice chat one all the way at the bottom? Or no?
I believe so. Yeah, and just a couple minutes ago, it's like a picture of an eclipse.
It's right at the text chat is right above the live stream. It's called live stream one text.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. So that you're talking about.
But like that could be whooshing too. Like I like it, what he's thinking. It's like it's got something in it generating this.
Oh, okay. No, so that electric Coriolis effect, I think that's not a good analogy. I think that's a different sort of, yeah. It is a different sort of, that is a different thing. I mean, or if it is the same thing on a very no, that surely no, because that's creating a field. That's then creating. I mean, in the Coriolis effect on the Earth, there is no field necessary for that to work. That's not part of it. But this is more like manipulating the magnetic field and then causing things to spin around it because of the right-hand rule, I think. But anyway, sorry, I'm kind of tired, so if I'm not making sense.
Oh, thanks, bro.
But there's actually more than, although you don't need to use the Coriolis effect in total. You can actually use a gyroscope. Just a gyroscope by itself will be able to show that the Earth isn't flat just by because as the Earth spins, the gyroscope will well, it'll basically, you know, because it'll be pointing in one orientation, and so then basically, yeah, if it was a big disc like you guys are saying, it wouldn't spin in the same way. It would, like, you know, you have to just draw a diagram, but you'd be able to see it. Basically, it would be kind of moving on a different axis because just the way it works out geometrically. But I can
that was real though. Do you think if gyroscope stuff like that was real, like they would show you like more demos of that type of equipment, like in space?
I can show you. So I'll send you all the relevant information. Because I already looked up these papers. I'll post it into this chat. It's actually a huge paper. It's like 100 pages long, and there's.
I've seen ones that say they've applied it to the Earth moving, but what I'm saying is, don't you think they would take this technology and like show you more of the cosmos with this type of system being like tested and demoed, and you know, like in our satellite cameras, look at this, we held this one rigid in outer space. You know what I mean? They wouldn't just give you close-ups of, look, we touched the asteroid right now.
Why would they do that?
Well, that's a separate thing. If you're saying there's no good images of space that show everything.
Well, I'm talking about the whole thing moving, the whole Earth, and without seeing it all.
I can't post in that chat, so I can
got
send someone else to chat. Oh yeah, you should give me
permission.
Yeah, I think Pinky. I saw you jumped in, so I unmuted you, but I don't think you've done it. Like if you go up to the server guidelines at the top, you just have to type agree and then it'll give you the access, and then I can also get you the voice verified too, so you won't be muted in the future.
Oh yeah,
once you type agree though, it's all over, bro. It's all over.
I have to read the terms and conditions.
Once
Flat Earth guy invited me to this, so sorry if I was breaking the rules.
No, you're good. No, I'm just saying once you type that in there, then you can type in the live stream one text.
Okay.
You're signing your soul away, bro. Agreeing to the T's and C's. Making a deal with the devil over here.
It's all pretty basic stuff.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking. But I mean, Dawn, why would you want to see that? Like, why would NASA?
I don't. I just asked him if would he think it would be there. I don't want to see it.
I've seen.
I don't want to ever see demos of technology or more space. That's nothing I would ever want to see, bro.
Well, you could do it yourself. I think if you could probably launch a model rocket.
Yeah, you're right. I could go check out space in between Mars and everything. If I would have done it, I would have done it myself. You're right. I could.
No, but you could
easily send a balloon, put an extra little rocket on the balloon, and then dance out in greater space. and you could just add a gyro too, and then you could be like, look, my satellites. Of course, I would have done it myself, dude.
Well, but
Of course,
because
if
you
I
don't,
wanted.
because all you really need as proof to show that this disk thing isn't correct is to see that it's curved. Because you don't need to go that high to see that it's curved.
Well, see, there's this dark matter, and what happens is like it makes you look like the Earth is curved, but it's just the more dark matter. Dark matter is in every space of the aether, and so the more distance, right, to the horizon, for example, per se, it's going to be all this dark matter. And since we know that the light bends toward the heavy matter, the dark matter is going to trap all the light, make you thinking, for example, like part of the boat disappeared, but it's not. It's really like this mix of, the converging, merging, squishing, like Lemon will tell you, and
it's like
that's
lens
the
that you-
variable
it's
of dark matter that they don't know about.
What are you talking about?
Dark. Oh, you know about it, Ellen. Like how Lemon will tell you the squishing and mushing.
Well,
And
the
then
game
also-
here isn't to like for him to prove it right. It's just it's for us to go, okay, I guess that could be the case. Although I still haven't really thought about it. Like if it's bending light in that way, you might be able to test that. I think possibly if you sent a laser, but well, actually, I'd have to think about it more.
You're saying some curve to me isn't good enough to be like, I know we're spinning in space because there's some curve and there's this gyroscopic phenomenon.
Pinky would.
And it's not enough.
But no, but the gyroscope thing, like any university could build this, and so you could get an independent group of people together to build this, and you yourself could just disprove yourself with the thing I'm trying to post. I'm just trying to figure out what is right. I agree, but I'll figure it out. Don't
I
worry.
mean, there's a lot of, I've seen it, bro. I've been in here a while, dude. I've seen the Bob prove the curvature,
Yeah, he did.
The Bob?
Electro-gyroscope. It's awesome. It's awesome stuff.
Yeah, they did it.
Or the rotation, I should say, not the curvature. The rotation.
Bob proved the rotation.
Well, it might even prove the curvature as well if you had two different ones.
But Jaren did that.
Yeah,
Right. But see, what's interesting to me is the actual doer of the experiment was like, while some might conclude that it means this, I actually, like Bob has other ideas. He says when he moves it up altitude, it gives you different readings, which indicates more of an aether tornado, an aether swirl above us. Like, dude, so, when the scientist with his hands on it is coming up with different brainstorm conclusions, I think it's time to do more work. You know what I mean?
I'm just going to send it to you. If hopefully it'll so just so you can see this.
Bob is not a scientist, and he didn't show that it changed from altitude.
I haven't seen it either. I'm gonna have to agree with you. I heard him claim, and it took a while for the first data to come out. Like Jeremy was hitting them forever.
No, wait a minute. This is widespread technology. Isn't this how submarines use like inertial guidance? Submarines wouldn't be able to navigate if what you're saying is correct, or they would be able to navigate, but it would just move in a different way.
They'd have a redundant system, something.
Yeah. In fact, actually, you know what? You might even be able to make a proof of this. Maybe not to measure the exact rotation, but just to show that it's I might even be able to. Well, I have to do lots of math to figure it out, but it might not even be that difficult to show because you don't have to show that the entire like the circumference or anything. It's just you can have lots of error in it. All you're trying to show is that in aggregate, which it's basically moving in as expected. I think possibly. I don't know if that's true, to be honest, but could be.
No, it's that 15 degree an hour thing, man.
Yeah. So why do you reject or deny the Bob Nodell?
When did I do that?
Why?
When did it happen?
Why do you reject it?
I never rejected it. I don't think I've done that. I just told him I've seen it. I've told him that it's time to do more work. I don't think that's rejecting it. It's saying it's time to do more work.
So you accept that Bob Nodell showed that the Earth rotates?
Oh, I accept that he showed a phenomenon of a gyro doing his thing, saying it's not standing still.
Yeah, and the thing that the gyro does is.
Go ahead.
The thing it does is show that the Earth rotates. That's what it did.
I can't send it. It's too big of a file.
Yeah, that's just an extension you know, the data, man. That's just an assumption. That's not necessarily.
It's not an assumption. It's what the instrument is designed to do.
I understand that, but you're over applying the conclusion. Like, you understand that there's what's called in science unknown variables, right?
Look, if I have a thermometer and I measure my temperature says 98.6, then I've shown that my temperature is 98.6.
No, you also gonna say you might have walked into a room that has some extra phenomenon going on, like where as not your traditional pressure temperature thing. It could be tricking the thermometer to just what could we come up with? Well, we don't know, but like, let's say intense magnetism, you know what I'm saying, floating that material up the thermometer, or different. There's always unknown things that you'd be like, all right, we really pretty sure that it shows this, but
didn't they
who
do
knows? Maybe we're in a room where it magnifies the light constantly, and our readings are going to be, it looks like it's at 80, but it's really at 90, or you know what I mean? Like, there's always some.
Bob put it in a beryllium chamber.
Well, no, that wouldn't make any difference if we're talking about the Earth rotating. So I think the guy that was, I think Crux makes a good point. Like, if we're not going to space, and he doesn't like things going to space because that's a big conspiracy anyway, probably, then we have to. Well, if we just take that off the table because. Well, you don't accept any of that evidence, I guess. But so if we're on Earth to begin with, we would have to show that the precession. Well, we kind of, I don't know. We've got some theories of how they work, but maybe our theories are wrong, like with the precession and stuff. But to be honest, the precession isn't even really what's showing the rotation of the Earth. It's that's sort of the things that's the thing that's getting accounted for. Although, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if we were on the center of the North Pole, right on the North Pole, then in both circumstances we would have an identical set of stuff, which is just basically you're sitting on at the top of a rotating thing.
Right.
So maybe you could use that because that's a place where in both potential universes it's going to be the same. Although I'm saying at the tip of the top of the North Pole where it's spinning, it doesn't matter if it's a flat Earth or if it's a sphere. It's the same.
It isn't spinning just at the pole.
No, he's saying the precession pattern would be possibly the same on flat or round Earth at the axial point, which is, I think.
Yeah. Is it the claim that the flat Earth is rotating?
Yeah, well, but he's keeping his mind flexible, which is
no. They're both rotating, but one of them's a sphere, one of them's a disc, right? And so they're rotating in different ways because, like, the sphere comes back in and it gets closer to the center of rotation, but the disc keeps going out. That's for one thing. Yeah, but if you're just sitting on the top of the North Pole, that is the situation is the same. You're on a plane. It doesn't. The rest of the Earth doesn't even matter at that point. You're just basically spinning on a dime, and so so in both. I mean, I don't know. You can use that to calibrate the differences possibly that would exist.
Flat Earth. There's no claim that the flat Earth is rotating.
Well, there isn't.
They don't claim that it is, but it could be.
Well, the guy was debating was. Well, then they would. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay,
bro, you're doing no. But see, that's the thing. More people should be thinking like you're thinking, man. It doesn't have to be just one way. Just because most people think if it's flat Earth, that would mean non-rotating. That doesn't mean it has to be.
Crux, why do you reject Bob Nodell's demonstration that the Earth rotates?
You're gonna have to explain more, I guess.
What's there to explain?
I don't understand what you're saying.
What's there to explain? Bob Nodell had a fiber optic gyroscope that demonstrates rotation. He did the experiment. It showed the Earth rotate.
Okay, did he?
Yeah.
Well, for me to prove that that's what that data is coming from, I would, as a scientist, what I would need to do is I would need to take the variable of Earth rotation. If I go, hey, this machine shows when rotation's on or off. I would have to go, look, I know that there's rotation. I control it. Rotation on, machine does phenomenon. Now I turn rotation off by my scientific finger, variable control. Rotation off, machine does not show the thing. That is when you get to make the claim that you're claiming. Until then, you have inference, right? You have a best guess scenario, and there's possible unknown variables, possible more work to be done. Thank you. Not rejecting anything. Don't say it again.
So if you were on the top of the North Pole and then you built a platform that counteracts the apparent rotation, would you still know? Could you could you still be rotating and not know it, or would you maybe you could use an accelerometer to show that? I have to think about it.
Well, the question is what is causing. Whoa, there's a big echo.
Whoa. Yeah, what the fuck?
Check. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's gone.
Oh, yeah. It was an echo. What was I saying? I heard myself back right away, so I got distracted.
Questions, what is causing?
Oh, yeah. So the gyroscopes have precession. And in the case of Bob Nodell, I don't want to completely speak for him, but I mean, from everything I've heard him say, he absolutely does not think it's rotation of the Earth causing it. He thinks it's the drift of the ether. So if we're on a planar stationary Earth, planar in nature, stationary, and the sky is above us, and that sky is moving, the sun, the moon, the stars, they are all moving just as it appears, just as we observe. If that's the case, well, that sun is moving at 15 degrees per hour. So we have that rotational speed of the entire sky field and the environment that we're in. So if that is what's causing the precession, then that's what he thinks he was picking up. And as far as I know, like I said, I don't want to completely speak for him, but and there's reasons he thinks that because he tried it at different altitudes. So there's some additional reasons that he thinks that. But the precession is not disputed. The disputation is whether that is the Earth spinning or whether it's the environment that the gyroscope is in, which is drifting or moving.
Yeah, but light isn't affected by those things.
But there also isn't a such thing as a fixed point in absolute space. So you could mathematically represent the motion from the Earth as a frame of reference or space. So there's really no way to know at all.
So you just go from the reference frame of the gyroscope, right? So there is no ether, and even if there were, light is not affected by it, right? Because that's what an optical gyroscope is. It uses light. It's not affected by these things, right? So it demonstrated conclusively.
Dark matter. The swirling of the dark matter is what's doing. It's dark matter. You're not listening. This proves dark matter. It proves it, and you're rejecting the proof of dark matter. Why are you rejecting the proof of dark matter, Brandon?
It doesn't. Dark matter doesn't affect light.
Oh my.
It doesn't.
Well, so that we know. Essentially, have you heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment? I don't know what kind of ether you're talking about because it's kind of it's like kind of vague. But if you're talking,
think about it.
There's certain things you can use that experiment to show certain stuff.
Yeah, they believe in ether even though it's been proven not to exist. But
wait, so is this guy? Are you talking about the same type of ether that was believed in all these years ago? Because that was like that type of ether was.
There isn't any other kind.
Okay, then. If you're talking about that one, that yeah, okay then. That one has to do with lots of. I mean, they thought it had to do with heat and all sorts of stuff, but what are you saying that? Actually, I'm just gonna look up this guy. His name's what was it? Brock or something? Bailey. I don't know. I'm really tired, so I don't know.
Right. So basically, Don just ran away. He just runs away because he can't handle it. He can't admit that Bob Nodell proved Earth rotates.
With space as the frame of reference.
No, with the gyroscope as the frame of reference.
Right, But there is no such thing as a fixed frame of reference. So you could just flip the math around and say that everything else is spinning, but not Earth.
So you're saying space-time, not the ether, but like the whole space-time was also spinning.
Yes.
But then, but that wouldn't work because the Earth, like the horizon moves in relation to the stars. Oh, but that's not what you're talking about in regards to the correcting any gyroscopic stuff, possibly.
Right. Everything you see assumes, well, all motion assumes a frame of reference. We just pick that, the Earth is moving because the math is easier to deal with.
Yeah, you're correct. And the frame of reference is the laser gyroscope. That's the frame of reference that was rotating.
Right, but there's no way to know. You can only represent that mathematically.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's literally the frame.